Vhumad God Chapter 6704 to Chapter 6786. A huge dragon claw came out of the black hole with great power, shocking everyone. Lin Xian frowned and said coldly, "Go back. You're too weak." Hearing this, the surroundings were eerily quiet, and all the dragon clan members were stunned. The dragon overlord's eyes almost popped out. What the hell? This guy despised the summoned dragon's soul. He despised it for being too weak. Heavens, this was an ancient dragon's soul. Furthermore, those who could leave behind a dragon's soul after the death of an ancient dragon expert were not weaklings. They were all peerless experts. It could only be said that Lin Xian's standards were too high. However, offending an ancient dragon's soul like this was not good. After all, dragon dance was just a summoning technique. Its power depended on the summoned dragon's soul. Up ahead, an angry voice came from the black hole. The dragon soul was furious. A junior of the dragon clan dared to despise him. Did he want to die? He let out a terrifying roar, and his dragon claw even swiped at Lin Xian. The surrounding people were stunned. No way, he was going to die from his own technique. This was really the first time since the creation of heaven and earth. They had never seen it before. The dragon overlord was scared silly. He even wondered if he should help beg for mercy. At this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword soul inside him roared, and an even more terrifying dragon roar resounded. At this moment, all the dragon clan souls shook violently, and they couldn't help but want to kneel. Ancient god evil dragon's expression was also ugly, and he began to defend. He gnashed his teeth. The power of the dragon sword soul, his eyes were filled with fear and a trace of envy. The dragon soul in the black hole was scared silly. His dragon claw instantly cracked, and he quickly retreated. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "The first time, I only told you to get lost. If you dare to attack me again, I'll destroy your soul. Go back and let an even more powerful dragon soul come." This time, there was no more sound from the black hole. The dragon soul was really scared silly. Who would have thought that after countless years, the young people of the dragon clan had become so terrifying? The roar just now was far louder than his. He didn't dare to act wildly again. "Summon!" Lin Xian roared and used dragon dance. At the same time, he pushed the Rinnegan and the power of the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. Not long after, an old voice rang out. "It has been a long time since anyone has been able to summon me." As the voice came, a huge dragon shadow came out of the black hole. On the body of this dragon's shadow, there was a monstrous flame aura, as if he was the god of fire dragons. Its appearance caused the 9 heavens to be filled with boundless divine flames. Ancient god evil dragon naturally wouldn't let Lin Xian use his ultimate move so easily. He used the myriad dragon transformation technique and charged over. He wanted to use the summoned dragon souls for his own use. The power of the dragon transformation rushed over, and the ancient dragon soul was shocked. What a strange power, but you don't have the qualifications to make me submit," he snorted coldly and spat out a terrifying dragon breath, blocking the attacks that filled the sky. Ancient god phantom dragon, bite. The dragon soul that was summoned this time was actually this terrifying. If he could use it for himself, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he frantically used the myriad dragon transformation technique. At the same time, terrifying roars could be heard from the other black holes. Endless seawater filled the air. It engulfed the 9 heavens. Terrifying rocks tumbled as if a stone dragon had appeared. Golden light tore through the heavens. Terrifying vitality covered the 9 heavens. Everyone's injuries were rapidly recovering. Everyone was stunned. What kind of power was this? 5 ancient dragons, and they were all incomparably powerful ancient dragon souls. They had been dead for so long, but just their dragon souls were able to use such terrifying power. Just how terrifying were they when they were alive? The dragon tyrant king was also stunned. Even his grandfather, the tyrant dragon race's patriarch, couldn't summon such terrifying ancient dragon souls with dragon dance. It could only be said that Lin Xian's methods were too heaven-defying. "Ha, old fellow, you were also summoned. And you." After the 5 ancient dragon souls came out, they began to greet each other. "You old bastard, you've actually been summoned out as well. I'm really curious, just what kind of deity could summon the five of us at the same time? Has such a terrifying expert already appeared in the dragon race? It seemed like there was really hope for the dragon race. Voices sounded one after another. The five ancient dragon souls were discussing. Among the dragon race below, the five ancient dragon races all knelt on the ground. Greetings, old ancestor. They were extremely excited. The five ancient dragons that came out were the five elements dragons. The five ancient dragon souls looked at each other, shook their heads, and sighed. Aya, when did you guys become so weak? Have you guys forgotten the power of the five elements? The ancient dragon souls were very dissatisfied with how weak their descendants were. At this moment, Xian coughed twice and said in a deep voice. Let's kill this guy first and talk about other things later. The five ancient dragon souls lowered their heads and looked at Xian. Then, they frowned. You're the one who summoned us, early stage super emperor? Impossible, how could I be summoned by someone of your level? The five ancient dragon souls were stunned. Seems like I sensed wrongly. Someone of your level can't summon me. I won't work for you. After saying that, the five elements dragons turned around and wanted to enter the black hole. Seeing this scene, the people of the dragon race in the distance were stunned. Xian's face sank. He used the great dragon sword soul again. A terrifying dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. The dragon sword chi on his body soared into the sky. At this moment, Xian was like a peerless dragon god. He snorted coldly and pointed his sword forward. Five elements dragons, listen to my command, kill, a cold voice sounded, and the power of dragon dance completely erupted. In the sky, the five ancient dragon souls trembled. Their bodies stiffened, and their eyes were filled with endless shock. It was really this kid who summoned them. How could this kid's aura be so terrifying? He was an earth immortal, and not an ordinary one. This guy was too strange. Roar, the five ancient dragon souls turned around and roared. They charged forward and fought with ancient god evil dragon. Ancient god evil dragon snorted. Dragon souls shouldn't exist in this world. Transform for me. He began to use the dragon transformation art crazily, wanting to devour the power of the other party. This was a battle of the dragon Dao. On one side were the five elements dragons, and on the other side were millions of evil dragons. The battle was extremely terrifying. In the end, the five ancient dragons combined the five elements and tore apart the evil dragons. Ancient god evil dragon was heavily injured once more, and his body began to crack open. He had truly gone mad. He hadn't expected to be completely suppressed. He was simply no match for Xian. For a moment, he stood there in a daze. Xian snorted. Today, he would settle this once and for all. His eyes exploded with cold killing intent. He had no intention of letting his opponent leave alive. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, a change occurred below. A deep dragon roar resounded. Soon after, the earth split open, and the phantom of a massive blood dragon charged into the fissure. When this blood dragon appeared, everyone was stupefied because the aura on it was too terrifying. It was incomparably monstrous. How could there be such a terrifying expert here? Even Xian and ancient god Naughty Dragon were stunned. They had previously treated the other party as a peerless enemy and hadn't paid attention to anyone else. Moreover, in their view, there was no one here who could compete with them. But now, a snow dragon had suddenly appeared beneath the ground. It was truly beyond their expectations. After this blood dragon appeared, it didn't attack them. Instead, it charged toward the crack in the mountain. From the looks of it, the other party wanted to seize the power within. Xian coldly snorted and slashed out with his sword. He would not allow anyone to take the sovereign soul jade. This sword, imbued with a sharp light, cleaved apart heaven and earth as it charged toward the blood dragon. The blood dragon's blood-colored radiance shattered, but it didn't care. He dashed into the fissure at an extremely fast speed. Xian furrowed his brows tightly. How strange. He discovered that this blood dragon wasn't a true dragon, but a dragon Dao phantom formed from blood. Who was the one who used it? On the other side, ancient god Naughty Dragon's expression changed. Underworld child. Damn it, this guy wants to take advantage of us. He was going mad with anger. With a roar, he also turned and charged into the mountain crack. Lin Xian transformed into a sword shadow and similarly tore through the void and charged in. The other dragons also stepped forward, but they could only approach the crack and couldn't enter. The power inside was truly too terrifying. No one below the earth immortal realm could enter. They cried out in alarm, "What was that blood-colored phantom just now? Is there a member of the blood dragon race here?" However, the blood dragon race was stunned. They said, "It has nothing to do with us. Our clan doesn't have such a powerful expert." The space inside the crack was much wider than imagined. One couldn't see the end of it. The blood dragon at the front was the fastest. This blood dragon was formed by Underworld Child using the dragon-seeking ruler. Underworld Child discovered that the dragon-seeking ruler had a great secret. After absorbing the dragon blood, it could form such a terrifying blood dragon. He was incomparably excited. Great, his speed was faster than the other two land immortals. When the time came, he would snatch the treasure and leave immediately. No one in the world would be able to catch him. Ancient God Wicked Dragon was enraged. Underworld Child. Stop. He was mad with anger. This guy actually dared to snatch the treasure right under his nose. Was he not putting him in his eyes? He was so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Xian was similarly astonished. Underworld Child, he had really forgotten about this guy. Who would have thought that this fellow would have such means as well? However, he didn't care. Legend had it that the Underworld Child was only a great emperor. So what if he had mysterious means? The one he felt was still Ancient God Wicked Dragon, and he had to deal with him today. If Ancient God Yao Long did not die and return to the Yao Dragon tribe, he would summon the entire Yao Dragon tribe, and that would be troublesome. Moreover, he could sense that Ancient God Wicked Dragon was not at the peak. His opponent should be even more powerful at his peak, so no matter what, Lin Xian would not give him a chance. With a roar, sword chi erupted from his body as he slashed down with the Immortal Slayer sword in his hand, shattering heaven and earth. This sword slashed at Ancient God Wicked Dragon. Ancient God Wicked Dragon roared as his body blurred into motion to dodge. However, he was still enveloped by the sword's light. The dragon scales on his body began to shatter and crack. He roared to the heavens and turned his head. "Lin Wudi, are you seeking death? Let's work together to kill this Underworld Child. Do you want him to be the fisherman who reaps the benefits? He can't run. There's nothing to fear from him. You are my supreme foe." Lin Xian coldly snorted as he once more attacked with his sword. Seeking death. Ancient God Wicked Dragon was enraged, and he constantly dodged. But Lin Xian was still unwilling to give up, infuriating him further. His body continued to grow in size until he turned into a demonic dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. His purple dragon aura swept across the world as he charged at Lin Xian. The two of them clashed like a celestial dragon against an ant, the difference in size enormous. But these two energies were equally terrifying, possessing the power to destroy the world. It was like two worlds were colliding. After this attack, Lin Xian retreated, his blood roiling and his arms trembling. On the other side, the Gu clan was in an even worse state. Cracks had appeared on his body, exposing even his bones. There was nothing for it. He had been injured many times in the previous battle, and his aura was even weaker. Kill! Lin Xian angrily roared as he pushed forward with all his strength. The Yin-Yang sword art's biting cold sword chi revolved around it, imbued with the power of a god, resonating with the world. Countless strands of sword chi flew out, transforming into Yin and Yang dragons. Ancient God Wicked Dragon was also enraged. He used the dark northern devil dragon art to absorb the surrounding energy to recover from his injuries and increase his strength. At the same time, he used his secret art, the dragonization art. Everything transformed into a devil dragon that coiled around his body, creating a suit of myriad dragon battle armor. At the same time, he began to burn his own bloodline, because he was truly going to go all out. His strength was rapidly rising as if it were about to reach its peak. Boom, he once again charged over with the power of 10,000 kilograms. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. It was like a battle between a sword god and a dragon god. Each strike tore through heaven and earth, shattering the heavens. Up ahead, Underworld Child was excited. Great, these two experts were fighting again. He could just sit back and reap the benefits. He quickly charged over. Up ahead, he discovered a terrifying cliff. This cliff was extremely terrifying, like the teeth of a devil beast, scattered in an orderly manner. There was a mysterious radiance on it. At the top of the cliff was a pearl, a fist-sized pearl. It emitted a sparkling and translucent light. All the power was released by this pearl. Underworld Child was stunned when he saw this scene. What was this thing? It was too terrifying. It contained supreme power. Although he did not know that this pearl was called the Sovereign Soul Jade, he knew that it was definitely a supreme treasure. He charged over like a madman. The Sovereign Soul Jade was not so easy to obtain. It contained the power of a sovereign. The Sovereign Soul Jade erupted with boundless light, transforming into a peerless sharp sword that directly pierced through the blood dragon. Underworld Child's body was also pierced through. He screamed. Damn it, it was actually so terrifying. No, I have to find a way to get it. He frantically pushed the dragon-seeking ruler. The Sovereign Soul Jade in front of him sensed the dragon-seeking ruler's aura and actually began to rotate slightly. The terrifying power on it weakened a little. Underworld Child was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Great, this dragon-seeking ruler was truly mysterious. In the next moment, he gripped the dragon-seeking ruler in his right hand, transforming it into a blood dragon claw that grabbed forward. The blood-red dragon claw grabbed at the Sovereign Spirit Jade. Although the Sovereign Spirit Jade was still resisting, its power was much weaker than before. This delighted the Underworld Child. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before it could completely seize the Jade and take it away. While it was taking the Jade, the battle between Lin Xian and Ancient God Wicked Dragon grew even more frightening. Lin Xian's sword chi was like a god, each strike tearing apart the world. Ancient God Wicked Dragon was also going all out, unleashing his dragon blood as he madly attacked. His massive body danced. The world swayed, and even Lin Xian's divine body began to sway, its light dimming. Ancient God Flood Dragon punched Lin Xian's shoulder, bringing with it a heaven-shaking violet light. This caused Lin Xian to retreat and vomit blood. After all, Lin Xian's body had been strengthened, and the three Samadhi flame continued to spread out, forming a divine armor to block the attack. His body had not been shattered, and although it had suffered some internal injuries, they were not fatal. Lin Xian roared, his dragon soul erupting as he wildly slashed down with the immortal slaying sword. As the sword descended, it was like a divine dragon striking, cleaving apart the world. Ancient God Wicked Dragon was unable to dodge this time, and his body was cleaved in two. Aya! He let out a miserable roar as his dragon blood dyed the world red. The dragon race members outside were all dumbfounded by this sight. Ancient God Wicked Dragon had actually been cleaved in two. This was too unbelievable. If this continued, he might die. Everyone gulped. They didn't even dare to imagine the death of an Earth immortal. Kill. After sending his opponent flying, Lin Xian attacked once more, his Rinnegan erupting, the Six Paths world emerging to revolve around his opponent. He wanted to annihilate his opponent's soul. The power of samsara swept through the world, causing everyone's souls to tremble. Ancient God Wicked Dragon let out a wretched roar. A moment later, he roared. Dragon blood, illuminate the 9 heavens. With this roar, violet dragon blood began to spread from his body, enveloping the world. His broken body began to heal. Soon, his body fused, but there were still black cracks all over his body. The power of the great dragon sword was not so easily extinguished. Ancient God Wicked Dragon formed a hand seal. Dragon blood, 9 transformations. The dragon blood in his body continued to erupt. Phantoms of demonic dragons circled around him and quickly disappeared. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. It was beyond his expectations that this guy could recover his body so quickly. As expected of an Earth immortal who had lived for millions of years. He snorted coldly. You've really exceeded my expectations. Your vitality is so tenacious. However, how many times can you recover? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Sword chi danced around his body, making him look like a peerless sword god. Ancient God Wicked Dragon had an extremely grave expression. He clenched his teeth and said, "Kid, you truly are very strong, far stronger than I imagined. However, it's impossible for you to kill me. This battle has finally come to an end. Even if I damage my foundation, I'll still take care of you." As he spoke, his palms continued to form seals. At the same time, a deep voice sounded out. "Violet dragon soars to the heavens." A violet dragon phantom rapidly condensed behind him, transforming into a massive dragon that was 100,000 feet long. It roared at the heavens and soared into the 9 heavens. Boom, a mysterious light seemed to fall from the heavens. And an ancient god-wicked dragon's body, there seemed to be shackles that had been unlocked. With a thunderous boom, his dragon blood blossomed with light, transforming into a sea of blood that enveloped him. An extremely powerful force swept out. Upon sensing this energy, the members of the dragon race were dumbfounded. "This is impossible, right? Even with such heavy injuries, this guy can still increase his strength. This is an earth immortal. Too strong." As expected of an ancestor-level expert. "I wonder if Lin Xian can withstand it." Vhumad and the others once more began to worry for Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned, then sneered. "Using a secret art to forcefully recover your strength? How long can you last? In the end, you're still not at the peak." Ancient god-wicked dragon coldly snorted. 15 minutes. But it's enough to kill you. As long as I return to my peak in 15 minutes, I'll let you know my true strength." Ancient god-wicked dragon was truly going all out. He had paid an enormous price to return to his peak. But in order to win, in order to survive, he had no choice but to go all out. Roar, with a furious roar, violet light danced in the air, transforming into a violet saber that fell into his hand. With a light dance, the violet light began to tear apart the world. Outside, the members of the dragon race were backing away in fear. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a sense of fatal danger. A moment later, ancient god-wicked dragon charged forward. He had to use all his strength in 15 minutes. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Xian roared, pushing the 9-yang divine dragon body to its limits. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted, and sword chi danced in his hand. The two once more engaged in a fierce battle. It had to be said that Lin Xian truly was in danger. At his peak, this fellow had 3 divine flames. That might was much more powerful than when it was in its initial stage. It didn't take long before cracks began to appear on Lin Xian's arm. One had to realize that his body had already become a divine body, but he still couldn't endure it. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying ancient god-wicked dragon's strength was. Lin Xian coldly snorted and pushed the duality sword formation to its limits. Dispelling the clouds to reveal the moon, blazing sun, these 2 supreme techniques swept through the world. Ancient god-wicked dragon was also sent flying. A large wound appeared on his body, and his organs were exposed. He hurriedly used the dark northern Yao god art to create a violet vortex that devoured the blood around him. It returned to his body. But after several attempts, his brow began to furrow. Lin Xian's great dragon sword could obliterate everything. Every time he was injured, he was unable to return to his peak. After several attempts, his strength began to rapidly decline. "Damn it. I have to think of something." A one-hit kill, ancient god-wicked dragon angrily roared, violet light blossoming in his eyes. The dragon scales on his body began to dance, covering his entire body. A moment later, he stood in the air, transforming into a demon saber. This demon saber had been forged from his body and possessed boundless power. "You want to go all out? I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian roared at the sky as well. The duality sword formation enveloped him. Transforming into a dragon, the image of a dragon enveloped Lin Xian's body. He had transformed into a divine dragon, and the tip of the great dragon sword appeared in his dragon claws. An unstoppable energy emerged. And in his dragon eyes, the image of the samsara sword appeared. The power of samsara erupted. 2 of the 5 swords of the world attacked together. Boom, a saber and a sword flew over from the horizon and collided in the air. The heavens fell and the earth cracked as if the universe was being destroyed. A loud boom resounded in the sky and the entire divine dragon valley shook violently. Countless dragons in Divine Dragon Valley were kneeling on the ground. This power was truly too powerful. Even Underworld Child was frantically fleeing from the crack in the mountain. Countless cracks had appeared on the blood dragon he had created. It seemed like it would crumble at any moment. Underworld Child felt his scalp go numb as he tightly gripped the dragon-seeking ruler. At the same time, he began to unleash formations with all his might. He had brought quite a few formations with him this time, several of which were top-class formations of the Qin sect. He unleashed 3 top-class defensive formations that revolved around his body. A moment later, he was engulfed by that overwhelming energy. After a long while, that terrifying energy slowly faded. 2 figures appeared. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Then, they were stunned. Both of them were injured. They were evenly matched, they were stunned. At this moment, Lin Xian roared. The Great Dragon Sword. Kill! Another heaven-shaking energy appeared, filling the air with an unstoppable energy. The image of a dragon appeared in the sky. When this dragon image appeared, all the dragons nearly fainted from fright. This was far more powerful than the ancient dragon soul they had summoned before. Just what level of dragon was this? A divine dragon. Could it be the legendary ancestral dragon? They had all gone crazy. Lin Xian frenziedly activated the Great Dragon Sword's energy and charged forward. Ancient God Wicked Dragon furiously roared as he transformed into a dragon saber that slashed at the world. A heaven-shaking boom resounded as destructive light once more enveloped the area. When the light vanished once more, Ancient God Wicked Dragon had collapsed to the ground. White bones could be seen on his body, making him look extremely wretched. But he had not died. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. This guy was the first person to be able to withstand 2 strikes from the Great Dragon Sword without dying. As expected of an ancient god. Ancient God Wicked Dragon felt like he had just survived a calamity. Had he blocked it? Lin Wudi, your Great Dragon Sword is only SOSO. When I was at my peak, I didn't fear it at all. He reared his head back and laughed. He once more used the Dark North Yao God art and began to frantically devour energy. Although his strength would decrease every time he was injured, as long as he didn't die, he could continue fighting. However, at that moment, he screamed miserably. His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. What's going on? What happened? The members of the Dragon Clan were stunned. Even Underworld Child was startled. At that moment, Underworld Child was already hiding in a corner. The 3 top-notch defensive array formations he had created were covered with cracks. 2 of them are broken. The last one was annihilated by the second wave of destructive power. Underworld Child thought that he was about to die, but at this moment, the dragon-seeking ruler in his hand blossomed with light. He had established a connection with the bead on the Sovereign Spirit Cliff. There seemed to be a mysterious radiance on the pearl. It landed on his body and helped him block the destructive attack. Underworld Child was stunned. The dragon-seeking ruler and the pearl were definitely related. Both of them were made of precious jade. Could it be that they were the same kind of precious jade? He kept guessing in his heart. At this moment, a weak voice sounded in his ear. Stupid thing, take the dragon-seeking ruler and hurry up and take away the Sovereign Spirit Jade. Underworld Child was given a fright by this voice. Whose voice was it? There were only 3 of them in this dimension. Ancient God Wicked Dragon and Lin Xian were completely ignoring him. Could there be a 4th person here? His scalp went numb at this thought. Who are you? He asked in alarm. But that voice did not speak again. Was it an illusion? Underworld Child was bewildered. He felt that it was right. He had to hurry and take away the precious jade bead. Because he could see that Ancient God Wicked Dragon was done for. He simply wouldn't be able to hold on. Ancient God Wicked Dragon's body suddenly exploded into a bloody mist, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian was taken aback. A moment later, he smiled. Your secret technique's time has run out. Although they had exchanged 2 moves before, each move had lasted for a very long time. Half an incense stick's worth of time had already passed. Ancient God Wicked Dragon's unwilling voice came from the bloody mist. Damn. So close, if I was at my peak, this would never have happened. Lin Wudi, just you wait. Once I'm at my peak, I'll cut you down with my blade. After saying that, the blood mist that filled the sky turned into a purple whirlpool and quickly fled into the distance. You want to leave? Impossible. Today, I'll send you to hell, Lin Xian roared. He took out the samsara sword fragment, his rinnegan erupting with light. He summoned the samsara sword. A dreadful phantom of a giant sword appeared, carrying the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation as it slashed down. This sword cleaved apart the violet vortex. A wretched voice came from within. You can't kill me. Lin Wudi, if you kill me, you'll regret it. Humph, Lin Xian sneered and attacked once more. A second phantom of the samsara sword appeared, and the power of the samsara sword fragment erupted. Lin Xian opened the ancient land, and the energy within madly surged out. This sword was so terrifyingly powerful that it could annihilate all souls in the world. Drip. A few drops of divine blood dripped from Lin Xian's rinnegan. It was obvious that the rinnegan was under a great burden. Finally, a final wretched voice came from the front. In the next moment, everything turned into ashes. The phantom of the samsara sword disappeared. Lin Xian closed his rinnegan. Ancient god evil dragon had turned into ashes and no longer existed. Boom, the divine dragon valley shook violently. Blood rained down between heaven and earth, and a sorrowful voice sounded. Outside, the people of the dragon clan knelt on the ground. Their souls trembled, and their blood resonated. What happened? Did an earth immortal die? Ancient god evil dragon had fallen, their minds were blank, as if they were dreaming. That was an earth immortal, an immortal existence in their eyes. Now, an earth immortal had fallen. This was really unbelievable. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xian's body rumbled, and his broken body began to recover. The power of the ancient land surged out to repair his injuries. Soon, the cracks on his body disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Xian walked over. He picked up the 2 storage rings on the ground. These were ancient god evil dragon's storage rings. After opening them, he found that there were indeed many good things inside. This time, he had gained a lot. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He even found some cultivation technique scrolls inside. For example, the Dark North Demon God art, Purple Dragon Soars to the Heavens, Myriad Dragon art, and so on. These were all earth-shattering peerless divine abilities. Only Lin Xian could resist them. Otherwise, if it were any other earth immortal, they probably wouldn't be able to resist a single peerless divine ability. Lin Xian put everything away and lifted his head to look ahead. There was a cliff in front of him, and on it was a fist-sized pearl that was releasing a mysterious light. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian took a deep breath. The sovereign soul jade. It's mine. How was this possible? Ancient god wicked dragon was dead. The underworld child in front of him was also shocked. From the previous battle, he could tell that ancient god wicked dragon might have been defeated. However, defeat and death were 2 different things. Wasn't it too difficult to instantly kill an earth immortal? This guy had actually killed him so easily. He had no idea that Lin Xian had used the power of 2 of the 5 swords under the heavens. Moreover, the land of eternity was continuously providing him with power. If he still couldn't kill him, then there would be a problem. Damn it, I was so close. The underworld child was so angry that he vomited blood. He was no match for Lin Xian. But now, he was unwilling to give up. You're really brave. You didn't run away. Lin Xian looked ahead and sneered. I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The underworld child clenched his teeth. Although you killed ancient god wicked dragon, how much strength do you have left? You were definitely heavily injured in that battle. Right now, you're only strong on the surface. In truth, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. There's no need to pretend in front of me. You're no match for me. Now, even an ordinary great emperor would be able to send you flying. The underworld child's judgment was correct. After such a battle, how could one have any strength left? Even if ancient god wicked dragon hadn't died and won, his foundation would have been damaged and he would have lost his fighting strength. In his view, Lin Xian would be the same. Thus, he wasn't afraid. A moment later, he sneered and waved his hand. A lightning formation appeared in the sky. Terrifying lightning struck down. Huge lightning bolts rumbled as they struck towards Lin Xian. Scram, a cold shout rang out. This was no ordinary formation, but the Qin Sect's thunderclap formation. It was extremely famous. The terrifying lightning struck Lin Xian's body, emitting a destructive aura. When the lightning faded, Lin Xian was still standing there without a single crack on his body. How was this possible? He couldn't even break through his defenses? The underworld child was stupefied. Boom, Lin Xian slapped out with his palm. The golden palm slapped towards the blood dragon. The blood dragon was already covered in cracks. At this moment, it couldn't resist at all. In an instant, he turned into a bloody mist. Then, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. Underworld child was sent flying by a palm strike, and his face was immediately smashed into pieces. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. Underworld child was in despair. Just this palm alone had almost turned him into ashes. Lin Xian glanced at him and snorted, "I'll keep you alive for now. I'll collect your soul later. I want to see how you can deceive Master Qin." How could the underworld child steal the dragon-seeking ruler? Lin Xian was very interested. But now, it was better to collect the sovereign spirit jade first. After sending underworld child flying with a slap, Lin Xian's figure flashed as he charged forward. His golden palm reached out and grabbed in front of him. Like the hand of the sun god, it enveloped the world. The power of the divine flame continued to erupt. The sovereign spirit jade sensed danger, and it immediately emitted a mysterious light, which turned into a light screen. Boom, the Samadhi true fire landed on the light screen, making a shocking sound. The light screen shook violently, and after a while, it shattered. However, the sovereign spirit jade shone again. A second light screen, and a third light screen appeared one after another. 9 light screens appeared in a row, blocking the power of the Samadhi true fire. Lin Xian frowned. He used the dragonflight sword qi and charged forward. The biting cold sword qi was invincible, and it tore the light screen apart. In an instant, it arrived in front of the sovereign spirit jade. Seeing this scene, the injured underworld child in the distance was in despair. Was it going to be taken away by him? However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sovereign spirit jade. It was like the sound of heaven, and it immediately blasted everything away. The dragonflight sword qi was also sent flying by this force. The dragonflight sword qi was invincible and did not shatter, but it could not get closer. After Lin Xian tried a few times, he realized that every time his power got closer, a cold snort would be heard. His dragonflight sword qi, yin-yang sword formation, tai chi diagram, and divine power could not get closer. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The last sovereign spirit jade was indeed mysterious. However, something was not right. He remembered that the underworld child was very close to the sovereign spirit jade, and he almost took it away. How did this guy do it? Lin Xian did not attack the sovereign spirit jade. Instead, he turned to look at the underworld child. Collect the soul. His soul power spread out. The underworld child was shocked. He quickly said, "It's the dragon-seeking ruler." The dragon-seeking ruler was made of the same material as the pearl. It was the same precious jade. Therefore, I can get closer. Hearing this, Lin Xian's soul stopped. He looked at the dragon-seeking ruler. He realized that the dragon-seeking ruler was made of a type of precious jade, and there was a mysterious light on it. When he looked carefully, he realized that it was similar to the light of the sovereign spirit jade. It was really a type of precious jade. No wonder there was a rumor that the dragon-seeking ruler was the key to finding the last sovereign spirit domain. It turned out that the two were made of the same material. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian grabbed the dragon-seeking ruler. The underworld child's soul mark was on the dragon-seeking ruler. At this moment, the flying dragon was trying to resist. However, Lin Xian pierced through it with his sword and erased the soul mark on it. The flying dragon stopped resisting. In the next moment, it crawled in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that he could control the dragon-seeking ruler. He grabbed the dragon-seeking ruler and walked forward. As expected, the pressure he felt this time was much less. With the dragon-seeking ruler, Lin Xian finally broke through all the obstacles and arrived in front of the sovereign spirit jade. In the next moment, he grabbed the sovereign spirit jade and picked it up. This time, the sovereign spirit jade did not resist. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was overjoyed. Great, he finally found the last sovereign spirit jade. In this way, they had 3 of them. The remaining 2 were in the 7th prince's hands. He just needed to defeat the 7th prince and take it. After carefully putting away the sovereign spirit jade, Lin Xian was about to leave. He looked at the underworld child. He was about to collect his soul. After understanding the situation, he would kill him. However, at this moment, the situation changed. The moment the sovereign spirit jade left the sovereign spirit cliff, a loud laugh was heard. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally out. The voice was filled with excitement, joy, and disbelief. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? I didn't expect to reappear in this world, what's going on? Is there anyone else? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect there to be someone else here. Besides, it seemed that the person had a strong background. The underworld child in the distance was astounded. He recognized that the voice was the same voice that had spoken beside his ear before. There was indeed a 4th person here. Senior, save me. He quickly begged for mercy. No one in this world can save you. Lin Xian said calmly with his hands behind his back. He was only surprised by the voice that had suddenly appeared, but he was not afraid. How bold of you. I'd like to see where you got your courage from. How dare you say such arrogant words? The ancient voice appeared once again. An old voice came from the Emperor Spirit Cliff. At the same time, a figure flew out from the bottom of the cliff. It was a dragon, but he looked miserable. White bones could be seen in many places on his body, and he was covered in wounds. However, the aura on his body was indeed very mysterious. It was different from the other dragons. No one knew which dragon tribe he was from. After he came out, he stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Kid, why aren't you kneeling when you see me?" He floated there. Although he looked miserable, his expression was arrogant, as if he did not care about anything. Outside, countless members of the dragon tribe were stunned when they saw the scene. Who is he? He dares to challenge Lin Xian. Oh heavens, does he know that Lin Xian killed an Earth Immortal? Why do I feel that this dragon's aura is very strange, and it makes me scared? Voices of discussion and doubt could be heard. Lin Xian glanced at him and laughed. You want me to kneel? I'm afraid you don't have the right. Stupid kid. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Let me tell you, I'm a great void dragon. I'm a real divine dragon, the great void dragon tribe above everything. Great void dragon. Hearing this, the surrounding members of the dragon tribe were stunned. This is the legendary dragon tribe. Legend has it that all the dragon tribe in the dragon world are the descendants of the great void dragon. However, their combined bloodlines could not be compared to the great void dragon. The real great void divine dragon had disappeared. As for why, they did not know. However, he had disappeared for a long time. Over the years, he had become a legend. Who would have thought that a great void dragon would appear now? It's unbelievable. If he's a real great void dragon, how terrifying would his bloodline be? He's above everything. He's the real ruler of the dragon world. No wonder he's so arrogant and looks down on everyone. Countless exclamations were heard. At this moment, even Lord Long and the rest were dumbfounded. Lin Xian was also stunned. Great void dragon? This is really unexpected. When he first came to the dragon world, he had heard of the legends of the great void divine dragon. Kid, what do you think? Are you scared? The divine dragon in front sneered and said, considering that it was not easy for you to cultivate to this level, I won't kill you. Hand over the sovereign spirit jade and leave this place obediently, and I will spare your life. Underworld child heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He looked at Lin Xian with a smug expression. Let's see if you still dare to make a move. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Hand over the sovereign spirit jade? Spare my life, he couldn't do it. He said coldly. What? You dare to defy me? The divine dragon was enraged and roared. The dragon blood in his body had completely erupted, and an extremely strong pressure swept out. This was a kind of pressure that came from the depths of his bloodline. This pressure was even more frightening than ancient god-wicked dragons. As soon as the pressure appeared, the dragon clan members in the distance all prostrated themselves on the ground. Their faces were filled with despair. There was no need for him to make a move. A single look from him would be enough to destroy them. Between heaven and earth, there was not only an extremely strong pressure, but also a frightening vision of heaven and earth. The entire divine dragon valley shook violently, and countless dragon roars sounded. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a huge dragon shadow that was about to cover the sky. "Kid, for the last time, submit," a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. The huge dragon that covered the sky was about to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and the sword energy on his body exploded. The great dragon sword soul roared. He slashed out with his sword. The sword broke the sky. Boom! Boom! The sword slashed down as if it had turned into a peerless sword god. The frightening sword energy split the heaven and earth. The entire sky instantly split open, and all the dragon clan members were terrified. They felt a fatal danger, and at the same time, they were worried. Lin Xian dared to attack the divine dragon clan. He should not think about living. After all, they had grown up listening to the legends of the Great Void Divine Dragon. The terror of the Great Void Divine Dragon had been deeply imprinted in their souls. In their eyes, the Great Void Divine Dragon was the supreme ruler, and no one could go against him. Boom, damn it, in front. An angry voice was heard from the void. In the next moment, the frightening pressure between heaven and earth was split open. The frightening vision of heaven and earth collapsed quickly, as if it could not withstand Lin Xian's sword. The Great Void Divine Dragon was also shocked. To be honest, he did not expect that someone would dare to attack him in the dragon world. It was beyond his expectations. He turned around and fled, turning into a ray of light and fleeing into the distance. "Where do you think you are going?" Lin Xian snorted and slashed out again. He turned into a huge elephant and roared between heaven and earth. He stepped on all four directions. He stepped on the ray of light. The Great Void Divine Dragon screamed as his body shattered. The rest of his body instantly accelerated. He flew into Underworld Child's mind. Boom, Underworld Child's body shattered, and the entire Emperor Spirit Cliff shook violently and began to collapse. A vast amount of energy began to spread out. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He struck out with his sword again and quickly retreated. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Was the Great Void Divine Dragon dead? How could this be? They did not dare to imagine. Had Lin Xian become so powerful? Dragon Bawang asked in a trembling voice. "Big brother, did you really kill him? You have made the entire dragon world your enemy." Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently. "Don't worry, he was not the real Great Void Divine Dragon. He was just a remnant soul." A remnant soul. So that was what happened. All the dragon tribe heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that a real Great Void Divine Dragon would not be so weak. This was their old ancestor, the ruler of the dragon world. Lin Xian used his rinnegan and looked ahead. He realized that the Emperor Spirit Cliff had already shattered and turned into nothingness. Underworld Child should not be able to survive. Moreover, he had already obtained the Emperor Spirit Jade and the dragon-seeking ruler. There was no need for him to stay here. He said, "Let's go." Lin Xian turned and prepared to leave the Divine Dragon Valley. The rest of the dragon tribe followed him. In front, the Emperor Spirit Cliff had turned into nothingness. However, a skull appeared in the nothingness. Underworld Child's voice was heard. It was very weak. He was scared to death. He almost died. "Senior, you are so powerful. Can't you defeat him?" There was a ball of light in the skull. It looked like the phantom of a flying dragon. The flying dragon snorted. "I am only a remnant soul now. I am not at my peak. How can I be his opponent? But don't worry. When I recover, I can kill him with one slap. He dares to attack me. He is dead." Underworld Child was in despair. He did not expect the Great Void Divine Dragon to be just a remnant soul. He sighed and said, Senior, are you sure you can recover? Lin Wudy was too strong. Let's not make an enemy out of him. Underworld Child was really scared. Ancient God Phantom Dragon was so powerful. He had lived for millions of years, but he still fell. Although the Great Void Divine Dragon's bloodline was terrifying, he was still weak. If he provoked Lin Xian again, he would probably be turned into ashes. Fei Long snorted. Don't worry, I'm not someone the Phantom Dragon tribe can compare to. When I was at my peak, I was much stronger than the Phantom Dragon. Don't think that I'm weak now. I was suppressed. Now that I've broken the seal and left the Sovereign Spirit Cliff, I can continue to cultivate. And I've just learned from the Phantom Dragon tribe. In the dragon world, there are countless treasures. It'll be easier for me to recover than you think. Really? Underworld Child was shocked. It seemed that there was still hope. But soon, he said, Senior, I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. The Great Void Divine Dragon is so powerful. Why did it disappear? Could it be that they were really destroyed by someone? Fei Long sighed when he heard that. He did not get angry. Instead, a trace of sorrow and fear appeared in his eyes. The disappearance of the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe has something to do with Dizun. You don't need to know the details. Dizun? Underworld Child was shocked. Was this person very powerful? He had been in Qingguang City and did not know about Dizun. The Great Void Divine Dragon was more than powerful. He was a real powerhouse. Next, the two continued to wait in the void. They were very weak now. They did not dare to meet Lin Wudy and the others again. So, they were waiting for enough time. After letting Lin Xian and the others leave, they quietly went out to search for the Great Void Divine Dragon's relic. Outside the Divine Dragon Valley, countless dragon tribe members were waiting. They did not know what they would get this time. Could he find a fortuitous encounter? Could he break through? The Tyrant Dragon tribe and the White Dragon tribe were looking forward to it. The Demonic Dragon clan, on the other hand, was very confident. They glanced around and sneered. This time, with their old ancestor personally leading the team, there was absolutely no chance of anything going wrong. Presumably, after coming out this time, they would sweep through the Dragon Sword tribe, challenge the Tyrant Dragon tribe, and then ascend to the top. Take control of the dragon world. Just thinking about it made him excited. Boom! At this moment, the Divine Dragon Valley in front of them suddenly bloomed with light, and countless auras surged over. The Divine Dragon Valley opened, and those people came out again. How could this be? This time was earlier than expected. The experts of the dragon race who were waiting outside were all stunned. What had happened? Could it be that something had changed? They all became nervous. In the next moment, they saw the Divine Dragon Valley open, and countless figures flew out. Their faces were pale and their auras were weak. Some of them were even injured. What's going on? They were all injured. What happened? Many members of the Dragon Clan were stunned. They realized that the top geniuses of their families were not in the right state. Even the people of the Golden Dragon tribe cried out in alarm. Even their hollow god was severely injured? How could this be, Elder? The Demonic Dragon Clan is too despicable. They captured us and absorbed our strength to help them break the formation. That's right. Many of our clansmen died just like that. The Fire Dragon Clan, Wind Dragon Clan, Thunder Dragon Clan, and other geniuses cried out. What? The Dragon Clan elders' expressions changed when they heard that. Damn it. The Demonic Dragon Clan is too overbearing. On the other side, the Demonic Dragon Clan, Wind Dragon Clan, and others also learned of the situation. They realized that even Bai Yuran, Mo Longzi, and others had been suppressed. This shocked them. The Demonic Dragon Clan is so powerful. Demonic Dragon Clan, what do you mean by this? The Demonic Dragon Clan's first elder snorted. You have to give us an explanation for this. The Demonic Dragon Clan was also a top dragon clan in the past. Although they had lost their dragon seal, they were still extremely powerful. The White Dragon Clan's expression was even worse. As one of the three great dragon clans, their geniuses had been suppressed. They also had their eyes on the Demonic Dragon Clan. You guys are too much. That's right. You have to give us an explanation. The dragon clan gathered together and stared at the demonic dragon clan. This time, the leader of the demonic dragon clan was the seventh elder. He stood with his hands behind his back and glanced at these people. He smiled faintly and said, "Stupid things. Using your strength is your honor. You should feel honored." "What did you say?" The elders of the other dragon clans were dumbfounded. The demonic dragon clan was too arrogant. Although they were one of the three great dragon clans and were powerful, they could not ignore the other dragon clans. Even the members of the tyrant dragon tribe were frowning. The demonic dragon clan's situation did not seem right. The demonic dragon clan's seventh elder continued to be arrogant. He smiled and said, "I advise you to submit to us now. That way, you will suffer less. Otherwise, when the elder ancestor returns, he will sweep through all of you. You will be dead." "Elder ancestor? What elder ancestor?" The other members of the dragon clan were stunned. Could it be that the demonic dragon clan had an unparalleled expert who had snuck in? But why did they not sense it? The demonic dragon clan's elder laughed out loud. "Stupid things, what do you know? This time, our elder ancestor has returned from the outside world with great strength. Once he strikes, all of you will have to kneel down." At this point, the demonic dragon clan's elders laughed proudly. The faces of the other experts from the dragon tribe turned extremely ugly. Soon, they found out that the demonic dragon clan's elder ancestor was an expert of the demonic dragon clan who had left a few million years ago. Speaking of which, he was the elder brother of the demonic dragon clan's elder ancestor. What kind of seniority was that? It was too terrifying. When such a person returned, he would be able to control everything. This time, even the tyrant dragon clan's elder ancestor's face changed. Damn it, this is bad. If the demonic dragon clan's elder ancestor finds some treasure in the divine dragon valley to increase his strength, no one would be able to suppress him. Everyone, I think it's time for us to join forces. The tyrant dragon clan's elder ancestor walked out. He was ready to join forces with the other dragon clan members to fight back. If anyone dared to attack, the elder ancestor would be the first to kill him. The demonic dragon clan's elder ancestor stared at the other dragon clan members. The Fire Dragon Clan, Wind Dragon Clan, Lightning Dragon Clan, Water Dragon Clan, and all the other dragon clans trembled. They were hesitating. Should they join forces with the Tyrant Dragon Clan to fight back, or should they submit to the Demonic Dragon Clan's elder ancestor? Not good. The Tyrant Dragon Clan's elder ancestor's face changed. The situation was more dangerous than they had imagined. It seemed like they had to contact the Earth Immortal of their clan. At this moment, the Tyrant Dragon walked out and laughed. What Demonic Dragon Clan's elder ancestor? Hearing Lord Dragon's words, the strong masters of the Tyrant Dragon tribe were startled. The other dragons were stunned as well. The seventh elder of the Monster Dragon tribe was murderous. Boy, what did you say? Don't think that we won't dare to attack you just because you are the young master of the Tyrant Dragon tribe. No matter who you are, you can challenge our ancestor. You will be reduced to ashes. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. The strong masters of the Tyrant Dragon tribe were facing a great enemy. Lord Dragon sneered disdainfully. Are you trying to scare me? Ask your ancestor to come out. Let's see if he can come out. To be honest, I'm standing here. I'd like to see if your ancestor can kill me or not. Long Bawang's incomparably relaxed expression left everyone dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy a little too full of himself? Had the Tyrant Dragon tribe been at the top for too long? At this time, Firefish also said, Don't be afraid of the monster dragon ancestor. The people of the Fire Dragon tribe were stunned. What are you talking about? Don't bring danger to the tribe. They were all shocked. When did Firefish become so arrogant? However, it wasn't over yet. The genius of the Thunder Dragon tribe said, What monster dragon ancestor? He has been reduced to ashes. The Demonic Dragon Clan is truly laughable. Do you know that your old ancestor has fallen? Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant here? Do you want to be enemies with the whole dragon world? Your ancestor can't protect you. The talented warriors of the Water Dragon tribe, the Wind Dragon tribe, and the Earth Dragon tribe all sneered. This left the elders of the dragon race dumbfounded. Are these youngsters crazy? Mo Longzi, Bai Yuran, and others also said, the monster dragon ancestor is dead. Don't be afraid. But the monster dragon tribe is too arrogant. They must give us an explanation. Voices came one after another. This caused everyone to be stunned. The monster dragon ancestor was dead, a land immortal who had lived for countless years was dead. How was this possible? How dare you? The people of the monster dragon tribe were furious. The seventh elder roared to the sky. How dare you look down on the ancestor? You are all dead. I will remember you. When the time comes, I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you feel despair forever. Mo Longzi gave a cold snort. Stupid thing. Open your eyes wide and take a look. Is there anyone from your demonic dragon clan among the people that have come out? To tell you the truth, not only the monstrous dragon clan's old ancestor, even Xianxia and the other monstrous dragon clan's people have all died. None of them came out alive. Everyone was stupefied. The demonic dragon clan was completely annihilated, they didn't quite believe it. Even the people of the monster dragon clan snorted coldly, nonsense. Our monster dragon clan has countless geniuses and experts. This time an earth immortal was personally protecting them. How could they possibly fall? They didn't believe it. They began to wait. A day later, they frowned. Why hasn't he come out yet? Perhaps the patriarch was still leading them to search inside. 2 days later. 3 days later. 10 days later, their faces turned completely ugly. Because the divine dragon valley had already begun to close, the people inside could not come out. Damn it, how is this possible? Until now, none of the monstrous dragon clan martial artists who had entered had come out. Could it be that the entire army was wiped out? The other dragon clan members had already believed it. The people of the monster dragon clan went crazy. No, this is impossible. So many of their geniuses, including the eldest young master, had all died inside. How could they accept it? More importantly, an old ancestor had died inside. That was an earth immortal, and an extremely powerful one at that. Who could kill him? No one could do it at all. Damn it, this was impossible. What happened in the Divine Dragon Valley? What kind of power was inside? To be able to kill an old ancestor. The people of the monster dragon clan roared crazily. They turned to stare at Mo Longzi, Bai Yuran, Long Bawang, and the others. Tell me, what happened inside? To be honest, they were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. None of their people had come back, which made their minds blank. They didn't know what had happened inside at all. They could only ask the other Dragon Clan martial artists. Hearing this roaring question, all of the Dragon Clan members fell silent. To be honest, they didn't dare to say it. They all knew that Lin Xian had killed them, but if they said it, it would undoubtedly be pointing the finger at Lin Xian. Next, the Monster Dragon Clan would definitely take revenge. They didn't dare to let Lin Xian take such a risk. No one was willing to be enemies with the Monster Dragon Clan, and Lin Xian probably wouldn't be willing to do so either. Long Bawang, Bai Yuran, Mo Longzi, Fire Fish, and the others quickly whispered a few words in the ears of their respective elders. After hearing this, the elders were surprised. Then, they all looked at Lin Xian. They were dumbfounded. Really? They asked in low voices. The young geniuses nodded and said, it's absolutely true. Lin Gongzi had killed an earth immortal and was extremely powerful. The elders of the dragon clan sucked in a breath of cold air. The people of the white dragon clan were stunned. To be honest, they knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to be so terrifying. This was an existence that was completely above them. They looked at Lin Xian with incomparable respect. The white dragon clan leader walked out and said in a low voice, Monster Dragon Clan, you tricked our disciples. There must be an explanation for this matter. I'll give you 5 days. With that, he looked at Lin Xian and said respectfully, Lin Gongzi, please. Lin Xian nodded and was asked to leave by the crowd. Seeing Lin Xian leave, the other Dragon Clan members also said, Monster Dragon Clan, you've gone too far. You'll have to bear the anger of the entire dragon world. With that, they also left. Even the Tyrant Dragon Clan left. Before leaving, they sneered. What? You're not qualified to challenge us. All the dragon clan members left. In front of the divine dragon valley, only the monster dragon clan members were left. These people's faces were filled with despair. No. They roared crazily. The seventh elder directly fainted. The others all started crying bitterly. It was too despairing. On the other side, the white dragon clan members returned to the clan. As soon as they came back, exclamations came from outside. The guards and disciples went crazy. Clan leader, it's not good. The demon dragon clan members are here again. And it was the demon dragon clan leader who led them personally. When the white dragon clan heard this, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. Were they going to war with them? They were all confused. They still didn't know about the news from the divine dragon valley. This wasn't the end. Next, more news came. The fire dragon clan members came. The water dragon clan members came. The thunder dragon clan, the ice dragon clan, and the dragon clan powerhouses came one after another. In the end, even the tyrant dragon clan powerhouses came. In the clan, the white dragon clan disciples went crazy. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Were they going to destroy the white dragon clan? With so many dragon clan members attacking together, the white dragon clan couldn't resist at all. Why? They didn't offend so many people. These disciples were desperate. The white dragon clan leader asked, "Where are those people now?" Clan leader, they are all waiting respectfully outside the mountain gate. They said that they wanted to see Lin Gongzi. They were waiting respectfully outside. When they heard this, the warriors of the white dragon clan were stunned. What's going on? Didn't these dragons attack them together? Could it be that there was something else? But even if they were discussing something with the white dragon clan, there was no need to wait respectfully, right? One had to know that there was a top clan like the tyrant dragon clan among them. There was also an enemy like the demonic dragon clan. It was impossible for the other party to be so obedient. At the same time, they were even more puzzled. Asking to see Lin Gongzi, which Lin Gongzi, what Lin Gongzi did they have in the white dragon clan? At this moment, an old man said. Wasn't the young man that UMO brought back previously Lin Gongzi? Are you talking about that skeleton? Although he was powerful and a top genius, it was impossible for so many dragons to respect him. Countless puzzled voices sounded. The white dragon clan leader didn't explain. Instead, he said to the guards, "Invite them in." The guards hurriedly rushed out and said to the dragon balls, "Everyone, please come in." A group of people quickly walked in. Soon, the white dragon clan was filled with countless powerhouses with dragon balls. The disciples of the white dragon clan were pushed to the side. They were nervous. When had they ever seen such a lineup? If they made a move, the white dragon clan would be annihilated in an instant. After these people arrived, they looked around and soon saw Lin Xian. In the next moment, they walked over and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Lin Gongzi." "Greetings, Lin Gongzi." "Greetings, Fire Dragon Clan." "Greetings, Lin Gongzi." "Greetings, Thunder Dragon Clan." "Greetings, Lin Gongzi." "Greetings, Water Dragon Clan." "Greetings, Lin Gongzi." "Greetings, Demonic Dragon Clan." Respectful voices rang out one after another. The people of the White Dragon Clan were stunned. Oh my god, what did they see? So many powerhouses of the Dragon Clan were bowing to a young man, their minds were blank as if they were dreaming. What shocked them even more was yet to come. The Dragon Lord walked over and said, "Greetings, big brother." Everyone went crazy again. Dragon Overlord. The young master of the Tyrant Dragon tribe would be in charge of the Tyrant Dragon tribe in the future. That was a peak existence in the Dragon realm. Now, he had actually become someone else's underling. When they looked at Lin Xian, they were shocked beyond words. Just what had Lin Xian done to make the Tyrant Dragon his lackey? They weren't sure. The White Dragon Clan leader and the others were also a little confused. Lin Xian looked at these people and smiled. He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite. This is not the place to talk. Everyone, please." The White Dragon Patriarch quickly led the way and brought them into the main hall. The White Dragon Patriarch did not dare to sit on the main seat in the main hall, so he invited Lin Xian to sit there. Lin Xian sat there boldly, and the experts of the dragon clan took their seats on both sides. Even the members of the tyrant dragon tribe could only sit to the side. This was simply too shocking. The elders of the tyrant dragon tribe frowned slightly. To be honest, they were a little dissatisfied. No matter how powerful this young man was, so what, could he be stronger than the tyrant dragon tribe? The tyrant dragon tribe also had an earth immortal. However, now that the other party was in the limelight, they did not say anything. They just needed to teach him a lesson. After Lin Xian sat down, he took out the dragon-seeking ruler. Do you recognize this? After obtaining the dragon-seeking ruler, Lin Xian studied it and found that the dragon-seeking ruler was very mysterious. It was related to the Emperor's Soul Jade and the Dragon Realm. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to know what it was. The surrounding experts of the dragon clan all looked up. When they saw the dragon-seeking ruler, they were also surprised. They were extremely shocked because from their bloodline, they could tell that the dragon-seeking ruler was made of dragon jade. Moreover, it was an extremely amazing dragon jade. It could be said to be incomparably precious. However, they had never seen this thing before, so they naturally did not know its origin. Did they not know? Lin Xian sighed. The dragon overlord next to him said, "Big brother, don't worry. I'll ask my grandpa. Big brother, come to the tyrant dragon tribe as a guest." All right. Lin Xian nodded. The tyrant dragon tribe was even more powerful. The leader of the tyrant dragon tribe was an earth immortal who had lived for countless years. He was also an expert who had lived for millions of years. Presumably, the other party should know more. Before they could make a move, a terrifying dragon roar suddenly came from the void, followed by a powerful force that swept over. The surrounding void froze, and all the dragons felt their scalps go numb. They suddenly raised their heads. The leader of the white dragon tribe was also stunned. This was the power of an earth immortal. The bloodline of Ba Dao was the earth immortal of the tyrant dragon tribe. Could it be that the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe had come? He quickly stood up and went out to welcome him. The other experts of the dragon clan also rose into the air and rushed out. They stood between heaven and earth and bowed deeply to the heart in front of him. Greetings, leader of the tyrant dragon tribe. This was the real overlord of the dragon realm. They didn't dare to be negligent. Everyone in the hall went out, even the dragon overlord. But there was only one person sitting in the hall. That was Lin Xian. When they saw this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. This kid was too arrogant. Why didn't he salute the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe? Was this a joke? He was too arrogant. Even if he was powerful, how could he be a match for the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe? The elders of the tyrant dragon tribe also frowned. This young man really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It seemed that they had to knock some sense into him and let him know who was in charge here. In the sky, the void tumbled, and an old figure appeared. It was a tall old man with a terrifying aura. He seemed to be able to suppress heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. He was the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe. After he arrived, he didn't pay any attention to the surrounding dragon clan members. Instead, he went straight to the hall. The next moment, he came to Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Lin Gongzi, we meet again." What was going on? The experts of the dragon clan outside were all stunned. The pupils of the tyrant dragon tribe members also shrank. Not only was their leader not angry, but he also took the initiative to greet this young man. This was unbelievable. What was the strength of their leader? What was his status? Could it be that this brat had already reached such a terrifying stage? "You are too polite. Please sit down," Lin Xian said with a smile. Facing the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe, he wasn't afraid at all. He was still talking and laughing. The leader of the tyrant dragon tribe sat down next to Lin Xian without hesitation. The two of them talked in low voices. Lin Xian took out the dragon-seeking ruler and asked. The leader of the tyrant dragon tribe took it, and the runes in his eyes flashed sharply. He frowned deeply and seemed to be studying it carefully. The surrounding dragon clan members all came back. Seeing this scene, they were shocked and envious. Since when could someone be on an equal footing with the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe, let alone a young man? Don't even think about it. But now, someone had done it. The members of the tyrant dragon tribe were stunned. They had wanted to teach Xian a lesson, but now it seemed like they were overthinking. Fortunately, they did not make a move. Otherwise, their tribe leader would have punished them severely. The tyrant dragon walked over and asked, "Grandfather, do you know what this is?" The leader of the tyrant dragon tribe frowned and said uncertainly, "This should be a top-grade dragon jade that was formed in the dragon world. There is no doubt about it. However, this dragon jade is very old. It is probably older than me. Therefore, I am not sure what kind of dragon jade this is. However, I am sure that this dragon jade has disappeared. This piece of dragon jade is definitely priceless." After he finished speaking, he studied it for a while and exclaimed, "This rune should be a divine dragon rune. Could it be that this ruler came from the great void dragon tribe?" As soon as these words were spoken, countless experts of the dragon clan in the hall were stunned. They were in an uproar. When they heard that this dragon jade was a top-grade dragon jade, they were extremely envious. However, they were even more shocked. No matter how good a top-grade dragon jade was, it could not be compared to the great void dragon tribe. Even a piece of stone or a piece of paper from the great void dragon tribe was a top-grade treasure. It was something that they could only dream of. However, it was a pity that the great void dragon tribe disappeared and did not leave anything behind. After all these years of searching, they could not find anything. They only knew that the Divine Dragon Valley was related to the Great Void Dragon tribe. The dragon seal should be related to the Great Void Dragon tribe. Other than that, there was nothing else. They did not expect that a ruler would appear now, and it was related to the Great Void Dragon tribe as well. Their eyes turned red instantly. Even the leader of the Tyrant Dragon tribe had a sharp glint in his eyes, let alone them. This is good stuff. This is really good stuff. I really want to take it for myself. Sensing the changes in the expressions of the people around him, Xian narrowed his eyes. The power of the great dragon sword appeared in his body. The dragon sword chi circled around him. At this moment, he was like a peerless dragon god. The terrifying power of the Tao of Dragon swept out in all directions. In the hall, countless experts of the dragon tribe trembled. They were dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? It was like a vast ocean, like a peerless divine weapon that could easily destroy them. Only the leader of the Tyrant Dragon tribe could unleash such a terrifying power. Was the leader of the Tyrant Dragon tribe going to attack? The people of the White Dragon clan were also extremely nervous. The pupils of the Tyrant Dragon patriarch shrank. He felt threatened. Everyone thought that this power was released by him, but in fact, it wasn't. The message was sent by Xian, who was beside him, and the target was him. The leader of the Tyrant Dragon tribe sensed this and was shocked. It seemed like as long as he made a move, the other party would destroy him with a thunderous strike. A dragon tribe. Sir Lin, this is a good thing. You have to keep it well. Perhaps this is the only one in the entire dragon realm. The Tyrant Dragon tribe chief laughed and returned the dragon-seeking ruler to Xian. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. What was going on? The eyes of the Tyrant Dragon tribe elders almost popped out of their sockets. What's going on? Their clan leader actually didn't make a move? This was impossible. They had spent a lot of effort searching for the ruins of the Great Void Dragon tribe. Even if it was a piece of rock, they would search for it crazily. No matter the cost. Now that a mysterious treasure like the dragon ruler was right in front of them, did the leader of the Tyrant Dragon tribe give it up? They could not imagine. The people of the other Dragon Balls were also stunned. What was going on? Was the leader of the Tyrant Dragon tribe afraid of something? Was he afraid of this young man? That was impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded. On the other side, the Monster Dragon tribe. There was an earth-shattering change. They finally learned about the situation in the Divine Dragon Valley. They broke down in an instant. Impossible, the entire Monster Dragon tribe went crazy. Their people were all wiped out? Their young master had died? Their old ancestor was dead. How was that possible? That was an earth immortal. Back then, when ancient god Monster Dragon returned to the dragon tribe, he was unparalleled and powerful. Even their clan chief addressed him as Big Brother. How could such a powerful existence die? That was impossible. the leader of the monster dragon tribe roared crazily. He was an Earth Immortal himself, so he naturally understood how powerful an Earth Immortal was. He was practically an undying existence. Unless several Earth Immortals attacked together, they might be able to kill him. In a one-on-one fight, it was very difficult for anyone to kill him. Unless the difference in cultivation realm was very large. But his big brother's strength was already very terrifying. Coupled with the trump cards in his hands, no one in the entire dragon realm could kill him. But now, the news he received was that ancient god monster dragon was dead. Stupid. That was fake news. He roared crazily. He definitely wasn't dead. Perhaps he was injured and temporarily couldn't come out of the Divine Dragon Valley. Who had plotted against him? The leader of the monster dragon tribe roared crazily. The seventh elder said, the other dragons didn't say. Go and ask them. Capture them and search their souls. I must know what happened in the Divine Dragon Bone. Why did one of our people die? The monster dragon tribe moved quickly, but they were soon stunned. When the news came back, the elders were also shocked. They discovered that the people who returned from the Divine Dragon Valley didn't return to their families at all. Instead, they went to the same place. The White Dragon Tribe, could it be that something was about to happen? Or were they discussing countermeasures? They all became nervous. Could it be that the entire dragon realm was really going to join forces to deal with them? If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. The leader of the monster dragon tribe was furious when he heard this, and his killing intent soared. Gathered together? That's good. I'll just charge up and ask them. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to form an alliance in a short period of time. Now, I'll catch them off guard. Follow me. The leader of the monster dragon tribe soared into the air and gave an order. The experts of the monster dragon tribe followed. They turned into purple bolts of lightning and charged toward the White Dragon clan in an instant. Soon, they arrived above the White Dragon tribe. A terrifying monster dragon aura spread out, forming purple clouds that churned between heaven and earth. Purple cloud suppression, a terrifying power spread out, as if it wanted to destroy heaven and earth. The White Dragon tribe's array shook violently, and cracks instantly appeared on it. The martial artists inside felt their scalps go numb. Someone else had come, and it was the monster dragon tribe. This time, the other party was filled with killing intent. It seemed that they didn't come with good intentions. In the main hall, the experts of the dragon tribe also sensed this power. Instantly, their expressions changed. The monster dragon tribe still dared to come? It was a good opportunity to ask for an explanation. He actually dared to attack our disciples. Unforgivable, these people were furious. They all soared into the air and rushed out. Monster Dragon Clan, are you here to apologize? I won't accept it. The Fire Dragon Clan snorted. The Thunder Dragon Clan also said, if you want to apologize, show your sincerity and give us enough compensation. The Earth Dragon Clan, the Water Dragon Clan, and the Ice Dragon Clan all threatened, as if they would not give up. You're courting death. How dare you challenge my Monster Dragon Clan? In the sky, a cold voice came from the purple clouds. This voice was like a peerless thunderclap that streaked across the void. Suddenly, the surrounding void could not withstand this power at all and kept shattering. Those Dragon Clan experts felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They retreated from the sky. Their bodies trembled, and blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. Their faces were filled with shock. This was the power of an Earth Immortal. Damn it, had the peerless expert of the Monster Dragon Clan arrived, the others also felt their scalps go numb. In the next moment, they saw 2 bolts of purple light appear in the purple clouds like lightning. It was a pair of cold eyes, like a peerless divine sword that could cut through everything. It was the Monster Dragon Clan leader. With a cry of surprise, the other Dragon Clan experts felt their scalps go numb. This was an existence second only to the Tyrant Dragon Clan leader. He was also a giant in the dragon world. Moreover, the other party was also an Earth Immortal, and his strength was far above theirs. They were no match for him at all. In the sky, the Monster Dragon Clan leader only released a trace of the power of his gaze, and it injured the Dragon Clan experts below. One could imagine how powerful he was. He said coldly, "How many tens of thousands of years has it been since anyone dared to behave atrociously in my monster dragon clan? Do you want to die? I can fulfill your wish." As soon as his voice fell, a monstrous aura swept out as if it was going to sweep through eternity. The entire White Dragon clan shook violently, and cracks appeared in many places. The people of the White Dragon clan all prostrated on the ground. Not only them, but countless dragons also prostrated on the ground. It was too powerful, as if a peerless divine dragon was dominating their fate. "Damn it," the experts of the Tyrant Dragon clan roared crazily. A terrifying light appeared on the White Dragon clan leader's body as he resisted. As the clan leader, if he knelt, he would lose all his face. However, he seemed to be unable to resist this power. After all, he was not a real land immortal. He was just a virtual god. On the surface, there were only 2 earth immortals in the entire dragon realm. They were the Tyrant Dragon tribe leader and the Devil Dragon tribe leader. Apart from that, some of the other dragon tribe leaders were virtual gods while some were only demigods. The leaders of the White Dragon tribe, Lightning Dragon tribe, Golden Dragon tribe and Demon Dragon tribe were all empty gods. Of course, there were also some Grand Elders who were earth immortals. However, those people were too old, and they were all in deep slumber. Unless their families were in a life and death situation, they would not come out. Therefore, they were no match for the monstrous dragon clan. The only one who could resist was the chief of the Tyrant Dragon tribe. "Evil dragon, don't go too far. You have to be clear about who is supreme in the dragon realm." A cold snort was heard as a domineering power emerged. Clearly, the Tyrant Dragon tribe was furious. A terrifying power of the Great Path flew out and enveloped the area. The people of the Tyrant Dragon tribe heaved a sigh of relief. Great, their clan leader had made a move. Boom, the auras of the 2 earth immortals clashed in the air, tearing the world apart. A gigantic black hole appeared and swallowed everything. Everyone retreated in horror. Their scalps were numb. They were too powerful. Just the aura of the 2 was enough to turn them into ashes. Even the White Dragon tribe leader and the others were on high alert. Compared to the other party, the gap between their realms was really huge. Thinking of this, they smiled bitterly. They were no match for them at all. Seeing that he was blocked, the leader of the monstrous dragon tribe frowned in the sky. He did not expect the chief of the Tyrant Dragon tribe to be here. "Old man, you're here too. Are you really thinking of joining forces with the dragon realm to attack the monstrous dragon tribe? Come on then. At most, we'll fight to the death." The chief of the monstrous dragon tribe was murderous. "Didn't I just use some of the power of your young geniuses? I didn't kill them. Are you really going to fall out with me?" The chief of the Tyrant Dragon tribe was stunned. Did the other party think that they were in an alliance? To be honest, they did not have that intention at the moment. "Why are you here?" the chief of the Tyrant Dragon tribe asked coldly. The chief of the monstrous dragon tribe took a deep breath and said coldly, "I want to know what happened in the Divine Dragon Valley. I want to know who killed the countless geniuses of the Divine Dragon Valley. Also, why didn't the Earth Immortal of the Divine Dragon Valley come out? Who was the one who plotted against them? I want to know all of this." After saying that, he looked at the other dragons and snorted. "You'd better tell me obediently. Otherwise, I'll take your souls." Hearing this, the other warriors of the Dragon Ball felt their scalps go numb. The young disciples also had fear in their eyes. They did not dare to say it. They were afraid of the monstrous dragon tribe, but they were also afraid of Lin Xian. They had experienced the battle with ancient god monstrous dragon. Lin Xian's strength had left an indelible impression on them. Therefore, they did not dare to say it even if they were beaten to death. For a moment, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. "Not going to say it? Then don't blame me for taking your souls." The chief of the monstrous dragon tribe was completely enraged. His eyes turned into 2 balls of purple flames. They bloomed between heaven and earth and swept in all directions. At this moment, a frightening amount of soul energy came crashing down from the sky. "Not good, are we going to die?" The people of the dragon tribe below were in despair. Just at this critical moment, a faint voice came from the hall. "I did it. I killed the geniuses of your monstrous dragon tribe. I also personally sent ancient god monstrous dragon to hell. Buzz, in the sky, the terrifying soul power suddenly stopped. The others were also shocked. Did Lin Xian admit it himself? Was he going to fight the monstrous dragon tribe head-on? The people of the monstrous dragon tribe were even more surprised. Someone dared to admit it. Who was it? They turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they discovered that there was actually another figure in the hall. A young figure. The other party was just sitting there calmly. This guy actually didn't come to greet them? He was too arrogant and rude. Brat, why aren't you kneeling when you see our patriarch? An elder of the monstrous dragon tribe shouted coldly. He glanced at the other party and sneered. A mere great emperor dares to be arrogant in front of me? With just you don't have the strength to kill the geniuses of my monstrous dragon tribe. The people of the monstrous dragon tribe didn't believe it. In their view, this was just a scapegoat. Even if a great emperor launched a sneak attack, he couldn't possibly injure Xianxia and the others. Not to mention sneak attacking ancient god monstrous dragon. He probably couldn't even break through ancient god monstrous dragon's defenses. The elder of the monstrous dragon tribe coldly snorted. Brat, do you think we're idiots? Tell us, who told you to say this? He reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. The people of the monster dragon tribe looked down at Lin Xian. They didn't take him seriously at all. In their eyes, he was just a young warrior. He couldn't even be considered a genius. The people of the dragon tribe exclaimed. Their faces were full of shock. Someone dared to attack Lin Xian. Did he want to die? The elder of the monster dragon tribe would probably end up in a miserable state. When they looked at each other, there was a trace of sadness in their eyes. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He pointed his finger forward like a sword and waved it gently. With a boom, the void in front of him was instantly torn apart. The entire sky seemed to be split in half. A pitch-black crack spread between heaven and earth. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. The warriors of the dragon tribe retreated in fear. Crack, the sound of something breaking could be heard. The giant palm in the sky was instantly split in half. The crack on the palm continued to spread. In an instant, the body of the elder of the monster dragon tribe was split into two halves. With a scream, he fell from the sky. His body and soul were destroyed. Dead, in the sky, the people of the monster dragon tribe were stunned. The one who attacked was an elder. He was a late-stage supreme great emperor. His strength was terrifying. It was as easy as flipping his hand to kill an early-stage supreme great emperor. But now, their elder died so easily. He was instantly killed by a palm. Their minds went blank. They were dumbfounded. The other warriors of the Dragon Ball sighed. They knew it would be like this. The demonic dragon clan had really kicked an iron plate this time. In the sky, the leader of the monster dragon tribe looked terrible. He shouted coldly, "Trash." Their tribe had been slapped in the face repeatedly. This made him go crazy. Beside him, another two experts walked out and said, "Don't be angry, leader. We will suppress him now." Two figures walked out. These two were peak supreme great emperors. When they attacked, their palms fell from the sky like divine mountains. They wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian flicked his finger again. A sword energy killed the two of them. This sword energy cut through the void and lit up heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the two peak supreme great emperor elders died. This made the people of the demonic dragon clan stupefied. Their bodies began to tremble. What kind of method was this? This young man was definitely not as simple as he looked. He was hiding his strength. There was no need for trash like them to make a move. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stared ahead and said coldly, "Demonic dragon race, kneel down and submit." With a cold shout, the heaven and earth shook. A terrifying power pressed down on the demonic dragon clan. The expressions of the people from the demonic dragon tribe changed greatly. Their bodies began to tremble. This power seemed to want to tear them into pieces. Damn it, how is this possible? They kept retreating, their faces extremely pale. They were actually scared off by a voice. The other party was just a young man. Courting death. Phantom Dragon Clan Chief issued an order. With a wave of his sleeve, heaven and earth were severed, and only then did this voice stop. His expression was completely ugly. "Little thing, this old man will let you know what regret is." He was prepared to make a move himself. The people of the monster dragon tribe were all excited. "Great, the patriarch is personally taking action. This is an earth immortal, he could kill the other party 10,000 times with one finger." Next to him, the tyrant dragon clan chief laughed. He said, "Demonic dragon, I advise you not to attack him. Daoist Lin's strength is beyond your imagination. If you bow down and admit your mistake now, you might be able to salvage some things. Otherwise, if you really fight, you will be in trouble." Hearing this, the demonic dragon clan chief was stunned. What did he mean? He didn't think highly of him, he was a real earth immortal, despicable tyrant dragon clan. He was really angry. He was going to kill Lin Xian instantly with thunderous means. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and pointed out with his finger. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party was, he should be in the demigod realm. However, he was far weaker than him. He could easily kill a demigod in seconds. His finger bloomed with purple light, as if it had turned into an ancient divine sword. It cut through the void and charged toward Lin Xian's forehead. Before the finger arrived, the void around Lin Xian was already shattering, as if it couldn't withstand this power at all. "That's great." The demonic dragon clan was excited. This was the most powerful force of the demonic dragon clan. This was the power of an earth immortal. No one could resist it. "Kid, just wait to be turned into ashes," they all sneered. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's face darkened. "You want to fight? I'll fight you to the end." He raised his palm and slapped forward. With a bang, golden light exploded. Monstrous flames swept across the sky as if the god of fire had descended. Clang, the two attacks collided in the air, making an earth-shattering sound. The demonic dragon clan chief's finger was like a peerless divine sword that could destroy everything. However, when it met Lin Xian's palm, it was blocked and even shook violently. How was this possible? The demonic dragon clan was stunned. The smiles on their faces froze. Everyone was trembling. Their clan chief's attack was blocked, that was the attack of an earth immortal. Other than the tyrant dragon clan chief, who else could block it, but now, a young man could block it so easily. They were really crazy. It was as if they were dreaming. No. They didn't dare to imagine such a scene even in their dreams. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He said indifferently, "Your strength is only so. You're still a little weaker than ancient god demonic dragon. Even he died in my hands, let alone you." The demonic dragon clan chief was also stunned. To be honest, he didn't expect that the other party really had the strength to block him. In his opinion, this kid was arrogant. Perhaps there was an expert behind him. He was prepared to kill the other party and fight against the expert behind him. But he didn't expect that the other party was actually a giant. "Good boy, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such strength. But don't be happy too early. I don't know what happened in the Divine Dragon Valley, but I know that you must have ambushed my brother. That's why you were able to succeed. But you won't be so lucky against me. I'll deal with you with all my strength. I'll let you know what the wrath of an immortal is." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic dragon blood in his body instantly erupted. A powerful aura swept out in all directions. A huge figure appeared on his body. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it roared at the sky. The power of an earth immortal swept out, and the entire white dragon clan shook violently. They couldn't withstand this power at all. After becoming serious, the demonic dragon clan chief became extremely terrifying. He seemed to have turned into the ruler of the world, looking down on everything. At this moment, Lin Xian was an ant in his eyes. He could crush the other party at will. "I've seen countless geniuses, but dead geniuses are nothing. You can go to hell now." The demonic dragon clan chief's cold voice resounded through the world. At this moment, the demonic dragon patriarch was filled with killing intent, like a supreme dragon god. The gaze in his eyes fell and turned into a peerless divine spear. It instantly pierced through heaven and earth. The surrounding dragon clan warriors retreated frantically. The tyrant dragon patriarch waved his hand and left with these people. Otherwise, with just this one strike, these people would have been reduced to ashes. When an Earth Immortal attacked, he would crush everything. For a moment, many people were worried about Lin Xian. These people had never entered the Divine Dragon Valley. Although they had heard from the disciples of their families how powerful Lin Xian was, they had never seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, they still had doubts in their hearts. Was the other party really that strong? Could the other party really contend against an Earth Immortal? Perhaps they would know the outcome of this battle. Lin Xian stood on the ground and looked up at the sky. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and endless flames suddenly appeared on his body. It jumped between heaven and earth. The 9-yang divine dragon body erupted. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into the god of the sun. The power of the sun appeared, enough to suppress heaven and earth. Looking at the divine spear that was rushing towards him, he raised his palm again and slapped forward. 9-yang divine palm. The sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking rang out. Countless flames swept across the sky. At this moment, the void instantly shattered and turned into a black hole. Everyone saw that the divine spear formed by the condensed gaze instantly shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. It didn't even last for a second. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this palm was. This wasn't the end. After shattering the divine spear, this palm once again charged towards the sky. It was as if it wanted to send the demonic dragon patriarch flying. The demonic dragon patriarch's expression was ugly. He was courting death. He punched down. His fist carried a monstrous demonic aura, like a peerless demon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. He threw out 3 punches in a row. It was as if 3 apocalyptic meteors were falling from the sky. At this moment, it was as if the entire dragon world was about to be pierced through. The surrounding dragon clan members were in despair. The White Dragon clan members had gone crazy. With this punch, their clans would be reduced to ashes. Kill, on the ground, Lin Xian roared. With a stomp of his foot, he soared into the sky. He was like the god of the sun. The 9 suns' divine palms continuously struck out. Every palm strike was boundless and contained unparalleled power. The true Samadhi fire filled the air and swept through the 9 heavens. He threw out 3 palm strikes in succession, blocking the 3 punches of his opponent. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire world was completely shattered. After the 3rd palm strike, Lin Xian attacked again, sending out 2 more palm strikes. These 2 palms were like the hands of an ancient fire god, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it covered the demonic dragon clan leader. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw a sea of fire in the sky, as if it had turned into a world of fire. Was it covered? The elder of the Thunder Dragon clan was stunned. The experts of the Fire Dragon clan were even more dumbfounded. Their bodies began to tremble. What kind of flame was this? Even from so far away, it made them tremble in fear. If it enveloped them, they would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. Was this really the power of a super great emperor? Why was the other party able to fight across so many realms, a monster, a peerless monster that hasn't appeared in tens of millions of years? They hadn't expected that they would encounter such a monster. Now, they all believed that the person who had destroyed the demonic dragon clan in the Divine Dragon Valley was definitely this young man before them. Clan leader, on the other side, the people of the demonic dragon clan were going crazy. Their clan leader was actually in danger. Was he actually at a disadvantage? They didn't dare to imagine. Especially now, when he was enveloped by such terrifying divine flames. Would their clan leader be injured? If their clan leader was defeated, the thought of the consequences made them dizzy. Ah! Within the divine flames, the demonic dragon clan leader roared at the sky. He quickly charged over. A demonic dragon armor appeared on his body, blocking the overflowing flames. However, the armor was now charred black, and the light in some places had even shattered. It was clear that he had suffered a loss just now, and had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. The 9 demonic dragon swords. The demonic dragon clan leader also used a sword technique. At this moment, he took out a long sword. It was a purple longsword, somewhat similar to ancient god demonic dragons. However, ancient god demonic dragon had used his own scales to forge it. As for the sword in the clan leader's hand, it was forged from the bodies of the demonic dragon clan's experts that had died. It was a divine artifact forged from the bodies of 4 experts over 1,000,000 years. Not only was it incomparably sharp, it also contained their demonic dragon blood and demonic dragon souls. It could unleash many kinds of secret techniques. At this moment, the demonic dragon clan leader had taken it out. It was clear that he was truly enraged. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people cried out in alarm once more. Was he going to use his true trump card? Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Humph, that brat definitely won't be able to. Earlier, the clan leader had only been careless. Now that the clan leader was going all out, let's see how he'll die. Boom, the sword slashed down, turning into a purple demonic dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, tearing apart heaven and earth. At this moment, the sky shattered, and the void trembled. Like a vast ocean of energy, it descended and tore apart the sea of flames. Seeing this scene, the people of the demonic dragon clan all cheered. Their clan leader was mighty. The expressions of the other demonic dragon clansmen also changed. Oh no, it seemed that the demonic dragon clan leader hadn't used his full strength before. Now, it seemed that the battle situation was uncertain again. Brat, suffer my wrath. The purple longsword slashed out again. This sword was like a peerless demon's sword that slashed down from the sky. It kept growing bigger and bigger, covering the sky. A huge black shadow appeared on the ground. Everyone who was covered by it trembled. Purple runes seemed to have appeared on their bodies, trying to refine them. Oh no, this wasn't an ordinary sword technique, it was a peerless sword technique of the demonic dragon 9 swords. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. Hundreds of purple runes appeared on his body and surrounded him. These purple runes were affecting his bloodline. It was as if he was about to become a demonic beast. The bones in his body emitted a rumbling sound. His body was being changed by a mysterious power. Oh no, the White Dragon clan leader cried out in alarm. He knew how terrifying this sword was. Once, the demonic dragon clan leader was ambushed. 7 people against the demonic dragon clan leader. Those 7 people were very terrifying. They were all experts of the demonic dragon clan. Because of some grudges, they joined forces to deal with the demonic dragon clan leader. When the 7 of them joined forces, it could be said to be a sure kill. However, the demonic dragon clan leader smiled disdainfully. With a slash of his sword, he turned the 7 peerless experts of the demonic dragon clan into 7 demonic beasts. And they were very miserable demonic beasts. If they didn't turn into rats, they would turn into toads. It was said that until now, these 7 experts of the demonic dragon clan were still locked in the demonic dragon clan's dungeon and were tortured every day. One could imagine how terrifying this sword was. If Lin Xian couldn't resist it, he would probably become a rat as well. At that time, it would be a fate worse than death. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he sensed this strange power. Interesting. It was enough to deal with the other experts, but it was useless against him. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword chi circled around him. The invincible power instantly shattered everything around him. The mysterious power released by the purple runes was completely blocked. They could not get close at all. What happened to that kid? The surrounding people could only see hundreds of purple runes explode, forming a purple light that enveloped Lin Xian. They could not see what was happening inside. Was he really injured? Then he was doomed. He would turn into a rat. It would be best if he turned into a toad. See how I torture him to death. The monster dragon tribe members were filled with killing intent. They had already prepared all sorts of methods to make their opponents suffer a fate worse than death. The monster dragon tribe leader sneered. He was very confident in his sword. However, when the light disappeared, everyone was stunned. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Because Lin Xian was fine. Lin Xian was standing there unharmed, let alone turned into a rat. How was this possible? The monster dragon tribe leader could not remain calm this time. He jumped to his feet. He roared crazily. How did you block it? He had really gone crazy. Even the tyrant dragon tribe leader could not have blocked this sword so easily. Indeed. Even the tyrant dragon tribe leader was shocked. he did not have much confidence in this battle. In his opinion, at the critical moment, he could save Lin Xian's life. This way, Lin Xian would be grateful to him and would be willing to work for the monster dragon tribe. However, he now realized that the situation might not be so. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Lin Xian laughed. With your strength, you want to turn me into a monster? How laughable, but this move of yours does remind me of a move of ancient god Wicked Dragon. He would use the dragon transformation swordsmanship to transform everything in the world into a demonic dragon for his use. His dragon transformation is much more powerful and mysterious than your monster transformation. Now, you should also feel the power of dragonization. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed forward. The god-slaying sword emitted a terrifying light, causing the surrounding people to exclaim, "This is a divine weapon." Their eyes were red. Every divine artifact was unique. It was a treasure of the land immortals, and it was very difficult for others to possess it. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would also have a divine weapon in his hands? From the looks of it, this sword was not any weaker than the demonic dragon patriarch's sword. As for what dragon transformation was, the surrounding experts had no idea. However, people like Bai Yuran, Mo Longzi, and the others' expressions changed. They had seen it before. Back then, when the demonic dragon god had used dragonification, everything in the world had turned into a demonic dragon. But that was ancient god evil dragon's ultimate technique. How did Lin Xian learn it? It was impossible for Lin Xian to learn it. Lin Xian indeed did not know how to do it, but he had the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul not only had unparalleled offensive capabilities, but it could also evolve into anything. Lin Xian used the power of the great dragon sword soul to evolve his ultimate technique. His sword aura enveloped the area in front of him. In the next moment, the sounds of countless dragons rang out between heaven and earth. A rock instantly soared into the air and turned into a demonic dragon. A tree turned into a demonic dragon. The waterfall, the rockery, and the palace all turned into demonic dragons. At this moment, the demonic dragon clan members were stunned. What kind of heaven-defying technique was this? Wherever the sword light passed, everything turned into demonic dragons. The demonic dragon clan members were even more shocked. Many people knelt on the ground. The demonic dragon patriarch's pupils constricted. This technique was indeed similar to his. It was just that he had turned his enemies into demonic beasts, while dragonification turned everything into demonic dragons. Humph, soon, he snorted coldly. It was just a smokescreen. Do you think you can fool me? It was just an illusion. It was useless against me. He shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder, reverberating through heaven and earth. The demonic dragon clan members were excited. That's right, an illusion. Don't try to fool me. So it was just an illusion. The other demonic dragon clan members also heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that no one would have such a terrifying technique. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering sound rang out. In the sky, thousands of dragon shadows charged towards the demonic dragon clan leader. They landed on him. The demonic dragon clan leader felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He flew backward and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on his body. Divine blood fell from the sky and pierced through the ages. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. That was impossible. Was it not an illusion? How could the attack be so terrifying? Even the tyrant dragon clan leader's pupils constricted. He said in a low voice. It was not an illusion. It was the true power of the path of the dragon. Moreover, it was the incomparably terrifying power of the path of the dragon. He definitely had a demonic dragon clan treasure in his hands. As for what the treasure was, he did not know. However, he guessed that it was most likely related to the Great Void Divine Dragon. Because this kind of power could only be used by the legendary Divine Dragon clan. Could this guy be the descendant of the Great Void Divine Dragon? Now, do you still think it's an illusion? After the sword, Lin Xian asked with a smile. In the ruins in front of him, the demonic dragon clan leader stood up. His expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, 2 cracks appeared on his body. Dragon blood dripped down, emitting a sparkling light. He was scared out of his wits and mad with anger. His opponent's methods were so terrifying. Go to hell. With a roar, the dragon bone sword in his hand bloomed with endless light. The demonic dragon 9 swords was completely displayed by him. Piercing cold sword light bloomed between heaven and earth. A monstrous aura filled the air. At this moment, countless people's scalps went numb. Even the tyrant dragon clan leader sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression was solemn. At this moment, the demonic dragon clan leader did not hold back at all. It seemed that he was going to go all out. Let me show you what a peerless sword technique is. Xian snorted coldly. Facing the demonic dragon 9 swords, he displayed the yin-yang sword formation. Yin and yang sword chi appeared. Xian seemed to have turned into the god of yin and yang. The pitch-black sword chi danced and turned into a moon that rotated between heaven and earth. It was like a demonic wheel that could destroy the world. It was enough to crush everything. The demonic dragon sword chi that approached it were all crushed into ashes by the moon. On the other side, the pure yang sword chi that was as bright as the sun. It bloomed with endless brilliance. It swept through everything in its path. In the end, it turned into a blazing sun that bloomed between heaven and earth. Xian attacked forcefully and destroyed everything. He seemed to have turned into a ruler that swept through all directions. In the end, the moon and the blazing sun appeared together and swept through all directions. The demonic dragon clan leader was sent flying. The demonic dragon clan leader was sent flying. 2 terrifying cracks appeared on his body. His internal organs were completely shattered. He was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body trembled. He was filled with infinite fear. The other party was too strong. He was unimaginably strong. He was no match for him at all. Now, he was finally sure that his brother had been killed by the other party. It was not impossible for the other party to kill him. The demonic dragon patriarch had escaped. When they saw this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. They really couldn't imagine. Especially those experts of the demonic dragon clan. They were all scared silly. How powerful was their patriarch? Now, he was actually escaping, no. In his dreams. I must be dreaming, they roared crazily. The others were even more shocked, too strong. This young man was really too terrifying. A peerless genius. A peerless powerhouse. All the dragon clan warriors were shocked. Even the tyrant dragon patriarch's expression was extremely solemn. He realized that he had really underestimated Xian. Xian's strength was definitely not weaker than his. In fact, he was even a little stronger than him. From the looks of it, he had to be even more cautious when facing the other party. Xian looked at the escaping figure in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Do you think you can escape? As soon as he finished speaking, the Rinnegan released an extremely cold light. The power of Samsara bloomed and summoned the Samsara sword. An illusion of a divine sword appeared between heaven and earth. With the power of 6 paths, it descended from the sky. At this moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Everyone's soul seemed to be about to be destroyed. Even the tyrant dragon patriarch's pupils dilated. He was so scared that he took a few steps back. This power was a fatal threat to him. In front, the demonic dragon patriarch who was escaping felt his scalp go numb. When he felt this sword, his soul trembled. Stop. There was room for negotiation. At this moment, he no longer dared to be strong. Instead, he begged for mercy. However, it was useless. The Samsara sword descended, enveloping heaven and earth as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, countless soul sword chi turned into a storm that swept everything. The demonic dragon patriarch was swallowed up. Everyone was shocked. They were incomparably terrified. Was the demonic dragon patriarch going to die? It was too unbelievable. Was this young man going to defy the heavens? Countless people looked terrified. The people of the demonic dragon clan knelt on the ground. No. Patriarch. You have to hold on. If the patriarch died, then their demonic dragon clan would really be finished. Damn it, block it for me. The demonic dragon patriarch roared angrily. He transformed into his main body. A huge demonic dragon swept across the land. His dragon soul kept roaring and sweeping in all directions. It hit the phantom of the reincarnation sword and made a sound that could shake the heavens. However, the reincarnation sword was too terrifying. No matter what kind of power he used, he couldn't shake it. The reincarnation sword, on the contrary, the injuries to his soul were getting more and more serious. Cracks had appeared on his soul, and some parts of it had even been destroyed. Damn it! The evil dragon patriarch had gone completely crazy. If this continued, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, he used the power of the great dragon sword. An unstoppable force rushed over. The body of the monster dragon patriarch shattered again. One destroyed the soul, the other destroyed the body. The evil dragon patriarch had gone completely mad. He broke down. He was no match for them. His only hope now was to leave the dragon realm. Just like ancient god Wicked Dragon, he left this place. Outside the dragon realm, there was another world. It was incomparably vast, but after leaving the dragon realm, she no longer had the resources of her clan. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not easily leave. Now that it was a matter of life and death, he could only give it his all. Boom, the giant body shattered, turning into a purple ocean that swept out in all directions, piercing through the world. A crack appeared in the dragon realm. The remaining soul of the evil dragon patriarch fled into the crack and disappeared. The world was torn apart, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Everyone looked up at the sky. They could see that outside the crack, there seemed to be mountains, forests, and other things. What was that? Was the evil dragon patriarch dead? Cries of surprise rang out. The tyrant dragon patriarch said no. He was not dead. He opened the dragon realm and escaped. What? The evil dragon patriarch left the dragon realm? Was this seen outside the dragon realm? Countless members of the dragon race were stunned. The dragon realm was very vast. They had never left the dragon realm, and they did not need to leave. The dragon realm had endless dragon veins. It was most beneficial for them to cultivate here. The evil dragon patriarch was a peerless expert, a giant of the dragon realm. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not leave. It seemed that the evil dragon patriarch was really out of options. The evil dragon race was finished. The surrounding people looked at this scene, shook their heads, and sighed. No. Patriarch, you can't ignore us. The members of the evil dragon race knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Their patriarch had escaped, and he had escaped with serious injuries. He would not come back at all. Then how could the evil dragon race resist? One had to know that the evil dragon race had been very arrogant before. Other than the tyrant dragon race, they did not care about the other dragon races. They even kept suppressing them. Now, these dragon races would definitely take revenge. And not to mention these dragon races, would the young sword god in front of them spare them? Did he escape? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the spatial crack. He sneered. He did not chase after him. A seriously injured evil dragon patriarch was nothing to be afraid of. He lowered his head and looked at the people of the evil dragon race in front of him. From now on, there was no need for the evil dragon race to exist. No, the experts of the evil dragon race went crazy. They knelt on the ground and said, "Spare us, young master, please spare us. We are willing to submit. Please let us stay." They were really scared out of their wits. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Those who oppose me will go to hell." After saying that, he waved his hand. A terrifying sword chi turned into a taiji symbol and enveloped the evil dragon race in front of him. Screams rang out. When the taiji symbol left, everything turned into ashes. Everyone was terrified and their scalps went numb. Lin Xian soared into the air. He floated in the void, emitting a cold killing intent. He said loudly, "Next, I will personally destroy the evil dragon race." Everyone was stunned. Was he really going to make a move? The tyrant dragon patriarch's expression was also incomparably solemn. That was one of the three giants. He said that the evil dragon race had a very deep foundation. Even if the evil dragon patriarch escaped, it was not possible to destroy him. What if they joined forces? Lin Xian looked at him and the corners of his mouth curled up. What did he mean? The tyrant dragon patriarch's heart skipped a beat. He thought of a possibility. Lin Xian said, let's form an alliance. I can tell you some things. I am not from the dragon world, but from the outside world. The outside world is far beyond your imagination. There are more land immortals than you think. In the divine realm, there are many land immortals. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. He was not from the dragon world, but a genius from the outside world. They were extremely shocked. No wonder they did not have any information about him before. The tyrant dragon patriarch also frowned. Had he guessed wrong? Was he not a descendant of the great void divine dragon? Lin Xian did not care about these people's thoughts. Instead, he continued. The evil dragon race has some connections with the outside world. Ancient god evil dragon must have left a lot of power in the outside world after hundreds of years. Now that the evil dragon patriarch has escaped to the outside world, will he make a comeback? Therefore, the dragon race is potentially dangerous. Let's form an alliance. If the dragon world is really in danger, I can come back to help you. If I am in danger in Qingguang City, I can also borrow your strength. It's a win-win situation. Also, after destroying the evil dragon race, you can divide all the resources of the evil dragon race among yourselves. I only want one thing, the dragon seal of the evil dragon race. Those people were stunned. They were really shocked. Lin Xian was right. The evil dragon patriarch was not dead. He would definitely come back. When that time came, how much power would he bring? They did not dare to imagine. However, they were not willing to let him take control of the dragon seal. Seeing the hesitation on these people's faces, especially the tyrant dragon patriarch, who was still thinking, Lin Xian smiled. It seems that you are not too clear about my power. Well, I will let you see it. With that, he soared into the air. An extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Everyone was stunned when they sensed that Lin Xian's power was increasing. He was going to attack. Who was he going to attack? The tyrant dragon tribe leader was shocked. Was he going to attack him? Just as he was about to say something, Lin Xian soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Everyone was stunned. If he wasn't going to attack the tyrant dragon tribe leader, who was he going to attack? They didn't know. In the next moment, their pupils constricted, and many people immediately knelt on the ground. Because they discovered that a terrifying dragon's shadow had appeared on Lin Xian's body. A terrifying dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. When this dragon roar sounded, countless people in the dragon realm raised their heads in horror. They all knelt down. So powerful. What kind of power was this? This power suppressed them, and even the tyrant dragon tribe's leader's body began to tremble. Because even he could feel the suppression. The other party was too mysterious and terrifying. What exactly was the dragon Dao treasure in his hand? He didn't know. Lin Xian stood between heaven and earth. Endless dragon-shaped sword chi appeared on his body. The phantom of a divine dragon shrouded him. In the next moment, he roared at the sky. The power of the great dragon sword soul completely erupted. He also used the power of the great dragon sword tip. Lin Xian's palm was like a sword. He slashed down fiercely. This attack was like a heavenly dragon's claw. It descended downward. And the place he attacked was the demonic dragon tribe. At this moment, the demonic dragon tribe was still waiting. Their tribe leader was full of killing intent. He would definitely gain something. At that time, they might be able to kill the enemy directly. They were ready to welcome their tribe leader back. However, what awaited them was a dragon claw. A divine dragon claw descended from the sky. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying sword chi flew out from the heavenly dragon's claw. It was like a peerless divine sword. The demonic dragon tribe's array formation was instantly shattered. Below, the ground, the sky, the palace, and the buildings were instantly shattered into pieces. The powerhouses of the demonic dragon tribe looked up in horror. No, what happened? Someone was attacking them. Who was it? Was it the tyrant dragon tribe? They didn't know. They tried to resist, but in an instant, their bodies split apart and turned into blood mist. This power was too strong, so strong that it was unimaginable. Run! Run away quickly! They ran away like crazy. However, it was useless. This palm was too terrifying. It enveloped the entire world. Their demonic dragon clan was completely covered. They had no way to escape. In the next instant, they turned into a bloody mist. They were reduced to ashes. Heaven and earth turned into a sea of blood. Terrifying demonic dragon roars filled the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire dragon world was stunned. Countless experts of the dragon world soared into the sky. He looked into the distance. They were stupefied. Someone was attacking the demonic dragon race. Furthermore, it was an overwhelming suppression. Heavens, who was it that attacked? Was it the tyrant dragon tribe? In their opinion, only the tyrant dragon tribe was qualified to attack the monster dragon tribe. However, the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe knew that they weren't the ones who were fighting. It was Xianxia. The dragon clan experts in the white dragon clan were all scared silly. At that moment, they finally understood what Xianxia meant by true power. Xianxia was qualified to rule the dragon world. Boom! Boom, boom. The ground of the demonic dragon clan continued to shatter. Sword energy danced in the air. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to ashes. Countless demonic dragon clan warriors had fallen. Those who were still alive were terrified and in despair. Patriarch, come and save us, Patriarch. Why didn't he come? What exactly happened, Patriarch? Save us. Grand Elder, save us. Since the Patriarch didn't come, they could only ask for help from another person. Their demonic dragon clan's foundation was very powerful. Other than the Patriarch, they also had a Grand Elder who was in a deep sleep. He wouldn't come out unless it was a moment of life and death. However, it was really a moment of crisis now. They used the dragon blood to awaken the sleeping Grand Elder. After the demonic dragon Grand Elder woke up and sensed the crisis of his clan, he immediately became angry. With a roar, he rushed up from the ground and roared at the sky. Who was it? Who dared to attack the demonic dragon pearl? Do you want to die? No one answered. He only responded with a terrifying heavenly dragon palm. The biting cold sword energy rushed down, and an invincible power rushed towards the demonic dragon Grand Elder. The demonic dragon Grand Elder was incomparably furious. He raised his hand and punched out. He turned into a purple bolt of lightning and soared into the sky. His fist carried endless lightning and shattered the void in front of him. His strength was really too strong. The demonic dragon clan warriors all cheered. Great, the Grand Elder had made his move. He could definitely kill the enemy, no matter who it is. If they dare to attack our demonic dragon clan, they will have to pay the price. Help capture him and torture him to death. Make him suffer a fate worse than death. Boom, in the sky, the two attacks collided, emitting a destructive light. A biting cold aura spread in all directions. The surrounding people retreated in fear. They all looked over nervously. In the next moment, a miserable shriek came from the destructive storm. The demonic dragon Grand Elder's fist shattered, his bones cracked, and he fell from the sky. This sword quickly fell and pierced through his body. Ah, he let out a miserable cry, and blood dyed the sky. What? The Grand Elder was injured? This was impossible. Was the Grand Elder defeated in one move? How did this happen? Even the tyrant dragon tribe leader could not do this. Who was this person? Was there such a powerful existence in the dragon world? After the attack, Xianxia retracted his palm and stood in the sky. Everyone saw clearly that the person who attacked them was a young man. Heavens, the people of the demonic dragon clan had gone crazy. When did a young man become so powerful? The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and asked. Who are you? Who are you? Why did you attack our demonic dragon clan? Xianxia snorted coldly. The demonic dragon clan deserved to die. After saying that, he ignored these people and turned to look at the tyrant dragon tribe leader and the others in the distance. Now, you know my strength, right? The tyrant dragon tribe leader took a deep breath. To be honest, he was really scared out of his wits. Not to mention Ancestor Monster Dragon, even if it was him, he would not be able to block that sword. This person's strength was completely above his, so he immediately nodded and said. Lin Gongzi did not worry. The tyrant dragon tribe was willing to form an alliance and rule the dragon world together with Lin Xian. Since the tyrant dragon tribe leader had said so, the other members of the dragon tribe quickly nodded and said, "We are also willing to form an alliance." As for ruling the dragon world, they did not dare to say. The tyrant dragon tribe might be qualified, but they were not. Very good. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. However, he said that if you want to form an alliance with me, you have to show me the corresponding strength. Next, it's time for you to prove yourselves. The demonic dragon tribe leader is gone, and the demonic dragon grand elder is seriously injured. If you can't handle the following matters well, you are not qualified to form an alliance with me. We understand. The tyrant dragon tribe leader took a deep breath. The next battle will be fought by them. Tyrant dragon tribe, listen up. Kill, he soared into the sky and roared. Fire dragon clan, listen to my order. White dragon clan, listen to my order. Demon dragon clan, listen to my order. Angry roars rang out one after another. These dragons all soared into the sky and charged towards the monster dragon clan. The people of the demonic dragon clan were all dumbfounded. This was a group attack? Why did they listen to this kid? Why did they attack us? You've gone too far. You attacked our genius disciples before and didn't take us seriously at all. That's right, you've been so overbearing and arrogant all these years. Now, it's time to take revenge. These dragon clan members were also extremely angry. The monster dragon clan had indeed gone too far before, but they were not strong enough and did not dare to say anything. Now that they had such an opportunity, they would definitely be extremely terrifying. A great battle broke out. The monster dragon clan members were in despair. They were powerful, but they could not become enemies with the entire dragon realm. Soon, even more monstrous dragon clan martial artists were destroyed. Even the monstrous dragon ancestor turned around and fled. He was scared silly. Where do you think you're going? The tyrant dragon patriarch roared angrily and slapped out with his big palm with domineering power. Tyrant dragon patriarch, don't go too far. If you attack me again, don't blame me. After I escape, I'll attack you at any time. Hearing this, the tyrant dragon clan warriors' scalps went numb. The tyrant dragon patriarch snorted coldly. Old thing, since this is the case, I can't let you leave alive. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack together. As his voice fell, the demon dragon patriarch, white dragon patriarch, fire dragon patriarch, thunder dragon patriarch, and the others all walked out. These were all dragon patriarchs. The stronger ones were void gods, and the weaker ones were demigods. With so many patriarchs joining forces, plus the tyrant dragon patriarch, a real earth immortal, the monster dragon patriarch could not escape at all. In the end, he was killed. The other dragon patriarchs looked at this scene and felt that it was surreal. Because they had never thought that an earth immortal would die. They had never thought that they would join forces to kill an earth immortal. This feeling was really too surreal. The other monster dragon clan members were also in despair. In the end, they were destroyed. A sea of blood flew around them. It was like azure hell. All the dragon clan members all stopped. They landed on the ground. Looking at the broken palace in front of them, they were also very excited. They had actually exterminated an incomparably powerful dragon. The treasures inside would be theirs. However, they did not dare to make a move. Instead, they looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked over, and his Rinnegan covered the whole world. In the next moment, he cleaved the ground with his sword. The 9-yang divine dragon palm grabbed out. When he returned, he brought back a dragon seal. It was the paradise dragon seal that the monstrous dragon clan possessed. There were a total of 3 grotto heaven dragon seals. They were in the hands of the tyrant dragon tribe, the white dragon tribe, and the monster dragon tribe. There was a mysterious rune on each dragon seal. It was very mysterious and represented a different kind of power. Other than the dragon seal in the hands of the white dragon clan, it had been controlled by different clans. The dragon seals of the tyrant dragon tribe and the monstrous dragon tribe had always been under their control. The others had no idea what kind of power it represented. Now, they finally saw the dragon seal of the demonic dragon clan. Even the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe took a deep breath. His eyes were burning, not to mention the others. Lin Xian looked at the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe and said with a smile, "I have a suggestion." The 3 dragon seals were previously in the hands of different dragon clans. I think we can take them out and study them together. Hearing this, the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe was stunned. The leader of the white dragon tribe also took a deep breath. If that was the case, then the white dragon tribe would be qualified to study them. The leader of the tyrant dragon tribe said, "Lin Gongzi, this matter is too important. Our tyrant dragon tribe needs to discuss it carefully." Lin Xian smiled. "I'll give you time. I'll leave the dragon realm soon to complete another matter. When I'm done with that matter, I'll return to the dragon realm. You have enough time to think about it." "Okay." The leader of the tyrant dragon tribe nodded. Next, it was time to distribute the resources. As one of the overlords, the monstrous dragon tribe had a lot of resources in their hands. Lin Xian didn't want these resources because compared to the dragon seals, these resources were too inferior. He took the best dragon seals, so the remaining resources would be rewarded to the other dragon tribes. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." The Thunder Dragon Tribe, Fire Dragon Tribe, and other dragon tribes were extremely excited. They began to move. As for how to distribute it, Lin Xian didn't care. He found a place to sit down cross-legged and began to recover his strength. The previous battles had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, with the ancient land, Lin Xian recovered quickly. In front, the leader of the tyrant dragon tribe gathered the leaders of the other dragon tribes to discuss how to distribute the resources. 3 days later, they finished their discussion. Now that all the dragons had agreed, the rest of the matter would be easy to handle. The leader of the tyrant dragon tribe, the leader of the white dragon tribe, and the others walked over and told Lin Xian. Then they said, "Young master, you have a dragon seal. From now on, you are one of the rulers of the dragon realm. You can command the dragon realm." "I understand." Lin Xian stood up and said, "I'm leaving. Think about the dragon seals carefully. When I come back, I hope to hear your answers." "Young master, are you leaving?" The leader of the white dragon tribe exclaimed, "Young master, take the dragon Dao Jade pendant. You can come back then." Lin Xian smiled, "No need. With the dragon-seeking ruler, I can find the dragon realm again." Then, Lin Xian left. He broke through the void and left the dragon realm. Because he had more important things to do. The 5 sovereign spirit jades all appeared. 3 of them were in their hands, and the other 2 were in the 7th prince's. He wanted to snatch the other 2 sovereign spirit jades. At the same time, he had to collect the bloodlines of the remaining princes. There were many things waiting for Lin Xian to do. So, Lin Xian couldn't waste time. In fact, while Lin Xian was in the dragon realm, Xing had been on the move. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who supported Xing. The entire god realm supported Xing. So, many strong people in the god realm cooperated with Xing to obtain the bloodlines of the remaining princes. For example, Xing directly used her own bloodline to exchange with the 1st prince and the 3rd prince. The 2 princes didn't refuse. So, bloodlines weren't a problem at all. The most important thing was the sovereign spirit jade. Behind the 7th prince stood Bayan. So, there was no possibility of negotiation. In the future, there was only one battle to take back the sovereign spirit jade. The 7th prince also understood the situation. But now was not the time for the final battle. They had to find the last sovereign spirit jade. The 1st prince and the 3rd prince were frantically searching for him. They were 2 behind now. Only by finding the last sovereign spirit jade would they be qualified for the final battle. Xing, the 7th prince, the 1st prince, the 3rd prince, and the strong people around them all entered Qinguang City to search for the last sovereign spirit jade. According to various clues, the last one was here. Countless experts entered Qinguang City and began to search for the last sovereign spirit jade. On the other side, Bayan sent the Jade Pure Sword God and Long Xiaotian over again. She asked them to assist the 7th prince. The 7th prince was extremely excited. With these 2 earth immortals, he had 4 earth immortals in his hands. It was extremely terrifying. They split into two groups. One group searched for the fifth sovereign spirit jade, while the other prepared to attack Xianxia. Xianxia had two in her hands. If he could get them, then his chances of winning would be higher. However, before the seventh prince's side made a move, someone else made a move. That was the first prince and the third prince. The first prince and the third prince had already formed an alliance because they were really crazy. They had to get the jade. The two of them joined forces to attack Xianxia. After they succeeded, the two of them would each get one. After reaching an agreement, the two of them quickly moved. On the other side, Xianxia and the others were also quickly searching. On this day, they were stopped. Xianxia frowned tightly. Not good, everyone be careful. She reminded everyone. Beside her was Gu Santong and Yi Wudao. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the other great emperors and super great emperors. The Golden Lion King and the others did not come. Of course, if they really found the fifth sovereign spirit jade, they would definitely rush over for the final battle. Before that, they had other things to do. Not good, it's the power of an earth immortal. Morong Qingqing frowned tightly. We have to leave quickly. There's more than one earth immortal here. Let me do it. Gu Santong formed a spatial formation that enveloped everyone. Their figures were ethereal and were about to disappear. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying palm appeared in the sky. This palm was like the palm of a peerless demon beast. It descended from the sky and instantly tore the world apart. Boom. Although Gu Santong's spatial formation was terrifying, it was shattered by this palm. Inside the formation, the people from the divine realm retreated. Their faces were filled with shock. Heavens, who was it that attacked? This palm was so terrifying. Xianxia's expression also changed. Heavenly Wolf God. It was actually him. This was the third prince's subordinate. I have a divine artifact that can block it. With that, Xianxia activated the divine artifact. A battle robe quickly expanded, covering the world. Above it, endless divine might bloomed. However, at this moment, an extremely cold sword shadow appeared behind them. This sword shadow was extremely strange, as if it could cut through the 9 heavens and the netherworld with a single strike. Xianxia and the others jumped in fright and hurriedly defended. Gu Santong struck out terrifying spatial cracks, banishing the void. Leaf Dao Denier unleashed an immortal king phantom. Morong Qingqing condensed the terrifying phantom of a phoenix and soared into the sky. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as they blocked the sword. However, he was still shaken to the point that his qi and blood were in turmoil. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. It was another earth immortal. This was troublesome. Although there were many peerless geniuses among the people who came this time, none of them was an earth immortal. If the other party was just an earth immortal, they had the confidence to fight against him. Even if they couldn't win, they could still leave calmly. But things were different now. 2 land immortals. The situation was too critical. Xianxia's brows furrowed tightly. She said, "Oh no, this is the first prince's person. It's that Yun Xian. The first prince and the third prince have joined forces. Little sister, just obediently let yourself be captured." A sneer could be heard from the void. The third prince walked out and stared coldly at Xianxia. On the other side, the first prince stood between heaven and earth with a majestic gait, as if he had turned into the ruler of the world. He said, "You're no match for us at all, and we don't want to hurt you. Obediently hand over the 2 sovereign spirit jades and we'll let you leave safely. Don't even think about it." Xianxia snorted coldly. Morong Qingqing and the others also had solemn expressions. The first prince shook his head. "Little sister, you're really stupid. You should know that the divine realm you're in is the enemy of OL7's backer. I'm the only one who found you. If OL7 found you, do you think you'd be able to leave alive?" The third prince sneered. "A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want to die, do you? So much nonsense. Come out and fight." Leaf Dao Denier snorted coldly and stared at the third prince. "You're not qualified to make me attack." The third prince snorted. However, Leaf Dao Denier had already punched out. The terrifying fist tore through heaven and earth as it charged forward. It was too terrifying. It wasn't something a super great emperor could unleash. The third prince was startled. He took a step back, his expression extremely gloomy. How embarrassing. He was actually afraid. He said to the people next to him, "Attack." An old man next to him roared and struck out with both palms. Like a flood dragon, he charged forward. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The old man was sent flying, his arms broken and blood staining the sky. He let out a miserable cry. The third prince's people were stunned. No way, this old man was extremely strong. He was a super great emperor, and now, he couldn't even block a single palm strike. That was too unbelievable. After sending the old man flying with one punch, Leaf Dowdenier punched at the third prince again. The third prince gnashed his teeth in anger. This was too much, he said to the heavenly wolf god, "Please attack." The heavenly wolf god narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he gently raised his palm. Although it was just an ordinary palm strike, it carried the monstrous divine might of an earth immortal. With a crack, Leaf Dowdenier was sent flying, his blood boiling. His arm was shattered by the impact. His expression was solemn. An earth immortal was indeed strong. After retreating to the back, Leaf Dowdenier's body emitted a thunderous sound as he repaired his broken arm. The people on the third prince's side were stunned, their eyes almost popping out. No way, right? This guy was only lightly injured, his strength was already very close to that of an earth immortal. How could this be? They were all a little stunned. This young man was too heaven-defying. Even the heavenly wolf god frowned. He knew that Xianxia had the incomparably powerful Lin Wuti by her side. His cultivation wasn't high, but he was comparable to an earth immortal. Now, other than Lin Wuti, the other young geniuses were also so powerful, there was a biting cold killing intent in his eyes. This person couldn't be left alive. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and struck out again. This time, he was serious. The power of his palm became even more terrifying than before. It was filled with boundless divine power. When he struck out with his palm, it was like a dark cloud that covered 9 days. Xianxia and the others frowned tightly. They were facing a great enemy. It was too terrifying. The true power of an earth immortal was not something they could resist. Leaf Dowdenier roared. An immortal king descends to the 9 heavens, behind him, endless light surrounded him, forming a dazzling light. An indomitable figure appeared between heaven and earth. Boom, the immortal king phantom roared at the sky. His aura was astonishing. His palm danced, able to split the heavens and earth. It collided with the heavenly wolf god's palm, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The immortal king phantom shook violently. Yi Wudao kept retreating. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on the immortal king phantom. At this moment, he was still no match for an earth immortal. This was already very shocking. One had to know that even a demigod would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant when facing an earth immortal. However, Yi Wudao actually blocked it and didn't die. This was enough to show how powerful he was. However, the heavenly wolf god had already made up his mind to kill. He roared angrily and his palm fell again, his killing intent shocking the heavens. Not good. Gu Santong attacked and used the power of space. Countless spatial cracks tried to swallow the terrifying heavenly wolf's palm. Get lost. The heavenly wolf god roared angrily. His large palm swept across the sky, shattering everything. Those spatial rifts were all shattered. Gu Santong's body also swayed. So powerful. What terrifying power, what a domineering divine ability. In the end, Xianxia used her divine artifact. Everyone worked together to unleash the power of the divine artifact to block the attack. They retreated. They had underestimated an earth immortal. Gu Santong said with a frown. Previously, he had obtained the power of the celestial emperor, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The spatial divine ability was even more terrifying, and it greatly increased his confidence. In his opinion, a demigod was no match for him at all. He could even fight against an earth immortal. But now, he found that he could fight against a real earth immortal. However, he was only not instantly killed. It would be very difficult to fight an earth immortal. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to fight against the heavenly wolf god. Not to mention, there was a cloud immortal behind them, as well as a former earth immortal, Yue Fei. Although she hadn't completely recovered the power of an earth immortal, she had far surpassed a demigod. In addition, the first prince and the third prince were also very powerful, and they had a group of followers who were also super great emperors. This lineup was very terrifying. They were in trouble. Yan Ryu said, "We can't fight head-on. We have to find an opportunity to rush out." Next, Gu Santong unleashed his void mystique to its fullest. A crack appeared between heaven and earth and swallowed them. The first prince roared, "Attack!" "Since they are so stubborn, then don't blame me," the third prince also snorted coldly. "No one is allowed to leave." A great battle broke out. The two earth immortals made their moves, directly shattering the heaven and earth, causing the cracks in space to tremble non-stop. Inside the crack, everyone coughed up blood. They used all their means to escape from the spatial rift. The surrounding people were surprised. Even two earth immortals couldn't kill these young people in an instant? It was truly unbelievable. However, they weren't worried because it was only a matter of time before he died. No matter how heaven-defying these people were, they couldn't resist two earth immortals. The other party was definitely dead. As expected, Morong Qingqing frowned. No, the other party's lineup was too strong. Just the two earth immortals were enough to make them despair. What to do? Ask Lord Alcohol and the others for help. But if she asked for help at this time, what would she do if she met the seventh prince again? Just as they were in a dilemma, a laugh sounded in their ears. "You can beg me, I will help you." Hearing this voice, Xing'er was stunned. Morong Qingqing and the others frowned. "Demon Emperor. You're here too." That's right, Morong Qingqing could tell that this voice belonged to the Demon Emperor. This person was very mysterious and had an extremely strange temper. Although he had stayed in Shangqing City for a long time, Morong Qingqing still felt that he was very unreliable. Xing'er didn't know. She thought that he was an expert from the realm of the gods. She said, "Senior, please help." The Demon Emperor didn't help. He said with a smile, "Help? Sure, but it's very expensive for me to do it. What are you going to use in exchange?" Hearing this, Xing'er was stunned. "Aren't you from the realm of the gods?" After all, the realm of the gods was fully supporting her now. The Demon Emperor said with a smile, "I'm not from the realm of the gods. I'm me, I don't belong to any side." While talking, Xing'er and the others felt their blood boil again. Even Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu spat out a mouthful of blood. Because the two earth immortals were really angry. Yun Xian took out a terrifying sword. The sword energy was biting cold, enveloping heaven and earth. The sword energy was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. And the Sky Wolf God was even more terrifying. His body enlarged and turned into a 10,000 feet long demon beast. Terrifying flames appeared in his eyes. That was the terrifying demon god fire. It was biting cold as if it had turned into a demon god blade, slashing down from the sky. The saber slashed down, shattering the void. Only Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others had extraordinary bloodlines and were powerful. In addition, Xing'er still had a divine artifact in her hand. That was why they could resist. Otherwise, any genius would have died long ago. Not to mention geniuses, even a void god would probably die. Therefore, they really couldn't hold on any longer. Xing'er said, "Senior, what do you want?" The Demon Emperor smiled, "Little girl, you're very smart. You're the daughter of the sovereign. If you collect all the sovereign spirit jades, you can activate the sovereign's power. If you succeed, I also want a spot. I also want to feel the sovereign's power." Hearing this, Yi Wudao and the others' pupils shrank. The Demon Emperor's ambition was really big. He actually wanted the power of the Earth Sovereign. "Okay." Xing'er nodded. Before he could finish, Morong Qingqing, who was standing right next to him, stopped him. She said coldly, "I can agree to your request, but we have to change our conditions. Not only do you have to save my life, but you also have to kill them. Except for the two princes, who can't die due to the rules, you have to kill everyone else." Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Could the demon emperor do it? The demon emperor was also stunned. Then, he sneered. As expected of Lin Wudi's woman. She actually dared to negotiate with me. How courageous. Your conditions are a little harsh. How about this? I agree to your request. The two princes can't be killed due to the rules. The two land immortals are too strong. Other than that, I can kill everyone else. Humph, Morong Qingqing snorted coldly. Previously, she was just making things difficult for the other party. If the demon emperor really wanted to kill the land immortals, he probably couldn't do it. Okay, I agree. Senior, please do it. Xing'er also nodded and said. As soon as she finished speaking, a black fog suddenly appeared around her. It was demonic qi. With them as the center, it spread wildly in all directions. In the next moment, it enveloped heaven and earth. Everything around them immediately turned dark. The first prince and the third prince had a smug smile on their faces. In their opinion, the other party was dead for sure. They could kill him in the blink of an eye. However, the sudden appearance of demonic qi made their expressions change. What was going on? Was someone coming? Were the powerhouses of the god realm here? They were facing a great enemy. The heavenly wolf deity and Yunxian frowned slightly. Who was it? Come out. Demonic qi rolled, and a figure appeared. The first prince and the third prince were facing a great enemy. They looked forward. It was a man in a demonic robe. He stood between heaven and earth like a demon king. Everyone was shocked at first, but when they saw his cultivation level, they all laughed. The other party was not an earth immortal. A super great emperor, with such a cultivation level, he dared to behave atrociously in front of them. He was courting death. The first prince and the third prince were also relieved. If he was not an earth immortal, then it would be easy. The first prince snorted and said, Go, let him know the consequences of challenging me. The two super great emperors beside him walked out with sneers on their faces. Stupid thing, kneeling in front of us. The two of them stretched out their palms. Their palms carried monstrous power of the great Tao, and like a mountain of the heavenly Tao, they fell from the sky. The others also sneered. It was just a demon emperor, not a demon god. What could he do in front of them? In the blink of an eye, they could make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. The demon emperor snorted. Get lost. With that, he waved his sleeve, and terrifying demonic qi rolled, turning into two demonic swords and slashing out. With a boom, the two super great emperors in front of him were struck by lightning. In the next moment, their bodies split open, and their souls shattered. With one move, two super great emperors were destroyed. The whole world fell silent, and the silence was terrifying. After a while, someone exclaimed, How is this possible? The people on the first prince and the third prince's side were all stunned. Those two were experts, but they were killed in one move. And the person who did it was only a demon emperor. Damn it, this guy was too strange. The first prince's face was also extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth. Was he slapped in the face? He snorted coldly. No matter who you are? You have already angered me. Kneel on the ground and surrender now, and I will give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will die miserably. The demon emperor glanced at the first prince and sneered. I can't kill you because you are the descendant of the sovereign. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would have died 1,000 times in front of me. Since you know who I am, do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Hurry up and kneel down. The first prince shouted coldly again. The demon emperor laughed. He didn't say anything, but his laughter was filled with mockery. It was like a sharp sword that pierced the first prince's heart. The first prince was furious. Was the other party looking down on him? You want to die? Attack! He waved his hand and summoned 5 martial monarchs. On the other hand, the third prince waved his hand and summoned 3 martial monarchs. There was a total of 8 super thearchs. Every one of them was surrounded by the great Tao. Immortal qi and divine fire shone with mysterious light. These 8 people were enough to suppress everything. Go to hell. The 8 super great emperors shouted coldly. They tore through the void like arrows and arrived beside the demon monarch in an instant. The peerless mystical skills in the hands of the 8 cultivators fell fiercely. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the demon emperor did not dodge at all. Instead, he received the attack with his palm. The surrounding demonic chi condensed into a guqin in front of him. Demonic song, demonic slaughter. The devil emperor played the guqin, and a terrifying sound flew out. This was the devil emperor's supreme divine ability, using the sound of the guqin to kill the enemy. A soul attack? Everyone, defend yourselves. The 8 super great emperors shouted coldly. Mysterious great Tao runes appeared on their foreheads as they defended themselves. The 8 of them laughed coldly. However, in the next instant, the wrinkles on their foreheads shattered. The 8 of them stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide open. This is impossible. With a boom, the 8 of them turned into a bloody mist that scattered between heaven and earth. Even in death, he did not believe that the other party could kill the 8 of them with a single sound of the guqin. This time even Leaf Dao Denier, Star, and the others couldn't help but gasp at how strong he was. Even they wouldn't be able to do that. The demon emperor was too strong. The first prince and the third prince's expressions changed. They knew that this guy was also a very strong person. Therefore, they roared, "Attack! Attack with all your strength! Kill him, kill all of them!" The experts behind him moved out swiftly. The demon emperor laughed coldly and waved his demonic song, attacking quickly. Between heaven and earth, killing intent filled the air and pierced through the 9 heavens. The battle ended very quickly. The people who rushed over were all torn apart by the demonic song. As for the demon emperor, he soared into the air and charged forward, charging towards the first prince. The first prince was furious, and his expression changed. Yue Fei stretched out her palm and slapped forward. Her white feather-like palm was covered with mysterious runes that blocked the sound that filled the sky. Die. Yunxian stretched out a finger. He was an earth immortal. His every move was filled with supreme divine might. This finger turned into a peerless divine weapon that pierced through heaven and earth. The demonic song shattered, and the demon emperor's body was enveloped by the finger. Then, it exploded with a boom. Seeing this scene, the first prince breathed a sigh of relief. He snorted coldly. So what if you're strong? In front of an earth immortal, you're just an ant. Ha 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 ha. He laughed proudly. However, this laughter only lasted for a short while before it stopped. This was because a pitch-black hand had grabbed his neck in an instant. He could no longer laugh. This was the demon emperor's palm, and it carried an extremely cold and terrifying power. The first prince's body instantly froze. Impossible, wasn't this guy dead? How could he come to his side silently? In the next moment, the demon emperor's voice sounded in his ear. Although I can't kill you, I will teach you a lesson. I will let you know how powerful I am. After saying that, the demon emperor snorted coldly. The first prince felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices as he fell from the sky. His eyes were filled with infinite fear. Yunxian, save me. He frantically cried for help. Yunxian was also stunned. He's not dead? How is this possible? Even a demigod would definitely die if he was hit by his finger. This fiend emperor was too bizarre, wasn't he? He was angry and waved his sleeve. Tens of thousands of sword chi flew out, covering the sky and covering the earth, enveloping a part of the world. This time, the other party would definitely die. The demon emperor formed a seal with his palm and shouted coldly, "Demonic shadow layer." His figure began to change, turning into tens of thousands of clones. Each one of them stood between heaven and earth. These tens of thousands of clones began to attack the surrounding super great emperors. How could those super great emperors be a match for him? In the blink of an eye, many people were torn apart. At that moment, the sword aura unleashed by Yunxian enveloped the entire area and hacked apart all of the demonic shadows. This time, the other party should be dead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The first prince gritted his teeth and swallowed a pill. It was too easy to kill him so easily. If you ask me, I should capture him and torture him to death. On the other side, the expressions of Xing and the others changed drastically. Was the demon emperor dead? Black mist filled the air, and everyone thought that the demon emperor was dead. However, at this moment, laughter rang out between heaven and earth. I am the demon master. Boom, boundless demonic chi condensed into a black fist and blasted forward. Boom, the third prince was hit by the punch, and he retreated as if he had been struck by lightning. He landed heavily on the ground, shattering it. His body was covered in cracks, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock. How was this possible? The other party was not dead, the other party had even seriously injured him with a punch. Ah, he let out a crazy roar. The other people were also stunned. He didn't die? An Earth Immortal's attack could not kill the other party. Xianxia furrowed her brows tightly. He stared straight ahead, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He said coldly. Indestructible power, you can actually cultivate this power to such an extent. It's really beyond my expectations. He was indeed too shocked. So what if it was indestructible power? What was the indestructible power of a great emperor to an Earth Immortal? It was nothing. However, the other party's indestructible power shocked even him. Who exactly was this guy? I'll kill him. The heavenly wolf god roared, and his huge body quickly rushed over. His 100,000 feet figure was like a peerless demon god. His palm came down, carrying with it a terrifying flame. It was enough to turn everything into ashes. Even an Earth Immortal would not dare to take this attack head-on, and could only dodge. Sure enough, when this attack fell, the expressions of Xianxia and the others changed drastically. They were extremely nervous. The demon emperor did not care, and the corners of his mouth even curled up into a cold smile. He formed a seal with his palms, and a mysterious aura appeared on his body. Then, he soared into the sky and charged over. His fingers danced. Light of the demon god, the mysterious aura on his body fused with his demon chi, forming an extremely terrifying light of the demon god. These light of the demon god covered the sky and earth, and there were hundreds of millions of them. It was like the sun of the demon world, shining in all directions. This was not an ordinary ability. Although the demon emperor was only a super great emperor, he wanted to walk the path of a heavenly emperor. He had been to Jade Clear City to comprehend in Xianxia City. He had even been to many ancient places. His strength had far surpassed that of a super great emperor. Now that he had made his move, it was truly terrifying. In the sky, the two attacks collided. The light of demon gods that filled the sky actually blocked the serious god's palm. Those terrifying flames fell down, crushing some of the light of the devil god. However, even more light of demonic gods rushed over, seemingly wanting to tear these flames apart. The heavenly wolf sucked in a breath of cold air. He was furious and roared. Skywolf's howl, a terrifying sound rang out as it tore everything apart. The devil emperor's body was shattered once again. However, the shattered body transformed into an even more terrifying demonic aura that enveloped the entire area. It also covered the Sky Wolf God's 100,000 feet tall body. At the same time, the demon emperor's cold voice rang out, "You can't kill me. I am immortal and indestructible." Black demonic chi churned between heaven and earth as though it was trying to refine the heavenly wolf god. The experts on the third prince's side were all stunned. They were all stunned. Was the other party already so terrifying? It was too unbelievable. You want to refine me? Courting death. An angry voice came from the demonic chi. Then, a pair of claws tore through heaven and earth, tearing a huge crack in the demonic chi. The heavenly wolf god walked out with an extremely gloomy expression. Boom, he attacked like a madman and shattered the demon emperor 3 times. However, the demon emperor seemed to be truly immortal and indestructible. Every time he turned into a bloody mist, he could use an even more terrifying divine ability to attack again. It gave the heavenly wolf god a headache. He said to Xianxia in the distance, "This guy is too strange. Let's attack together." "Alright, let's kill him together." Xianxia walked out, the sword chi in her hand constantly blooming. The entire sky condensed into an endless sword of clouds with her as the center. It was like an ethereal immortal spirit. Oh no, are the two land immortals attacking? When Xianxia and the others saw this scene, they were extremely nervous. Morong Qingqing said, "Let's attack and restrain the others. We can't let them attack the demon emperor anymore." On the other side, the first prince and the third prince also rushed over with their men. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they prepared to suppress Xianxia and the others. Attack! Yi Wudao and the others snorted coldly. All kinds of bloodlines, cultivation methods, and divine abilities were used one after another. However, at this moment, the demon emperor said coldly, "You don't have to attack." I said, "Leave everything to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon emperor threw out a rune. This rune merged into the void, and the entire world seemed to have turned into the demon realm. At this moment, the demon emperor had turned into the ruler of the demon realm, and everyone felt a sense of suppression. It was the suppression of a demonic power. It was as if this power could easily kill them. What kind of divine ability was this? The first prince, the third prince, and the others were waiting with their eyes wide open. They were extremely shocked. With their strength, they actually felt fear and despair. Yue Fei also frowned tightly. He said as he resisted. This person's path of great Tao was very strange. He was far beyond the ordinary super great emperors. Even the void gods were no match for him. Could it be that he wanted to walk the path of the heavenly emperor? As soon as these words came out, the first prince and the others gasped. Those super great emperors were stunned. The path of the heavenly emperor. That was a path that was even more difficult than becoming a land immortal. They didn't expect that there was really someone who was willing to walk this path. It was too unbelievable. This was simply courting death. There was no hope. In front, Yunxian and the heavenly wolf deity also noticed this. He snorted coldly, "How stupid. You want to walk the path of the heavenly emperor? You don't even have a 1% chance." The demon emperor laughed loudly when he heard this. So what if there was no hope, there was no path in heaven and earth? I can walk a path that belongs to me. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body and charged forward. The entire demon realm shook, and countless demon god swords descended and attacked the surrounding people. Quick, defend! The first prince, the third prince, and the other super great emperors roared crazily. They all attacked. The two land immortals in front also attacked. They wouldn't allow the other party to live. This person was too much of a threat to them. A black spear appeared in the demon emperor's hand. This was the great spear of destruction. At this moment, in his hand, it unleashed an even more terrifying power. With his own strength, he charged towards the two earth immortals. At the same time, he used the demon realm to sweep away the other super great emperors. The battle erupted as if it was going to destroy the world. Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others were stunned as they watched the battle unfold before them. They had to admit that the demon emperor was too strong. He wasn't an earth immortal, but he was stronger than one. Wretched cries could be heard coming from the demon realm. They could feel the fall of one great emperor after another. Heaven and earth changed as blood rained down. Wails of sorrow could be heard. Everyone in Qingguang City was stunned. Heavens, so many experts had fallen, experts above the great emperor level were falling. Who was it that was attacking them? Boom boom boom, oh no, save me, damn it, how dare you attack me? The first prince and third prince's terrified cries could be heard from the demon realm. You're asking for it. Yunxian and Sirius deity were enraged as well. They were filled with killing intent as they realized that the great emperors around them had all fallen. Other than the two of them, there were only 3 people left alive. The first prince, the third prince, and Yue Fei. The others had all fallen. The emperor blood formed from the deaths of these experts was used by the demon emperor to form a blood-red vortex. The demon emperor's left hand reached into the blood-red vortex and gently patted it. With a boom, a sea of blood swept across the 9 heavens as an earth-shattering power appeared. Then, the demon emperor reached out with his left hand. A sword appeared in his hand. It was a blood-red longsword. The blood-red sword carried a monstrous blood aura. It was formed from the emperor blood of the dead great emperors. Slash, with a roar, the demon emperor slashed out with the blood-red longsword. The blood-red longsword continued to bloom, enveloping the entire demonic world. It was as though the entire demonic world was enveloped by the sword. It shook violently. The first prince, third prince, and the others felt as if they were being swallowed by an endless sea of blood. The murderous aura seemed to want to turn them into ashes. Outside, Yan Ryu exclaimed when she saw this. Was the demon emperor crazy? Was he attacking the first prince and the others as well? Gu Santong frowned as well. His eyes flashed as he said, "This sword attack is indiscriminate. Once someone is enveloped by it, no matter who they are, they will be in mortal danger." This demon emperor was indeed the same as the legends. He was a lunatic. The first prince and the third prince were stunned. They had never thought that someone would dare to break the rules and attack them. They were the sons of the ancestor. Was he not afraid of being killed by the power of a venerable sovereign? Needless to say, the demon emperor was really not afraid, because he was a madman to begin with. If he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't become a demon. The power on the blood sword continued to bloom, emitting a destructive aura. The sword shattered. However, that burst of energy enveloped the crowd. "Damn it, let's go, get lost." The two Earth Immortals were also furious. They protected their princes and quickly soared into the sky. They wanted to escape. However, they were already enveloped by the sea of blood. After a single strike, heaven and earth were destroyed. The entire demonic world was instantly shattered. Boundless demonic chi danced in the air as a monstrous light soared into the sky. At this moment, all the martial artists in Qingguang City looked up at the sky. When they felt this scene, their scalps went numb. Even though they were from Hell City, they were still terrified when they felt the bloody aura. Boom! The two Earth Immortals were enraged and unleashed a peerless attack. An even more destructive aura erupted. This storm lasted for a long time. Morong Qingqing and the others had already retreated far away. They could only hear an angry voice coming from the storm. "Damn it, he actually seriously injured Yue Fei." This was the first prince's roar. Beside him, cracks appeared on Yue Fei's body. His soul fell into a deep sleep. He was seriously injured. On the other side, the third prince was furious. "Is he dead? Is that guy dead?" His face was extremely pale. He had never been so scared before. "Don't worry, the two of us will attack him with all our strength. He will definitely die. However, we have to leave." The heavenly wolf deity gritted his teeth. His face was pale, and both of his arms had withered and turned into white bones. On the other side, some parts of Yunxian's body had also withered and turned into white bones. Their chi was weak, and they had all been killed just now. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that they were Earth Immortals. The blood in their bodies was divine blood, but even so, the Demon Emperor could still destroy a lot of their divine blood. It was really terrifying. Fortunately, the other party was only a super great emperor. If the other party was an Earth Immortal, he would probably be able to destroy them. The two Earth Immortals quickly left with the third prince and the others. They tore the void apart and disappeared. The storm in front of them gradually disappeared. The demonic chi dissipated, and the blood-red light disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Morong Qingqing and the others flew back. When they looked around, they were also shocked. Around them were the bones of super great emperors. The great Tao on them was extremely terrifying. Even after tens of thousands of years, it would not be destroyed. But such a powerhouse had easily fallen here. Xing'er could also feel the bloodline power of the first prince and the third prince. Obviously, the two princes were also injured, and their injuries were not light. Yi Wudao was even more shocked. He pointed to a place that was extremely terrifying. It was a bit like the blood of an immortal. Could it be that the two Earth Immortals were also injured? They were all crazy. Morong Qingqing said, "Where is the Demon Emperor? Did he really die?" They began to search, but they still could not find the Demon Emperor. Yan Ryu sighed. This guy was too crazy. Furthermore, this time, he had really fallen. The hearts of the few of them were heavy. Even though the Demon Emperor was extremely strange, he was still helping them this time around. They were really sad that he had died. "I am immortal. How could I die? They can't kill me." At this moment, a laugh sounded. Morong Qingqing and the others suddenly looked up. That was the Demon Emperor's voice. Where was he? They began to search. In the next moment, they saw a heart floating and beating nonstop. It was a black heart that contained immense power. From within, an endless amount of demonic blood flew out and turned into a figure. It was the Demon Emperor. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's face was extremely pale, as if he had not seen the sun for tens of thousands of years. He stared at Xianxia and said, "I have done what I promised you. Don't forget what you promised me. When you succeed, I will come to you again." With that, the Demon Emperor tore open the void and disappeared. He really didn't die? It was too unbelievable. Morong Qingqing and the others were shocked. The other party was indeed strange. On the other side, the seventh prince stood on a mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. He said, "What a terrifying battle." A black-robed man stood next to him and said with a smile, "I can feel the aura. It's the heavenly wolf god and Yunxian. They should be attacking Xianxia. I wonder how the battle is going. I think we can go out and reap the benefits." A hint of passion appeared in the seventh prince's eyes. That's right, it was time to make a move. Xianxia had 2 sovereign soul jades in her hands. It was better to snatch them first. They were ready to make a move. However, at this moment, the seventh prince's body trembled. 2 sovereign soul jades flew out of his body and kept blooming. This change left him stunned. What happened? The followers around them were also shocked. Was someone here to snatch the sovereign spirit jade? They were on high alert. But after waiting for a long time, they realized that no one had come. No, it wasn't like that. The seventh prince furrowed his brows tightly. The changes in the sovereign spirit jade seemed to be sensing that a new sovereign spirit jade had appeared. The 5th sovereign spirit jade had finally appeared. They were extremely happy. The seventh prince said, "Quick, let the jade pure sword god and the dragon god come back. Let's work together and get the 5th as soon as possible." They began to send messages to the jade pure sword god and dragon Xiaotian, asking them to come back quickly. On the other side, Xianxia and the others had just breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not participate in this battle, their hearts were like a roller coaster. They were really nervous to the extreme. At this moment, Xianxia's body suddenly bloomed with light. 2 sovereign spirit jades floated out and rotated between heaven and earth like stars in the night sky. What happened? They were also shocked as if they were facing a great enemy. But soon, Xianxia said, "This is a summon. A new sovereign spirit jade has appeared. Let's go." They leaped into the air. Morong Qingqing took out a voice transmission talisman and said, "I'll send a message to Lord Jiu and ask them to come back quickly." Next, they would be facing the seventh prince. With their strength, they were still no match for the people of Higan. The voice transmission talisman bloomed with light, flew into the sky, and disappeared. Everyone began to wait. But in the next moment, Morong Qingqing's expression changed. She exclaimed, "Oh no. What happened?" Xianxia asked. The voice transmission talisman was blocked. No way, could it be that the seventh emperor? They had already made their move. Yan Ryu was also shocked. If they could not summon Lord Jiu and the others, then they would really be in danger. "Try again, I'll use the space array to help you." Gu Santong walked out, took a deep breath, and used the ancient void scripture to the extreme. The terrifying power of space spread and surrounded the surroundings. Morong Qingqing used a new voice transmission talisman again. This time, with the power of space, it was even more mysterious. But it still did not work. This made them extremely anxious. They weren't the only ones. The others in Qingguang City also felt it. Due to the appearance of Qingguang City, people from all over the universe wanted to enter. Every day, new experts would enter to explore, cultivate, and comprehend. However, on this day, they discovered that they could not enter. Even if they were to pay a huge price and agree to Qin Guangcheng's conditions, they would not be able to enter. The triple gates of hell had lost their effect. Damn it, how did this happen? Outside, Mengpo was also stunned. She realized that she couldn't enter either. The people in Qingguang City also realized that they couldn't get out. The entire Qingguang City seemed to have been sealed. What the hell is going on? For a moment, countless people were stunned. Even the land immortals in Qingguang City were surprised. They were quickly enraged. Who dared to behave atrociously in their territory? Don't be afraid, this immortal will personally take action. An earth immortal made a move. His fist could split open the sky and tear everything apart. However, he couldn't get out either. How could this be? Even earth immortals couldn't get out. He couldn't enter either. Everyone went crazy. What kind of power was this? Did it surpass the power of earth immortals? Who was it that was using it? And in Qingguang City, some ancient existences were incomparably excited. They were extremely old. At this moment, they were all kneeling on the ground and kowtowing nonstop. Could it be that the immortal had awakened, because they knew that Qingguang City had another name, and that was the Immortal City? The Immortal City was personally built by the immortal. And the immortal was an extremely terrifying and mysterious existence. If the immortal of Qingguang City were to awaken, then Qingguang City would become the #1 city in the entire universe. How could these people not be excited? In the vast mountains, the void split open. A figure walked out. It was a young man. He was incomparably handsome. His body carried a scorching aura and a monstrous pressure of the Tao of Dragons. He was Lin Xian. Lin Xian had finally returned from the Dragon Realm. The moment he returned, the Emperor's soul jade in his hand suddenly bloomed with a resplendent light and floated in the void. Then, in different directions of the entire Qingguang City, the other 4 Emperor soul jades also bloomed with light. The 5 monarch spirit jades had a mysterious connection with one another. At the same time, Lin Xian heard a majestic voice. The Emperor domain was activated. This voice, could it be left behind by the Emperor? Lin Xian was incomparably shocked when he heard it. Because just that voice alone was enough to shake his soul. He wasn't too sure what the Emperor domain was. He looked around and found that nothing had changed. At this moment, Lin Xian still didn't know that Qingguang City had been sealed. The people outside couldn't enter, and the people inside couldn't leave. No matter who you were, even if you were a top genius, a super great emperor, or an earth immortal, you could only stay here. This was the so-called Emperor domain. Next, a battlefield was formed in the Emperor domain, and the battle began. The winner would condense 5 Emperor soul jades and wear a laurel crown. Not only him, but Xing and the 7th prince also heard the Emperor's voice. The Emperor domain was activated. This is great. This time, I must gather all of the sovereign spirit jades. The 7th prince was full of confidence. He had 4 earth immortals with him, and he could definitely sweep through everything. On the other side, Xing also looked at Morong Qingqing and the others and said, "Don't try anymore. Once the Emperor domain is activated, no one can enter, and no one can help us." What? Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others' expressions changed. Only a few of them? Then how could they be a match? Gu Santong said, "We can only hide for now. I'll form a space array, and we'll run as long as we can." The 7th prince was extremely excited. He also knew a little about the Emperor domain. In other words, Xing and the others were staying in Qingguang City and couldn't escape. It was only a matter of time before they found them. And there was one more thing, they couldn't summon experts. Previously, when Xing and the eldest prince were fighting, they also sensed that there was only one super strong power. Therefore, they didn't need to send 4 earth immortals. Because now, they were going to find the 5th Emperor soul jade. That was the most important thing. The 7th prince looked at the jade pure sword god and cupped his fists. "Senior sword god, I hope that you will be able to bring back the 2 sovereign spirit jades successfully. Don't worry, leave it to me." The jade pure sword god was extremely excited. As long as he succeeded, it would be a great achievement. At that time, he might even have a share of the Emperor's power. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. "Follow me." He brought a few super great emperors and quickly rose into the air. A sword light cut through the void and shot into the distance. As for Dragon Xiaotian, the virtual immortal, and the others, they were searching for the 5th Emperor soul jade. In the distance, Xing and the others took the teleportation array and quickly escaped. At this time, a sword energy above their heads directly cut through the sky. A cold voice sounded, "You can't escape. Stay here. You can't escape." A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. When they heard this, Xianxia and the others stopped. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it, did someone catch up with us? And it was a land immortal. They looked up. In the sky, a sword chi covered the 9 heavens, cutting off heaven and earth, blocking all paths. And in that sword chi, there were a few figures. One of them was tall, like a peerless sword god. He stood there, looking down at the desolation. The sword chi on his body was enough to destroy everything. A land immortal, and a sword god, Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and the others gasped. Their expressions became extremely solemn. In addition to the sword god, there were also some experts behind him. These were all super great emperors. Although they were not strong enough in a one-on-one fight, there were many of them. At this moment, they were like gods. Similarly, they exuded a vast power. You ants are no match for me. I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground obediently. Submit to me. A cold voice sounded, and vast sword chi danced in the air. The surrounding void kept shattering. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others turned pale. They used their power to resist. An earth-shaking voice sounded, and they were forced to retreat. How terrifying. Just the other party's voice alone contained such a sharp power. If they really fought, they would not be a match. Everyone, use your ultimate techniques and attack with all your might. Yi Dao Denier roared. The immortal King Phantom on his body instantly rushed out. Gu Santong condensed a spatial storm, and Morong Qingqing struck out with the rainbow phoenix. Yan Ruyu's great Dao lotus kept blooming around her. Xianxia took out her divine artifact to defend. At this moment, these young geniuses attacked with all their might. It was truly terrifying. Boom, the sword god pointed a finger, and a biting cold sword chi flew forward. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and all the mystiques and ultimate techniques in front of them were destroyed. Even the divine artifact in Xianxia's hand shook violently from the impact. They retreated, their chi and blood churning, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Too strong, a swordsman was truly worthy of being the existence with the strongest offensive power among cultivators. His opponent was simply too terrifying. The sword god was also surprised. Eh? He's actually still alive? It turned out that he had a divine artifact in his hand. It seemed to be a treasure. Very well, then I'll accept it. Do you have any last words? Leave them. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Let's go. Gu Santong once again opened up a spatial tunnel, and the group quickly rushed in. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Sword God laughed coldly. He waved his hand and a sword rain flew out, piercing through heaven and earth. This time, Morong Qingqing and the others were all injured and coughed up blood. Their faces were filled with despair. The Jade Pure Sword God laughed out loud and pressed down with his palm. His palm was filled with boundless sword chi, enough to suppress everything. Bringing you all back would be a great merit. Not good. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others all despaired. Fight for your life, they roared angrily as the blood in their bodies boiled. They wanted to unleash a peerless attack. Even if they had to die together, they could not let their opponent suppress them. You want to fight for your life? You won't have the chance. The sword god snorted coldly as his face darkened. His finger turned into a peerless divine sword, enough to pierce through everything. The sharp aura caused cracks to appear on the bodies of Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others. They were about to shatter. Boom, at this critical moment, a golden light shone between heaven and earth. It was as if a sun had descended from the sky. It landed directly on the Jade Pure Sword God's palm. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked as a destructive aura swept out in all directions. At this moment, nothing could withstand it. The sword god's palm was also blasted away, and the light on it dimmed. This sudden change stunned everyone. The sword god's face also changed. His palm was trembling from the impact. He was furious. Who is it? How dare you interfere with my business? He roared crazily as an extremely terrifying murderous intent bloomed in his eyes. On the other side, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others were also stunned. Nothing happened? Did someone save them? Who was it? Was Lord Joe here? That's great. They turned their heads to look. There was a golden sun in the sky, releasing an extremely terrifying flame power. A figure walked out from the sun. It was a young man who was incomparably handsome and high-spirited. He stood there like the god of the sun. He looked down and said, "I'm here. No one can hurt you." There was a hint of gentleness in his voice, and at the same time an unparalleled dominance. "Brother Xian." Morong Qingqing immediately smiled. This smile made heaven and earth lose their luster. Xing Yi Wudao, and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. You're finally here." The person who came was Lin Xian. However, on the other side, the Jade Pure Sword God was stunned. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. "This is impossible. How is this possible? It's you. You're already dead. How can you still be alive?" The sword god had really gone crazy. One had to know that it was him and Dragon Xiaotian who had joined forces to kill Lin Xian. The other party should have been reduced to ashes long ago. It was impossible for him to be alive, he was very sure of this. But now, he saw this kid again. Illusion. It must be an illusion. The sword god roared towards the sky as the sword chi on his body soared into the sky. His sword will was extremely powerful. It was enough to cut through any illusion array, however, it was useless. Lin Xian was still in front of him. This was impossible, the Jade Pure Sword God had gone crazy. Could it be a remnant soul? This kid controls the power of reincarnation. Perhaps there really is a remnant soul that didn't enter reincarnation and stayed in this world. Thinking of this, he felt that the explanation made sense. He sneered. "Kid, a mere remnant soul wants to fight against me? Just nice. I'll capture your remnant soul and ask for information about the Great Dragon Sword." The Jade Pure Sword God was really too excited. Previously, they had joined forces to destroy the other party and then searched for information about the Great Dragon Sword. However, they didn't have any clues at all, which made them almost go crazy. Now, they finally saw a clue. Capture the other party's remnant soul. Thinking of this, the sword god laughed proudly. In the next moment, his palm stretched out again. This time, the power on his palm was even more terrifying than before. This was the power of a true land immortal. "Go to hell, kid." Behind him, the super great emperors also sneered. How can a mere remnant soul block it? In the face of such an attack, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and the corner of his mouth raised into a trace of disdain. This Jade Pure Sword God was really an idiot. He actually said that he was a remnant soul. Fine, then he would let the other party feel what the power of flames was. He also raised his palm and fiercely slapped forward. The 9-yang divine palm carried the scorching aura of the 3 true fire. There was a loud boom. The two palms collided in the sky. A terrifying flame aura swept out, and the sword chi fell down crazily. However, something shocking happened. When the incomparably sharp sword chi met the divine fire, it actually shattered and cracks appeared. Then, it cracked open. The Jade Pure Sword God's palm broke with a crack, even the bones appeared. Ah, a miserable scream shook the 9 heavens. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. They seemed to have been petrified. How was this possible? The Jade Pure Sword God was injured, the super great emperors who followed were about to kneel down. This feeling was like a dream. Wasn't this kid a remnant soul? Why was he so powerful? The Jade Pure Sword God suddenly retracted his palm. The pain almost made him crazy. He was really too shocked. In the battle between the two sides, he was actually injured and at a disadvantage. Damn it, how could this be? Now he could be sure that it wasn't a remnant soul, but the true 9-yang divine body. Moreover, he discovered that the other party's 9-yang divine body had become even stronger than before. It seemed to be no weaker than the physique of an earth immortal. Damn it, this kid didn't die. And he even had a fortuitous encounter. He had a great fortune, his physique had become even stronger than before. The Jade Pure Sword God was really crazy. Why did this kid have such good luck? He and Dragon Xiaotian worked together and beat the other party into ashes, but the other party didn't die. How did the other party survive? For a moment, his expression changed. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he smiled. It seems that you have a lot of doubts and questions, but unfortunately, I won't say anything to a dead person. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold-killing intent. Today, he was here for revenge. The Jade Pure Sword God and Dragon Xiao Tian had joined forces and almost killed him. Now, he wanted revenge. He wanted these two to go to hell. You're courting death. Do you think you can kill me? The Jade Pure Sword God was furious as well. His expression became ferocious. So what if you survived? You were just lucky. If I can destroy you once, I can destroy you a second time. This time, I will definitely destroy you and make it impossible for you to come back to life. Kill me? Just you? Lin Xian laughed disdainfully. You don't have that ability now. After saying that, he struck out with his palm. The terrifying Nine Suns divine palm, which carried the vast power of the divine fire, shrouded the front. Everywhere it passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Endless black holes appeared. This flame was truly too terrifying. It was enough to incinerate heaven and earth. The super great emperors on the other side started to tremble. Heavens, what kind of flame is this? A single flame was enough to turn them into ashes. The other party was too strong, so strong that they couldn't fight against him at all. Perhaps only the Jade Pure Sword God could fight against the other party. They quickly retreated. At the same time, they said, Sword God, please kill the enemy. The Jade Pure Sword God's expression was extremely cold. The power of this flame actually made him feel a trace of threat. Unforgivable, he wouldn't allow the other party to live any longer. In the next moment, he roared, Seven Extinction Sword, Absolute Heaven. Heaven and earth tumbled. Endless sword chi condensed between heaven and earth, turning into a terrifying divine sword phantom that floated in the sky. These sword chi were extremely terrifying. Kill, with a roar, the sword chi in the sky fell, piercing in all directions. Not good. Morong Qingqing, Xing and the others' expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated. At the same time, Morong reminded, Brother Xian, be careful. These sword chi are too terrifying. Lin Xian laughed. It can't do anything to me. Watch how I break it. In the next moment, he punched out. Nine Suns Divine Dragon Fist. His fist seemed to have turned into a peerless sun, blooming with bright light. In the sun, the phantom of a divine dragon appeared, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. This was a new divine ability. It was formed by fusing the power of the Nine Dragons' divine fire array. It was even more terrifying than the previous fist technique. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian's fists danced, like suns soaring into the sky, blooming between heaven and earth. In the next moment, they collided with the sword chi, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, both sides disappeared from heaven and earth at the same time. So powerful. The super-martial monarchs in the distance were dumbfounded upon seeing this. Even Yi Wudao and the others were shocked. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful because of his sword technique. Because he had the dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian's physique was only equivalent to a super great emperor's before. It was impossible for him to compete with an Earth Immortal. But now, Lin Xian was able to compete with an Earth Immortal just by relying on the strength of his physique. The Jade Pure Sword God also noticed this, so his expression became even more unsightly. Lin Xian was stronger than before. He felt a sense of danger. He had to use his true ultimate skill to completely destroy his opponent. He couldn't give his opponent any more chances. Absolute Heaven, Sword Storm. The sword god used all his strength to activate the 7 extinction swords. This was an extremely terrifying sword technique. At this moment, he could use Absolute Heaven, Absolute Earth, and Absolute Heart. Other than using the Absolute Heaven sword technique, he also used the Absolute Earth sword technique. The ground cracked, and rocks turned into giant swords that soared into the sky. At this moment, there were terrifying sword techniques everywhere in the sky and on the ground. These sword techniques were murderous, decisive, cold, and unparalleled. It was enough to destroy everything in the world. In the sky and on the ground, the combination of the two was terrifying to the extreme. It formed a peerless sword array. Yi Wudao and the others' expressions changed drastically. Too powerful. The Jade Pure Sword God was much more terrifying than the Heavenly Wolf God and Yunxian from before. His sword technique could be said to be unparalleled. They wondered if Lin Xian could withstand it. From the previous conversation, they knew that Lin Xian was injured by the Jade Pure Sword God. However, the Jade Pure Sword God didn't dare to be careless. After using Absolute Heaven and Absolute Earth, he decisively used Absolute Heart. It would take some time to use Absolute Heart. He instantly condensed a Sword Dao clone. His real body retreated to the back. His palms formed a seal, and the sword chi on his body continued to spread. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, "Attack!" In the sky, the sword chi of Absolute Heaven and Absolute Earth rushed out crazily and attacked Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was engulfed. When the super great emperors in the distance saw this scene, they all cheered. "Great, this kid is dead for sure." Brother Xian, on the other hand, Murong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous. They were incomparably worried. Yi Wudao said, "Don't worry. As long as Lin Xian uses his sword technique and the power of the great dragon sword soul, he should be able to block it." Hearing this, Murong Qingqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Because they realized that Lin Xian did not use the power of the great dragon sword soul at all. Instead, he swung his fist again and attacked. 9-Yang Divine Dragon Fist. The 9-Yang Divine Dragon body completely exploded. Lin Xian's body not only had the illusion of the 9 suns, but also the terrifying illusion of a fire dragon. These fire dragon illusions were formed by the Samadhi True Fire and were very similar to the fire dragon of the 9 Dragon Fire Syndrome. At this moment, they appeared and surrounded his fist, making the power of his fist technique even more terrifying. Lin Xian's fist danced and swept in all directions, hitting the sword chi. It was earth-shattering. In the sky, the peerless illusion was sent flying by him. The giant stone sword under his feet was shattered by his fist. Just like this, Lin Xian was like a young god of war, continuously attacking in the sword formation. 9 dragons as one. One punch to break the universe. Between heaven and earth, there was a terrifying roar. The 9 fire dragons quickly merged and flew into Lin Xian's fist. Then, Lin Xian punched out. With a boom, an earth-shattering aura of destruction was heard. This punch became the only one in the world. The surrounding sword chi was constantly being shattered, unable to withstand this power at all. After the punch, cracks began to appear on the entire sword Dao formation. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body swayed and rushed out from it. In the next moment, he looked forward. He sneered, "Your strength is only SOSO. Compared to before, it hasn't improved much. You are no match for me at all." Lin Xian's body swayed and once again charged at the Jade Pure Sword God. The Jade Pure Sword God was currently channeling the heart-severing sword art with all his might. How could he have the time to answer the other party's question? Seeing Lin Xian rushing over, he was also anxious. He shouted in a low voice, "Cooperate with my sword Dao clone and stop him for me." Even if he died, he would not let him take a single step forward. Hearing this, the surrounding super martial monarchs gasped. In the next moment, madness appeared in their eyes. "Join hands, get into formation," a furious roar sounded. 13 super great emperors walked out. Terrifying great Dao power surged from their bodies and merged into one. An extremely terrifying formation appeared. There was another avatar of the Jade Pure Sword God in front of him. The sword in his hand was the Jade Pure Sword God's Blood God Sword. It was a true divine weapon. Such a lineup was terrifying to the extreme. Furthermore, their mission was only to stop Lin Xian. From their point of view, there was no danger. They were full of confidence. In the next moment, the Jade Pure Sword God's Sword Dao avatar moved. He slashed the Blood God Sword in his hand forward. Streaks of blood-red sword chi soared into the sky. At the same time, the super great emperors behind him joined hands and struck out a huge palm. This huge palm brought with it endless great Dao laws and bloomed in the sky. Vast power swept across the sky and earth. The two worked together and charged forward to stop Lin Xian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His fist was still dancing. The terrifying fist brought with it monstrous golden flames as it charged forward. With a clang, it instantly collided with the blood god sword. The surrounding blood-red sword chi could not withstand this power at all. It kept shattering. Like glass, it scattered in all directions. At this moment, the great Tao palm in the sky had already fallen. It worked with the power of the 13 super great emperors. Trapped, this huge palm enveloped Lin Xian. The flames on Lin Xian's body disappeared instantly as if he had been completely suppressed. That's great. Seeing this, the 13 super great emperors laughed. They heaved a sigh of relief. This Lin Wudi was only SOSO. Boom, in the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The great Tao palm in the sky shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's flame soared into the sky. Like a fire god, he charged out directly from inside. The 13 super great emperors' expressions changed drastically. They all vomited blood. The great Tao palm that they had joined hands to strike out was actually shattered. Damn it, wasn't the other party's power too strong? It was not over yet. Lin Xian threw out a punch. The 13 great emperors' pupils shrank. Block it for me. One by one, they took out their extreme weapons. The extreme power danced, and the aura of the great Tao filled the air. They did not dare to be careless at all. However, they were still sent flying. Cracks began to appear on the 13 extreme-grade weapons in a single strike. They suddenly cracked open. Among them, 7 of the super-great emperors' bodies turned into blood mist. The other super-great emperors were also covered in cracks. They were seriously injured. They did not die because at the critical moment, Sword Dao's clone made a move. The blood god sword turned into a sea of blood, enveloping these people. This was the power of a true divine weapon. That was why these people's lives were saved. Otherwise, Lin Xian's punch would have been enough to turn all 13 super great emperors into ashes. Even so, these super great emperors' faces were filled with fear. They did not dare to make a move at all. Only Sword God Jade Pure's clone was left. This clone did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he pushed the blood god sword with all his strength, turning it into 36 seas of blood that surrounded heaven and earth. In each sea of blood, there were 108 blood-colored sword chi. They kept dancing. A monstrous blood aura filled the air. This terrifying scene blocked Lin Xian's path. No one in this world can stop me, Lin Xian strode forward. He raised his arm high and slashed forward. 9 suns opened the sky, using his finger as a sword, he slashed the sky. Boundless sword chi quickly fell, slashing into the monstrous sea of blood. Instantly, the sea of blood rolled and the clouds surged. This attack was like a peerless divine sword. The sharp aura instantly split the sea of blood into 2. However, more and more of the sea of blood rushed out. Within the sea of blood, the blood-colored sword chi soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth. On each of them, there were blood-colored runes that contained boundless blood-killing power. Kill. The monstrous blood-colored sword chi quickly rushed over. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian raised his arm again and slashed forward. Boom, boom. Boom, the 9 sun sword chi fell, destroying everything in its path. The blood-colored sword chi could not withstand it at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian tore apart the sea of blood and arrived in front of Sword Dao's clone. The Sword Dao avatar raised his sword to block. He managed to block the sword. The void shook violently. Lin Xian reached out with his left hand and grabbed the blood god sword. Then, he slapped out with his right hand. Boom, Sword Dao's clone was instantly torn apart as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not withstand it at all. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Sword God Jade Pure's real body in front of him. His lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, his body swayed and he appeared in front of Sword God Jade Pure. Lin Xian was too fast. Facing such a strong lineup, he defeated them in the blink of an eye. The surrounding people didn't even have time to react. Their minds were blank and they were dumbfounded. When they came back to their senses, they realized that Lin Xian was already standing in front of Jade Clear Sword God. Oh no, those super great emperors' faces changed when they saw this. Jade Clear Sword God was in danger. Jade Clear Sword God's eyes narrowed. Damn it, those trash can't even hold on for a little while. In the next moment, he screamed in shock because he realized that Lin Xian had raised his fist and was punching towards him. With a loud boom, the punch landed on his body and sent him flying. Jade Clear Sword God was struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was filled with cracks. His divine blood splattered out and dyed the sky red. He made other sounds. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to form the heart-severing sword technique. At that time, he would definitely be able to turn the tables. But, in that short amount of time, he would have been sent to hell. The surrounding people were stunned. Oh no, is he really injured? The remaining super great emperors were filled with despair. If even Jade Clear Sword God was defeated, they wouldn't be able to survive. On the other side, Morong Qingqing and the others cheered. This is great. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said plainly, you are nothing more than this. You are no match for me now. Jade Clear Sword God gritted his teeth. Kid, I didn't use my heart-severing sword technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost. Oh, really? Heart-severing sword technique. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. I'll give you a chance to use your heart-severing sword technique. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Even the Jade Pure Sword God was stunned. What did you say? He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian said coldly. I said I'll give you a chance to use your strongest technique. Then, I'll defeat you when you're at your peak. Leave. I'll give you half an hour. This kid is crazy. The surrounding super great emperors were stunned. Is he really that confident, arrogant? Too arrogant, who does he think he is? The sword god roared, brat, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He was really too excited. He quickly stood up and swallowed the pill. He formed a seal with his palms and quickly operated the heart-severing sword of the 7 deadly swords. At the rear, Morong Qingqing, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others' expressions changed. Morong Qingqing said, Brother Xian, don't give him a chance. We should end this quickly. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's fine. Since he's going to hell anyway, I'll give him a chance to use his full strength. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with confidence. Half the period it took an incense stick to burn was gone fairly quickly. The sword god roared as an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. A wave of icy cold energy spread out. At this moment, sword god was expressionless. His eyes were cold. Lin Wudi, you will pay for your arrogance. The biggest mistake you made was to let me use heart-severing. Now, you can die in peace, sword god's cold voice rang out. He waved his hand and the blood god sword flew into his hand. In the next moment, he made his move. He slashed out with his sword. A biting cold sword chi with an ice-cold aura slashed down from the sky. Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword and performed the duality swordplay. Facing his opponent's strongest move, Lin Xian also performed the sword Dao. The Taiji diagram instantly appeared and merged into the void. It was covered with Dao patterns. The power of Yin and Yang appeared. The duality sword array danced and attacked forward. Boom, clang, an earth-shattering collision, a duel of swords. The jade green sword god roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. He continued to attack. The heart-severing swordplay could make people feel cold and fearless. They only knew how to attack. At this moment, the jade green sword god was in such a state. He did not retreat in the face of the duality swordplay. Instead, the swordplay in his hand became more and more biting cold. The two sides fought fiercely. The surrounding people were nervous. Especially the super great emperors. Their hearts were in their mouths. The Jade Green Sword Mountain should be able to win, right? At first, they saw that the Jade Green Sword God was very strong and suppressed Lin Xian. But gradually, they realized that Lin Xian was getting stronger and stronger. Dragon roars filled the 9 heavens. He even sent the Jade Green Sword God flying with one slash. The surrounding people were stunned. Not good. The Jade Green Sword God was in danger. What should they do? After some discussion, the remaining few super emperors turned around and stared at Murong Qingqing and the others. If they captured them, Lin Wudi might be afraid. Kill. In an instant, the super great emperors charged towards Murong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others. Murong Qingqing snorted and attacked with a phoenix. Yi Wudao snorted too. Courting death, the few young geniuses attacked and fought with the super great emperors. Not long after, the super great emperors roared. These young geniuses were really too strong. They were no match for them at all. But they were also crazy. They did not run. They were prepared to fight with their lives. The battle between heaven and earth continued. The battle between Lin Xian and the Jade Green Sword God was even more terrifying. The sword in Lin Xian's hand turned into a peerless ray of light, splitting everything. It cut off one of the Jade Green Sword God's arms. The Jade Green Sword God did not even frown. He allowed the divine blood to dance. The blood god's sword in his hand quickly fell and pierced Lin Xian's shoulder. With a boom, the two retreated. Lin Xian's shoulder split open. The Jade Green Sword God's face was pale. With a wave of his hand, the divine fire danced and the broken arm began to heal. At the same time, he charged again. Lin Xian's face darkened. He used all his strength to activate the Great Dragon Sword God and the power of the Rinnegan. He summoned the Reincarnation Sword. He was ready to end this battle. His battle strength instantly increased. The Great Dragon Sword's incomparably sharp aura swept in all directions. The Reincarnation Sword in the sky enveloped everything. The Jade Green Sword God on the opposite side had also gone crazy. He once again used the two sword techniques, Absolute Heaven and Absolute Earth. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, facing Lin Xian at full strength, he was no match for him at all. Many of his attacks were torn apart by the incomparably sharp sword qi. At the same time, his soul was in danger. He roared at the sky. Boom, a peerless sword. Lin Xian's sword split the blood-colored sword qi that filled the sky and split the sword god in half. The sword god screamed as his body split open. It was difficult for him to recover. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. This was too wrong. After all, he should not be afraid after using Absolute Heart. But now, he was indeed afraid. Buzz, heal for me. His body quickly recovered. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance at all. The yin and yang sword technique flew out. The terrifying moon and the terrifying sun attacked together, shattering the opponent's body once again. The sword god was struck by lightning. He was severely injured. At this moment, the power of the Reincarnation Sword also fell and split his soul apart. His soul was shattered and he let out a miserable cry. Run. At this moment, the sword god's eyes were filled with infinite fear. He turned around and was about to escape. However, Lin Xian had already made up his mind to kill. He would not allow the other party to escape. He quickly chased after him. You can't escape. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He transformed into a dragon, and his speed was extremely fast. He split open all the void. Another sword strike landed on Jade Pure Sword God's body. Jade Pure Sword God's body was already shattered, and his body was covered with cracks. He was hit again. He fell from the sky, shattering the earth. He let out a miserable roar. He wanted to send a voice transmission for help. The seventh prince still had 3 Earth Immortals. As long as one more Earth Immortal came, he could survive. He might even be able to turn the tables. However, as soon as he sent out a distress signal, it was destroyed by the Great Dragon Sword Soul's monstrous sword energy. Then, the Reincarnation Sword's shadow enveloped heaven and earth, turning into the Six Paths world, enveloping everything. The people outside couldn't feel anything. Not good. Jade Pure Sword God's face was filled with despair. He said, "No, you can't kill me. Spare me this time, I promise I won't be your enemy." How about it? Although he was arrogant before, in the face of life and death, he still lowered his head. He begged Lin Xian for mercy. If anyone else saw this scene, they would be scared out of their wits. Would the dignified Jade Pure Sword God beg for mercy? Lin Xian said coldly, "Pick up your sword and have a final battle with me." Don't make me look down on you. As a swordsman, he would rather die than submit. This was the sword Dao of a swordsman. The sword could be broken, but it could never kneel. Hearing this, Jade Pure Sword God felt as if he was struck by lightning. A trace of despair appeared in his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian wouldn't spare him today. In the next moment, he stood up. He took out all the heavenly treasures from his storage ring and swallowed them. He didn't care if his body could withstand it, because he knew he had no chance. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Wudi, why don't you give me a way out? You want me to go to hell, then I'll take you with me. Let's die together. 7 Extinction Sword, Extinction Dao. With a roar, Jade Pure Sword God's eyes were filled with madness. He used one of the most terrifying moves of the 7 Extinction Sword, Extinction Dao. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to execute this move. However, now that he was prepared to die together with his opponent, he used his own divine blood and life as the price to execute this move. In the next moment, a mysterious sword aura appeared on his body. As soon as the sword chi appeared, the Jade Pure Sword God's body began to shatter, unable to withstand the power. His divine blood transformed into the great Dao and danced in the air. His body began to gradually turn into ashes and smoke. The Jade Pure Sword deity laughed out loud. Lin Wudi, this move can make the enemy turn into Dao. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to withstand it. You can die now. His shattered body brought with it an unparalleled sword aura as he charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a sense of fatal danger. He didn't expect this guy to be able to display such terrifying power. But so what, get lost. With a furious roar, Lin Xian raised his Taiji sword. Above the immortal slaying sword, Yin and Yang sword chi condensed and turned into a Taiji diagram. Boom, heaven and earth turned into Yin and Yang. The entire world shook violently, and everything in front of him turned into ashes. This sword was really terrifying. With the combination of many unique skills and the indestructible power of the great dragon sword, it was really terrifying to the extreme. However, the sword deity on the other side was equally terrifying and extremely strange. With this sword, the Taiji diagram tore apart the remaining body of the Jade Pure Sword God and even destroyed his soul. The Jade Pure Sword God was completely shattered and turned into ashes. He was dead. However, after he died, his divine blood turned into countless streaks of sword chi that flew over. Lin Wudi, I'll wait for you in hell. Soon, you'll come down too. This was the final voice of the Jade Pure Sword God. Lin Xian was indeed in danger. These absolute Dao sword chi actually tore apart the void and rushed towards him. Moreover, when these ultimate sword chi approached, Lin Xian felt that his body was about to turn into Dao, as if it was about to disintegrate. What a strange power. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Slash, he used the great dragon sword and shattered some of the sword chi. The ultimate sword chi shattered and turned into fragments, scattering all over the ground. However, the power of Dao transformation still seemed to exist and was still sweeping towards him. It enveloped him. In the next moment, a mysterious rune seemed to appear on Lin Xian's body. These runes wanted to turn his body into Dao. Oh no, what is this? Lin Xian was shocked. He roared towards the sky and transformed into a dragon. Terrifying dragon scales appeared on his body. They were formed by the condensation of endless dragon-shaped sword chi, which was used to resist this mysterious power. Lin Xian stood in the void, his brows tightly knitted together. The great dragon sword's soul roared towards the sky, 2 completely different types of power, with his body as the battlefield, continuously fought. Lin Xian felt a sense of danger. His body was about to break open. Cracks appeared on the 9 Yang divine dragon body, and some of the golden dragon blood began to turn into Dao. How could this be? Lin Xian frowned. Even the power of the great dragon sword couldn't resist it. At this moment, the great dragon sword's soul said, the power of Dao transformation affects your Dao. As long as you persist in your Dao heart, it won't affect you. So that's how it is. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his palms. The 5 stars faced the sky. My Dao is a Dao that advances courageously, nothing can stop it, even if I turn into a bloody mist, even if I turn into Dao, my Dao will still exist. At this moment, the Dao in Lin Xian's body rumbled. Multicolored light danced in the sky, and Tao lotuses were everywhere. It was a strange scene. At this moment, Lin Xian's Tao had improved by another step. Buzz, as his eyes opened and closed, there was endless Tao rhythm. The absolute Tao sword chi on his body also quickly disappeared and eventually disappeared. It was finally broken. Lin Xian stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, the Jade Pure Sword God had been reduced to ashes. The first enemy had been dealt with. And after this battle, Lin Xian was even more determined about his Tao, and his strength had increased imperceptibly. With a wave of his hand, a broken storage ring flew to his side. Lin Xian found that many things in the ring had been destroyed, but there were some left, and they were all treasures. He was looking for the cultivation technique of the 7 deadly swords, but he didn't find it. It seemed that the 7 deadly swords might belong to the Permitha realm. The Permitha realm had so many treasures. Lin Xian snorted coldly. One day, he would kill his way to the Permitha realm. He would flatten that place. With a wave of his hand, the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared, and the phantom of the reincarnation sword flew into his eyes. Lin Xian turned his head and looked behind. The battle there was almost over. Although the super great emperors outnumbered Murong Qingqing and the others, they were no match for them at all. So it didn't take long for them to be suppressed and defeated. The few who were still alive wanted to escape, but Lin Xian flicked his finger, and the Yinyang sword chi flew out and killed the remaining people. That's great. Xing'er and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Murong Qingqing asked with concern. Brother Xian, are you okay? She saw golden divine blood dripping from Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian said, I'm a little injured, but it's nothing serious. He changed the topic and said, during the battle with the Jade Pure Sword God just now, I got some information. This time, there was more than one Earth Immortal beside the 7th Prince. I guess there should be 4. There were 4 Earth Immortals. When Xing'er and the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air, and shock appeared in their eyes. This lineup was simply too powerful. Even if one Jade Pure Sword God died, there were still 3 left. If the 3 came together, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be a match for them. What should they do? Xing'er's eyes were filled with despair. The Emperor domain had been activated, and the people outside wouldn't come at all. I was careless. Murong Qingqing also sighed. She said, it's my fault. I should have asked Lord Alcohol for help. Don't worry. Lin Xian said, it's not that there's no way. We can defeat them one by one. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Xing'er said, that's not possible. With the 7th Prince's temper, he will definitely attack with all his strength. There's no need to fight us alone. Indeed, no one would give up such a great advantage. Lin Xian said, not necessarily. The Jade Pure Sword God is here, and Dragon Xiaotian is most likely here too. I can let Dragon Xiaotian come alone. Let's kill Dragon Xiaotian first, and then we'll think of a way. Next, Lin Xian and the others began to move. First, they let Gu Santong condense many spatial cracks and swallow some of the aura. It covered the scene of the fall of these super great emperors. As for the Jade Pure Sword God's body, with Gu Santong's strength, it was impossible to hide. However, the Jade Pure Sword God had used the Absolute Sword technique before, and his divine blood had all turned into Tao. Therefore, there was no need to hide at all. The others couldn't sense it. This also gave Lin Xian a chance. Lin Xian found some voice transmission talismans in the broken storage ring of the Jade Pure Sword God. One of them had Dragon Tao runes drawn on it. Obviously, this voice transmission talisman was specially for Dragon Xiaotian. According to Lin Xian's guess, Dragon Xiaotian and the Jade Pure Sword God must have thought that he was dead, and must be frantically searching for news of the Great Dragon Sword. Therefore, Lin Xian used this as a reason to send a message to Dragon Xiaotian. In the vast mountains, Dragon Xiaotian was flying quickly. He was searching for the power of the 5th Emperor Spirit Jade. Suddenly, he froze. In the next moment, he waved his hand and took out a voice transmission talisman. A message flew into his ears. I found traces of the Great Dragon Sword. Come quickly, don't let anyone else know. Hearing this, Dragon Xiaotian's pupils shrank. Great. He was so excited that he wanted to roar at the sky, but he held himself back. Xiaochen looked around and saw some of the 7th prince's subordinates following him. Long Xiaotian created a dragon avatar and left it here. With the strength of these people, there was no way they could tell the difference. As for his true body, he tore the void apart and left quietly. He flew towards the location indicated in the voice transmission talisman. He was not worried that the Jade Pure Sword God was lying to him. Firstly, his strength was not weaker than the Jade Pure Sword God. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. Moreover, he also knew how terrifying the Great Dragon Sword was. With the Jade Pure Sword God's strength alone, it would be difficult to suppress it. Therefore, the two of them had a chance if they worked together. Dragon Xiaotian was still very cautious. When he arrived at the location indicated in the voice transmission talisman, he did not land immediately. Instead, he used his soul to sense. He did not feel the Jade Pure Sword God's aura, but he felt the power of the Great Dragon Sword. That's right, that incomparably sharp and invincible power was below. He was too excited. This is great. The Jade Pure Sword God did not lie to him. As for why he did not feel the other party's aura, Dragon Xiaotian could not care less. His body swayed and he rushed down. In an instant, his dragon claws tore the ground apart. In the next moment, he saw a dragon sword aura rushing out from the ground and slashing directly at him. I'm not afraid of you, Dragon Xiaotian snorted coldly and clapped his hands, which turned into a dragon claw and slammed it fiercely. The power of the Great Dragon Sword caused the surrounding void to shatter continuously. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. The smile on Dragon Xiaotian's face suddenly disappeared. How was this possible? He realized that the dragon sword aura was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was indeed the Great Dragon Sword, one of the legendary 5 swords. Even without its master, this power was still extraordinary. But, so what, now, he was already the dragon god. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and dragon scales appeared on his palm. He turned it into a fist and punched it fiercely. Dragon God's Fist. Boom, this fist was like a divine dragon that appeared between heaven and earth. It carried a monstrous power that caused the surrounding void to shatter rapidly. Boom, the dragon sword aura was shaken by the attack and let out a dragon roar. Dragon Xiaotian's lips curled into a cold smile again. His other palm was like a mountain that quickly pressed down. There was a mysterious aura on this mountain, like a coiling dragon descending from the sky. It wanted to suppress the dragon sword aura. The dragon sword aura turned into a dragon phantom and tried to escape, but it could not escape from the coiling dragon palm. Finally, the dragon sword aura was suppressed by the coiling dragon palm and let out a sorrowful cry. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Xiaotian looked up to the sky and laughed. Did he get it? He felt that the whole process was very easy, which made him a little puzzled. However, that sharp power was truly driving him crazy. He wanted to absorb this power. He wanted to get the Great Dragon Sword. In his eyes, a biting cold aura burst out. He turned into a dragon head and was about to swallow the power of the Great Dragon Sword. However, at this moment, the void behind him split open. A long sword, with a murderous intent, instantly pierced towards him. On this long sword, there was also a terrifying power of the Dragon Dao, which turned into a giant dragon and danced wildly. Not good. Dragon Xiaotian's face changed drastically. Someone was sneaking an attack here. What a terrifying sword aura. Who was it? Was it the Jade Pure Sword God? Damn it, that guy dared to sneak an attack on him. Courting death, with a roar, the dragon scales on his back danced wildly, forming a pair of wings, like a shield, to resist. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and flames danced. These dragon shadow scales were comparable to divine weapons, and their defense was really terrifying. However, this sword was even more terrifying. Not long after, it split the dragon scales and split the wings in half. Dragon Xiaotian was hit and retreated. A crack appeared on his back, and even his bones appeared. He fell directly on the ground like a meteorite, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Dust flew everywhere, engulfing everything. Ah! From the ground below, a miserable voice came, Jade Pure Sword God, you dare to sneak an attack on me, you are dead. I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Dragon Xiaotian rushed up crazily. Dragon blood dripped from his body, and his eyes were red. It turned into a terrifying saber light, splitting heaven and earth. His murderous aura surged as if he had gone mad. He stared straight ahead. However, when he saw the figure in front of him, he was stunned. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. It's you, how could this be? How could you still be alive? You have already gone to hell, damn it, what the hell is going on here? Dragon Xiaotian really went crazy. He found that it was not the Jade Pure Sword God who attacked him, but Lin Xian. Dragon Xiaotian was extremely shocked at this moment. He was really stunned. How was this possible? The one who attacked him could be anyone, even the Sword God. But it was absolutely impossible for it to be Lin Xian, because Lin Xian was already dead. He killed the other party with his own hands. How could the other party still be alive? He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian walked over from the void, and the sword energy on his body kept erupting. He said, Dragon Xiaotian, it's time to end the grudge between us. I won't let you go today. Hearing this, Dragon Xiaotian snorted coldly, Kid, I don't know how you survived, but if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. This time, I won't let you continue to live. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Just by yourself, in a one-on-one fight, you are not my opponent at all. Presumptuous. Dragon Xiaotian shouted coldly. How dare you look down on me? I will make you pay the price. To be honest, he was still very confused. Where did the Jade Pure Sword God go? His soul spread out in all directions. Lin Xian sneered. Don't look for it. The Sword God has already been sent to hell by me. Don't worry, you will soon reunite with him in hell. What? Dragon Xiaotian's pupils shrank. The Sword God died? This was impossible. Why didn't he feel it before? One must know how terrifying the image of heaven and earth formed by the death of a land immortal was. It was impossible for the people of Qinguang City to not notice it. There was no heaven and earth phenomenon before, nor was there any divine blood left. So he snorted coldly. Kid, you want to lie to me? Do you think I am an idiot? Dragon Xiaotian roared and waved his hand. A bolt of lightning quickly rushed over. This bolt of lightning turned into a thunder dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws between heaven and earth. It descended from the sky and directly attacked Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he looked up at the sky and the rinnegan in his right eye bloomed. Then it turned into the 6 realms to envelop the surroundings. After doing all this, Lin Xian made his move. One of his fists flew out and flew towards the 9th heaven. The fist turned into an immemorial golden crow, blooming with light between heaven and earth. The power of the 3 true flames swept out and instantly enveloped the thunder dragon. Boom, the lightning dragon and the golden crow collided, and the 2 divine beasts roared toward the sky. The power of lightning and fire continued to spread. This power was enough to destroy everything. Anyone below the level of Earth Immortal would immediately turn into ashes upon contact. After that attack, the Thunder Dragon and the Golden Crow disappeared from the world at the same time. Lin Xian said coldly. Watch how I destroy you. After saying that, he attacked again. His fist turned into a sun and flew over. There were terrifying flames on it. Once hit, even an Earth Immortal would not be able to withstand it. Feeling the terrifying power of this fist, Long Xiaotian is also shocked. Lin Xian was powerful, but that was only because of his sword Dao. He had never taken the other party's physique seriously. But right now, Lin Fan's punch had him feeling as though he was facing a formidable foe. Damn it, this brat didn't die. Instead, his physique and strength increased greatly. What kind of fortune did the other party obtain? Long Xiaotian went crazy. It seemed that this Qinguang city was indeed more mysterious than he had imagined. There should be some secret hidden here. Forget it, when he catches the other party later and collects the other party's soul, he would be able to know what the other party had experienced. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. The dragon god pointed. Since Lin Xian did not use his sword Dao, he could not use his immortal art saber technique. He was already a true earth immortal. His physique was also a divine body, not weaker than anyone else. Today, he was going to crush the other party in terms of physique. He stretched out a finger, and there was extremely terrifying lightning revolving around it. These lightning bolts were extremely terrifying, and they carried the monstrous power of the Thunder Dragon. Long Xiaotian was extremely terrifying. He was the master of the Thousand Dragon Empire before. The Thousand Dragon Empire had thousands of dragons in the world, so the power of the Dragon Dao that Long Xiaotian controlled was also beyond imagination. At this moment, the power of the Thunder Dragon was truly terrifying to the extreme. The speed of this finger was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through everything. In the next moment, it arrived in front of Lin Xian as if it wanted to pierce through Lin Xian's body. In the face of this finger attack, Lin Xian only responded with a punch. 9 Yang Divine Dragon Fist. His fist was incomparably vast, carrying monstrous divine power and the terrifying power of the Dragon Dao. It was as if he had turned into a fire dragon. When he saw this scene, Long Xiaotian was stunned. In the next moment, he sneered. Lin Wudi, you are really stupid. Do you think this is an ordinary finger? This is one of my ultimate techniques. This ultimate technique is called the Dragon Finger. With a point of finger, everything will be destroyed. Just wait for your death. Long Xiaotian was really too happy because he realized that the other party was too arrogant and too careless. Since that was the case, he could take advantage of this opportunity to directly injure the other party. Next, he could crush the other party at will. Boom, when this finger arrived near the fist, there was a sudden change. The lightning on the finger suddenly spread to both sides. Then, it turned into 5 thunder dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, grabbing towards the other party's fist and arm. They wanted to tear everything apart. This scene was really too sudden. Who would have thought that this finger would have such a mysterious change? If it were any other land immortal, they would probably be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. His fists could destroy all divine abilities. Boom, his divine body erupted, and the power of the flames on his fist became even more terrifying, as if it was the fist of a war god. When this fist landed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding void kept shattering. The 5 thunder dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws, wanting to charge over, but they were shattered by the fist. Cracks appeared on the 5 thunder dragons' bodies, and then they burst open. They turned into lightning and scattered in all directions. This was not the end. This fist directly charged towards the other party's dragon finger. With a clang, the two collided. Long Xiaotian's expression changed. The smile on his face disappeared because his finger began to shake violently. It was even about to break. Damn it, how was this possible? He was really stunned. In a competition of physique, he was actually at a disadvantage. Boom, crack crack, finally, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Long Xiaotian's expression changed drastically. He withdrew his palm. His finger was completely broken. His magic was broken by the other party's punch. I said, you are not my match at all. Kneel down and submit. Lin Xian snorted coldly and threw another punch at him. The power of this punch was even more terrifying. Long Xiaotian's expression was extremely ugly. Was he courting death? He actually dared to underestimate him. He still did not use the immortal art. Instead, he continued to attack. This time, his left hand quickly formed a seal. An incomparably mysterious mark appeared in the void. Boom, the aura of the Tao of Dragon on his body quickly spread and drew a 10,000 dragons picture. This was Long Xiaotian's extreme weapon from before, but at this moment, there was a change. This 10,000 dragons picture and the mysterious palm print merged to form the 10,000 dragons seal. Die, after the 10,000 dragons seal appeared, it let out countless dragon roars. This was formed by the condensation of 10,000 giant dragons, and it contained all kinds of dragon Dao powers. At this moment, when they gathered together, it was really terrifying. The previous 10,000 dragons picture only had the power of the extreme Dao, but now the 10,000 dragons seal had the power of the divine Dao. This was a true peerless divine ability. And it was a peerless divine ability that Dragon Xiaotian had created himself. The 10,000 dragons seal flew out, and everything around it was enveloped by the dragon's seal and quickly cracked. Even the flaming fist was shrouded in it, and the light on it dimmed. When he saw this scene, Dragon Xiaotian sneered. "Kid, are you a match for me? Watch how I crush you next, your physique is only so. Let me show you what a true divine body is." The 10,000 dragon's seal broke through the sky and charged towards Lin Xian with supreme power. Even the Jade Pure Sword God could only retreat in the face of this attack, not daring to resist. Once hit, he would be injured at best, and his body would crack open and be severely injured. He might even lose his ability to fight. Not good. In the distance, Murong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others were watching the battle secretly. They were in a very safe place. They could watch the battle without being affected. This was a place that Lin Xian had specially found for them. When they saw this scene, they were all nervous. Lin Xian was in danger. Dragon Xiaotian was even more terrifying than the Jade Pure Sword God. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He just watched quietly like that. In the next moment, he punched out again. "You're courting death." Dragon Xiaotian sneered. "Are you still not going to use your sword technique?" In his opinion, with a divine body, Lin Xian could not compete with him at all. But he did not expect Lin Xian to be such an idiot. He was still using the power of his physique. Since that was the case, he would kill him in one blow. Dragon Xiaotian's eyes were cold, and the power of the 10,000 dragon's seal in his hand was even more terrifying. On the opposite side, Lin Xian's fist also punched out. At this moment, the three true flames condensed into a sun with a divine dragon circling around it. Nine Yang Divine Dragon Fist, its power exploded and collided with the 10,000 dragon's seal. Although the 10,000 dragon phantoms were terrifying and there were many of them, how could they be compared to the divine dragon? Therefore, when the two clashed, the 10,000 dragon's shadows began to roll and tremble under the might of the three true flames. The divine dragon roared and tens of thousands of dragon shadows prostrated themselves on the ground. In the end, the 10,000 dragon's seal shattered. This was impossible. Long Xiaotian took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. He was completely dumbfounded. Had his 10,000 dragon's seal been broken? Damn it, he didn't believe it. One had to know that this was an ultimate technique that he had created himself. It was a combination of his extreme weapon and his Tao of Dragon bloodline. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. Among the Earth Immortals, there might be some who could dodge it, but there were very few who could break through it. Who would have thought that it would be broken by Lin Xian? I don't believe it. Long Xiaotian roared like a madman. In the next moment, he attacked again. He still used his dragon god body. His terrifying physique, with the power to destroy heaven and earth, quickly rushed over. His every move could destroy the universe and cause the universe to collapse. However, these terrifying powers were all received by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9 Yang divine dragon body was still extremely powerful. Every time, he could easily block Long Xiaotian's power. Even in the end, Lin Xian threw out 9 punches in a row. 9 suns bloomed between heaven and earth. Inside each sun, there was an illusion of a divine dragon. These divine dragon phantoms struck out the terrifying 3 true flames, forming a mysterious formation that enveloped Long Xiaotian. The power of this divine fire gave Long Xiaotian a great threat. Long Xiaotian felt his body. It was about to crack. The power of the Tao of Dragon on his body became dim, and even the dragon scales were about to shatter. Damn it, how was this possible? What kind of flame was this? Long Xiaotian was extremely shocked. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He knew that if this continued, he would be seriously injured. He had to escape. With a roar, he finally drew his saber. With a wave of his arm, it was like a heavenly saber that cut through everything and directly split open the formation. He rushed out. Heaven and earth shattered, and a huge crack appeared. Even the flame formation was torn apart. One could imagine how terrifying this saber was. Although he had avoided the crisis, Long Xiaotian was not happy. His expression even became extremely ugly. Did he actually use his saber technique? This meant that he was completely at a disadvantage in the battle of physique. He was no match for him at all. This was a ruthless slap to his face. He was a true earth immortal. The physique he cultivated was a true divine body. As for Lin Xian was just a super great emperor. He was a big realm lower than him. Under normal circumstances, he could kill the other party 10,000 times with a single finger. But now, he was suppressed by the other party's physique. What was this if not embarrassing? Your divine dragon body is only SOSO. Lin Xian shook his head and sneered. It can't compare to my physique. Courting death. Long Xiaotian went crazy. The other party actually dared to laugh at him, his eyes were filled with killing intent. But soon, he smiled. Kid, I admit that you won in terms of physique, but that doesn't mean that you can win against me in terms of strength. You have to know that my most powerful thing now is not the power of the Tao of Dragon, but my saber technique. This saber technique is a kind of immortal technique that was inherited from the saber immortal. If my memory serves me right, your father perished together with the immortal saber, right? Even your father is no match for the immortal technique, are you? Even if you have the great dragon sword soul, you can't. Next, I will let you know the power of the immortal technique, Long Xiaotian shouted coldly. Since he had already used his saber technique, he would no longer hide it. Instead, he attacked with all his might. With a furious roar, the saber light on his body was piercingly cold, shattering the 9 heavens. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless saber god. A saber light could destroy everything in the world. Its power was even more terrifying than the previous sword god. So strong. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others who were watching the battle in the dark turned pale. Such an attack surpassed everything. Among the land immortals, it was a very terrifying existence. Lin Xian's face also turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The inheritance of the saber immortal, it really deserved to die. There was no need for the inheritance of the saber immortal to exist. As the successor of the saber immortal, you can go to hell. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He would not let the other party off. You don't have the right to say such words. Long Xiaotian sneered and slashed over with his saber. This was just a simple saber, but its power was even more terrifying than the 10,000 dragons seal from before. With a slash of the saber, the sky fell and the earth split. A huge crack appeared in the void, as if it was going to tear everything apart. Long Xiaotian used his hand as a saber and slashed at Lin Xian. This strike was too terrifying. It was unstoppable and invincible. In an instant, Lin Xian was in danger. Morong Qingqing and the rest of the group started to get nervous. They could feel the terror of this strike. They wondered if Lin Xian could withstand it. Yu Wudao said, "Draw your sword, quickly draw your sword." Lin Xian did draw his sword. Piercing cold sword chi appeared on his body. Then, he stretched out 2 fingers and used them as swords. When he pointed his finger, it turned into a dragon elephant. This skill was called the dragon elephant skill. It was a skill that he had obtained when he was looking for the power of the sovereign. This skill was very terrifying and mysterious. The sword chi danced in the air and grew in the wind, turning into a giant dragon. This giant dragon was very ethereal, hiding in the clouds. No one knew where it would attack. As for the other sword chi, it turned into a statue of a deity. When this statue appeared, it was enough to make anyone panic and despair. It was really terrifying. It stood indomitable, and its 4 feet were like 4 divine pillars supporting heaven and earth, with infinite power. With a gentle wave of its feet, it could crush thousands of worlds. The giant statue waved its feet to block the terrifying saber light. Boom! Boom, boom. The peerless saber light fell on the giant elephant, making an earth-shattering sound. The giant elephant kept bombarding the saber light with supreme power. At this time, a dragon claw reached out from the sea of clouds. It was erratic and instantly attacked Dragon Xiaotian. In an instant, it came to the top of Dragon Xiaotian's head, tearing his body apart. Dragon Xiaotian was also shocked. What a strange attack. But so what, get lost. He swung his saber again. Boom, this strike was even more terrifying. With monstrous power, it directly cut off the dragon claw. The broken dragon claw turned into a biting cold sword chi, rushing toward Dragon Xiaotian and surrounding him in an instant. The sword Qi, with an incomparably sharp aura, trapped Dragon Xiaotian. On the other side, the statue roared to the sky. He stepped on the sword Qi. His nose flew over fiercely, killing Long Xiaotian, to cover Long Xiaotian. Dragon Xiaotian only felt his vision go black. The huge force fell on him, tearing him to pieces. Damn it, after using the saber technique, he was at a disadvantage again, unforgivable, get lost. With a roar, hundreds of saber lights appeared on Dragon Xiaotian's body. Each of them could split the sky and the earth, directly tearing everything apart. Hundreds of saber lights tore the giant elephant and the giant dragon into pieces. The dragon elephant's skill slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. However, during this process, the power displayed by the giant dragon and the giant elephant also hit Dragon Xiaotian, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. He was injured again. Although he had broken his opponent's divine ability, he had been in a sorry state throughout the entire process. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stood there calmly like a supreme god. Comparing the two sides, the winner was obvious. Lin Xian looked at the other side and said in a cold voice, "Last time, you two joined forces to sneak attack. Do you think this time, it will be so easy? This time, you don't have any chance. What are your last words? Stay." Dragon Xiaotian's face was ugly. Without saying a word, he took out his long saber. This saber was called the God-slaying saber. At this moment, it evolved into a divine weapon. After using the God-slaying saber, it was the real power of his saber technique. Divine Thunder Saber Technique. The God-slaying saber instantly slashed over, with the monstrous power of thunder roaring out. It was enough to destroy everything. Between heaven and earth, a huge saber light slashed across. In an instant, it came in front of Lin Xian. A saber slashed down. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged. A pitch-black crack had appeared where he had been standing. The next moment, he kept dodging. In the blink of an eye, he dodged 5 sabers. 5 big cracks, bobbing between heaven and earth. Dragon Xiaotian snorted coldly, "Lin Wudi, aren't you arrogant? Why are you dodging? Are you afraid? You are no match for me at all." Dragon Xiaotian shouted coldly as he attacked. These weren't simple words. These voices were filled with monstrous divine power and powerful soul power. That's right, he was attacking Lin Xian's soul because he could see that Lin Xian was in the natural 6-paths world. The other party did this to cover up this battle and not let others find out. To be honest, Dragon Xiaotian didn't want others to find out because he wanted to take the great dragon sword for himself. However, the other party's soul condensed the 6-paths world. Then, he could find the other party's weakness and attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the god-slaying sword appeared in front of him. The sword slashed out, turned into a giant dragon, and rushed into the sky. This giant dragon, roaring to the sky, the sound vibrated, not only to kill the saber light, but also to block the soul attack. Clang, the saber and sword collided, the terrifying power burst open, and the destructive aura swept out in an instant. The entire 6-paths world shook violently. Fortunately, there was no one else in the 6-paths world except for Lin Xian and Dragon Xiaotian. Otherwise, the others would be dead without a doubt. Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others were hidden in the 6-paths world by Lin Xian. As long as the 6-paths world was not broken, they would not be in danger. After the clash, both sides retreated. At this time, Lin Xian attacked again. Another sword slashed out. This time, the sword enlarged in the air, like a 10,000-foot tall mountain, and fell from the sky. Dragon Xiaotian felt that the void around him was constantly breaking. This blow seemed to be suppressing him. This sword was too strong. Obviously, Lin Xian had used the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Therefore, Dragon Xiaotian had to use the power of the immortal art quickly. A rune appeared in between his eyebrows. It was an immortal rune, shaped like a flying saber. It was very simple and unadorned. When this rune appeared, it meant that Dragon Xiaotian had used the immortal art. The saber light in his hand became even colder. Boom! Dragon Xiaotian's body suddenly enlarged. His palms turned into dragon claws, which could make him stronger. Holding the dragon slayer saber with both hands, he slashed out. With a boom, the huge mountain was sent flying. Lin Wude, I have the immortal art. I am not afraid of the power of your great dragon sword spirit. After saying that, Dragon Xiaotian slashed out 3 times in a row. On the 3 long sabers, there was monstrous thunder and the power of the immortal art. They turned into 3 chains and swept out. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body shook and a pair of wings appeared on his back, making him faster. Then, another stab of the sword was made. This sword was incomparably dark and extremely strange. Lin Xian had already used the yin-yang sword formation. The pitch-black sword she carried with it a sinister power as it charged forward. Dragon Xiaotian was shocked and quickly raised his saber to block. No matter how strong he was, in the face of the yin and yang sword formation, he still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. After blocking this attack, Dragon Xiaotian sneered, because he found that the 3 divine thunder chains he shot out had already come to Lin Xian's side and enveloped Lin Xian. Boy, I want to see how you die. Above the 3 thunder chains, a destructive light burst out, as if to refine Lin Xian. This scene was really too shocking. Any Earth immortal would feel despair at this moment. But Lin Xian snorted coldly, and in the next moment, a terrifying dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. A sword chi rushed out from Lin Xian's body, blooming between heaven and earth. Dragon, sword. With a dragon roar, the terrifying dragon sword chi turned into a dragon claw, like the claw of a heavenly dragon, descending from the sky. Boom, the 3 thunder chains shook violently, the light on them dimmed, and cracks appeared. With a cracking sound, the 3 lightning chains shattered into pieces. Lin Xian walked out of the cage. With a step out, the yin and yang aura rose and fell around him, turning into a terrifying Tai Chi diagram, as if it could split heaven and earth. Boundless Tai Chi, yin and yang sword chi, flew forward. In an instant it enveloped Long Xiaotian. After Long Xiaotian looked up to the sky, the god-slaying saber in his hand also erupted with terrifying power, and he kept waving it. It condensed into 9 saber lights. These 9 saber lights bloomed between heaven and earth, turning into 9 giant dragons. It had 9 kinds of dragon power. It symbolized the 9 heavens. The 9 saber lights and the terrifying yin and yang sword chi collided, and an earth-shattering sound came, enough to destroy everything. At this moment, in the sky full of light, a flame fell from the sky. This was Lin Xian's fist. He directly tore the void and used the powerful divine fire power to kill Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian's body shook violently, cracks appeared on his body, and he was beaten until he vomited blood. He kept retreating. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you, with a roar, the true dragon divine palm. At this moment, Long Xiaotian not only used the immortal art, but also other unique skills. The immortal art resisted the power of the great dragon sword, and the others were against Lin Xian's supernatural power. The true dragon divine palm swept across the void and collided with Lin Xian's flame divine fist. Once again, a monstrous light burst out. It was like 2 gods fighting. The battle between the 2 was earth-shattering. The saber light and sword shadows between heaven and earth were even more terrifying. It had to be said that this celestial art was indeed very terrifying. The 9-layered saber art condensed into 9 huge dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. The sword carried an extremely eerie power. He had used the offensive saint technique of the great dragon sword spirit. He slashed out with his sword and shattered the saber light. Dragon Xiaotian had to retreat again. A crack appeared on his arm. His expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, it's actually so powerful. Long Xiaotian's face was extremely ugly. The next moment, he took out a pill. This pill was engraved with mysterious runes. He swallowed it. Boom! An extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. Xiaochen sent out another saber strike. The might of this saber strike was several times stronger than before. The vast energy in his body was like a vast ocean. He swung his saber at Lin Xian. The power of this slash was simply too strong. Between heaven and earth, it turned into a resplendent light that was enough to shake the 9 heavens. Boom! Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but this time, the dragon sword chi was actually sent flying. This sword strike landed on his body and tore open a crack on his body. His divine body was so terrifying, but at this moment, it was actually unable to block this saber strike. As expected of the celestial art inherited from the saber immortal, it was indeed terrifying. Lin Xian retreated, his body stained with blood. Haha, kid, you're just SOSO. So what if you have the great dragon sword spirit? Next, you'll experience what despair is. Seeing that Lin Xian was injured, Dragon Xiao Tian was extremely excited. His face became extremely ferocious. He saw hope. As long as he attacked at all costs, he would be able to destroy the other party. Not good, brother Xian. When he saw this scene, Morong Qingchen cried out in alarm. His figure flashed and was about to rush out. However, he was stopped by Xing Yan Ruyu, and the others. Don't act rashly. Trust him, he should be able to do it. Although they said so, they were also nervous. Previously, when Lin Xian fought with the Jade Pure Sword God, he was not injured. Now that he was facing Dragon Xiao Tian, he was actually injured. One could imagine how dangerous the situation was. In front, Dragon Xiao Tian attacked again. The elixir he swallowed was a kind of immortal elixir that had a time limit. Therefore, before the power of the elixir disappeared, he had to destroy the other party. Lin Xian, who was opposite him, took a deep breath. Was he injured? It was expected. After all, the saber immortal had almost killed his father back then. He also had a certain understanding of the power of this immortal art. However, it was impossible for Dragon Xiao Tian to kill him with just this immortal art. Boom! Lin Xian slashed out with the immortal slaying sword in his hand again. Dragon transformation, his sword danced between heaven and earth, and everything around him turned into a purple dragon. It swept between heaven and earth. This move came from the ancient god Evil Dragon. Now that it was used, it was also extremely terrifying. The surrounding forests, mountains, and waterfalls all turned into dragons that soared into the sky. The entire void was constantly crumbling. At this moment, it was as if 10,000 dragons were attacking. Another slash. The pitch-black moon was like a millstone that crushed the world. The terrifying sun bloomed with brilliant light between heaven and earth. All kinds of supreme techniques attacked Dragon Xiao Tian together. Dragon Xiaotian's face became incomparably pale because he felt a fatal danger. He did not dare to be careless. He was going all out. He pushed the immortal art with all his strength. Every slash of his contained 12% of his strength. Divine Thunder Saber Technique. 9 layers of saber light. True Dragon Divine Palm. In the end, he transformed into his true form, a dragon. A huge azure dragon danced between heaven and earth. His dragon claws seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. His gaze fell, and monstrous flames swept out. His tail was like a peerless heavenly saber, enough to split the universe in half. At this moment, Dragon Xiao Tian was like a peerless dragon god, terrifying to the extreme. In the 6 paths world, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others who were secretly watching the battle could only look up. What kind of power was this? Too strong. Boom. Boom, boom. The attacks of the two collided between heaven and earth. Countless large cracks were torn in heaven and earth. Some of the cracks flashed with lightning, and some of the cracks were as dark as the abyss. Some of the cracks were as bright as a sea of fire. All kinds of heaven and earth phenomena were constantly erupting. Fortunately, the 6 paths world covered everything. Otherwise, it would have alarmed the entire Qingguang city. At that time, the other 2 earth immortals of the 7th prince would have already arrived. Boom! Countless peerless attacks were aimed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was finally injured. He spat out another mouthful of blood. However, his sword qi also tore apart the other party's saber light. The sword pierced Dragon Xiaotian's body. Dragon Xiao Tian flew out as if he was struck by lightning. He felt that half of his body had lost consciousness. On the other side, Lin Xian kept retreating as well, crushing the void with his feet. He opened the ancient land. Endless power surged out, and the cracks on his body quickly healed. Boom, he slashed out again. This sword slashed through the void as if it could cut through everything. Nothing could stop it. Even a divine weapon could not stop it. On the other side, Dragon Xiaotian felt the danger. He roared to the sky and used the immortal art to the extreme. He became one with the saber and turned into a peerless divine saber, slashing fiercely. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The void shattered and chaos appeared between heaven and earth. The attack of the two seemed to split the sky and earth. This attack was simply too terrifying, causing the Six Paths world to tremble non-stop, as if it was about to collapse. Lin Xian's body swayed. A crack appeared on his hand and spread to his arm. But soon, it was suppressed by him. At the same time, the energy within the ancient lands flew out and began to mend the crack. On the other side, Dragon Xiaotian could not withstand this attack. His body swayed and flew out of the god-slaying saber. The state of being one with the saber disappeared. He retreated thousands of meters before he stopped. A crack appeared on his body, followed by a second and a third. 5 cracks appeared in a row, tearing his body apart. The terrifying blood of the dragon god flew out. He was miserable to the extreme. Damn it, how is this possible? Am I being suppressed? I am not as good as that kid. Dragon Xiaotian went crazy. He could not believe it. He could not accept it. Last time, he had completely annihilated the other party. How could the other party surpass him in such a short time? He could not believe it. Lin Xian snorted. You are no match for me. Kneel down and submit, his voice was like thunder. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the ruler of the sword. Dragon Xiaotian went crazy. He suddenly raised his head, and there was a terrifying saber light in his eyes. Lin Wudy, do you think you have one? Not yet, you underestimate me. I still have a trump card that I have not used. Boom, the mysterious rune between his eyebrows suddenly shone. Then, the rune quickly grew and spread toward his forehead, covering his entire forehead. The next moment, endless saber lights appeared on it. These saber lights went straight to the sky, intertwining on the top of Dragon Xiaotian's head, drawing a palm. This palm seemed to have transcended time and space, coming from the vast and mysterious world. When he appeared, the aura he released was extremely terrifying. Dragon Xiaotian looked at this scene and smiled. Although his face was pale, he was extremely excited. Kid, this is the second ultimate technique of the celestial art. Summon, Saber Immortal's Hand. This palm was completely condensed from the dazzling saber light, and the power on it was really too sharp. It also seemed to be indestructible and could destroy everything in the world. When the palm landed, the entire world was shattered, and the Six Paths world dimmed. Cracks appeared on it. At this time, a sword shadow appeared in the Six Paths world and stopped the Six Paths world from shattering. Inside, Morong Qingqing, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others all had pale faces. This Long Xiaotian was actually already terrifying to such an extent, he was too strong. They were worried for Lin Xian. The Saber Immortal's hand landed and grabbed the god-slaying saber, floating above Dragon Xiaotian's head. Dragon Xiaotian took a deep breath. The rune between his eyebrows was connected to the Saber Immortal's hand. His arm slowly raised. In the sky, the huge Saber Immortal's hand also rose with his movement. The two were the same, synchronized. Brat, do you have any last words? You definitely won't be able to withstand this attack. Dragon Xiaotian's voice was trembling. Not only his voice, but his body was also trembling. It was obvious that using this move was a huge burden on him. But he had still used it. The power of this slash was unimaginable. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. His eyes were filled with rage. The power on this palm was very similar to the power of the Saber Immortal. This palm had the power of the Saber Immortal. Unforgivable power. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly. You can't kill me. Stupid. Dragon Xiaotian snorted coldly. The next moment, he pushed the Saber Immortal's hand with all his strength. The god-slaying saber fell again. This time, the power was even more terrifying than before. The saber slashed down in all directions, there was a shocking saber light everywhere, swallowing everything. No one could resist, no one could escape. Wherever the saber went, everything would be turned into ashes. This saber seemed to be enveloping Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian was constantly shattering. The endless black hole was about to swallow it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A weapon fragment appeared in his hand. This was the great dragon sword tip. The next moment, he grabbed the great dragon sword tip. The terrifying golden dragon blood poured into the great dragon sword tip. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. The peerless sword light could tear everything apart. Kill! Lin Xian's palm merged with the great dragon sword tip. Then, he slashed out with his palm. After obtaining the great dragon sword fragment, Lin Xian's power was even more terrifying. This attack seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, cutting through the void. Endless chaotic energy rolled between the heavens and earth. Clang! The saber and sword collided again. The sound of thunder rang out, and the aura of destruction was vast. After the attack, the two were in a stalemate in the void. Lin Xian's face turned pale. After using the great dragon sword tip, he had consumed a lot of energy. He continued to mobilize the energy within the ancient land. His godly body shone even more resplendently. Now that his body was a true divine body, he could hold on for a longer time. Otherwise, if he used the great dragon sword tip in the past, he could only slash twice. Now, he could show more. Dragon Xiaotian, who was opposite him, swayed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body again. Damn it, it was blocked. Was it actually blocked? That was impossible. Dragon Xiaotian went crazy. He swallowed another elixir. This was not an ordinary elixir. This was an immortal elixir. Every single one of them was extremely precious. He only had 3 of them. After swallowing the second one, the energy of the immortal elixir exploded and shrouded his body. At the same time, the dragon god's blood in his body boiled and poured energy into the saber immortal's hand. The rune between his eyebrows shone even brighter, as if it had turned into a sea of lightning, illuminating the heavens and earth. The saber immortal's hand became more real after receiving this powerful energy. Lines appeared on it, as if the flesh was reborn. An even more vast and sharp aura was emitted from the hand. The saber immortal raised his hand and slammed it down on Lin Xian's palm again. Lin Xian's palm shook. The dragon sword chi on it danced, as if it was about to be shattered. Boom! Lin Xian roared. Great dragon sword, explode. At this moment, Lin Xian pushed the great dragon sword's soul with all his strength. At the same time, the power of the gods also appeared. In addition to the power of the Samadhi true fire and the power of the dragon in his body. All of the powers fused together. He slashed out a peerless sword. Boom. It was an earth-shattering battle. Countless saber light and sword shadows collided, shocking stones piercing through the air and sweeping through the 9 heavens. It was as if countless stars had descended from the universe to destroy the firmament. The saber immortal's hand shook violently. Countless saber light rolled and swept over, trying to tear everything apart. However, it was soon suppressed by an even more powerful force. As a result, the saber lights trembled and dimmed. Lin Xian's arm merged with the tip of the great dragon sword. It seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword as it slashed down. Not only did he break the void, but he also broke the terrifying saber light. He quickly slashed towards Long Xiaotian. It was getting closer and closer to Long Xiaotian as if it was going to destroy him. The sword light between heaven and earth was like a peerless immortal light, causing the stars in the world to shake violently. The starry sky kept collapsing. Ah! Long Xiaotian roared to the sky. His eyes were red. Damn it, block it for me. At this moment, he crazily urged his bloodline. He was really going all out. The power of his bloodline, pulsing, flew from his body to the rune between his eyebrows. It provided great power to the saber immortal's hand. After the saber immortal's hand received the power, it once again erupted with endless light. He rose from the sky and kept colliding with the tip of the great dragon sword. The immortal art was an extremely terrifying and mysterious existence. Its power was very strong. At this moment, it was really stealing the fortune of heaven and earth and destroying all the enemies in the world. The confrontation between the two was like a fierce battle. It was very terrifying. It seemed that no one could do anything to the other. This stunned Murong Qingqing and the others. Was the immortal art so powerful? Long Xiaotian laughed again. Lin Wuti, you want to kill me? You can't do it with the great dragon soul. Moreover, you don't deserve to have the great dragon sword soul. Next, I will kill you. Only then will I deserve to have the great dragon sword. Long Xiaotian was really too excited. He saw the light. Lin Xian remained silent. However, his killing intent continued to spread. In the next moment, his body soared into the air like the ruler of the way of the sword. With a wave of his arm, a brilliant sword ray descended from the sky like a divine sword. Boom, the tip of the big dragon sword tore everything, broke the knife light, and killed Long Xiaotian again. Long Xiaotian's face changed greatly, and his pupils shrank fiercely. This is impossible. He had already given it his all, so how could he not be able to block it? Moreover, where did Lin Wuti get so much power from? He was a true land immortal. Even when he used the immortal art, he almost died. Lin Xian should have consumed even more energy to activate the great dragon sword soul. However, the other party did not consume any pills, nor did his bloodline boil. How could the other party's strength be boundless? From the looks of it, there were still secrets in his body. Long Xiaotian's eyes turned red. He desperately wanted to know what kind of treasure was in the young man's body. It could provide unlimited power, however, he was no longer in the mood to guess because the sword had already arrived in front of him. Cracks appeared on his body again. Even before the sword arrived, his body was already unable to withstand the impact. If this sword fell, he would definitely die. Block for me. Long Xiaotian roared crazily, urging the saber immortal's palm in the sky to quickly block. The god-slaying saber flew back and blocked in front of him. However, it was still a step too late. With a clang, the god-slaying saber shook violently, and the direction of the tip of the great dragon sword deviated. However, it still flew past Long Xiaotian's side. The right half of Long Xiaotian's body instantly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Ah! Long Xiaotian let out a miserable roar. This pain made him hover between life and death. It was too terrifying. This sword did not even hit him, but it had already caused him to be seriously injured. If this sword hit him, he would turn into a bloody mist in an instant. It was possible that he would be directly turned into ashes. He was scared out of his wits. He quickly swallowed the third immortal pill. He wanted to end the battle quickly. In his opinion, even if there were secrets in Lin Xian's body, it was impossible for him to use unlimited power. The other party should not have much strength left. And he still had the power of an immortal pill. He could still continue to fight. Kid, I don't believe that your power is infinite. Go to hell. Long Xiaotian roared and struck out with this saber. It was as if the chaos had been split open and the heavens had flown over. It was really changing. More importantly, Long Xiaotian soared into the air. His palm bloomed in the air and merged with the sword hand in the sky. Obviously, this was the final blow. He wanted to use the saber to exert all his power and then kill Lin Xian. When he felt the saber, Lin Xian's body also trembled slightly. Even the divine flame on it had dimmed. Was he going all out? Well, let's decide the outcome with one move. A look of determination appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. To be honest, he had the ancient land in his body. It was one of the Jiutian Shidi, and it really had infinite power. However, this power, he could not use it endlessly. Because, his body could not bear it. But fortunately, now he had evolved into a real divine body. At present, he could still hold on. His palms formed a seal, and the yin-yang sword qi around Lin Xian constantly bloomed with light. Then, it turned into a tai chi and covered Lin Xian's body. It formed a tai chi armor. Buzz. The great dragon sword soul also flew out, turned into a sword shadow, and landed in Lin Xian's hand. The great dragon sword tip was integrated into the great dragon sword soul. The upper part became very terrifying and turned into a real divine sword. As for the other places, although they were illusory, they were enveloped by endless sword qi. It was also extremely terrifying. The sword divided into yin and yang, Lin Xian shouted coldly. The great dragon sword fell, and a terrifying aura kept erupting. The power of yin and yang filled the air. This sword seemed to have split open the path of life and death. This move was the third ultimate move of the yin and yang sword technique. The clouds parted to reveal the moon. The blazing sun. The sword divided into yin and yang. The power of this move was even more terrifying. Moreover, it was performed with the great dragon sword. It was even more terrifying to the extreme. This power surpassed everything that had happened before. The dazzling sword light cut through the void. The path of yin and yang appeared between heaven and earth, and directly spread towards Long Xiaotian. The power of yin and yang, life and death, coupled with the invincible power, and the incomparably terrifying power of the gods. This sword was invincible. On the opposite side, Long Xiaotian naturally knew that he did not dare to be careless. He attacked crazily, and he fought with his back to the river. At this moment, his body shattered, and endless dragon blood flew out. The immortal art rune between his eyebrows was extremely bright. It was as if it had turned into a peerless immortal saber, and he had completely merged with the saber immortal's hand. Kill. The immortal saber. Boom. The two strongest techniques collided between heaven and earth. An earth-shattering battle took place in front of him. Resplendent light pierced through the sky. Wherever it passed, everything turned to ashes. Inside the six-pass world, Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, they could not see anything and could only wait anxiously. Boom. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out, followed by the sound of breaking. Had the victor been decided? Xing'er was extremely nervous. Everyone stared straight ahead. A huge crack appeared between heaven and earth in front of him. A figure was split in half. Who was it? Morong Qingqing and the others were extremely pale. They prayed in their hearts. Soon, they found that it was Long Xiaotian who was split in half. Long Xiaotian was injured. His divine dragon blood danced in the air. Ah, a miserable sound rang out. Long Xiaotian went crazy. He really did not expect that after using his ultimate skill, he would be the one injured. How could it be? Was he defeated? He found it hard to accept. One had to know that he was the one who won last time. Why was he defeated this time? Impossible, I will not lose, he roared to the sky, the dragon scales on his body releasing an extremely terrifying light. In the next moment, he rushed over again. I'll fight it out with you. Defeat meant death, so Long Xiaotian had to fight with all his might. On the other side, Lin Xian's face was also extremely pale. Looking at the other party flying over again, he snorted coldly. I said that you are no match for me at all. You can go to hell, he attacked again, striking out with the sword, yin and yang. The terrifying path of yin and yang once again appeared between heaven and earth. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed, and a terrifying aura swallowed everything. Long Xiaotian roared and went all out. He was ready to die together. But it was useless. Lin Xian's strength was above his. This path of yin and yang completely enveloped him. He felt his vitality being destroyed, his qi and blood were disappearing, and he became a skeleton. Boom, when the great dragon sword slashed down, Long Xiaotian's body finally shattered. He could not hold on. The immortal character of saber between his eyebrows also instantly dimmed, and cracks appeared on it. Long Xiaotian went crazy. Was he going to die? No, he could not die. He abandoned his body and fused his soul into the immortal character of the saber. He flew toward the sky. After losing the physique of the divine dragon, his strength was greatly reduced. He could not even use half of his strength. However, in order to survive, he could only escape. Lin Wudi, just you wait, I won't forgive you, Long Xiaotian's murderous voice came. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the sky. He didn't give chase, but he sneered. You can't escape. 6 paths of reincarnation, summon the reincarnation sword, 2 fragments of the reincarnation sword flew out from his eyes, and the power of his soul erupted completely. Between the heaven and earth, the 6 Tao worlds shook violently. Then, the phantom of the reincarnation sword was formed and slashed down from the sky. The 6 worlds disappeared, and there was only a flash of sword qi between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone in Qingguang City was stunned. They looked up at the sky. What had happened? Someone was engaged in a world-shaking battle. This was a battle between gods. Countless people knelt on the ground. It was too terrifying, as if their souls would be destroyed in an instant. Long Xiaotian's scalp also went numb. His soul also trembled violently. He felt a fatal threat. This guy, besides using such a powerful ultimate technique, did he still have the strength to use the reincarnation sword? This was impossible. Even a real land immortal didn't have such strength. He had gone crazy. Seventh Prince, save me, virtual immortal, save me. At this moment, Long Xiaotian let out a terrified cry for help. He knew that the Seventh Prince still had 2 land immortals by his side. It's useless, no one can save you. Lin Xian was filled with murderous intent. The phantom of the reincarnation sword in the sky slashed down. It enveloped Long Xiaotian's soul. Long Xiaotian completely activated the immortal character of the saber to block it. However, the reincarnation sword was also one of the 5 swords in the world. In addition, Long Xiaotian had used all his strength before and didn't have much strength left. At his peak, he might be able to block it with the immortal art. But now, it was impossible for him to do so. Boom. The sword slashed down, and Long Xiaotian's soul shattered. A terrifying aura swept out. At this moment, countless people in Qingguang City could feel an extremely powerful soul storm permeating between heaven and earth. Then, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Blood rained down, and a sorrowful voice sounded. Everyone went crazy. Had a land immortal fallen? Heavens, someone was so heaven-defying that they killed a land immortal. Who exactly was it? Damn it. How dare you? In the distance, a furious roar came. Then, a pitch-black palm slapped over. This was the palm of a virtual immortal. At the same time, on the other side, a gaze flew over. This gaze was like a peerless divine sword, cutting through everything. This was the gaze of Xianyin. Both of them were land immortals from the other side. After they felt Long Xiaotian's aura, they immediately took action, wanting to save Long Xiaotian. However, they were still a step too late. When they arrived, Long Xiaotian's soul had already been reduced to ashes and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Damn it, this was the power of the reincarnation sword. It was that kid. Was that guy not dead yet? That was impossible. Damn it, quickly find that guy. He doesn't have much strength left, we have to kill him. The land immortals went crazy and attacked crazily. A terrifying power enveloped the entire space. Feeling this aura, Morong Qingqing, Gu Santong, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Not good, these 2 land immortals were even stronger. Lin Xian couldn't resist the 2 of them working together. What should they do? There was a trace of despair in their eyes. The 7th Prince's forces were really too strong. Xing'er's face was also pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, I'll admit defeat and hand over the 2 sovereign soul jades. No matter what, I won't let you die." Xing'er took a deep breath and was ready to admit defeat. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, "No, I can take you away." At this moment, Lin Xian had already closed his Rinnegan. His face was extremely pale. After a series of battles, he didn't have much strength left. Even with the ancient land, his divine body couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't continue fighting now, or his body would also shatter. He had to leave first and wait for his strength to recover before fighting them again. Gu Santong used the power of space and brought everyone to Lin Xian's side. Between heaven and earth, the voice of the virtual immortal rang out, "Lin Wudi, I won't let you escape." A huge black palm slapped down quickly. The vast power swept across the land and the entire world was shattering. This scene was too terrifying. However, Lin Xian laughed and said coldly, "Virtual immortal, just you wait. The next one to die will be you." As soon as he said that, a mysterious power instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. In the next moment, they disappeared. Boom, the huge palm in the sky fell, shattering everything. However, it did not hit. Lin Xian and the others disappeared. Teleportation? No matter how strong one's spatial power was, they were no match for absolute cultivation. The virtual immortal snorted with disdain. His soul had taken over He Juetian's body. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of Deity 3, far surpassing everything. He could destroy a mere spatial power with a flick of his finger. In the next moment, he waved his finger, and with him as the center, the surrounding void began to shatter. Everything around him turned into a chaotic void. However, Lin Xian and the others did not appear. What was going on? The virtual immortal was stunned, and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. He attacked again. However, after a few times, he was stunned. He was still laughing coldly, thinking that the other party could not escape, but the reality gave him a slap in the face. He had been slapped in the face. The other party had disappeared without a trace. Damn it. At this moment, Xianyin's gaze also flew over. He also looked around, but he found nothing. Damn it, how was this possible? Now that the Emperor domain had appeared, how could this kid disappear? Qingguang City was sealed, so how did he leave? They did not know. When they looked down, they realized that Long Xiaotian's body had long been shattered, and his vitality had disappeared. He had completely fallen. Damn it, it was not easy to nurture a powerhouse who could replace the Saber Immortal, but now he had fallen. The void shattered, and the virtual immortal walked out. He sighed and was about to put away Long Xiaotian's things, including the white skeleton, and bring it back to the other side. At this moment, there was a shattering sound between heaven and earth. The Emperor domain was slowly disappearing. What was going on? The virtual immortal was stunned. Even the seventh prince was stunned. How could the Emperor domain disappear? The winner had not been decided yet. Could it be that the Emperor's soul jade had disappeared? No. How could this be? He had gone crazy. The others were also stunned. They exclaimed. Qingguang City's seal had disappeared. That strange power had disappeared. Who can tell me what happened? Everyone was puzzled. On the other side, light flickered. After Lin Xian and the others appeared, Xing and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. But soon, they realized that this place was very quiet, and the aura here was extremely extraordinary. It was completely different from the aura of Qingguang City. This place had an extremely ancient and desolate aura. Where was this place? They were all stunned. Where did Lin Xian bring them? This is my world. You guys can rest here first. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian brought these people to the immemorial world. He did not explain too much about the ancient world. After all, its origin was too shocking, and he could not explain it clearly in a short period of time. Although everyone was curious, they didn't ask in detail. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the crisis was temporarily resolved. Whitey rushed over as well. She took out the spirit fruits and distributed them to everyone. At that moment, Xing's expression changed. She said, "Oh no, I can't sense the Emperor domain's aura." The Emperor domain was disappearing. Where was this place? She was truly stunned. Had they already left Qingguang City? Lin Xian was also taken aback. In the next moment, his brows tightly knitted together. To be honest, he had indeed left Qingguang City. The ancient world was one of the 9 heavens 10 lands. It was completely different from the 9 underworlds where Qingguang City was located. Under normal circumstances, once the Emperor domain was activated and Qingguang City was sealed, no one would be able to enter, and no one would be able to leave. But he could. He had not expected that his entry into the ancient world would cause the Emperor domain to disappear. This was going to be troublesome. He had killed 2 Earth Immortals with great difficulty, causing the 7th Prince's side to weaken. If the powerful beings of the Permitha realm were to come, things would be bad. So, he said, "Give me the Emperor Spirit Jade. I have to get out." He had obtained 2 earthly spirit jades from Xing. Together with the one he already had, he left the ancient lands with 3 Emperor Spirit Jades. The next moment, he appeared in Qingguang City. Boom, after Lin Xian came out, the Emperor domain did not disappear. Instead, it appeared once again. That powerful sealing energy swept out once again. Qingguang City shook slightly, and the people inside were all stunned. Damn it! What was going on? That mysterious energy had appeared once again. The 7th Prince was overjoyed. He heaved a sigh of relief. Great! The Emperor Spirit Jade was still there. He still had a chance. As for the virtual immortal and the others, they frowned. To be honest, when the Emperor Spirit Jade disappeared, they had a thought in their minds. This way, they could summon more powerful beings of the Paramitha realm. However, before they could even make a move, the Emperor Domain appeared once again, shattering their hopes. This series of changes was way too strange. It was all related to that Lin Xian. At this moment, Xianyin was stunned. As he spoke, that lad's aura appeared again. Hurry up and catch him. He had too many secrets on him. He swept his gaze across the 9 heavens 10 lands and charged into the distance. The virtual immortal snorted. He ignored Long Xiaoyan's bones and soared into the sky. The most important thing for the two of them now was to catch Lin Xian. That lad had been injured repeatedly. It was impossible for him to have much strength. It was impossible for him to leave Qingguang City again. The two of them broke through the void like lightning and charged into the distance. Lin Xian's face was extremely pale. His expression was extremely solemn. He could not go to the ancient lands. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He could only dodge. He was not in his best state now. Even if he was in his best state, he would not be a match for Xianyin and the virtual immortal. That was because Xianyin was a petrified earth immortal. He was even more mysterious. Fight. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. In the next moment, his body swayed. A terrifying aura appeared on his body. It was as if he had turned into a lightning dragon, tearing the world apart. His speed was extremely fast. However, the two people behind him were like shadows. Lad, you can't escape. Your aura is already very weak. Your physique is about to shatter. How can you escape from my hands? The virtual immortal sneered. On the other side, Xianyin was floating between heaven and earth. His body could not move. Only his eyes could move. However, just his gaze was already very terrifying. His gaze turned into the great Tao and brought him to fly quickly. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. Lin Xian was extremely anxious. He kept changing his direction. However, it was still useless. The distance between the two of them was already very close. Behind him, the virtual immortal had already begun to attack. The huge black hand slapped over again. Lin Xian's body swayed and he dodged the attack. However, he was still sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. A crack appeared on his body. Damn it, the other party is too strong. The virtual immortal laughed out loud. Lad, in your current state, you are no match for me at all. Be obedient and wait for your death. A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was in extreme danger. Behind him, the virtual immortal struck out again. Lin Xian roared and unleashed the power of the great dragon sword spirit, slashing out with his sword. However, just as he slashed out, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His divine body could no longer withstand it. Seeing this scene, the virtual immortal sneered. Kid, are you still holding on? It's useless. You're no match for me. Surrender obediently. When the time comes, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to die. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Behind him, the virtual immortal was furious and attacked one after another. Even Xianyin's gaze fell. Lin Xian was sent flying again. His body was stained with blood. His injuries were even more serious, and his body was shattered. Even some of the Samadhi true fire had dimmed and been extinguished. One could imagine how terrifying these two earth immortals were. As expected of the successor of the great dragon. He could actually kill Long Xiaotian, an earth immortal with an immortal art. Moreover, I can't sense the power of the Jade Pure Sword God. He should have been killed by you too, right? You can actually kill two earth immortals in a row. What a monster. To be honest, I've never seen such a powerful genius like you. Unfortunately, you're going to die in my hands. I love killing geniuses the most. The virtual immortal smiled cruelly. Xianyin floated between heaven and earth like a supreme ruler. His gaze fell and he said coldly, hand over the great dragon sword and tell me your secret. His voice carried supreme power and seemed to be unquestionable. No, this can't go on. I have to think of a way. Lin Xian was extremely anxious. Suddenly, he was stunned because he thought of something. Previously, when he was in the dragon realm, he had seen the dragon seal of the White Dragon clan. There was a mysterious rune on it. It was said that it was left behind by the primordial divine dragon clan. It was very mysterious. Those dragons couldn't understand it and could only comprehend it. At that time, Lin Xian also comprehended it and asked De Long to help him explain it. That rune was the word Xing. It represented speed. The White Dragon clan was originally very ethereal. After comprehending the runes, their speed became even faster. Now that Lin Xian is trapped by two Earth Immortals, he has no way out. He is prepared to test the power of the rune. Would it work? Lin Xian closed his eyes. The scene of the White Dragon clan back then appeared in his mind. The power of the Immortals began to emanate from his body, condensing into the rune. Seeing that Lin Xian had stopped running and had closed his eyes, the virtual immortal and Xianyin stopped as well. A smug smile appeared on their faces. Boy, are you going to surrender without a fight? He was really someone who knew how to adapt to the circumstances. To be honest, it's really a pity for a genius like you to die. If you're willing to let us control your soul, we might give you a chance to live on and serve the Nirvana realm. The two of them were really excited. If they could control Lin Xian and use Lin Xian's power to kill the powerhouses of the God realm, wouldn't that be even more satisfying? At that time, the God realm would be even more desperate. Thinking of this, they couldn't wait to make a move. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The power of the Immortals in his body condensed into a blurry rune. Then, his speed suddenly increased and he disappeared in an instant. The virtual Immortal and Xianyin were both stunned. What's going on? How can this kid be so fast? The two of them were shocked. Damn it. The virtual immortal roared. Could it be that this kid used some secret technique just now? We can't let him escape. Xianyin's face was also cold. The two of them charged over again. This time, the two of them were really serious. Their speed was even faster than before. Soon, they found Lin Xian's traces and chased after him again. Boy, I won't let you escape this time. The virtual immortal waved his hand, an endless immortal chi spread out, forming a cage that enveloped the world. Xianyin's gaze was also fixed on Lin Xian. Let's see how you escape this time. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the power of the Immortals again to condense that blurry divine dragon rune. In the next moment, his speed increased again. Damn it. The two Earth Immortals went crazy. What is that rune? Why is it so terrifying? Does this kid have any secrets? They were really mad, and their eyes were red with envy. Chase. The two of them chased after him crazily. Next, Lin Xian kept condensing that mysterious divine dragon rune. Although the success rate was not very high, every time he succeeded, his speed would instantly increase and he would be able to escape. Just like that, a chase began. In Qingguang City, three figures kept flying. Wherever they passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless warriors prostrated on the ground and kept kowtowing. It was too terrifying. The three Earth Immortals appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Once they were enveloped by the remaining energy of the other party, they would be reduced to ashes. In the end, there was even a sect that collapsed because of the aura of the three of them. The warriors in the sect went crazy, which also alarmed the other Earth Immortals in Qingguang City. These Earth Immortals were all angry. Damn it, stop. You are too presumptuous. Qingguang City is not a place where you can behave atrociously. However, it was useless. Lin Xian quickly fled. As for the Xianyin and the virtual immortal, they completely ignored him. They shouted coldly, "We are from the Nirvana realm. We are chasing after the enemy. Who dares to stop us?" That was to become enemies with the Nirvana realm. When the seal of Qingguang City is broken, the Nirvana realm powerhouses will descend and turn you all into ashes. They are going too far. The Earth Immortals in Qingguang City were furious. They knew the strength of the Nirvana realm. They were really no match for it. An old man gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, continue to be arrogant. Just wait, our immortal will soon wake up." When that time comes, it will be your death. That's right. Another middle-aged man was also excited. After the immortal wakes up, what about the Nirvana realm? When that time comes, we won't be afraid at all. Without the other Earth immortals stopping them, the virtual immortal and Xianxia attacked again. The immortal energy on their bodies completely erupted. They were really mad. It had been half a day, but they still couldn't catch up with Lin Xian. It was really a slap to their faces. One had to know that Lin Xian's cultivation was weaker than theirs. More importantly, Lin Xian didn't have much strength left. At this moment, he was like an ant. But even so, they still couldn't catch up with him? Didn't that mean that they were weaker than ants? They couldn't bear it. They began to use peerless immortal spells and attacked crazily. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He felt the danger again. It seemed that he couldn't continue like this. Although the divine dragon runes were exquisite, their strength had been greatly reduced. He had to find a place to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, his realm might be affected. This time, not only did Lin Xian use the power of an immortal, but he also used the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul could originally evolve into all things. At this moment, he used all his strength to evolve the Divine Dragon Rune. In the next moment, his speed increased by several times and he disappeared from the world in an instant. The virtual immortal and Xianxia behind him were stunned. This guy's speed could actually increase. This was the fastest speed in the world. The two of them naturally refused to give up. They quickly chased after him. Lin Xian flew behind. He arrived at the place where he fought with Long Xiaotian and saw Long Xiaotian's bones. He reached out his hand and directly grabbed Long Xiaotian's bones and his belongings. Then, he pushed the dragon-seeking ruler with all his strength and used the Divine Dragon Rune again. Buzz, just as his figure disappeared, the two virtual immortals behind him chased after him. When the virtual immortal saw this scene, he was furious. Long Xiaotian's bones were taken away by the other party. This white bone must be brought back because this white bone cultivates an immortal art. Although Long Xiaotian was dead, there were still immortal runes left on the bones. If the people of the divine realm obtained them, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the two of them were red-eyed. They attacked with all their strength. Lin Xian also felt this power and his scalp went numb. Had these two guys gone crazy? Fortunately, at this moment, the dragon-seeking ruler shone and brought him into the dragon realm. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared again. The virtual immortal and Xianxia frowned. They used their souls to search. They realized that there was no trace of him anymore. This kid couldn't run away. The virtual immortal snorted. Such a situation had happened before. Lin Xian suddenly disappeared, but he soon returned. In fact, because of Lin Xian's disappearance, the Emperor Domain began to disappear. However, this time, the Emperor Domain didn't change. It still appeared between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's figure still didn't appear. This was impossible. How did this kid do it? Could it be that he was still in Qinguang City? But why couldn't they find him? The virtual immortal went crazy. Xianxin's expression was also ugly. Their souls covered the sky and earth. The other party had nowhere to run. Search. The virtual immortal shouted coldly. As long as he is still in Qinguang City, we will be able to find him. The two of them searched like madmen. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had already arrived at the dragon realm. The dragon world was incomparably mysterious. It was a world of its own, yet it still belonged to Qinguang City. Therefore, after Lin Xian entered the dragon realm, his figure disappeared. No one could find him, but the Emperor Domain did not disappear. After entering the dragon world, Lin Xian brought Xing'er and the others out of the ancient land. Xing'er sensed for a while and heaved a sigh of relief. There was no problem this time. Where is this place? They looked around curiously. Leaf Dao Denier was clearly shocked by the terrifying power of the Tao of Dragons. Was this where the dragon clan resided? Lin Xian nodded. That's right, this is the dragon world. This place was a world of its own, but it belonged to Qinguang City, so outsiders couldn't find it. Let's go. I'll bring you to the White Dragon clan. We'll discuss what to do next. Lin Xian and his group flew into the distance. Lin Xian's return shocked the people of the dragon world. The people of the White Dragon clan were delighted to welcome their young master back. They hurriedly went up to welcome him. The White Dragon clan leader personally came out. After settling these people, Lin Xian directly said that he wanted to look at their dragon seal again. Of course, in exchange, Lin Xian also took out the dragon seal in his hand for the White Dragon clan leader and the others to comprehend. The White Dragon clan was naturally willing. Both sides began to comprehend. Lin Xian brought Xing Morong Qingqing, and the others into the secret room. He said that comprehending the runes on it would be of great help to increase their speed. Morong Qingqing and the others were shocked when they heard this. They looked ahead carefully. There was an incomparably mysterious rune there. Just a glance at it caused their souls to shake. What was this? It was so terrifying. Yan Ryu exclaimed. This was the Divine Dragon rune, which came from the primordial Divine Dragon clan. How much could they comprehend? It would depend on their luck. Next, Lin Xian and the others began to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Xian came out of seclusion. He took back his dragon seal. The people of the White Dragon clan also sighed. Lin Xian's dragon seal belonged to the demonic dragon clan. The divine dragon rune on it was completely different from theirs. After this month of cultivation, they also felt a little comfortable. They comprehended. They felt that they had become more proficient in using their weapons. In fact, he could even unleash an even greater power. This is great. This made the people of the White Dragon clan happy. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He asked through voice transmission, Big Dragon, what does this rune mean? Big Dragon said, the divine dragon rune in your hand represents Bing. It means weapon. If he cultivated this divine rune, then when he used the big dragon sword, its power could be increased. He wondered what kind of power the divine dragon rune of the Tyrant Dragon clan had. He had to admit that the Great Void Divine Dragon was too powerful. The 3 runes left behind had such a magical effect. At this time, Big Dragon said through voice transmission. Although these 3 runes were divine dragon runes, they were left behind by the Great Void Divine Dragon clan. They were not created by them. What did this mean? If they were not created by the Great Void Divine Dragon clan, could it be that there was another expert? He was asking, but Big Dragon did not say anything. Lin Xian was puzzled, but he did not ask again. He had more important things to do now. He was going to join forces with the Dragon World to resist the Nirvana realm. Now that Qingguang City was sealed, outside experts could not enter, so the 7th prince only had 2 Earth Immortals left. With Lin Xian's strength, he was not a match for the 2 of them. After all, there was Xianyin, a petrified Earth Immortal. But if they joined forces with the Dragon World, then it would be different. There was more than 1 Earth Immortal in the Dragon World. Other than that, there were many demigods. If they joined forces, there was a high chance that they could restrain Xianyin. In this way, Lin Xian would have no worries. He could fight the virtual immortal with all his strength. As long as he defeated the virtual immortal, the 7th prince would have no one to rely on. At that time, the 2 sovereign spirit jades would be theirs. Lin Xian took out the dragon seal and commanded the dragon world. Soon, countless dragons in the dragon world sensed the summoning. They flew into the sky and gathered at the White Dragon clan. Even the Tyrant Dragon clan was on the move. The leader of the Tyrant Dragon clan rushed over with Long Badian and the rest. Long Badian exclaimed. Is Big Brother back? The leader of the Tyrant Dragon clan looked serious. He did not know why Lin Xian had summoned them. After arriving, Lin Xian went straight to the point and told them his idea. The experts of the Dragon Realm sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. To be honest, they were a little worried. After all, Lin Xian was so powerful. If even he couldn't handle it, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Lin Xian took out a huge dragon bone. This dragon bone was tens of thousands of meters long. As soon as he appeared, it enveloped heaven and earth. The aura emitted from his body was extremely terrifying, enough to crush 10,000 worlds. When they felt this dragon bone, the surrounding Dragon Clan people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Some Dragon Clan experts even knelt on the ground. Even the Tyrant Dragon Clan leader was dumbfounded. This was an Earth Immortal level Dragon Dao expert. Was he dead? Everyone's face turned pale. Lin Xian said, "Do you see this dragon bone? I was the one who killed him." This was an Earth Immortal. The Dragon Dao power on his body was very terrifying. I can put it in the Dragon Realm for you to comprehend the Dragon Dao power on it and let you cultivate. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. I promise you. The Tyrant Dragon Clan leader nodded and said, "We are also willing." The White Dragon Clan also stood up to support. Next, the Demonic Dragon Clan and the Thunder Dragon Clan responded. Soon, all the Dragon Clan experts agreed. Well, there's no time to lose. We'll set off in 3 days. The Dragon Realm began to move. This time, not many people went. That was because the people Lin Xian brought along were all top-notch experts. On the Tyrant Dragon Clan's side, the Tyrant Dragon Clan leader personally took action with a few elders. Long Badian wanted to go, but he didn't agree. He could only stay in the clan unhappily. On the White Dragon Clan's side, other than the White Dragon Clan leader, they also invited an ancestor. This ancestor was also an Earth Immortal level. However, he was older. He was leaning on a dragon-headed walking stick. When he came out, the sky of the entire Dragon Realm was surging with wind and clouds. The vast power of the White Dragon swept across all directions. When the people of the Demonic Dragon Clan felt this power, they exclaimed. Even the ancestor came out? The White Dragon Clan really went all out. My Demonic Dragon Clan also has an ancestor. Please wake up, ancestor. The ancestor of the Demonic Dragon Clan also woke up. On the Thunder Dragon Clan's side, an Earth Immortal level ancestor also woke up. The 3 Patriarchs and the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch were 4 Earth Immortals. The strength of the Dragon Realm was indeed unfathomable. Morong Qingqing and the others were shocked. Soon, they became excited. 4 Earth Immortals. The number of people on their side far exceeded that of the 7th Prince's side. Lin Xian's expression was indeed solemn. He was not very happy. He looked at the 4 terrestrial immortals and said, "You only have one mission, which is to restrain one person. There was no need to kill him, just stop him." Hearing this, the Lightning Dragon old ancestor snorted. "Young master is looking down on us. With the 4 of us working together, it would be easy for us to kill an immortal." Indeed, although Earth Immortals were extremely terrifying, if they were to be attacked by 4 people of the same level, they would definitely not be able to escape and would be reduced to ashes. However, Lin Xian said that the person they were facing was not ordinary. He was a petrified Earth Immortal. Hearing this, the White Dragon Patriarch said to Kong Meng. He was stunned. The other patriarchs were also surprised. They seemed to have thought of something. An existence of that level? A hint of worry appeared in their eyes. However, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, only his eyes can move after being petrified. So I think you should be able to resist him." So that's how it is. We understand what the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch said. We will try our best to stop him. Not try our best, but definitely. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. This was a battle of life and death. I hope you can fight with all your strength. Because if you lose, not only will you be destroyed, but the entire dragon world will also be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian knew a little about the strength of an essence immortal. However, Lin Xian did not know about Xianyin. A petrified Earth Immortal was too strange. For example, after being petrified, the war god could move his palm. His combat strength far exceeded everything. Although Xianyin could only move her eyes, she had never used her full strength. She seemed to cherish her strength very much. However, when it came to life and death, no one knew how terrifying her attacks would be. Next, Lin Xian gave them a lot of benefits. Apart from leaving Long Xiaotian's dragon bone in the dragon world, Lin Xian returned it to the Devil Dragon Patriarch and the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. After that, he would give the 2 of them a chance to comprehend the dragon seal. Only then did the 2 patriarchs agree. 3 days passed quickly. Lin Xian and the others set off. They soared into the sky and left the dragon world. After the tyrant dragon patriarch and the other 3 earth immortals came out, they hid in the void. Lin Xian needed them to come out at the critical moment. Otherwise, the 7th prince and the others would escape with their lives. Let's go and find the 7th prince for a decisive battle. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He used his Rinnegan and looked around. In the past month, he had recovered his body to its peak. Borrowing the power of the ancient land, he recovered very quickly. He found Lin Wudi. On the other side, the Essence Immortal exclaimed. Xianyin's expression also changed. Damn it, this brat is going for the 7th prince. He wants to seize the other 2 Emperor Soul Jades. I can't let him succeed. The 2 of them tore open the void and disappeared instantly. When they came out again, they were already beside the 7th prince. The 7th prince and the super great emperors under him also exclaimed at this moment. What happened? Why did the 2 earth immortals come back? Soon, they felt a terrifying power sweeping towards them. This power made their bodies tremble, and their faces were filled with despair. What a terrifying sword Dao power! Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword chi appeared, enough to destroy everything. It could easily split their bodies apart. Lin Wudi is here. The 7th prince took a deep breath. 2 Emperor Soul Jades floated beside him. At the same time, he exclaimed, I can sense that there are 3 Emperor Soul Jades on him. Great, if I defeat him, I will be able to gather all of them. Seniors, I will rely on you for this battle. Don't worry, the Essence Immortal snorted. So what if this brat has recovered to his peak? If the 2 of us join forces, Long Xiaotian and Jade Pure Sword God can't compare to us. This time, he will definitely lose. Xianxia also snorted. Stupid thing, how dare he take the initiative to attack? Is he looking down on me? One had to know that I did not use my full strength before. Now, I will let him know how terrifying a petrified earth immortal is. Boom, between heaven and earth, a dragon's roar sounded, and the void shattered. A group of people appeared above the 9 heavens. It was Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly. 7th prince, hand over the Emperor's Soul Jades obediently. The 7th prince coldly snorted. You are really stupid. You dare to compete with me with just you people? I will give you a chance. Kneel, and I will give you a quick death. The super great emperors around the 7th prince also sneered. They thought that Lin Xian was really an idiot. Could he fight against 2 earth immortals? That was definitely impossible. They could only say that he was courting death by coming here. The virtual immortal also sneered, Kid, today is the day you die. Lin Xian ignored him and looked at Murong Qingqing and the others. He said, next, I'll leave the 7th prince and the super great emperors around him to you. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Murong Qingqing and Gu Santong nodded. After all, they were top prodigies with peerless bloodlines and the ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor. They didn't take these super great emperors seriously. Good. Lin Xian smiled. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at the virtual immortal. Later, I'll turn you into ashes. You only have a remnant soul, so you shouldn't stay in this world. Kid, I think you're mistaken. I won't fight you one-on-one. The 2 of us will join forces and suppress you instantly with the power of thunder. The virtual immortal shouted coldly. Although he was very confident in himself, he was still prepared to join forces. Because this time, he wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Join forces? Lin Xian smiled, you're thinking too much. Someone will deal with him. Lin Xian pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned. Someone else is coming? He looked around. In the next moment, he shouted angrily, who is it? Get out here. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out. 4 super powerful forces shattered the void and swept over. In an instant, the world collapsed. This force was really terrifying. As soon as it appeared, everyone in Qingguang City was stunned. Countless people prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the 7th prince and the others were instantly forced to kneel on the ground. Damn it, what's going on? How can they be so powerful? What kind of power is this? The virtual immortal was dumbfounded. Even Xianyin's pupils constricted. He saw 4 figures. 4 earth immortals stood between heaven and earth. Damn it, how is this possible? With Qingguang City sealed, it was impossible for a land immortal to come from the divine realm. Moreover, there weren't that many land immortals in the divine realm. The people in the divine realm were all very mysterious. There weren't many land immortals, but there were many who could fight above their level. For example, once the Golden Lion King unleashes its full power, it can injure an earth immortal. Other than that, there were also a few other people who possessed the same ability. If he wasn't from the divine realm, then was he from Qingguang City, a local land immortal? Did these people want to die? Do you really want to be the enemy of the otherworld heavenly king? When Qingguang City opens, I, the Higan Permitha, will annihilate all of you. What was the Permitha? Was he very powerful? The chief of the tyrant dragon tribe snorted coldly. The thunder dragon patriarch's temper was even worse. He said coldly, "Why are you talking to him?" He immediately moved to stop him. Xianxia was a little confused. There's someone who doesn't know about our competition? Where did this come from? Did they come from the mountains? But that was impossible. For land immortals, why haven't I heard of them? Could it be that he wasn't from Qingguang City? He looked carefully. In the next moment, he found that the power of the dragon Dao on these 4 land immortals was very terrifying. They were from the dragon clan. When did the dragon clan become so powerful? When did they have 4 land immortals? He was a little confused. Where in the world did Lin Xian find such a helper? Did it have anything to do with the time when the other party disappeared? Damn it. Xianxia roared angrily. Attack. He roared angrily, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes, turning into a sea of fire that enveloped the world. In the next moment, he soared into the air. His entire body was like a sharp blade as he charged over at high speed. The Essence Immortal also made his move. Immortal Qi spread out from his body. He wanted to join forces with Xianxia to suppress Lin Xian. The situation was very unfavorable to them. They had to end the battle with thunderous means. Are you looking down on us? The Thunder Dragon Patriarch shouted coldly. The power of the Thunder Dao appeared on his body, and a thunder hammer appeared, dancing gently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Vast power swept across the world. The Tyrant Dragon Patriarch roared at the sky, and the phantom of a tyrant dragon appeared on his body with incomparably powerful power. He slapped out with his palm, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked as he attacked Xianxia. The Demon Dragon Patriarch roared angrily, and demonic qi surrounded his body. A demonic cauldron hung above his head. The light that fell from it contained monstrous power that could easily pierce through everything. The White Dragon Patriarch walked out. His white hair danced in the wind, and the clouds under his feet quickly condensed in front of him. It formed a sword of clouds. This sword of clouds pierced through the world, and it was extremely ethereal. The 4 land immortals attacked together, and in an instant they attacked Xianxia. Xianxia was furious. Get lost. His gaze, when opened and closed, was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Boom. Their attacks collided, and a monstrous power swept out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, as if the universe was about to be destroyed. Retreat quickly. When the 7th prince and the others saw this scene, their faces turned green. They retreated crazily. There were 2 super great emperors beside them who did not manage to escape in time. They instantly turned into blood mist, and their souls were destroyed. The others retreated into the distance, and their faces were extremely ugly. Damn brat. The virtual immortal gritted his teeth. He realized that Xianxia was really trapped. The 4 land immortals attacked and restrained Xianxia. Next, it will be the battle between us. Do you have any last words? Say it. Lin Xian stared at the virtual immortal. This made the virtual immortal furious. You dare to underestimate me, brat? Do you think that you are my match in a one-on-one battle? Extremely stupid. Let me tell you, even if we fight one-on-one, you are still not my match. We chose to work together because we wanted to end the battle quickly. Don't think that I am really afraid of you. Fine, I'll let you experience my current strength. The virtual immortal shouted coldly, and the black aura on his body continued to erupt. This was He Juetian's body. He Juetian was originally a very terrifying land immortal. After the virtual immortal obtained his body, he unleashed even more terrifying power. Boom, the black body continued to grow bigger and bigger, like a black giant. He looked down at the 8 wastelands, and every move he made contained a vast amount of power. With a gentle wave of his palm, the void was instantly torn apart, and endless cracks appeared. The black giant strode towards Lin Xian. His palm fell from the sky as if it could cover the sky and the earth. Beside Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and the others also kept retreating. "Brother Xian, be careful. Let's deal with the 7th prince." They flew into the distance and charged towards the 7th prince. "You are courting death." The 7th prince roared angrily and led the super great emperors under him to fight against them. The battle instantly broke out. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the huge figure in front of him. He snorted coldly. He pointed his sword forward. Courting death. The virtual immortal was really angry. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. His figure flashed as he quickly rushed over. He was prepared to use his powerful strength to suppress the other party and let him know what regret was. Although the virtual immortal's body was huge, his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Then, his palm fell. The black palm was like the sea as it swept out. The terrifying power enveloped Lin Xian. His move had already surpassed ordinary Earth immortals and reached the mid-stage of Immortal 3. Lin Xian looked up at the sky and was instantly covered by the palm and turned black. However, he did not dodge. He snorted coldly as an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. In his body, a terrifying dragon's roar was heard as streaks of dragon-like sword chi flew out from his body. Facing this virtual immortal, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless at all. The other party was a veteran expert and could not be underestimated. He was even stronger than Long Xiaotian. Buzz, the immortal slaying sword appeared in his hand as it quickly danced in the air and pierced towards the sky. In the next moment, it collided with the huge black palm. An earth-shattering sound was heard like 10,000 claps of thunder. Terrifying power. It swept in all directions. Heaven and earth were instantly torn apart. Countless large cracks appeared. This power made the 4 Earth immortals who were fighting in the distance exclaim. He also exclaimed in surprise. How terrifying. This kid's strength was actually so powerful. The 3 dragon race patriarchs had just recovered. Although they knew that Lin Xian was powerful, they had never seen Lin Xian fight. Now that they felt the power coming from Lin Xian, they were extremely shocked. This kid was too strong. The tyrant dragon race patriarch said. The 3 of you, we must stop this guy. We must not let him pass. The other 3 dragon race patriarchs nodded and attacked crazily. They had no choice. Although this guy in front of them could only move his eyes, the power he displayed was also extremely terrifying. Therefore, the 4 of them had to attack with all their might. Xianyin was also furious. For Earth Immortals, this lineup was really terrifying. He could not leave in a short period of time. Boom, an earth-shattering sound came from the front. Then, 2 figures quickly retreated. The immortal slaying sword in Lin Xian's hand swayed, releasing sword chi that tore apart the surrounding void. He retreated to the rear and stopped. He looked at the huge figure in front of him that was also retreating, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Your strength is only so. Stronger than Long Xiaotian, but not by much. I can destroy Long Xiaotian, and I can also destroy you. Lin Xian's expression was calm. Although he had attacked with his full strength, he had yet to use many of his ultimate moves. Once he used his trump card, his opponent would definitely not be able to withstand it. On the other side, the virtual immortal snorted, Brat, you're too arrogant. My strength is not something you can imagine. You'll regret it later. As he spoke, the immortal chi on his body grew even more terrifying. His palm kept changing, forming an extremely ancient imprint. The mark was pitch black, with mysterious runes blooming on it. A monstrous power swept out. Absolute Heaven Seal. When he saw this scene, Xian, who was in the distance, laughed. Has the Absolute Heaven Seal appeared? That brat definitely won't be able to withstand it. It's useless even if you stop me. In a one-on-one battle, the virtual immortal was never afraid of anyone. Hearing this, the tyrant dragon tribe leader and the others frowned. Can Lin withstand it? They were a little worried. In front of them, after using the absolute heaven seal, the power of the virtual immortal became extremely terrifying again. The ancient seal swayed gently, causing heaven and earth to shatter and the sky to split open. Boom! With a wave of his palm, the absolute heaven seal descended from the sky like a divine mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall, enveloping Lin Xian. A terrifying power swept out. Feeling the immense pressure, Lin Xian roared towards the sky. He used the 9-yang divine dragon body, and the terrifying Samadhi true fire erupted. His powerful physique suppressed everything. He blasted away the power. Boom! He roared towards the sky and punched open the sky, his sword pierced the sky, the terrifying ultimate technique charged towards the 9 heavens and collided with the absolute heaven seal in the sky. Every time, it set off a 1,000-layer storm. The entire world seemed to be destroyed. The two of them had solemn expressions as they attacked with all their might. They were evenly matched. Every strike made the Earth Immortal's scalp go numb. The 7th prince, Yi Wudao, and the others felt this power and quickly retreated. They went far away. No one could get close. At the same time, the 7th prince and the others discovered that the absolute heaven seal was blocked. Lin Xian's fist turned into a sun, emitting a terrifying aura. The 9 suns were connected together like 9 pearls, and each sun had a divine dragon's phantom within it. The 9 suns stood between heaven and earth, blocking the terrifying absolute heaven seal. Damn it! When the virtual immortal saw this scene, his expression was extremely ugly. My ultimate technique is actually useless? Damn it! With a cold snort, he pushed the absolute heaven seal with all his might. The huge seal bloomed with monstrous immortal chi. The runes on it quickly rolled and turned into a terrifying mysterious rune. This was a rune unique to the Dark Immortal clan. Although the virtual immortal was not a member of the Dark Immortal clan, he had taken over the body of the Dark Immortal clan after all. Therefore, at this moment, he was able to activate the Dark Immortal clan's ultimate technique. After the black rune appeared, the power of the absolute heaven seal increased again. He directly blasted the sun away and shrouded it below. The 9 suns shook violently and cracks appeared on them. Even the 3 true fire was sent flying. Lin Xian's expression also changed. 9 suns as one. A shocking punch. With a furious roar, the illusions of the 9 suns quickly fused together to form a fist that charged forward ferociously. The world that was originally enveloped by the absolute heaven seal became bright again. It was as if the night had turned into day. At this moment, everyone felt a scorching aura sweeping out. Even the Earth Immortals exclaimed. What a terrifying flame! What kind of divine fire does this kid have? Boom, the power of the 9 suns as one was too strong. It directly blasted the absolute heaven seal. The absolute heaven seal shook rapidly, and the black runes on it became dim. In the next moment, the void shattered and the incomparably huge absolute heaven seal retreated. Wherever it passed, the void broke open and turned into an endless black hole. The virtual immortal's huge body also kept retreating. With every step he took, the void cracked open. Countless cracks covered the ground beneath his feet as his expression turned ugly. Damn it, how is this possible? In the collision of their ultimate techniques, he was actually at a disadvantage. Am I being suppressed by this kid? The virtual immortal was actually at a disadvantage in the battle between the two. This shocked the surrounding people. They couldn't believe it. The tyrant dragon tribe leader laughed out loud. Didn't you say that your companion wouldn't lose in a one-on-one battle? Then why is he being forced to retreat now? I think you guys are just SOSO. Damn it. Xianyin's expression was also extremely cold. She didn't expect the virtual immortal to be at such a disadvantage. In front of him, the virtual immortal roared. Immortal spiritual palm. This was his ultimate technique. Terrifying immortal energy danced around his body like a dragon. It was extremely mysterious. The immortal energy quickly spread toward his palm. In the next moment, a terrifying heavenly sound rang out like the roar of a god. The virtual immortal slapped out with his palm. His palm seemed to have turned into a peerless immortal spirit. A pair of dreamy wings appeared and spread out in the air. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth would shatter. Nothing could stop it. This palm was extremely terrifying. Its power was even above the absolute heaven seal. He slapped out again and attacked Lin Xian. This palm was extremely cold. It extinguished the true samadhi fire on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's divine body also shook violently. The virtual immortal said coldly, "Lin Wudi, let's see how you block it this time." Lin Xian attacked again. Once again, the phantoms of 9 suns appeared in front of him like a sky curtain. In the next moment, the immortal spiritual palm landed on the sky curtain. With a boom, the sky curtain was instantly torn apart. The monstrous flames were enveloped by this palm. In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure was also enveloped. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Everything shattered and turned into nothingness. Lin Xian's figure completely disappeared. Oh no! In the distance, Morong Qingqing and the others who were fighting with their prince exclaimed when they saw this scene. The tyrant dragon tribe leader and the others were also nervous. Is that kid okay? If he can't, he can dodge. They realized that Lin Xian didn't seem to dodge. He would be at a disadvantage if he took it head-on. Humph, go to hell. The virtual immortal laughed coldly. After taking a direct hit from his immortal spirit, even if the other party didn't die, he would be severely injured. Next, he would be able to completely crush his opponent. Ha 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 ha. Xing, you lost. Your biggest support, Lin Wudi, is about to die. How can you fight with me? When the 7th prince saw this scene, he laughed proudly. To be honest, he was really too aggrieved. He originally had 4 earth immortals by his side, but 2 of them were killed by Lin Xian. As a result, he was at a disadvantage. Now that he had a dozen super great emperors with him, he couldn't even defeat a few youngsters. There were even a few times when he was almost slapped into a bloody mist, which made him go crazy with anger. Now that he saw this scene, he finally felt proud. He felt that he had seen the light of dawn again. You guys seem to be celebrating too early. At this moment, a cold voice came from the void in front of him. When they heard this voice, everyone was stunned. They turned their heads to look. Morong Qingqing and the others were overjoyed. The expressions of the 7th prince and the others became extremely ugly. This was Lin Xian's voice. Could it be that he was fine, in front of them, in the void chaos? A terrifying aura appeared. Then, it split everything apart. It was sword qi, black sword qi, with an incomparably sharp aura, cutting through the void. Everyone saw that the immortal spirit's palm was blocked. What blocked the palm was a moon, an incomparably black moon. It was formed by the condensation of endless black sword qi. It floated in front of Lin Xian, spinning non-stop. It was like a mysterious ink pan, with an incomparably terrifying aura. Every time it spun, it would cause the universe to shatter. It was this black moon that blocked everything. Damn it, what was this thing? The virtual immortal's expression was ugly. He stared at the black moon, his teeth almost shattered from gritting them. What a terrifying sword intent, this was a peerless sword technique, it was related to the power of yin and yang, damn it. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you think you're the only one with a peerless technique? I'll let you see my sword Dao peerless technique. In Lin Xian's eyes, there was a monstrous sword intent that bloomed. The dragon sword qi on his body was like a divine beast, roaring towards the sky. His voice was extremely cold, as if it could pierce through the sky. The immortal slaying sword in his hand bloomed with a sharp light. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, and the black moon shattered everything as it charged forward quickly. Another sword strike. The boundless true samadhi fire, together with the monstrous dragon sword qi, seemed to have turned into a flaming divine dragon. It bloomed between heaven and earth. This time it condensed into a blazing sun. The blazing sun shrouded 9 days. There was a sea of fire between heaven and earth. This time, the power of the blazing sun was even more terrifying than the sun phantom condensed by the fist previously. He landed on the immortal spirit palm, causing it to shake violently. The immortal qi on it became dim, as if it was about to shatter. Seeing this scene, the essence immortal's expression changed, and he quickly retracted his palm. However, the moon and the blazing sun were like shadows, constantly attacking. It caused the immortal spirit palm to be severely injured. With a crack appeared on the immortal spirit palm. Immortal blood instantly flew out from the crack, piercing through the 9 days. At this moment, Qingguang City seemed to have been broken. The blood of the immortal spirit was extremely terrifying, and it possessed supreme power. In an instant, it turned into hell. The essence immortal retreated. He gritted his teeth and roared. "I'm actually injured? I don't believe it." He was going crazy. He really couldn't imagine it. After he used his ultimate skill, he actually fell into a disadvantage again. Had he been completely suppressed? How could this be? Impossible. The Essence Immortal Senior couldn't be injured. The 7th Prince and the super great emperors around him roared crazily. They saw the most unbelievable thing. They were very clear about the strength of the Essence Immortal. In their opinion, ordinary Earth Immortals were no match for him. This Lin Xian wasn't even an Earth Immortal. How could he be so powerful? Lin Xian sneered. "I told you, you're no match for me." "What a joke, you still want to compete with me? I'll give you a chance. Obediently kneel on the ground and submit to me. I'll give you a quick death." "Damned brat, I'll kill you." Immortal Spirit Pagoda, Xiaoyi roared angrily. His glabella split open, and a small pagoda quickly flew over. This small pagoda only had 3 levels, but the power it released was extremely terrifying. This was a true immortal tool. Although this small pagoda wasn't complete, it surpassed everything. After he came out, he expanded between heaven and earth. He enveloped the entire world. An extremely powerful power swept toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed when he felt this power. How terrifying. The power of an immortal tool. It looked like the Essence Immortal was using his true trump card. The immortal pagoda appeared between heaven and earth, radiating light that enveloped everything. Retreat. Morong Qingcheng, the 7th Prince, and the others, who were fighting in the distance, retreated frantically. On the other side, even the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch, White Dragon Patriarch, and the others paled and retreated quickly. Of course, they didn't give up. They joined forces to stop Xianyin and brought her away from the battlefield, appearing on the other side. Xianyin wasn't anxious. "Even the immortal pagoda has appeared," he said coldly. "Lin Wudi is dead for sure this time. Once he's dead, it'll be the death of you 4 old things. I'd like to know where you're from." Xianyin's eyes shone with a piercing light. He was puzzled. Qingguang City was hiding a powerful dragon that was beyond his imagination. If he could find it and subdue it, he'd be able to strengthen Permethaw's power again. He was extremely excited at the thought. The immortal pagoda appeared between heaven and earth, showering down countless rays of light. In the next moment, many mysterious runes appeared around Lin Xian. They were immortal runes that imprisoned the void as soon as they appeared. Lin Xian's figure was instantly swallowed up by the runes. The immortal pagoda fell. Many mysterious phantoms appeared on top of the pagoda, as ethereal as flying immortals. White Dragon Patriarch, Demonic Dragon Patriarch, and the others paled when they saw this scene. This wasn't good. The immortal pagoda's power was beyond imagination. His origin must be extraordinary. These were true immortal runes. They wondered if Lin Xian could withstand them. They were worried about Lin Xian again. They realized that even if they went in, they wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the runes. It wouldn't be long before they turned into a bloody mist. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, the 7th Prince laughed again. He won. His opponent was sucked in by such a powerful divine artifact. He's dead for sure. Just watch. Soon, the kid will be reduced to ashes. Yan Ruyu and the others paled, praying in their hearts. Brother Xian, you must come out. However, Lin Xian's figure never showed up. It was as if he had been devoured by the immortal Dao talisman. Brat, no matter how strong you are, you still lost to me in the end. In the sky, the virtual immortal sneered. He descended to the side of the immortal tower and formed a seal with his palms. Immortal Dao runes. Refine, with a furious roar, the immortal Dao talisman runes spun around and shone with dazzling light. He wanted to refine Lin Xian and turn Lin Xian into a bloody mist. The celestial pagoda slowly rotated, and everyone became nervous. Would Lin Xian rush out? However, even after a long time had passed, Lin Xian did not seem to have rushed out. The hearts of the tyrant dragon tribe's chief, Yan Ruyu, and the others sank. Oh no, could it be that Lin Xian was really trapped? Could it be that he was really going to be refined? How could this be, Big Brother Xian? Morong Qingqing exclaimed. Then, she looked toward the tyrant dragon tribe's chief and the others. Seniors, please save Big Brother Xian. As long as the 4 Earth Immortals attacked and overturned the Immortal Tower, Lin Xian would be able to escape. The tyrant dragon tribe's chief, Patriarch White Dragon, and the others took a deep breath. They looked at each other and prepared to attack. However, Xianyin harumphed coldly. Do you think I don't exist? You can restrain me, but I can't restrain you. Stay here. No one is allowed to leave. His voice was like the sound of the heavens, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Then, a mysterious immortal Tao power appeared, and terrifying immortal Qi danced in the air. His gaze transformed into a peerless cage, enveloping the 4 Earth Immortals. The 4 Earth Immortals roared, "Get the hell out of here!" They attacked aggressively. Their power was enough to destroy the Great Tao, but it seemed that they could not break open this cage. For a while, they were trapped here. The virtual immortal harumphed coldly. You want to save him? Impossible. After Lin Wudi is killed, all of you will go to hell. Don't worry, you will see each other in hell soon. A cruel smile appeared on his face. The 7th prince and the others were also filled with killing intent. He looked at Xing'er and the others. How is it? Are you in despair? Don't worry, I will make you regret it. I will let you know the consequences of going against me. Xing'er and the others' faces were extremely pale. Morong Qingqing transmitted his voice, let's attack and save Big Brother Xian. The power of their bloodlines erupted, and they were about to attack the Immortal Tower. However, at this moment, a terrifying dragon roar came from the Immortal Tower. It shook the 9 heavens. The entire Immortal Tower shook violently. The space around him continued to shatter, and the Immortal Tao runes shook violently. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people all exclaimed, what happened? Damn it, could it be that the brat didn't die? The 7th prince was dumbfounded. He could not believe that such a terrifying power could not kill that kid. Great, this is Big Brother Xian's power. Big Brother Xian is fine. Morong Qingqing and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, how could this be? The virtual immortal looked as if he had seen a ghost. He had even used the Immortal Tower. Logically speaking, the other party should not be able to fight back. Why, destroy, refine. He roared like a madman, and the 3 strands of immortal Qi on his body kept tumbling. He injected all the power of the Immortal Tao into the Immortal Tower. Boom, boom, boom. After the Immortal Tower received power, it once again bloomed with endless light. It suppressed everything. The Immortal Tao runes kept flashing in the air. The 12 Immortal Tao runes were mysterious and unfathomable. They were like dazzling stars, containing endless mysteries. They seemed to be able to suppress and refine everything. The world quieted down again, and only the terrifying power of the Immortal Tao filled the air. The virtual immortal smiled again. You can't escape in the end. Morong Qingqing and the others fell into despair again. How could this be? Was it so close? Boom, boom. At this moment, the Immortal Tower, which had quieted down, shook violently again. And this time, it seemed to be completely overturned. An endless black hole appeared around him. The Immortal Tao runes flew backward, and the light on them dimmed. The virtual immortal felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He kept retreating, and his face turned pale. He abruptly raised his head and stared straight ahead. Damn it, what's going on? The 7th prince and the other super great emperors were even more confused. What kind of power is that kid using inside? Could it be that he was still alive? That's impossible. This time around, even Xianyin was stunned. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon roar sounded from inside the Immortal Tower. Then, a beam of sword qi, like a peerless divine light, cut through the void and flew out from inside. It seemed to be able to split the world, and split everything in half. In the next instant, a figure appeared in that peerless sword light. The biting cold sword light illuminated the world. Wherever the sword energy passed, everything would shatter. Nothing could resist it. This sword was really too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the immortal Tao runes that filled the sky dimmed and were destroyed by the sword energy. Only this sword light was left. It was like eternal starlight that shone between heaven and earth. What is this? It's too terrifying. This sword light illuminated Qinguang City. Countless martial artists in Qinguang City looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. Around them, the seventh prince and the other super great emperors also gasped. This sword energy belonged to that kid really didn't die. They were scared silly. On the other side, Demon Dragon Patriarch, White Dragon Patriarch, and the others were also shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying sword energy. White Dragon Patriarch said, "Is this Lin Gongzi's sword energy? It's too terrifying." Demon Dragon Patriarch was shocked. What kind of sword technique was this? The patriarchs had lived for countless years, but at this moment, they were also stunned. Buzz, the sword energy between heaven and earth became brighter and brighter. In the end, it enveloped the entire world as if everything in the world had turned into daytime. When the bright light slowly disappeared, a figure appeared between heaven and earth. How is this possible? Looking at this figure, the virtual immortal's face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Lin Fan could really rush out. That was the Immortal Tower, an extremely terrifying immortal artifact. Once inside, even an earth immortal would turn into a bloody mist. He would never be able to come out again. But now, after Lin Xian was swallowed, he actually rushed out again. Damn it, the power of the great dragon sword soul. The virtual immortal gritted his teeth. His eyes were red. He was really envious and jealous. The great dragon sword was one of the 5 swords in the world. It represented an offensive saint technique. Whoever obtained it would have an extremely powerful attack. Now that it was in Lin Xian's hands, how could he not be jealous? If he could obtain it, he could even defy the heavens. Damn you, Lin Wudi, do you think you can fight against me just because you rushed out? The difference is too great, even if you have the great dragon sword soul, so what? Can you use your full strength? Today, I will suppress you. His voice was filled with crazy anger. It swept out as if it wanted to envelop 9 heavens. In the next moment, the 12 immortal Tao runes that had dimmed earlier appeared once again. They radiated endless light. The immortal pagoda also flew back. It flew above the virtual immortal's head and kept spinning. As for virtual immortals, they formed hand seals. The 3 streams of immortal chi danced in the air before fusing into his glabella. In the next moment, a shocking light erupted from his forehead. Celestial Tower's first floor, Celestial Spirit Sword, brat, so what if you have the great dragon sword spirit? Let me show you my sword energy, the virtual immortal roared. In the next moment, the immortal pagoda bloomed again. The first floor opened, and a sword light flew out from within. As soon as the sword light appeared, the entire world shook violently. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect a virtual immortal to be able to execute such a terrifying sword technique. At the same time, they were shocked. They discovered that these immortal spirit swords were extremely strange. It seemed to have merged into the void and disappeared without a trace. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The flames on Lin Xian's body were split apart, and the biting cold sword chi blossomed with radiance. This was only the beginning. Following that, more and more voices could be heard. Everyone was shocked. They saw sword shadows appearing around Lin Xian from time to time. They quickly slashed down as if they wanted to pierce through his body. Buzz, another sword flew over, directly aiming for Lin Xian's back. This sword would definitely cause him to be seriously injured. In the face of such a crisis, the sword chi behind Lin Xian suddenly changed. It turned into a taiji diagram and instantly blocked the sword. With a clang, the taiji diagram rotated, and the yin and yang aura on it continuously erupted. In front of him, a flying sword appeared. That flying sword was the size of 2 palms, and it emitted a cold light. It was an extremely shocking killing intent. And on this flying sword, there was a figure. It was abnormally blurry, like the figure of an immortal spirit. This sword was called the Immortal Spirit Sword. It was truly extraordinary. Buzz, after blocking this sword, Lin Xian turned around and stabbed out with his sword. This sword turned into a divine dragon and slashed down from the sky. The divine dragon waved its claws and directly grabbed the immortal spirit sword. Then, the divine dragon roared, and the endless power of the Tao of Dragons hit the immortal spirit sword. With a boom, the immortal spirit sword was directly sent flying, and the light on it dimmed. In fact, cracks even appeared on it. Not long after, it shattered and disappeared between heaven and earth. When they saw this scene, countless people were stunned. No way, such a terrifying immortal spirit sword was shattered by a single sword. How was this possible? The seventh prince and the others were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. This was simply too strong. The virtual immortal exclaimed. Damn it, I don't believe it. He was really crazy. The immortal spirit sword was not a real weapon, but a sword shadow formed by the immortal tower and his immortal chi. Although it was not a weapon, it was already very close to a divine artifact. Such an attack was extremely terrifying. Even an earth immortal would not be able to break it. But now, Lin Xian had sliced it in half with a single slash. He was really mad. Lin Xian stood in the sky, surrounded by sword Tao. He was like the ruler of the sword. He looked coldly in front of him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. You're really stupid to compete with me in sword techniques. Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian stabbed out with the immortal slaying sword in his hand again. They turned into a dragon and an elephant and flew forward. Dragon-elephant technique. The dragon and the statue arrived above the virtual immortal. They slammed down hard. Facing such an attack, the virtual immortal roared and used his immortal technique to block it. He blocked the dragon-elephant technique. However, the yin-yang sword technique flew over again. The black moon and the blazing sun appeared again. The virtual immortal was in danger. He roared at the sky. He grabbed the immortal tower with one hand and swung it out fiercely. It was like a huge mountain that shattered everything. Lin Xian's divine abilities were all shattered. The virtual immortal went crazy. Lin Wudi, die. He waved the immortal tower again and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the immortal slaying sword and charged over. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Not long after, the virtual immortal retreated again. His face was pale and his blood was boiling. He was extremely angry. He was suppressed. He was really suppressed. Damn it. Unforgivable. He couldn't believe that he would lose to Lin Xian. He had to kill Lin Xian. He looked at Xianyin and said, break out of the encirclement. Let's join forces and kill this kid, we can't let him continue to grow. On the other side, Xianyin roared and wanted to rush out. Stop him. The tyrant dragon patriarch and the others roared. They now knew that the outcome was on Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian was going to lose. Everyone was going to die. Therefore, the four Earth Immortals risked their lives and attacked crazily to block the path. They stopped Xianyin. On the other side, Lin Xian soared into the sky and charged towards the virtual immortal. He said coldly, you want to join forces? Do you think you have a chance? The sword split into yin and yang. A peerless attack erupted between heaven and earth, enveloping the virtual immortal. The sword split into yin and yang. It was even more terrifying than the previous ultimate technique. This attack landed on the virtual immortal's body, causing him to be in fatal danger. His expression became extremely ugly. Block it, in a hurry, he could only wave the immortal pagoda to block it. However, this sword seemed to have formed a path of yin and yang. Although the immortal pagoda blocked a portion of the attack, the aura of death still rushed towards the virtual immortal. The virtual immortal roared. Block it, he unleashed Black Extinction's body to the extreme. His black body continued to grow larger and larger, turning into a giant that was 100,000 feet tall. The blood in his body surged like a volcano erupting. Boom. Boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard. This huge body still retreated, crushing the ground. After retreating for a long time, the huge body finally stopped. The virtual immortal was so angry that his body trembled. This sword actually injured him. Some of the bones in his body were broken. Some parts of his body were dried up, and his vitality was taken away by the power of yin and yang. This time, he was severely injured. In the sky, Lin Xian looked down as if he was looking at an ant. He said coldly. As expected of Black Extinction's body, it was indeed strong. But how many sword strikes can you withstand? Next time, I'll turn you into ashes. Lin Xian's expression was cold as the power in his body continued to erupt. He took out the great dragon sword soul. The moment the sword soul appeared, it filled the vast world. Lin Xian even used the great dragon sword tip. It was obvious that he was prepared for a decisive battle. Now that the virtual immortal was severely injured, it was a good opportunity to kill the other party. Moreover, although Xianyin was restrained now, she was still a potential danger. Who knew what other tricks the petrified land immortal had? He couldn't give the people of the other side any chance, so he planned to end the battle quickly. After taking out the great dragon sword soul and the great dragon sword tip, Lin Xian's aura became even colder. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shattering. At this moment, countless people in Qinguang City went crazy. What a terrifying aura. They felt that this sword strike seemed to be able to split Qinguang City into 2. Countless people prostrated on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Some people even shouted, "Immortal, where are you? Please wake up, Immortal." When the virtual immortal sensed this, his pupils constricted. This was a fatal crisis. Was this guy planning to kill him? Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. The virtual immortal roared as countless treasures flew out of his storage ring and were swallowed by him. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar as the bloodline in his body erupted completely. So what if this body was destroyed? It wasn't his body in the first place, so he could search for it. However, the kid in front of him had to die. At this moment, the virtual immortal had truly gone crazy. He only protected his own soul. As for He Jiutian's body, black runes appeared on it. Then, they turned into black flames that kept pulsating. He wanted to use the power of his entire body as the price to launch a peerless attack. He Jiutian was an extremely terrifying earth immortal. His body contained supreme power. At this moment, the power that he obtained by perishing together with his opponent had truly surpassed everything else. These powers were all injected into the immortal pagoda by the virtual immortal. On the first level of the celestial pagoda, a celestial spirit sword was formed. Immortal Tower, second floor, Immortal Spirit Shield. With a roar, the first floor of the immortal pagoda opened and the shattered immortal spirit sword flew out once again. It landed in the virtual immortal's hands. The second floor opened as well, and a shield flew out from it. It was a sparkling and translucent shield that seemed to be made of crystal. With a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, the virtual immortal attacked with all his might. At the same time, the immortal pagoda kept spinning above his head as countless rays of light shone down. Immortal Technique, Peerless Immortal Spirit Slash. Immortal Technique, Immortal Defense. The virtual immortal attacked crazily. At this moment, some of He Jiutian's body had already begun to turn into ashes. The power that was turned into was all unleashed by the virtual immortal. The shield in his hand kept blooming, firmly enveloping his soul. At the same time, the immortal spirit sword kept blooming with light as it turned into a 100-meter-long divine sword. The aura on it was extremely shocking. A terrifying power spread between heaven and earth. When they felt this attack, everyone's expression changed. Was the virtual immortal crazy? Was he going to use his strongest attack? The seventh prince and the others were all excited. That's great. On the other side, Morong Qingqing and the others were indeed worried. They could tell that the virtual immortal was really going all out. He only wanted to preserve his soul and did not intend to keep his powerful earth immortal body. Such an attack was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He grabbed the great dragon sword soul with both hands as the power in his body kept erupting. The power of the soul, the power of the immortal, and the power of the duality sword formation. In addition to the power of the 9-yang divine dragon body. At this moment, Lin Xian did not hold back at all. This sword was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. The entire Qinguang city shook violently. The earth immortals in Qinguang city turned pale. They felt a fatal crisis. The tyrant dragon tribe leader, White Dragon Patriarch, and the others also gasped. This sword strike should be able to annihilate any one of them. This guy actually had the strength to kill an Earth Immortal. He was too strong. The virtual immortal also felt this power. He roared and slashed out with the immortal spirit sword in his hand. When the sword fell, half of He Juetian's body turned into ashes. The demon dragon patriarch and the others' faces changed again. Madman, this is another madman. This also had the power to kill an Earth Immortal. The terrifying sword Qi, along with black flames, slashed towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Endless cracks were everywhere. Hundreds of deep abyss appeared on the ground below. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian still did not dodge. He roared and slashed out with the sword shadow in his hand. "I'll let you witness my strongest sword strike," a terrifying voice sounded between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the dragon roar filled the air. A sword shadow slashed out from Lin Xian's hand. This sword fused Lin Xian's various powers, and it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Boom, the two sword shadows collided in the air, as if two universes were colliding. With a bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A world-destroying storm swept in all directions. "Not good, run." When the seventh prince saw this scene, his face changed drastically. He turned and ran. The super great emperors around him also turned and ran. Some of the slower ones were immediately torn into a bloody mist by the sword Qi storm. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The others were even more terrified. Morong Qingqing and the others also retreated. Gu Santong created a spatial array at the critical moment and brought them away. The other super great emperors were not so lucky. They continued to fall in the sword path storm. The sword Qi storm, with Lin Xian and the virtual immortal as the center, swept wildly in all directions. The two sword shadows clashed between heaven and earth, forming a destructive storm that swept through everything. Those super great emperors quickly fell, and only the seventh prince escaped. On the other side, White Dragon Patriarch, Demon Dragon Patriarch, and the others' expressions changed when they saw this scene. Retreat quickly. At this moment, they had no time to restrain Xianyin because she was also retreating. Although he was a petrified Earth Immortal, he did not want to resist such a terrifying attack. The full-strength attack of these two people was really too terrifying. Even the Earth Immortals retreated, the others were no match for them. With a boom, the surrounding space turned into chaos and nothingness. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created. This sword storm was still sweeping in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was turned into ashes. The people in Qingguang City could not resist it anymore. Mountains, forests, sects, everything that was enveloped by it was turned into ashes. Run! The martial artists in Qingguang City fled as if they had gone mad. However, they found that the apocalyptic storm was still sweeping, as if it was going to envelop the entire Qingguang City. Was it the apocalyptic crisis? Countless people were in despair. If this continued, no one in Qingguang City would be able to survive except for the Earth Immortals. "No, Earth Immortals, please save us." They knelt on the ground and kept begging for help. The Earth Immortals also roared, quickly joined forces to resist. They would not allow Qingguang City to be destroyed. They soared into the sky and released terrifying divine flames and immortal Qi, forming a defense. They began to resist the sword storm. Rumbling sounds were heard, and some of the defenses were instantly torn apart. The Earth Immortals were also forced back. How could it be so terrifying? They were so far away, and they couldn't even block it. Damn it, what was going on with these two guys? They did not know how terrifying the sword shadows of these two people were. One was using the Great Dragon Sword Soul, the Great Dragon Sword Fragment, and the power of the ancient land. With one slash, it could sweep through everything. The other was using the price of destroying the Earth Immortal's body to slash out a peerless sword. At this moment, the sword storm was formed by the fusion of the two swords. It was really destroying everything. The Earth Immortals seemed to be helpless against it. They could only defend a part of it, and some of it broke through their defense array and flew into the distance. No. The people in Qingguang City were in despair. Were they really going to die in this storm of swords? At this moment of crisis, a surge of power suddenly came from the depths of Qingguang City. This power instantly spread out in all directions. This was an incomparably mystical power. After he came out, Qinguang City immediately quieted down. All of the sword storms were blocked in a certain space and no longer swept out in all directions. Was he saved? The people of Qinguang City heaved a sigh of relief. Great. Thank you, Land Immortal. They thanked the Land Immortals, thinking that it was them who had helped. However, the Earth Immortals of Qinguang City were stunned. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. In the next moment, they landed in the distance and knelt on the ground, kowtowing non-stop. The power of immortality. This was the power of immortality. Great, Immortal is about to awaken. Many thanks to Undying for helping. The White Dragon Patriarch, the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch, and the others were also shocked. That burst of power just now gave them a deadly feeling. It was as if a high and mighty ruler was looking down on them. Damn it, what kind of power is this? They were really stunned. One had to know that they were all top-notch existences in the dragon realm. Even if someone could surpass them, it was impossible for them to kill them. However, now that they were outside the dragon realm, they first met a petrified powerhouse like Xianxia. One person was able to fight against 4 of them. Now, they met another powerhouse who was stronger than Xianxia. Just a burst of aura was enough to make them feel a fatal threat. Who on earth was this person? The Thunder Dragon Patriarch said. Those Land Immortals call him immortal. What kind of existence is this immortal? They didn't know. They felt that the outside world was too terrifying. On the other side, Shan Yin's eyes were also gloomy. To be honest, the power of immortal made his scalp tingle. He didn't dare to act rashly now. Because he didn't know if this battle would really awaken immortal. If he did, it would be troublesome. No one was a match for immortal. Even if all of them joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. And Qinguang City was sealed, and the other forces of the Nirvana realm couldn't come. Therefore, Xianxia really didn't want immortal to wake up. At the same time, he was worried again and looked ahead. How is the virtual immortal? Previously, he was still confident that the virtual immortal would be fine. But now, he found that he was wrong. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. It was really hard to say who would win this battle. His eyes were like lightning, tearing the void and charging toward the chaos in the distance. The 4 Land Immortals next to him rushed over and confronted him as if they were facing a great enemy. Damn it, you dragons, just you wait. You've offended the Nirvana realm. Xianxia was crazy with anger. If it weren't for these 4 Land Immortals, he could join forces with the virtual immortal. Maybe he would have suppressed Lin Xian long ago. Boom. Boom, boom. In front of them, the destructive storm was still ongoing. Heaven and earth were shattered, and chaos was everywhere. Everyone's eyes turned to the front. They wondered how the battle was going. Who won and who lost? After a long time, a miserable voice came from the chaos. At the same time, there was the sound of sword energy shattering. Clang, this was the sound of a shield blocking, and it sounded like thousands of thunderclaps. However, not long after, the shield seemed to be split open by the sword. That miserable roar sounded. This is impossible. Everyone heard it. It was the voice of the virtual immortal. Did the virtual immortal lose? No way. Xianxia went crazy. He instantly rushed out. However, he was stopped by the 4 Land Immortals. You can't go anywhere. The power of the 4 Land Immortals kept erupting. They took out their weapons as if they were facing a great enemy. They knew that this was the most critical moment. They couldn't let the person in front of them rush out. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Great, Brother Xian won. On the other side of the void, the figures of Morong Qingqing and the others appeared. Around them, spatial cracks were everywhere. This was the Great Void Banishment. The destructive power was banished into the universe. They all laughed. It seemed that there was no suspense in this battle. Sure enough, a cold snort came from the chaos in front of them. I told you, you're not my match. Die. Between heaven and earth, another terrifying dragon roar sounded. The second peerless sword light appeared and attacked the virtual immortal. In the chaos, the virtual immortal's face was extremely pale. His soul floated in the void with the immortal pagoda revolving around it. As for He Jiutian's body, it had long been shattered, and only one arm was left. The rest of his strength was all used up. At this moment, seeing Lin Xian slash out another peerless sword, the virtual immortal went crazy. He had no strength left. Where did this Lin Wude get his strength from? Looking at the peerless sword descending from the sky, the virtual immortal's eyes were filled with endless fear. He was truly in despair. He turned around and fled. He completely shattered He Jiutian's remaining arm. That power turned into the driving force for him to escape. A stream of light streaked across the sky. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. The speed of a virtual immortal was extremely fast. Lin Xian looked at the escaping figure with a cold expression. Humph. He snorted coldly. You can't escape. Boom, in Lin Xian's eyes, the power of reincarnation appeared and turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He summoned the phantom of the reincarnation sword. The virtual immortal's body had been shattered, and only his soul was left. The reincarnation sword was the nemesis of souls. The phantom of the reincarnation sword could definitely destroy the opponent's soul. In the sky, the power of reincarnation danced, and a huge sword phantom appeared in the sky. The power it carried was too terrifying. It was enough to extinguish anyone's soul. Patriarch Mo Long, White Dragon, and the others looked up at the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. It was another peerless sword phantom. Moreover, it was different from the previous one. Lin Xian actually had 2 peerless divine swords. It was too unbelievable. Boom, the phantom of the reincarnation sword fell and instantly disappeared into the void. A miserable cry came from the horizon. It was the scream of a virtual immortal. He was hit. The reincarnation sword directly locked onto him. His soul seemed to be drawn into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Block it. The virtual immortal roared crazily. However, he was already seriously injured. He didn't even have a body. His remaining soul was no match for the sword. Lin Xian's reincarnation sword also had 2 fragments. Its power wasn't much weaker than the great dragon sword. How dare you? Xianyin roared. He soared into the sky. The light in his eyes turned into a peerless sword as he charged into the distance. Long Xiaotian and the Jade Pure Sword God were dead. He definitely wouldn't allow another virtual immortal to die. Stop him. The Tyrant Dragon Patriarch and the other 3 Earth Immortals roared. At this moment, they transformed into their true forms. The terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex, the incomparably terrifying demonic dragon, the destructive lightning dragon, and the ethereal white dragon. The 4 figures seemed to have gone mad as they blocked the virtual immortal. The 4 of them trembled as their blood boiled. However, none of them took a step back. In front of him, the virtual immortal was in despair. Without Xuaning's help, he was no match for her at all. When the reincarnation sword fell, his soul had already split open. Once his soul was completely engulfed, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Damn you, Lin Wude, you can't kill me. I will get my revenge. Soul power flew out and he roared, 3rd level of the Immortal Pagoda, open. The Immortal Pagoda had a total of 3 levels. The first level was the Immortal Spirit Sword. The second layer was the Immortal Spirit Shield. One had a powerful attack, while the other had an unparalleled defense. However, the 3rd floor of the Immortal Pagoda had never been opened. Previously, everyone thought that a virtual immortal would not be able to open it. From the looks of it, that wasn't the case. The 3rd floor could be opened. What exactly was on the 3rd floor? After the 3rd floor was opened, no weapons flew out. Only some mysterious immortal Dao runes flickered. This strange scene caused everyone to be stunned. Just what was on the 3rd floor, the virtual immortal's soul shook. His expression was extremely ugly. Boom, the reincarnation sword above his head had already fallen. He could only rush to the 3rd floor of the Immortal Pagoda. Do you think you can survive by hiding in the Immortal Pagoda? No matter where you run today, you won't be able to survive. Lin Xian shouted coldly as he activated the reincarnation sword with all his might. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation became even more terrifying. After the virtual immortal entered the third floor of the immortal pagoda, he let out a miserable roar. His soul actually quickly fused with the immortal Dao runes. Then, his soul disappeared. Clang! The reincarnation sword in the sky fell and slashed the immortal pagoda, making a deafening sound. The immortal pagoda shook violently. The immortal Dao runes on it kept spinning and rolling. It was like a boat swaying in the wind, about to capsize at any time. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Could this sword strike kill a virtual immortal? Boom! The reincarnation sword fell completely. The power of reincarnation engulfed everything and enveloped the immortal pagoda. Everyone couldn't see clearly. They retreated frantically. Once the power of reincarnation enveloped them, their souls would be destroyed. There was a destructive power in front of them. After a long time, the phantom of the reincarnation sword slowly disappeared. There were cracks and pitch-black vortexes all around. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. And from the cracks, a small pagoda flew out. This small pagoda was exquisite and emitted a mysterious light. Many of the immortal Dao runes on it had already been destroyed. However, this immortal pagoda was not damaged. When those people saw this scene, they all exclaimed, "How terrifying! This is definitely an extremely terrifying immortal artifact." Even the White Dragon Patriarch and the other 3 Earth Immortals were stunned. Did it block it? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. To be honest, this was beyond his expectations. All along, his reincarnation sword had always been successful. This was the first time it was blocked. What was the origin of this immortal pagoda? The immortal pagoda spun and the voice of the virtual immortal floated out. It was filled with killing intent. "Despicable brat, you can't kill me. One day, I will personally suppress you." Hearing this, Lin Xian quickly rushed over. "If I can't do it once, I'll do it twice or thrice. I don't believe that I can't destroy your immortal pagoda." He quickly rushed over. The duality sword formation danced and directly enveloped the immortal pagoda. Boundless sword chi hit the immortal pagoda, causing an earth-shattering sound. The immortal pagoda shook violently, and the virtual immortal let out an angry roar. "It's useless. The origin of the immortal pagoda is beyond your imagination. You can only make me feel pain, but you can't destroy me. Moreover, I've already fused with the immortal pagoda. I've become the immortal pagoda's artifact spirit. I'm already immortal." Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Was he truly immortal and indestructible? It was really enviable. However, the few Earth Immortals frowned because they heard a trace of despair in the virtual immortal's voice. Scram! Xianxia suddenly roared. He tore a crack in the void with his gaze and broke out of the encirclement. He came to the side of the immortal pagoda and said, "Why do you want to become an artifact spirit? You will never be able to recover your true body in this lifetime. You can't even leave this pagoda." The virtual immortal's voice was also mournful. "If I don't become an artifact spirit, I will definitely die. I have no way out. Now, I can finally live. Don't worry, we will definitely take revenge. This Lin Wudi and the 4 Earth Immortals of the Dragon Clan will definitely be destroyed by us." Xianxia roared crazily. Xianyan's gaze fell and shrouded the immortal pagoda before leaving with it. This time, no one could stop them. "Should we chase after them?" Patriarch Mo Long and the others asked. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "No need. We've already won this battle." For Earth Immortals came from the other side and 2 of them were killed. The virtual immortal's body was shattered and turned into a weapon spirit. He could no longer leave the immortal pagoda. It was extremely tragic. As for the last Xianxia, her condition was very mysterious. Even if the 5 of them worked together, it would be difficult to kill her. It would be futile to continue fighting. The most important thing now was to get the remaining 2 sovereign spirit jades. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. The tyrant dragon patriarch, Morong Qingqing, and the others also turned their heads. Their gazes were extremely terrifying. The void in front of them shattered in an instant. It couldn't withstand this power at all. And in the shattered void, a figure fell out. His face was full of fear and his body trembled. "Don't kill me, don't do it. I admit defeat, I'll give you whatever you want. This figure was the seventh prince. The seventh prince was really scared out of his wits. He had such a strong lineup, but he still lost. Even a powerful Earth immortal like the virtual immortal ended up in such a miserable state. How could he dare to fight again? His followers had all been reduced to ashes. If he wasn't the son of Dizun, he would have died 10,000 times. But even if he could survive, it wasn't impossible for Lin Xian and the others to torture him. So he could only beg for mercy. Humph, coward, give it to me. Lin Xian looked down and snorted coldly. The seventh prince didn't dare to say anything. He threw the 2 sovereign spirit jades into the sky. The 2 sovereign spirit jades bloomed with light and were extremely mysterious. Great, he finally gathered all of them. Morong Qingqing and the others cheered. Xing'er even walked over. At this moment, her hands were trembling because she was too shocked. She felt like she was dreaming. To be honest, after seeing the seventh prince's lineup, she didn't have much hope. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so heaven-defying that he could really turn defeat into victory. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up as well. Now that all the sovereign spirit jades had been gathered, the next step was to activate the power of the sovereign. That way, he would be able to revive his father. Was this the sovereign spirit jade? The patriarch of the tyrant dragon tribe, the demon dragon progenitor, and the others also cast curious glances at Qin Nan. It was also their first time seeing a sovereign spirit jade. After carefully sensing it, they cried out in surprise. This jade seems to be the dragon jade of our dragon world. The 4 old ancestors rushed over and carefully examined it. They cried out repeatedly. There was no mistake, it was indeed dragon jade, and it was an extremely ancient dragon jade. This is a precious treasure of our dragon realm. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were incomparably shocked. The sovereign spirit jade was actually related to the dragon world. Lin Xian was also surprised. To be honest, he knew that the 5th sovereign spirit jade was a dragon jade. It seemed to be the same kind of precious treasure as the dragon-seeking ruler. However, the other sovereign spirit jades were also dragon jades. This was too unusual. Could it be that these sovereign spirit jades were created by the sovereign in the dragon world, Xing'er, Morong Qingqing, and the others were even more surprised. They did not know what was so special about the dragon world. It was able to allow the sovereign to go there. It should be related to the great void divine dragon, right? Lin Xian guessed. Previously, in the Divine Dragon Valley, there was a 5th sovereign spirit jade. At that time, under the 5th sovereign spirit jade, there was an expert of the great void divine dragon tribe suppressed. Hearing this, the patriarch of the tyrant dragon tribe and the others were stunned. What? There was such a thing, they were really shocked. There was still someone from the great void divine dragon tribe alive, why had they never heard of it before? Lin Xian said. There was indeed one. The others also saw it, but they did not dare to say it. That great void divine dragon tribe wanted to attack me, but he was killed by my sword. What? The 4 old ancestors of the dragon tribe were so shocked that they almost fell from the sky. Their eyes were dull. What did you say? You attacked the great void divine dragon tribe, and you killed him. The 4 old ancestors of the dragon balls went crazy. Lin Xian frowned and said, there are good and evil people in the great void divine dragon tribe. The one who attacked me is obviously not a good person. Although that was the case, the 4 old ancestors of the dragon tribe were still shocked. The Divine Dragon Valley was more mysterious than they thought. They said, young master, this matter is too important. We have to go back and investigate. Goodbye. With that, they quickly tore open the void and disappeared. Brother Xian, are you okay? Morong Qingqing was a little worried. She felt that something was wrong with the people of the dragon tribe. Lin Xian said, it is normal for them to have such a reaction. After all, they are the descendants of the great void divine dragon. They have been searching for the power of the great void divine dragon for tens of millions of years. Now that there is a clue, they will not miss it. Let them go. As for exchanging dragon seals and cultivating together, we will talk about it later. Anyway, Lin Xian had the dragon-searching ruler. It would not be difficult for him to enter the dragon realm again. Now, it was time to return to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Let's go. Lin Xian said to Xing'er. Xing'er nodded and carefully put away the 5 sovereign spirit jades. At this moment, the sovereign spirit jades were connected to each other and surrounded Xing'er. A mysterious rune appeared on each sovereign spirit jade. They were connected to each other like an array formation. Xing'er was completely enveloped. She said in surprise, "What a mysterious power. I sense a summoning power. Let's go back to the Yuhua immortal dynasty." Xing'er injected her bloodline into the 5 sovereign spirit jades. Boom, the sovereign spirit realm disappeared. Without the seal on Qingguang City, everyone could move. In an instant, they tore open the void and disappeared. Only the 7th prince was left. No one cared about him. The 7th prince fell to the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. He survived. Sigh. He sighed heavily. He did not expect that he would fail in the end. However, he did not feel wrong that he was defeated by Lin Xian. No, I have to go back too. Although I can't obtain this power, I have to see with my own eyes how amazing the power left behind by my father is. The 7th prince took out a pill from his storage ring and consumed it. After recovering his strength, he also soared into the sky. The people in Qingguang City also exclaimed. The seal disappeared. Was the battle over? Many people heaved a sigh of relief. The previous battle almost overturned their Qingguang City. The moment the seal disappeared, a few figures quickly rushed over. There was a sword energy that belonged to Lin Xian and the others. There was another crack that did not have any light. It was like a stone man. This was Xianyin. In Xianyin's palm was an exquisite pagoda. At this moment, Xianyin roared. He was sending a message to the other side. It was best to stop the other side before they returned to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Boom, after Xianyin came out, a terrifying power spread in all directions. The world outside Qingguang City instantly collapsed. The expressions of the people waiting outside also changed. What happened? What a terrifying aura. They saw a stone man, like a god, walking in all directions at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he disappeared from their sight. The 7th prince failed, and Lin Wudi collected all the sovereign spirit jades. He's not dead, and he's now heading to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Quick, stop him. This news was sent back to the Nirvana realm, and the people there were extremely shocked. Attack, Xianming, Huatong, and the other powerhouses moved quickly. They brought monstrous powerhouses and charged over. They were charging towards the Yuhua immortal dynasty. They had to stop the other party at the last moment. As soon as the Nirvana realm moved, the people of the God realm reacted. Lord Alcohol, the fighting god, and the others arrived one after another. They also brought a group of powerhouses with them. Where were they going? Lord Alcohol created a terrifying black vortex that directly swallowed half of the universe, blocking the way. Get lost. Xianming roared. The two sides were extremely furious when they saw each other. In an instant, they fought. Boom, this attack seemed to overturn the universe. Countless worlds were like small boats in a storm, about to be swallowed up at any time. Speed up, Gu Santong used the power of space with all his strength, and Lin Xian turned into a peerless sword light, flying in the universe. Gu Santong folded space, causing his speed to increase again. This was not the end. Lin Xian used the Line Divine Rune with all his strength. A blurry rune appeared on his body, causing his speed to increase by several times. Finally, they returned to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. At this time, the news had also spread. The power of the sovereign spirit jades in the Yuhua immortal dynasty finally had a home. Xing'er had succeeded. With the help of Lin Xian and the others, she had collected 5 sovereign spirit jades. When this news came out, the 1st prince, the 3rd prince, and the others all sighed. Did Xing'er really get it? They seemed to have aged tens of thousands of years in an instant. Before this, they were so confident, but who would have thought? This was the result. Let's go back to the immortal dynasty. The 1st prince, the 3rd prince, and the others all returned. The 9th prince and the other princes all wanted to go back. They definitely couldn't be absent from such an important event. Those from the Supreme Palace sighed. No wonder the Heavenly King was so angry. Did he fail? They had supported the ninth prince before, but they had been the first to be eliminated. Not only that, but an Earth Immortal had also been defeated in Qinguang City. The losses this time were too heavy. However, when they heard about Higgins' loss, they felt a little better. This was because news had spread that 2 of the 4 land immortals of the Nirvana realm had fallen, and one of them was severely injured and turned into a weapon spirit. It could be said that they had suffered a crushing defeat. At this moment, the myriad worlds were in an uproar. Is the Higgin Heavenly King going to die? Had God's domain already become so powerful? Was Lin Wudi already so heaven-defying? The people of the Supreme Hall acted as if they were facing a great enemy. When the Grim Reaper brought the news back, a deep voice came from the depths of the Supreme Palace. There are 2 things I need you to do. First, he had to continue with that matter. Once he had finished gathering his power, he would go and capture that Heavenly Master from the Divine Realm. Second, use the power of the Book of Life and Death to find the other Rinnegan. If we find the Rinnegan, we will also be able to obtain the power of the Reincarnation Sword. Yes, we know. Hearing this voice from the depths of the Supreme Hall, the people of the Supreme Hall hurriedly took action. On the other hand, the Higgins side was incomparably crazy. They had actually lost again? And it was a crushing defeat. They couldn't bear it. They attacked like crazy. They had to snatch back the Sovereign Soul Jade. The momentum of the Divine Realm side was great. Facing the attacks of the Higgins side, they didn't retreat. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was also very lively today. Those powerhouses who had been sleeping previously had awakened once again. They gathered in front of the main hall. In front of the main hall, there was a palm floating. This was the palm of the Sovereign. On the palm, there was the Sovereign's seal, blooming with light. Under the palm stood Xing'er. At this moment, Xing'er was surrounded by 5 precious stones, forming a mysterious light that enveloped her. In front of her stood 2 rows of powerhouses. These were the powerhouses of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. In one of the teams stood the first prince, the third prince, and the other descendants of the sovereign. At this moment, they looked at Xing'er in front of them with envy. Was she going to obtain father's power? She was going to soar into the sky. Next, she would soon become an Earth Immortal. Could she even take charge of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty? Thinking of this possibility, their eyes turned red. No, the first prince shook his head frantically. This test only allowed her to obtain some of father's power. It wasn't enough for her to take charge of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. We still have a chance. On the hand in front of them, the voice of the Sovereign Seal sounded. The Sovereign Soul Jade has been gathered. Congratulations, Princess Xing'er. Next, it was time to welcome the power of the Sovereign. As his voice fell, the powerhouses of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty all knelt down. The first prince, the third prince, and the others also knelt down respectfully. They faced the main hall with incomparably respectful expressions. Xing'er turned around and walked towards the main hall. This main hall was magnificent and surging with power. This was the main hall where the sovereign once lived. It had supreme power. After the sovereigns disappeared, no one else was able to enter the palace. Now, this main hall was about to open again. Previously, no one could get close to this main hall. Other than the sovereign seal, no one else could. Even the first prince and the others weren't qualified. However, Xing'er was an exception now. The 5 sovereign soul jades surrounded her body, so the main hall didn't reject her. Xing'er came to the front of the main hall. She raised her hand and pushed the door open. Boom, as if pushing open a world, a primordial power flew out from inside. At this moment, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty changed. The surrounding spiritual herbs and trees were growing crazily. From the size of a palm to a few meters, dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, they seemed to be condensing into intelligence. Buzz. It wasn't just these spiritual herbs and trees. The surrounding cultivators were carrying swords, sabers, and various weapons. At this moment, they were shaking violently. After absorbing this energy, they became even sharper. These cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty seemed to have felt that their previous bottlenecks had also disappeared. Their strength was increasing. And this kind of increase was something that they might not be able to achieve even if they cultivated hard for thousands of years. Now, they could break through in an instant. Was this the power of the sovereign? Just by opening the door of the main hall, they had such a tremendous change, it was too shocking. The opening of the Dizun Hall shocked the surrounding people. Everyone became excited. How powerful was the Dizun? Even Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath. This power could wake his father up in battle. Ahead, Xinger entered the palace and discovered that there was a crown inside. The crown was extremely mysterious and heavy. Even an earth immortal would have to bow his head in front of this crown. Fortunately, Xinger had already gathered 5 Emperor Soul Jades. As long as he placed them on the crown, he would be able to wear the crown. Suddenly, the void shattered and the entire Yuhua immortal dynasty began to shake violently. Everyone was shocked. What happened? They looked up. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The sky was quickly torn apart like a piece of cloth. A palm fell from the sky. This palm was filled with monstrous blood energy and lightning filled the air. It carried a destructive power as if it could command everything in the world. When this lightning palm appeared, the entire Yuhua immortal dynasty seemed to be on the verge of destruction. Countless people were forced to kneel on the ground by this force. Everyone was stunned. Who dared to attack the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Moreover, they chose this time. The timing was too good. This was the time when the power of the Dizun Hall was activated and Xinger hadn't put on the crown yet. It could be said that once the power of the Dizun Hall was snatched away, it would be a heavy blow to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Damn it, how dare you! The powerhouses of the Yuhua immortal dynasty roared crazily as they soared into the sky. The Dizun seal bloomed with light as a monstrous aura rushed into the sky, wanting to shatter the lightning palm. In an instant, the Yuhua immortal dynasty released a terrifying power. With a boom, the aura that filled the sky was enveloped by endless lightning. It was earth-shattering. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked as if the world was about to be destroyed. Such a terrifying power was all shattered by this lightning palm. This palm was too terrifying, as if it was the palm of a peerless thunder god. It was unstoppable, enough to destroy everything in the world. Damn it, who exactly was it? The powerhouses of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were extremely pale. Even the Prime Emperor seal was swaying, and the light on it had dimmed. That was the great seal of a venerable sovereign. How terrifying was that? Even an earth immortal couldn't withstand a single blow from it. Yet now, he was actually beaten back. Everyone felt a sense of despair. The expressions of Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others also changed. An enemy was attacking. Who was it? The sword spirit in Lin Xian's body roared. The dragon sword Qi soared into the sky to block the monstrous lightning. What is this? His pupils constricted. This was the power of heavenly punishment. He was no stranger to sky's punishment because he had fought against it several times. The power of thunder on this hand was different from ordinary divine thunder. It was the power of heavenly punishment. Heaven's punishment sword. The people of the Nirvana realm are attacking, Lin Xian reminded loudly. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were also stunned. Higan? Damn it, how dare they attack? The Prime Emperor seal floated up again, and the cold voice said, "Leave quickly, or you will have to bear the consequences." The lightning hand in the sky didn't pay any attention to it at all and continued to descend. Courting death, the Prime Emperor seal was furious and attacked with all its might. Countless array formations appeared around the Yuhua immortal dynasty. These array formations gathered the power of heaven and earth and poured it into the Prime Emperor seal. The Prime Emperor seal erupted with light, and like a peerless divine seal, it once again charged into the sky. Attack! The first prince also roared crazily, and his subordinates attacked one after another. Yunxian, Serious God, and the other earth immortals beside him also attacked quickly. Boom, another shocking attack. Heaven and earth collapsed. Yunxian and Serious God were sent flying, spitting out blood. As for the other powerhouses, their bodies melted and turned into blood. Many of them directly turned into ashes and disappeared between heaven and earth. Everyone's scalps went numb, and their hearts turned cold. With so many powerhouses joining forces, no matter how strong the enemy was, he wouldn't be able to resist. But now, the situation was completely different. they couldn't resist at all. This lightning palm was too terrifying. It had completely surpassed them. Who exactly was this? The Prime Emperor seal also retreated again, shattering the void. Could it be you? The Prime Emperor seal was very shocked. He thought of a possibility. The lightning hand in the sky smashed everything and rushed towards the palace. At the same time, a supreme voice sounded, "I will accept the power of the Prime Emperor." This power was vast and loud, like the voice of a god. As soon as it appeared, everyone's souls seemed to be about to split open. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This was the voice of the Grand Supreme. Did the Grand Supreme personally make a move? No wonder it was so terrifying. Lin Xian knew that the Grand Supreme was an eternal overlord, and his strength was unfathomable. How terrifying was he? No one knew. Previously, the Grand Supreme only used one palm to make the people of the divine realm feel like they were facing a great enemy. That time, the fighting god, Lord Alcohol, and the power left behind by Celestial Emperor Yi and Devouring Sky were able to block it. They only blocked it and didn't cause any damage to the Grand Supreme. One could imagine how terrifying the Grand Supreme was. Now that the Grand Supreme made a move again, the Yuhua Immortal Tide would probably be difficult to resist. Even if he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he might not be able to block it. After all, the Grand Supreme had the complete Heavenly Punishment Sword, which was too powerful. The lightning palm in the sky fell, with an aura that could destroy everything, and landed on the Prime Emperor's palace. The palace shook violently, and Xing'er's face became extremely pale. She really didn't expect that at the last moment, something like this would happen. The Prime Emperor seal roared and quickly dodged. As he spoke, he landed on the Prime Emperor's palm. Quickly. He pushed the Prime Emperor's palm with all his strength. None of them were a match for the Grand Supreme. The only one who could contend with the Grand Supreme's power was the Prime Emperor. They still had the palm of the Prime Emperor here, which was their last hope. It's useless. The dead Prime Emperor is no match for me at all. The Grand Supreme snorted coldly. His lightning palm was like a sea of lightning, enveloping the entire palace, as if to completely seal it and then take it away. Countless people were terrified. Under this power, they couldn't even raise their heads, let alone make a move. The only one who could contend with it was the Prime Emperor. Lin Xian and the others were also repelled by this huge power. Lin Xian's sword aura was monstrous. It collided with the lightning, making a deafening sound. Lin Xian roared, "Give me a part of your power, and I can slash out a peerless sword." A piercing light burst out from his eyes. He had to make a move. The Prime Emperor's power was too important to him. It could help his father recover quickly. He would never allow this power to be taken away by the people of the Otherworld Heavenly King. "Quick, give him the power." The eldest prince roared crazily. Although they and Lin Xian were enemies before, they now had a new enemy, and that was the Otherworld Heavenly King. Lin Xian took out the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the Great Dragon Sword Tip and fused them together. At the same time, he quickly absorbed the power of the people around him. The overwhelming power surged into the Great Dragon Sword Soul's body. In fact, Lin Xian had the Ancient Land and could use the power of the Ancient Land. However, he didn't dare to use it in front of the Grand Supreme. The Grand Supreme was too terrifying, mysterious and unfathomable. If the Grand Supreme knew that he had the Ancient Land, it would be troublesome. The sword split into yin and yang. After gaining enough power, Lin Xian let out a furious roar and performed the ultimate technique of the yin and yang swordsmanship. At the same time, the power of the Immortals, the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and the Nine-Yang Divine Dragon Body completely erupted. This sword was really a peerless attack. Boom, the world was split open in an instant, and the lightning in front seemed to have dimmed as if it was about to shatter. The people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were so excited that they trembled. It was too strong. As expected of the Great Dragon Sword, it could actually fight against the heavenly punishment. The sword slashed out, and the dragon roar shook the sky. The sky shattered. The lightning in front was split open. However, the Great Dragon Sword stopped after splitting open a part of it. That lightning palm was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. It was even stronger than the Mortal God and Black Lotus, who Lin Xian had encountered before, who had 4 strands of immortal qi. It was even much stronger. A small ant dared to fight against a heavenly god? The Grand Supreme's disdainful voice sounded. A fragment of the great dragon sword? Too weak. He waved his palm, and his finger fell, like a peerless divine sword, hitting the great dragon sword. Boom! The great dragon sword soul shook violently, and endless sword energy flew out in all directions. Lin Xian was struck by lightning. He retreated, and cracks appeared on his arm. The crack was still spreading and was about to envelop his entire body. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This power was really so strong that it made people feel despair. He transformed into a dragon. At the critical moment, Lin Xian fused with the great dragon sword soul, turning into a divine dragon. Dragon scales appeared on his body, formed by the dragon sword energy, and had an indestructible power. Whoosh! He retreated, smashing countless palaces. He landed on the ground. The sword qi on Lin Xian's body dimmed. Fortunately, his body did not turn into a bloody mist. After landing on the ground, Lin Xian acted as if he was facing a great enemy. Huh? Surprisingly, he didn't die. As expected of the great dragon sword. Even if it was incomplete, it still surpassed everything. However, I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now. I need to obtain the sovereign's power first. As for your great dragon sword soul and reincarnation sword, I'll leave them with you for now. In the future, I'll personally take them away. These words made everyone despair. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Looking at this, the other party wanted to take away his Rinnegan and great dragon sword as if they were taking something from his pocket. Damn it! Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Power. He needed great power. In the surroundings, the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty all felt despair. Even the great dragon sword soul couldn't do it. In that case, who would be able to withstand the Grand Supreme's palm? The lightning hand in the sky descended once again. The sovereign's palace shook violently as it was completely enveloped. The sovereign seal roared. Damn it, so close, so close. Runes had already begun to appear on the sovereign's palm, but he hadn't woken up yet. He wasn't a match yet. As long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to fuse with this palm. At that time, he would be able to use this palm. He was just a few seconds away. However, for such a peerless powerhouse, a few seconds was enough for earth-shattering changes to happen. Just as the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were in despair, inside the palace, Xianxia made a move. After the initial panic and shock, a hint of determination appeared in Xianxia's eyes. She continued to walk towards the crown in front of her. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Grand Supreme snorted coldly as the power of lightning erupted. As if struck by lightning, Xianxia spat out large mouthfuls of blood as cracks appeared on his body. Some parts of his body had already been reduced to ashes. However, he still gritted his teeth and walked forward. The 5 sovereign soul jades on his body bloomed with light. He resisted with all his might. He was courting death. The lightning hand snorted coldly, and then the power of heavenly punishment erupted again, directly charging into the palace. This time, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. His body cracked and turned into a blood mist. At this moment, his palm landed on the crown, and the 5 sovereign soul jades flew into the crown. That crown erupted with a peerless light. A mysterious power emerged. However, Xianxia had already turned into a blood mist. No one could control this power. The Grand Supreme smiled. Just as well, I don't have to do it myself. I can just take this crown directly. Everyone was in despair. Was the Yuhua immortal dynasty going to be finished? Lin Xian also gritted his teeth. He decided to use the great dragon sword again. At the same time, he had to use the Samsara sword crazily to buy some time for the sovereign seal. He was prepared to use the power of the ancient land at all costs. At this moment, there was a change in the palace in front. The surrounding blood mist condensed again and turned into Xianxia's figure. He was intact and didn't seem to be affected at all. Was he still alive? When the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty saw this scene, they were all stunned. This was too unbelievable. Xianxia wasn't even an earth immortal. How could he withstand the power of the heavenly punishment? One had to know that even Yunxian, heavenly wolf god, and other true earth immortals couldn't withstand the attack just now. They would be instantly killed. How did Xianxia block it? The Grand Supreme was also stunned. Was he still alive? That was impossible. He could kill an ant 10,000 times with a wave of his hand. It was impossible for him to survive. Even if he was the descendant of the sovereign seal, it was impossible. Before I came, the elders had divined my fate. There was a fatal crisis. They had already thought of a strategy to deal with it and helped me change my fate. So, I won't die yet. Xianxia's voice sounded, making the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty extremely excited. Great, it seemed that Xianxia was destined to obtain the power of the sovereign seal. If it was anyone else, they would have died without a doubt. Only Xianxia would be able to live another life. The Grand Supreme frowned when he heard this. Change your fate? You came from the land of destiny? His voice became dignified. The lightning hand shone again, and the power of lightning on it became even more terrifying than before. The land of destiny was really a good place. Previously, they wanted to send people there, but they failed. However, the heavens didn't let me down. After capturing you, I think I can make the Shrine of Destiny submit. On the lightning hand, light bloomed and turned into 5-colored divine lightning. The power of this lightning was even more terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything in the world. Even if you can change your fate, how many times can you change it? In the face of absolute power, you're still an ant. The 5-colored divine lightning fell. Xianxia was once again in a fatal crisis. At this moment, the crown in the void flew quickly towards Xianxia. Then, it landed on Xianxia's head. On the crown, the Emperor's soul jade bloomed with light. 5 types of power appeared, enveloping heaven and earth. Xianxia wore a crown on her head, looking like a peerless goddess. And, you don't deserve to have such power. Hand it over. The lightning hand quickly descended and charged towards Xianxia. Everyone became nervous again. Xianxia's body emitted a monstrous divine light, blocking the lightning that filled the sky. This shocked everyone. She could actually block the lightning. How terrifying was this lightning hand? It directly sent Lin Xian's peerless sword flying. Xianxia stood there without moving and actually blocked it. Could it be the power of the sovereign? Yes, that's right. It must be the power of the sovereign. Great, there's hope for our immortal dynasty. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty cheered excitedly. Xianxia said, Senior Sovereign Seal, I have already obtained Father's power and can activate Father's palm. Great, that's great. The Sovereign Seal was so excited that he was about to cry. In the next moment, Xianxia appeared outside the palace. She came under the sovereign's palm, and the crown on her head bloomed with light. The power of the sovereign surged out. With a loud boom, the 9 heavens and earth shook. The hand that was originally asleep woke up once again. Boom, he charged towards the lightning hand. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Everything around them was reduced to ashes, and a void appeared. After a short confrontation, the 2 palms retreated. The sovereign's palm formed a seal and directly swept away the lightning that filled the sky. The 2 palms disappeared. They left. They came to the depths of the universe. Boom, it was another peerless strike. The 2 palms collided, and the entire universe began to collapse. Countless people fell into despair. The battle god, Lord Alcohol, and the others who were fighting in front were also shocked. What kind of power was this? It was heavenly punishment. Did the Grand Supreme personally take action? Lord Alcohol and the others were also shocked. Should they ask Xianyuan to take action? The battle god said, no need. The other power is equally powerful. It's the power of the sovereign. It seemed that Yuhua had awakened the power of the sovereign. This power was enough to resist the lightning hand. Unless the Grand Supreme took action. However, according to our guess, he shouldn't be able to walk out of the land of eternity. Sure enough, the 2 palms shattered the world and the universe tumbled, but the Grand Supreme didn't increase his power. Just by relying on a lightning hand. It seemed like he really couldn't leave the eternal land. As for the reason, perhaps no one knew. In the Feather Immortal sect, everyone raised their heads and stared at the sky. Although they couldn't see anything, they could feel the terrifying energy. He didn't know if Dizun could withstand it. Up ahead. The sovereign emperor's seal rose into the air and said, "I'm going to help my master." At the same time, he looked at Lin Xian and the others. "Little guy, hurry up and come over here to receive the venerable sovereign's power. How much you can accept will depend on your luck." Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian and the others would have no problem obtaining the power of an emperor. But now, the Grand Supreme had suddenly made a move, making the situation even more confusing. No one knew what would happen next. After Lin Xian and the others heard this, their expressions turned solemn as they bowed. "Thank you, senior." Then, they quickly walked toward the palace in front of them. They arrived at the venerable sovereign's palace. Lin Xian had brought Lin Zhan out of the ancient land. Her face was filled with anticipation. Would her father wake up this time? Murong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others were curious. What kind of power would they receive next? In the palace, a surge of power surged out and enveloped everyone. Everyone trembled. This is? They were dumbfounded. What a mysterious power. Absorb it quickly. They quickly sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. When Lin Xian saw that Lin Zhan was also absorbing this power, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he also sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. His current cultivation level was still too weak. He was only an early-stage Supreme Emperor. It was far from enough. He wanted to break through this time. The power of the gods flew out and surrounded him. It emitted a mysterious aura and began to absorb the surrounding power. The battle outside was earth-shattering, but it was extremely quiet inside the palace. The first prince, the third prince, and the others walked forward with envy in their eyes. They wondered how much stronger these people would be when they came out. This time, it lasted for 10 years. The two palms were evenly matched. Behind them, the emperor's seal flew over and cooperated with the emperor's palm, making it even more powerful. The Grand Supreme was also furious. His lightning hand returned to the eternal land and grabbed the heavenly punishment. He wanted to destroy the heavenly punishment. At this moment, everyone in the universe was in despair. How many warriors would be able to survive this sword strike? Even the people of the divine realm were facing a great enemy. Not good. At this moment of crisis, a leisurely voice suddenly came from Qingguang City in the Netherworld. "What year is it today?" The voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. At this moment, everyone in the universe heard this voice. They were stunned. Who is this? It's too terrifying. Lord Alcohol, Fighting God, Huateng, Xianming, and the other land immortals also stopped. This sound caused their souls to shake. The people of Qingguang City knelt on the ground. Many people fainted from this sound. Those extremely terrifying living fossils and land immortals all knelt on the ground. They were excited. The immortal had awakened. This was the power of the immortal. Great, greetings to the immortal. They were really too excited. Although they were land immortals and were powerful, and Qingguang City was extremely terrifying, the battles in the depths of the universe over the years had made them terrified and desperate. Just a light slap from that palm was enough to turn them all into ashes. This let them know that Qingguang City was nothing in front of Yuhua and Bayan. But it was different now. The immortal had awakened. Qingguang City would no longer be afraid of anyone. They would become the peak of the universe. In the depths of the universe, the Emperor Seal was also extremely shocked. Was this the voice of the immortal? He landed on the palm. On the palm of the Emperor, endless runes condensed and turned into a blurry figure. The blurry figure stood there like a god, making everyone look up to him. This was the figure of the Emperor. Although it was blurry, it could suppress all the worlds in the universe. After he came out, he looked at Qingguang City. On the other side, the Eternal Land's lightning hand grabbed the heavenly punishment sword and was about to use the world-destroying heavenly punishment. But when he heard this voice, the Grand Supreme also stopped. He even stood up. Had the immortal of Qingguang City awakened? His brows furrowed tightly. It was a little different from what he had inferred. What was going on? Could it be because of Huateng's return that brought about unknown changes? The awakening of Qingguang City's immortal realm shocked everyone in the universe. Even Grand Supreme was surprised. He didn't attack again. His gaze was gloomy and uncertain. In the end, he snorted coldly and his thunderous palm slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. Sensing this scene, the Emperor Seal heaved a sigh of relief. Did it retreat? The crisis was resolved. At the same time, he discovered that the blurry figure formed by the Emperor Seal was also slowly disappearing. The Emperor Seal's palm fell asleep again. Let's go. The Emperor Seal returned to the Yuhua immortal dynasty with this palm. The others in the universe heaved a sigh of relief when they sensed the disappearance of the two palms. If the battle continued, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. On the other side, Shan Ming, Huateng, and the others had ugly expressions. They asked, Grand Supreme, should we go back? Grand Supreme said, no, you can continue to attack. Yes. Huateng and the others continued to attack. However, without the threat of Grand Supreme, Lord Alcohol, the fighting god, and the others weren't afraid. The battle between the Divine Realm and the Permitha Realm continued. When the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty saw the return of the Emperor Seal, they cheered. That's great, the enemy was beaten back. Next, they repaired the palace, condensed the array formation, and began to wait. In the Emperor Seal's palace, Lin Xian and the others were still cultivating. There was a mysterious light on their bodies. Xing'er was the same. She stood there like a peerless goddess. Her eyes were closed, and there was an extremely mysterious light on her body. She was receiving the power of the Emperor Seal. It seemed that it wouldn't end in a short time. On the other side, Qingguang City was also extremely excited. After entering Qingguang City, the powerhouses who were searching for treasures became careful. They knew that a behemoth had awakened. That power surpassed everything and could easily kill them in an instant. As for the native warriors of Qingguang City, they were excited. Every day, they kowtowed towards the depths of Qingguang City with solemn expressions. However, no figure appeared. After that voice, the immortal didn't say anything. The entire Qingguang City changed, and an ancient aura spread out. If Lin Xian and the others were here, they would definitely be surprised. Because this aura was the same as when the Emperor Seal's power appeared. The trees, mountains, and waterfalls in Qingguang City were rapidly changing, becoming much stronger than before. Some of the trees directly became heavenly trees. The power in Qingguang City was boiling rapidly. The warriors were excited. Their previous bottlenecks and doubts were all resolved at this moment. Some people even broke through immediately. Thunder and lightning descended from the sky. Those people looked up to the sky and laughed. Great, is this the power of immortality? I actually broke through so quickly, they were so excited that they were about to cry. Because there was more than one person. Over the past few days, the lightning in the sky had been falling non-stop. It was obvious that many people had broken through. Even the Earth Immortals were excited. They also felt a mysterious power. If they could comprehend this power, they might be able to increase the power of their divine flames and immortal chi. It should be known that at their level, wanting to condense another divine flame and immortal chi was extremely difficult. It was simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could they miss it? When the people outside Qingguang City heard the news, they were also incomparably envious. This change made them jealous. However, the power of immortality was a real threat to them. After waiting for a while, someone finally mustered up the courage to enter again. They realized that the immortals didn't attack. They were all excited. Hurry up and rush in. Absorb the power inside and break through. Countless people rushed in one after another. Among them, some top sects and families, and even some experts from the Supreme Palace, rushed in. Although the Divine Realm and the Otherworld Heavenly King were still fighting, they still sent a portion of their people into Qingguang City to search for opportunities. Black Mountain, Northern Demon, Baisusu, and the others entered Qingguang City. Gradually, everyone also discovered new changes. Some unfamiliar places appeared in Qingguang City, and the area seemed to have increased. This place was already incomparably vast, but the new places that appeared were even more terrifying. They seemed to have torn through the void and come from ancient times. The Earth Immortals were even more excited. The appearance of such a mysterious place definitely contained a huge opportunity. It was just that no one dared to explore it for the time being. The aura inside was too terrifying. There was a place where there were black mountains. The mountains were like black divine swords that pierced through heaven and earth as if they were going to pierce through the sky. As soon as they got close, everyone felt that their souls and bodies were about to split open. Even the earth immortals were pale. In Qingguang City, there was another mysterious place, and that was the Dragon Realm. At this moment, the Dragon Realm was also extremely shocked. The 4 earth immortals of the Dragon Realm left with Lin Xian, causing countless people in the Dragon Realm to worry. They wondered how the battle was going. Not long after, they saw the 4 patriarchs return. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Great, no one died. Although they were injured, it was not a big deal. They all went up to welcome them happily. However, the 4 patriarchs' expressions were extremely solemn. What happened? The elder of the tyrant dragon race asked. Patriarch, did something happen? The white dragon race and the demonic dragon race also asked. Patriarch, what happened? The earth immortals looked at each other, took a deep breath, and said, follow me. Everyone came to the tyrant dragon race. At this moment, many people were standing in a hall of the tyrant dragon race. These were the true unparalleled experts of the Dragon Realm, and some top geniuses. These people stood in the hall and were very puzzled. They looked at the 4 patriarchs in front of them. The 4 patriarchs had solemn expressions. Among them, the patriarch of the tyrant dragon race asked in a deep voice, let me ask you. Did you hide anything about the Divine Dragon Valley? Did you see the great void divine dragon? Hearing this, Long Badian and the others' expressions changed. He had been puzzled before. Some disciples were obviously not qualified to enter, but now they were standing with those experts. These people were all people who came out of the Divine Dragon Valley. He did not expect this to be the reason. Long Badian said, we did see the Divine Dragon race. It was just that we did not dare to say it at that time. Who would dare to go against Lin Xian? Moreover, the Divine Dragon race had fought with Lin Xian. It really happened. Tell me in detail. The 4 earth immortals' expressions changed drastically. Following that, Long Bawang and the others recounted everything that they knew to him. After hearing this, the 4 earth immortals fell silent. They did not expect that there was such a magical place in the Divine Dragon Valley. The experts of the Great Void Divine Dragon race were suppressed by someone who could suppress the Great Void Divine Dragon. They were all stunned. It seemed that they had to make a trip to the Divine Dragon Valley. The 4 land immortals were preparing to head to the Divine Dragon Valley. Moreover, they were preparing to join forces and head there together. The Divine Dragon Valley was left behind by the Great Void Divine Dragon. Now, there was a power that could suppress the Great Void Divine Dragon. How could they not be nervous? They had to get to the bottom of this matter. After all, the Great Void Divine Dragon was too important to them. At the same time, they were very confused. Why did the Great Void Divine Dragon disappear back then? Why was the Great Void Divine Dragon suppressed? Was there any connection between the two? They soared into the sky and headed towards the Divine Dragon Valley. As for the others, they stayed outside. At this moment, outsiders could no longer enter the Divine Dragon Valley. If the 4 ancestors wanted to enter, they would have to expend a lot of energy. The Divine Dragon Valley was extremely mysterious. It was not the time to open. Moreover, the dragon seal was still missing. Logically speaking, it was impossible to open it. However, the 4 ancestors were all land immortals. When the 4 of them joined forces, it was really terrifying. Using their divine dragon bloodline as the key, there was still a chance. Boom, a deafening sound came from afar. Everyone knew that it was the 4 land immortals breaking the array seal of the Divine Dragon Valley. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The 4 ancestors had not entered yet. Let's go help the ancestors. The White Dragon Patriarch, the Demonic Dragon Patriarch, and the others led a group of experts. As for the other disciples, they went to another place. That was a mountain range near the White Dragon clan. There was something there. An incomparably huge white bone. This was the white bone of the Azure Dragon. It was left here by Lin Xian. This white bone of the Azure Dragon was the white bone of Long Xiaotian. It contained an extremely terrifying power of the Tao of Dragon and incomparably mysterious runes. How terrifying was Long Xiaotian? His dragon bloodline was very terrifying. In addition, he was an existence that cultivated the immortal art. Therefore, although he had become a white bone, he still had a mysterious power in his body. Countless Dragon Clan martial artists were comprehending here. However, they could not get close. Because the immortal Tao pressure above was really too strong. Other than the real land immortals, no one could get close. And the 4 land immortals did not have time to come here. With the dragon bone as the center, many Dragon Clan martial artists were scattered around. Although they were very far away, their Tao of dragon power was still surging. That's great. If I continued to cultivate like this, I would have needed over 1,000 years to break through. But now, I think I can do it in a few hundred years. It was all thanks to Lin Gongzi. Yes, Lin Gongzi was too strong. To be able to kill such a terrifying Dragon Clan expert, just how terrifying was he? When they thought of Lin Xian, their hearts yearned for him. When would he be able to become such a super expert? In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. On this day, the Dragon Realm let out a world-shaking roar. It was as if the entire world had been torn apart. Countless Dragon Clan martial artists turned their heads and looked into the distance. A huge whirlpool was formed there, and terrifying lightning danced out. There was also a mysterious aura that swept out in all directions like an ocean. Everyone was shocked. This was the aura of the Divine Dragon Valley. Has the Divine Dragon Valley opened? The old ancestors were too powerful. In front of the Divine Dragon Valley, the 4 Earth Immortals were also pale. After 3 months of attacking with all their strength, the Divine Dragon Valley finally opened. Behind them were the White Dragon Patriarch and the other experts of the Dragon Realm. At this moment, their bodies were trembling. They didn't have much strength left. The Tyrant Dragon Patriarch turned to look at these people and said, "You guys wait outside." Then, he took out an elixir from his storage ring. This elixir was extremely extraordinary. It was blooming with a terrifying golden light. Each ray of golden light was like a golden dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. 9 rays of golden light surrounded the elixir. The Tyrant Dragon Patriarch swallowed the elixir. The next moment, a thunderous sound came from his body. The consumed energy quickly recovered. The other 3 old ancestors also took out rare treasures. One of them took out a Lingji. The Lingji seemed to have grown for countless years. Its powerful aura stunned everyone. The White Dragon Old Ancestor carefully tore off a piece and ate it. The 4 Earth Immortals each used their own methods. Soon, they recovered their strength. They took a deep breath and joined forces to enter the Divine Dragon Valley. As soon as they entered, the souls of the 4 patriarchs enveloped the entire area. They began to search. There, that should be the legendary Sovereign Spirit Cliff. Let's go and have a look. They turned into 4 lightning bolts and quickly rushed over. In the distance, in a forest in the Divine Dragon Valley, a figure appeared on a big tree. He looked at the 4 lightning bolts in the distance and was extremely surprised. What a terrifying aura. Earth Immortals, and there were 4 of them, they should be the Earth Immortals of the Dragon Realm. They actually came in. This figure was very young. He was wearing a black robe and was extremely handsome. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be surprised. Because this person was Underworld Child. It was unbelievable that he was still alive. One had to know that Lin Xian had slashed at Underworld Child with his sword. That was the power of the Great Dragon Sword. Even the Earth Immortals couldn't withstand it. Underworld Child was just a small Great Emperor. It was really unexpected that he could withstand it and even survive. Underworld Child's eyes flashed. He seemed to be talking to himself. He said, "That's not right. Didn't you say that the Divine Dragon Valley could only be opened at a specific time? Now, it had just been opened not long ago. How could it be opened again? There was no one around." Who was Underworld Child talking to? However, an old voice sounded in his mind. Needless to say, it must be these 4 old things from the Dragon Realm. They worked together to open the Divine Dragon Valley. They should have the dragon seal in their hands. That belongs to the Great Void Dragon Clan. As long as they use the dragon seal and other forces, they can open it. However, this also gives us a chance. We can finally leave this place. The old voice in Underworld Child's mind was the great void dragon that had escaped from the Sovereign Spirit Cliff. His name was Emotion. Previously, he attacked Lin Xian to steal the treasures on Lin Xian. In the end, he was enveloped by Lin Xian's sword. At the critical moment, he abandoned his body and his soul entered Underworld Child's mind. Then, he left with Underworld Child. Let's leave the Divine Dragon Valley. After we leave, the Great Void Dragon clan will leave behind a treasure ground. Going there will allow me to recover quickly. It will also increase your strength. Underworld Child nodded. His body flashed and he flew out of the Divine Dragon Valley. There were still so many people outside. When Underworld Child arrived at the exit of the Divine Dragon Valley, he felt the aura outside. He stopped and frowned slightly. He said, "Senior, help me cover up my soul. I need to cast an array." Underworld Child was a genius, an array formation genius. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted as a disciple by Master Qin. Moreover, he was very famous in Qinguang City. With his great emperor Cultivation, he could fight above his level with array formations. He could be said to be a top genius. Now with Emotion's help, he was even more terrifying. Emotion said, "No problem." His dragon soul flew out and enveloped Underworld Child. Underworld Child formed a hand seal, and an array formation instantly appeared under his feet. In the next moment, he disappeared. Outside, the White Dragon Clan leader, Demon Dragon Clan leader, and the others who were waiting there did not sense it. At this moment, they were recovering while looking forward. They did not realize that someone had used the array formation to leave them. Whoosh! In the distant mountain range, a figure appeared. It was Underworld Child. Underworld Child looked at the Divine Dragon Valley behind him and smiled. "I'm finally out. Senior, where is the treasure trove that you mentioned? Let's go." Underworld Child was also a little impatient. What's that?" Emotion was about to leave when he was suddenly stunned. He felt an unusual aura. He was an elite of the Great Void Dragon clan. Moreover, he was still alive after being suppressed for so many years. One could imagine how strong he was at his peak. Although only his soul was left now, it was still extremely terrifying. The moment he came out, he felt an unusual aura in the dragon world. The power of a land immortal. Moreover, it was a dead land immortal. What a terrifying Dragon Dao aura. Let's go and take a look. That should be a treasure. Underworld Child's body swayed. He formed a spatial array formation and kept jumping. Not long after, he arrived near the White Dragon clan. This was a mountain range, and there was a huge dragon bone. It was like an ancient mountain standing there. Countless Dragon Clan warriors had gathered near the dragon bones. They were all cultivating there. How terrifying. This aura was so sharp. Underworld Child stopped when he arrived nearby. He didn't dare to get any closer because his body was swaying from side to side. If he went any closer, he would be torn apart by that power. The aura in front of him was like a peerless heavenly blade that could cut through everything. The white bone was so terrifying. This guy was too strong. That was interesting. In his mind, Emotion's spirit also appeared and began to investigate. He said in surprise, although he is a dragon, he is not from the dragon world. The dragon world belonged to the Great Void Dragon tribe. The martial artists in the dragon world were all descendants of the Great Void Divine Dragon. Although the dragon tribe expert in front of him was an earth immortal, he did not possess the power of the Great Void Dragon tribe. However, this body is not bad. I just happen to be lacking a body. Emotion was somewhat excited. Kid, you better stay away from me later. The power that I've fused with this body is quite terrifying. Emotion said in a deep voice. Underworld Child nodded. Senior, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful soul force flew out from his mind, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like a black cloud that charged forward. The entire world darkened. Near the dragon bones, countless dragon race martial artists raised their heads to look at the sky. What happened? In the next moment, they felt a powerful soul energy, like a soul sea, sweeping over. Damn it, so terrifying. Another expert was coming to attack. Run. It was unknown who cried out in alarm, but the rest of the people fled as if they had gone mad. Boom, ah, senior, please spare us. As the soul energy descended, the surrounding Dragon Clan martial artists instantly screamed miserably. They could not withstand it at all. Some of their souls were instantly torn apart, some were directly turned into ashes, and some were sent flying, vomiting blood. More people begged for mercy. In their opinion, this should be the attack of an unparalleled expert. They were no match for him at all, and could only beg for mercy. A cold voice came from the sky. Those who have nothing to do with this, get lost. The voice was like thunder, resounding through the 9 heavens. Everyone fled. The nearby White Dragon tribe members were also alarmed, and they flew into the sky. What happened? Was someone trying to snatch the dragon bones? Damn it, they would not allow it. The dragon bones were left to them by Lin Gongzi. It was a supreme treasure. The elders of the White Dragon tribe rushed over with their men. Who is it? How dare you act so presumptuously here? However, what greeted them was a soul energy. The elders of the White Dragon tribe were instantly suppressed and knelt on the ground. They were terrified. It was too strong. A voice was enough to make them hover between life and death. This was the power of an earth immortal. Senior, which tribe are you from? These dragon bones were left to the entire dragon realm by Lin Gongzi. I hope you can understand. The Grand Elder of the White Dragon tribe used all his strength to say these words. After saying that, his vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Humph, do you think trash like you are worthy of this dragon bone? You can't even get close to it. It's a waste to leave it here. I happen to lack a body. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul turned into a waterfall and fell down, instantly enveloping the entire dragon bone. The surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect that this powerhouse was only a soul and did not have a body. No wonder he wanted to snatch this dragon bone. Although they were furious, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly. The other party was too strong. In the face of absolute strength, it was useless to say anything. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and an even more terrifying soul power erupted. There was also the power of an earth immortal and a sharp saber light. Retreat. The powerhouses of the White Dragon tribe were also terrified. They retreated crazily. Many of them were sent flying, and their bodies were shattered. Ming Child even formed a spatial array in advance and retreated to a very far place. His face was extremely pale. It dares to resist? Mo Tian's surprised voice was heard. He realized that he could not fuse with this body. He snorted coldly. Submit. The other party was already dead. How could he compete with him? The powerful soul power was like a huge soul hand that kept slapping down. It wanted to shatter the will on the dragon bone. Boom, roar, the entire dragon bone began to shake violently. However, an extremely terrifying immortal Dao rune appeared on it. It was like a peerless immortal saber that instantly cut through everything. This time, Mo Tian was shocked. Oh no. With a boom, he was hit by the saber and his soul flew out. Damn it, what's going on? What is this thing? It's so terrifying. Mo Tian was stunned. He could not fuse with it. The surrounding dragon tribe martial artists were also shocked. The people of the White Dragon tribe heaved a sigh of relief. Great, it seems that this dragon bone is indeed mysterious. Even an earth immortal can't fuse with it. The other party can't take it away. Next, Mo Tian tried twice more, but he failed both times. He really couldn't take this body. Damn it, I don't believe it. Mo Tian went crazy. At this moment, Ming Child sent a voice transmission. Oh no, Senior, the Dragon Tribe patriarchs from before are coming back. The commotion caused by Mo Tian's all-out attack was so great that even the Earth Immortals in the Divine Dragon Valley noticed it. They frowned. There was still the aura of an Earth Immortal outside? This was too unbelievable. Who was it? They were extremely surprised. The Tyrant Dragon Tribe leader said, I'll go out and take a look. He left the Divine Dragon Valley like a huge bolt of lightning. Along the way, he let out a thunderous roar. His powerful physique tore apart 9 days. After coming out, he looked into the distance where the dragon bones were. What happened there? Was someone trying to snatch the dragon bones? Damn it, who was it? With a thunderous roar, the tyrant dragon tribe leader quickly rushed over. When the people of the dragon realm saw this scene, they all cheered. Great, the tyrant dragon tribe leader is here. We're saved. Humph, let's see if you can snatch the dragon bones again. Just you wait, you'll definitely be suppressed. Underworld Child's expression was extremely ugly. Senior, leave quickly. Although Emotion was terrifying, he was only a soul now. Emotion's expression was gloomy and cold. A mere tyrant dragon dares to be arrogant in front of me. If I was at my peak, I could kill you with a slap. But now, his condition was indeed not good. He said, wait until I find the family's treasure and recover my strength, I'll let you know how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, his soul fell from the sky, forming a huge vortex that enveloped the dragon bones below. The dragon bones quickly resisted. The two collided, producing an earth-shattering sound. However, this time, Emotion used a secret technique of the Great Void Dragon tribe, so it didn't take long for the dragon bones to be devoured. Go. He turned into a ray of light and flew into Underworld Child's mind. Underworld Child's body swayed, and his soul almost shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth, and hurriedly cast a formation. The space formation condensed, and he disappeared. Whoosh, just as Underworld Child left, the tyrant dragon tribe leader arrived. He walked out of the void and looked around. Get out here, he slapped out his hand, and the surrounding void shattered, turning into countless black holes. However, no one came out. The people of the dragon realm were also stunned. The dragon bones had disappeared. Had they been taken away? How could this be? They were all crazy. The tyrant dragon tribe's chief was also enraged, and he began to chase after them. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find who the enemy was. Did he run away? Damn it. Go and search for him. I don't believe he can leave the dragon realm, the tyrant dragon chief roared. These martial artists of the dragon realm began to frantically search for enemies. Dragon realm, a remote place. Underworld Child's figure appeared. He heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly swallowed the pill. In his mind, Emotion said as he walked forward and entered the mountain range. The mountain range here was not very tall. After crossing a few mountains, they stopped. Emotion said. On the third mountain, there was an immortal cave. You go over, and I'll use the dragon's soul to open it. Underworld Child took a deep breath and hurried over. Next, Emotion's soul flew out. This was the soul of a void dragon. As soon as he appeared, the mountain in front of him began to shake violently, forming an immortal's cave. Let's go in. Underworld Child walked in after hearing that. Inside the cave was a passageway. The lights were very dim. The Nether Child walked very quickly, but even then, he still walked for the time for an incense stick to burn. One could only imagine how long this passageway was. At the end of the passageway was a stone hall. It was very simple inside, with only a few stone tables, stone chairs, and stone pillars. Underworld Child was a little confused. Was this really left behind by the Void Dragon tribe? In his imagination, what was left behind by the Great Void Divine Dragon should be something like a temple. It would emit endless light, and all kinds of great Tao would be present. Divine fire and immortal chi would dance. But now, it was really too simple. Senior, are you sure it's here? Underworld Child asked. Emotion snorted. Nonsense. The treasures left behind by the Void Dragon tribe are not something you can imagine. You have to know that the Void Dragon tribe has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. In these tens of thousands of years, the experts and immortals of the dragon realm must have been searching everywhere for the power we left behind. But they never got it. Do you know why? It's because they were wrong. They thought that the power we left behind would be extremely terrifying and emit shocking light. But it was not. It was just that simple. But this is just on the surface. Other than me, no one else knows the real secret. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Underworld Child was shocked. There was a secret here? What was it? He was not sure. He looked around curiously. His soul rushed out in all directions, not letting go of any details. But he still got nothing. It's useless. Your soul can't do it. Watch me. Emotion snorted. His dragon soul flew out and enveloped the surroundings. On the wall in front of him, a stone painting appeared. It was a landscape painting, carved out of stone. Although the strokes were simple, it had a vicissitude, simple, and grand concept. Go. Emotion said coldly. Underworld Child walked to the front of the stone painting. Then, he followed Emotion's instructions and continued forward. When he got close to the stone painting, Emotion's soul enveloped his body. Boom, he entered the stone painting. After he entered, the world turned upside down. Underworld Child realized that he seemed to have come to another world. It was a world of its own. This place was too vast, and the aura here was too terrifying and mysterious. Sacred Mountain. Immortal Sea. All kinds of terrifying auras spread and swept through the 9 heavens. This was the world that the great void dragon race should belong to. The surrounding spiritual herbs were all more than 100,000 years old, and they were all incomparably precious. Some of them could not be seen outside at all. After Underworld Child saw it, he was stunned. The treasures here were really piled up into a mountain. Not to mention him, any land immortal who came here would be jealous. Emotion flew out of Underworld Child's mind and laughed. How is it, kid? Are you dumbfounded? To be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Great Void Dragon race. In the future, you will know how terrifying the Great Void Dragon race is. Okay, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I have to take over this body first. His soul formed a vortex again and used the secret technique. Inside, Long Xiaotian's dragon bones flew out. After the dragon bones appeared, the saber light on his body became even sharper. It seemed like it would not give in. Previously, I could not let loose in the outside world. But now that I am here, I have no scruples. Moreover, there are so many treasures here. I can continue to attack. I don't believe that you can withstand it. Emotion prepared to attack. However, at this moment, the situation changed. The dragon bones in front of him suddenly roared. Then, a mysterious aura flew from afar and landed on the dragon bones. What's going on? Underworld Child was dumbfounded. Even Emotion's pupils shrank. This sudden change shocked Emotion and Underworld Child, especially Emotion. Emotion's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He did not believe it at all. Underworld Child's body trembled because he realized that there was an additional light on the dragon bone in front of him. That light was so terrifying and mysterious that it could crack his body. He was so suppressed that he had to kneel on the ground. Damn it, what is this? Senior, what is going on? Emotion exclaimed, the aura of chaos. Damn it, how can this guy mobilize the aura of chaos? The ray of light that came from afar was a fragment of a weapon. This weapon was extremely extraordinary and contained the power of chaos. The aura on it was also the aura of chaos. It was a treasure collected by the Divine Void Dragon tribe. But he did not expect it to fly to the dragon bone. Moreover, it seemed that the aura of chaos was merging with the dragon bone. What is going on? Can the other party mobilize the power of chaos? It shouldn't be. Before this, he had checked the saber light on the other party's body, but there was no aura of chaos. Damn it, I want to see what secrets you have. Emotion shouted coldly and his soul palm formed a seal, Eye of Origin. His soul quickly changed and formed an extremely mysterious eye. There were countless complex runes in this eye and they formed a vast aura. This was the Eye of Origin, the Divine Void Dragon tribe's unique superpower that could see through everything. The Eye of Origin looked forward and landed on the dragon bone. This is? Emotion exclaimed. The Eye of Origin also shook violently. In the next moment, this mysterious eye disappeared and condensed into Emotion's appearance again. Chaos Divine Dragon, this guy was actually the descendant of the Chaos Divine Dragon. He was really shocked. Underworld Child was also surprised when he heard this. Chaos Divine Dragon? What is that? Is it also a powerful dragon tribe? Emotion said, Chaos Divine Dragons are the same as us Divine Void Dragons. They are extremely terrifying divine dragons. Chaos Divine Dragons control the power of chaos. Many worlds were created by them. But later, the Chaos Divine Dragons disappeared. Furthermore, they disappeared before the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe. Who would have thought that the fellow before him would be related to the Chaos Divine Dragon tribe? Fortunately, it was not a complete Chaos Divine Dragon. It was just a descendant of a Chaos Divine Dragon. The chaotic Divine Dragon blood in his body wasn't that terrifying. Emotion heaved a sigh of relief. If it was the true Chaos Divine Dragon clan, he would be facing a formidable enemy. However, it was not easy to do now. He wanted to possess her, but he ended up awakening the primal chaos power hidden deep within her bloodline. Furthermore, it had fused with the primal chaos fragment. The underworld child was still kneeling on the ground. That power was too powerful. It was a power that could split apart heaven and earth. He asked with a trembling voice, Senior, he won't come back to life, will he? That would not happen. Emotion shook his head and said, I've looked into it. The soul on the dragon bone has completely disappeared. Not even a remnant soul is left. Who was it that did this? To be able to sever the soul so cleanly, however, there were some white bones that, after countless years, could reform, form a soul, and live again. Of course, it was completely different from before. This guy had the physique of an earth immortal. Moreover, he had awakened the chaotic dragon bloodline. He might really be able to reform his spiritual wisdom in the bones. Senior, let's take advantage of the fact that he's still not strong enough to kill him. No, I've changed my mind. The world thought that the Great Void Divine Dragon clan had disappeared. However, I survived. Would there be people from the Chaos Divine Dragon clan who survived? The Chaos Divine Dragon clan must have left behind countless treasures. The primal chaos power was the power to split apart heaven and earth. That kind of divine power was enough to split apart everything. This guy had the Chaos Divine Dragon bloodline. When the time came, he might be able to use this bloodline to search for the power left behind by the Chaos Divine Dragon clan. Therefore, he had to keep him. Emotion waved his hand. The mountain range quickly changed and condensed into a valley. You should just stay in this mountain valley. Emotion's lips curled up. How does it feel to raise a chaos dragon? I can finally know. Ha 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 ha. Then, he ignored the dragon bone and flew into the depths of the world. He began to absorb the power of these treasures. He wanted to recover. Underworld Child was a little worried. Did Emotion not need him anymore, and now that he knew so many secrets, would he go to hell? His face was extremely pale. He said, Senior, please spare me. Emotion snorted. Don't worry. Come and cultivate. Do you know? Not many people can withstand my soul. You're just a little great emperor. It's already very rare that you can withstand it. I won't kill you. For the next period of time I will remain in your mind. Come and cultivate. You're too weak. When the time comes, you'll affect my performance in a real battle. I'll help you break through first and become a super great emperor. No, I'll help you break through to the demigod realm first. Thank you, Senior. Underworld Child was excited. Then, Underworld Child was surrounded by the power of the Tao of dragons and treasures. They started to cultivate here. The people of the dragon world outside were going crazy. They searched for a long time, but they couldn't find it. The other 3 dragon clan patriarchs also didn't find anything in the Divine Dragon Valley. When they came out and learned that the dragon bone had disappeared, they were also surprised. The tyrant dragon tribe's leader frowned. Lin Gongzi left the dragon bone with us. When the time comes, he'll take it back. Now that the dragon bone has disappeared, we'd better tell Lin Gongzi about it. He's very powerful. Perhaps he'll be able to find something when he comes. Also, set up the Eye of Dragon Tao and keep an eye on the dragon world. See if anyone leaves. The people of the dragon world quickly took action. The tyrant dragon tribe's leader took out a voice transmission talisman and sent a message to Lin Xian. However, he didn't get a reply. The tyrant dragon tribe's leader and the others were puzzled. They didn't know what had happened to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was still cultivating. He was absorbing the power of the Dizun. His strength was increasing rapidly. The power of an immortal had become even more terrifying. Beside him, Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others were also cultivating with all their might. In front of him was the sleeping Lin Zhan. Although Lin Zhan was in a deep sleep, his change was the greatest. The battle blood in his body rumbled. It was as if countless volcanoes were erupting. In the end, it became louder and louder. It caused the entire world to shake violently. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were all stunned. What happened? Yunxian, Heavenly Wolf God, and the others were all shocked. At that moment, even their bodies were trembling slightly. They felt a sense of threat. Whose power was this? It was so terrifying. The cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were shocked by this powerful force. They were all guessing who it was. The Emperor Seal was also surprised. What a strong battle intent. Is it from the War God clan? The Emperor Seal shone and began to sense. Soon, he denied it. No, it's not the bloodline of the War God clan. However, this guy's battle intent is too terrifying. Is he condensing his own War God bloodline? It's unbelievable. Cultivation was endless. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were still waiting at first, but later, they all went to cultivate. They estimated that this absorption and cultivation might take a long time. To them, it was normal for them to cultivate in seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years. On this day, there was a change in the Emperor Palace in front of them. Lin Zhan, who had been sleeping, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, from the initial confusion, gradually became sharp. In the end, it was like two swords cutting through the 9 heavens. The stars in the sky shook violently, and the void was split into two. At the same time, a powerful voice sounded like the sound of nature. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were all stunned. Their scalps went numb, and their souls shook. They all looked into the distance. What happened? Are there more enemies coming? The Heavenly Wolf God exclaimed. This is coming from the Emperor Palace. It's the terrifying battle intent from before. Let's go and see who it is. They quickly rushed in. In their opinion, this person must be related to Lin Xian and the others. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to enter and receive the power. In the palace, Lin Xian and the others also opened their eyes. It's so terrifying. Yan Ruyu, Gu Santong, and the others quickly retreated. This aura was really too terrifying. They couldn't bear it. Lin Xian was happy. The sword energy on his body soared into the sky, blocking the shocking battle intent. Great, Father, are you awake? Buzz. Lin Zhan stood up. His figure flashed, and he left the palace and came to the sky. In the next moment, he swept his gaze in all directions and roared at the sky. Fight the heavens, fight the earth, my battle intent will never be extinguished. My battle blood is eternal. His voice, along with his powerful battle intent, shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty felt their scalps go numb. Even the 2 earth immortals felt their blood boil. How powerful! This person's strength had surpassed theirs. What kind of divine being was this? Soon, they knew who the other party was. Because Lin Xian also rushed out. Father, how are you? Everyone was shocked. This person was actually Lin Xian's father. This was too unbelievable. Lin Zhan stood between heaven and earth. His black hair danced in the wind. He was like an unparalleled god of war. After a while, the aura on his body gradually subsided. He turned around and retracted the battle intent in his eyes. However, there was still a powerful force in his eyes. He looked toward Lin Xian and said with a laugh, "Don't worry, I have woken up, there's no big problem." What happened to me while I was asleep? As Lin Zhan spoke, he crossed the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian. A finger was placed between Lin Xian's eyebrows. Then, he smiled. I know, so you've experienced so much. Xianer, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woken up without tens of thousands of years. After speaking, he turned to look at the Emperor Seal and the powerhouses of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. He said, Lin Zhan is here. Thank you. This time, if it weren't for the power of the emperor, he wouldn't have woken up so quickly. Fellow Daoist, you're too polite. Cloud Immortal, Sky Wolf God, and the others hurriedly returned the greeting. The Emperor Seal also said, the people of the divine realm are indeed monsters. Your bloodline is very strange. If you continue to grow and cultivate, I'm afraid you won't be weaker than the War God clan. The War God clan, Lin Zhan was also surprised. Senior, are you talking about the God clan that was famous for their monstrous combat power? That's right, it seems that you have also heard of them. However, the War God clan has disappeared. The War God clan has also disappeared. What a pity. Lin Zhan sighed. The battle blood in his body was boiling. What he looked forward to the most was to fight with stronger powerhouses. I have a piece of news here. It said that the War God clan once appeared in a place. But no one knows the details. The Emperor Seal shone and formed a scroll. It flew to Lin Zhan. Go and take a look at this place when you have time. It might be helpful to you. Lin Zhan took it and smiled. Thank you. He turned around and looked at Lin Xian. Hurry up and bring your mother out. Lin Xian's sword energy filled the sky and swallowed everything. He secretly opened the ancient land. Soon, a middle-aged woman walked out. When she saw that Lin Zhan had woken up, the middle-aged woman was so excited that she cried. That's great. Xian'er, the divine realm and the heavenly king are still fighting. I have to go and help them. You can cultivate here first. Are you going to fight again so soon? Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. They hadn't been together for a long time. Lin Zhan said, this is the path of a powerhouse. You should understand. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, I understand. A powerhouse had to bear too much. Then, Lin Zhan and Lin Xian left. Looking at his parents' backs, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He asked, Senior, how much of the Emperor Seal's power is left? The Emperor Seal looked at it and said, it's enough for you to cultivate for a year. Whether you can break through within this year will depend on your luck. Got it. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others returned to the palace and started to absorb the power. Half a year later, Murong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others started to break through. They all became demigods. These people rushed out of the palace and into the sky. Terrifying lightning struck down. The surrounding people were shocked. These people were very young, but their cultivation had reached demigods. They had a bright future ahead of them. In the palace, Lin Xian also felt the aura of a breakthrough. He took a deep breath and entered the ancient land. He broke through inside and became a mid-stage supreme emperor. His immortal power became even more terrifying. His strength had also increased by a large margin. However, the people outside couldn't sense it yet. As expected, those people were shocked. Why hadn't that kid come out yet? Could it be that they couldn't break through? That was impossible. His talent was super strong. What was going on? They were very confused. Boom. At this moment, a thunderous sound attracted everyone's attention. Yunxian, Sirius, and the others exclaimed, oh no, retreat. The Emperor Seal said, open the array. This is divine lightning. The lightning that fell from the sky was indeed divine lightning. Xian'er was about to break through. Xian'er was originally a demigod. Now that she broke through, she was a real earth immortal. Xian'er wore a crown on her head and looked like a peerless goddess. She shouted and charged into the sky, fighting with the divine lightning. Countless people looked up at the sky in shock. It was the first time they saw an earth immortal breakthrough. Xian'er's breakthrough lasted for a long time. The power was really shocking. Everyone was terrified. Facing such divine lightning, they probably couldn't even withstand a single bolt. Finally, this day. The dark clouds in the sky disappeared and the sun shone down. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty looked up at the sky. They were excited. Success, the divine lightning disappeared. They had successfully passed, even the Emperor Seal heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Xian'er was really too important to them now. A figure appeared in the sky. It was Xing. 3 divine flames appeared on Xing's body, constantly blooming. An incomparably mysterious aura scattered down. Everyone was terrified. It was too terrifying. Although Xing had just become an earth immortal, she gave them the feeling that she was unfathomable. Especially Xianxia and Heavenly Wolf God, they were also facing a great enemy. Not only had Xing become an earth immortal, but more importantly, she had also grasped the power of an emperor. The crown on her head was absolutely terrifying. Congratulations, Princess Xing. They all congratulated her. Those elders roared towards the sky, praying for Yuhua's protection. Xing landed and looked at Morong Qingqing and the others. She said, Lin Xian hasn't come out yet? Morong Qingqing and the others shook their heads. Not yet. Xing smiled and said, don't worry. With Lin Xian's strength, nothing will happen to him. He will definitely succeed in breaking through. After a few more months, the 1-year deadline was very close. But in the sky, no more lightning fell. This meant that no one had broken through. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that Lin Xian hadn't broken through? It was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was so powerful, but in terms of cultivation, he seemed to be too far behind everyone. Heavenly Wolf God said. It was normal for that kid not to break through. He already had the strength of an earth immortal. If he broke through again, how powerful would he be? We probably wouldn't be his match even if we joined hands. A few days later, the door of the hall opened and Lin Xian walked out. Was he out? Morong Qingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if he broke through or not, as long as Lin Xian wasn't in any danger. The others looked over as well. When they saw the aura on Lin Xian's body, they were all stunned. Middle stage Transcendent Emperor realm, what's going on? This kid had a breakthrough. They knew that Lin Xian was only in the early stages of the Transcendent Emperor state earlier on. Now that he was in the middle stages, it was clear that he had broken through a cultivation state. However, the other party didn't seem to have undergone any lightning tribulation. What was going on? Could it be that he didn't need the lightning tribulation to break through? Impossible. Throughout the ages, there had never been anyone who didn't need the lightning tribulation. This kid was too mysterious. Lin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't have any lightning tribulations, it was just that he broke through in the ancient lands. These people just couldn't sense it. Brother Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others walked over with a smile. Lin Xian looked at them and said, you've all broken through. Not bad, not bad. Now, Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others were all demigods. Their strength had greatly increased compared to before. If they faced an earth immortal again, they wouldn't be as pathetic as before. When he saw Xing, he was even more surprised. Xing was also an earth immortal now, and she wore a crown on her head. She felt even more mysterious than Yunxian, Sky Wolf God, and the others. The power of an emperor was indeed strong. What do you plan to do next? Lin Xian looked at Xing. Xing said, our main goal is to find the remaining body of Father Emperor. Father Emperor won't die, he's just in a deep sleep. We have to wake him up. Of course, we will also help you fight against Higan. Higan had really crossed the line. Xing looked at the 7th prince when she said that. Not only her, but the others also looked at the 7th prince. They knew Higan was the one behind the 7th prince during the fight. The 7th prince's face was pale. He said, this has nothing to do with me. I really don't know. Go into seclusion and don't come out for 10,000 years. Xing said in a deep voice. Don't go too far. Do you really think you're the master of the Yuhua immortal dynasty? You don't have the right. The 7th prince roared crazily. The eldest prince walked out and said, 7th prince, I think you'd better go into seclusion too. The 3rd prince snorted. If he didn't go into seclusion, he would be punished. The other princes were also eyeing him covetously. The emperor's seal also emitted a biting cold light. He said, 7th prince, you should go into seclusion. The 7th prince was so angry that he vomited blood. He had no choice. After all, Higan attacked them. He had no choice but to close his eyes and say, okay, I'll go into seclusion. He was taken away by a few elders. He probably wouldn't be able to come out for 10,000 years. Let's go. We'll go to the starry sky and let Higan know how powerful we are. Lin Xian rose into the air. A biting cold sword light appeared in his eyes. Okay. Morong Qingqing and the others were also full of fighting spirit. They had just broken through and needed a battle to prove their strength. Xing'er also wanted to attack. We'll accompany the princess. A few powerhouses and elders of the Yuhua immortal dynasty rose into the air. A group of people flew into the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian was stunned. A voice transmission talisman flew out and turned into a message. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the message. His brows furrowed tightly. What happened to Brother Xian? Morong Qingqing and the others asked worriedly. What happened to Higan? Lin Xian said, it's not about Higan, but about the dragon world. Dragon Xiaoyan's corpse disappeared. What? He can't be alive, right? Yan Ruyu and the others exclaimed when they heard this. Gu Santong said, hurry up and go take a look. Leave the battle with Higan to us. Okay, I'll go take a look. You must be careful. Act according to your strength. Higan's trump card was unfathomable. Don't worry, we know. Morong Qingqing and Xing'er nodded. Next, they split into two groups. Morong Qingqing and the others went to the starry sky to help Lord Alcohol and the others fight against Higan. As for Lin Xian, he went to the 9th underworld. He wanted to enter Qingguang City again. To be honest, he was very anxious. He sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon and asked the Crimson Dragon to go to Qingguang City as well. Firstly, the Crimson Dragon was also a divine dragon. Secondly, the Crimson Divine Dragon's attainments in array formations were very strong. Lin Xian needed an expert in array formations by his side. He didn't know why Dragon Xiaoyan's corpse disappeared. Was it taken away by someone? Or did he come back to life? If it was the first situation, it would be fine. If it was the second situation, it would be troublesome. This Long Xiaotian had a lot of trump cards on him. Moreover, he had cultivated the immortal art. Only he could kill him. If it were other land immortals, they wouldn't be a match for him at all. If he continued to cultivate, it would be troublesome. Lin Xian finally arrived at Qingguang City at lightning speed. After arriving, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He realized that Qingguang City's aura was different this time. Qingguang City became extremely mysterious. That power made Lin Xian feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Obviously, an incredible powerhouse had awakened in Qingguang City. He remembered again that Qingguang City was an immortal city. Could it be that this change had something to do with the immortality of Qingguang City? Thinking of this, he became more and more careful. He also found that there were a few more mysterious places in Qingguang City. The power there was also very terrifying. However, he didn't investigate carefully now. Instead, he went directly to the place where the Dragon Realm was located. Taking out the dragon-seeking ruler, he entered the Dragon Realm. After entering, Lin Xian went directly to the White Dragon Clan. When he arrived at the mountain range near the White Dragon Clan, he found that Long Xiaotian's huge dragon bone had disappeared. And there were cracks all around. It was obvious that a powerhouse had made a move. Was it taken away by someone? He landed in the White Dragon Clan. Lin Gongzi, you're here. When the White Dragon Patriarch saw this scene, he exclaimed. He quickly sent a message to the old ancestor. Soon, the three old ancestors of the Dragon Clan and the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch arrived quickly. What happened? Who did it? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. The White Dragon old ancestor sighed. Then they told him everything they knew. Lin Xian also frowned after hearing this. The four Earth Immortals were not present, so he didn't know who did it. As for the other disciples, it was said that they were taken away by a powerful dragon soul. That dragon soul was very terrifying, and its aura surpassed everything. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. Can I read their memories? Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the Rinnegan bloomed with a cold light. Yes. The old ancestors nodded. To be honest, they had read the memories of the disciples before and saw that soul. But they didn't know the other party. They even asked many dragons. Was there a dragon clan old ancestor who was resurrected? However, the result was not. So they were at a loss. In their opinion, Lin Xian shouldn't have any clues. After all, the other party's time in the dragon realm was too short. Lin Xian cast Rinnegan and shrouded the souls of these people. Next, he began to read the memories inside. Soon, he saw one scene after another. A terrifying dragon soul roared between heaven and earth. Finally, it formed a huge vortex and swallowed the dragon bone. When he saw this soul, Lin Xian's Rinnegan suddenly turned. This was the Great Void Divine Dragon. The fact that he was still alive was beyond his expectations. Lin Xian had fought with the experts of the Divine Void Dragon tribe before. Back then, he had only used the power of the Great Dragon Sword. He hadn't expected that the other party would be able to survive. As expected of the legendary Great Void tribe. If the other party wanted the dragon bones, could it be that he wanted a body? No way. He had to find the other party as soon as possible, so he took back the Rinnegan. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said. He knew who it was. Really? White Dragon Patriarch and the other 3 Earth Immortals also exclaimed. Even they didn't know about it, yet the other party knew about it. Who was it? Tyrant Dragon Patriarch was also puzzled. Lin Xian said. Remember the Great Void Divine Dragon that I told you about before? He was from the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe. What? It was him. The 4 Earth Immortals were stunned after hearing it. To be honest, they had been looking for the Great Void Divine Dragon. When they heard that Lin Xian was fighting with the Great Void Divine Dragon, they were all anxious. However, they couldn't attack Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian controlled a dragon seal and could be considered one of the overlords of the dragon world. Therefore, they hurried back to look for the Great Void Divine Dragon. However, they didn't expect that the Great Void Divine Dragon had already appeared and taken the dragon bone away. Although the dragon bone was also an Earth Immortal, it was far inferior to the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe. Why did he want its dragon bone? The Great Void Divine Dragon tribe expert was a soul. He probably lacked a body and wanted to use the dragon bone to recover to his peak. The patriarchs discussed in low voices. Then, they looked at Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, what grudge do you have with the Great Void Divine Dragon? Lin Xian smiled. There is no grudge. He is also your patriarch. Therefore, I won't attack again. Go and look for it yourselves. Let me know when you find it. Hearing this, the dragon patriarchs heaved a sigh of relief. Great. As long as Lin Xian didn't attack, everything would be easy. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had his own plans. It seemed that if he wanted to attack directly, the dragon patriarchs would definitely stop him. Lin Xian didn't need to fall out with the dragon world. He still wanted to learn the dragon seal. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with the dragon world. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit. It was better to wait patiently and let the people of the dragon world search first. After finding the Great Void Divine Dragon, he would take action. At that time, even if he couldn't kill the Great Void Divine Dragon, he would bring back the dragon bones. At the same time, he was curious about the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe. Following that, Dragon World sent out countless martial artists to search for the whereabouts of the Great Void Divine Dragon. In their opinion, the Great Void Divine Dragon must still be in the Dragon World. Therefore, no matter the price, they had to find him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very leisurely. He had just come to consolidate his new realm. Then, he mentioned that he wanted to learn the dragon seals in exchange for the other dragon seals. This time, the Tyrant Dragon tribe didn't refuse. The Tyrant Dragon tribe leader took the dragon seals and exchanged them with Lin Xian. The White Dragon tribe leader was also happy. On this day, 3 dragon seals appeared in the same family. This was really shocking. This was something that had never happened before. Perhaps only the Great Void Divine Dragon clan had been able to gather all the dragon seals back then. Besides Lin Xian and the others, there was the Demonic Dragon Patriarch and the Thunder Dragon Patriarch. Previously, they helped Lin Xian to stop Xianyin. Lin Xian agreed to let them learn together. Everyone, let's begin. Lin Xian waved his hand. The dragon seal in his hand floated in the void, emitting a mysterious light. The other two dragon seals also flew out. The few earth immortals took a deep breath. Their eyes were sharp. They began to learn and cultivate. Lin Xian mainly learned the dragon seal in the hands of the tyrant dragon tribe leader. The dragon seal in the hands of the white dragon tribe was the Xing rune. It could increase speed. The dragon seal in the hands of Lin Xian was the Bing rune. It could strengthen the use of weapons. As for the dragon seal in the hands of the tyrant dragon tribe leader, according to De Long, it was the swordsman rune. It could heal injuries quickly. With this, the tyrant dragon tribe was fearless in battle. The more they fought, the more courageous they became. They were invincible. Now, Lin Xian was comprehending with all his might. This swordsman rune was also very important to him. Although he had the ancient land and had a lot of power, he did not have to worry about exhausting it. However, the recovery of the ancient land could make the cracks on his body disappear. If his foundation and Tao were damaged, it would be troublesome. It would be difficult to recover. And this swordsman rune would not leave behind any Tao injuries when it was repaired. The more Lin Xian cultivated, the more mysterious he felt. At the same time, he was even more curious about the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe. He wondered if there were other divine dragon runes in the hands of the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe. At the same time, he was also puzzled. How could such a powerful divine dragon tribe disappear? Was it related to Dizun? Lin Xian was comprehending the divine dragon runes and waiting for news from the Great Void Dragon. On the other side, Mu, Rong Qingqing, Xing and the others had arrived in the universe. They had joined the battle. The Otherworld Heavenly King was a little nervous. They thought that Lin Xian had come. Lin Xian was too terrifying. He had killed several Earth Immortals from the Otherworld Heavenly King. If Lin Xian came, it was very likely that the situation would change. They had to send more experts. However, after looking around carefully, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian did not come. Only the geniuses around Lin Xian came. These people were not to be feared. If Lin Wudi did not come, it would be useless no matter how many people came. They would kill them, capture them, and use them to threaten Lin Wudi. The people from the Otherworld Heavenly King sneered. Their experts covered the sky and rushed toward Murong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others. Not good, be careful. The experts from the God Realm cried out in alarm and wanted to go forward to protect them. Seniors, don't worry. We can handle it. Murong Qingqing smiled. She raised her hand and struck out the immemorial phoenix. The phantom of the phoenix soared for 9 days. In an instant, the two Otherworld experts in front of her were smashed into pieces. When they saw this scene, everyone was stunned. How could she be so strong? They knew that Murong Qingqing was strong, but they did not expect her to be so strong. Look at me. Yan Ruyu also attacked. Her palms met, and the lotus of the great Tao danced. A green lotus appeared behind her, swaying non-stop. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The Nirvana Heavenly King warriors near her were all blasted away, turning into a bloody mist. Another genius, such strength. Yu Wudao roared into the sky. The phantom of the immortal king appeared. He used the divine body of the Heavenly Emperor. This punch was terrifying. In an instant, many Nirvana Heavenly King warriors were killed. Gu Santong appeared and disappeared unpredictably, like the king of space. Every time he appeared, the large spatial crack swallowed a large number of Nirvana Heavenly King warriors. When the 4 young geniuses attacked, they really swept everything away. The people from the Otherworld Heavenly King were retreating. Damn it, what's going on? How could they be so strong? Quickly send a land immortal. The rest of the super great emperors and half-gods retreated frantically. They were no match for him at all. Perhaps only Earth Immortals could kill him. The people from God's domain heaved a sigh of relief. They could see that Murong Qingqing and the others had become demigods. With the trump cards in their hands, demigods of the same level were no match for them. At this moment, an old man rushed out from the Otherworld Heavenly King's side. This old man was a virtual god, and his strength surpassed that of a demigod. He extended his hand and enveloped Murong Qingqing and the others. Boom, on the other side, a middle-aged woman appeared. She was also an empty god. She held a sword in her hand and slashed down. The sword light was biting cold. The immortal energy was vast and boundless. With two foe gods attacking, Morong Qingqing and the other three were in extreme danger. Lord Alcohol snorted coldly as he produced a vortex and was about to attack. However, Morong Qingqing and the other three joined forces to fight against a virtual god. As for the second virtual god, Xing attacked. She struck out with her palm. A starry sky map appeared in her hand. Vast starlight filled the sky as if it had turned into another universe. With one strike, the sword in the middle-aged woman's hand was broken in half. The virtual god was sent flying and vomited blood. His body was pierced by the starlight. No way, the surrounding people went crazy. How could a virtual god be sent flying so easily? The strength of this group of people was too strong. Lord Alcohol laughed. This is the power of a sovereign, right? It seems that all of you have gained something. Good, very good. He was very happy. Everyone, charge. The people from God's domain increased their morale and quickly charged over. The otherworld heavenly king was forced to retreat. In an instant, many of their experts died. A sea of blood spread between heaven and earth. The people from the otherworld heavenly king went crazy. They were terrified and desperate. Huateng, Xianming, and the others had ugly expressions when they saw this. Retreat. They quickly retreated with their people. At the same time, they mobilized the experts of Eternal Land again. After all, they had a complete Eternal Land. Their foundation was really too strong. In the Eternal Land, there was more than one ancient city. Some sleeping existences were awakened by them and joined the battle. Finally, they blocked the attack of God's domain. The two sides were in a stalemate again. The people of Ninth Serenity naturally felt the terrifying aura in the universe. However, they ignored it. At this moment, they all wanted to enter Qingguang City like crazy. They were not the only ones. People from all over the universe had also arrived. After all, staying in the starry sky was very likely to be enveloped by a peerless battle. It was better to come to Ninth Serenity to search for opportunities. One had to pay a hefty price to enter Qingguang City. Not just anyone could enter. Those experts were really going all out in order to enter. More and more changes occurred in Qingguang City. In the end, the entire void shook violently again. The ground cracked and the sky shattered as if it was torn apart by a huge hand. The people inside were all stunned. What happened? Was the terrifying aura going to destroy everything? They all knelt on the ground. Immortal, please spare our lives. They thought that it was the immortal who was angry. After a few days, they found that it was not like that. A land immortal exclaimed, "Look, something seems to have appeared." It was another mysterious place. The surface area of Qingguang City was much larger than before. It was as if it was a folded paper ball that was now slowly unfolding. During this process, the space would naturally shatter. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the immortal who was angry. The newly emerged mysterious land might possess great power. They began to wait patiently. Gradually, they found that this new mysterious place was getting clearer and clearer. They could even see some scenes inside. Look, the new mysterious place, those mountains were like giant dragons, entrenched on the ground. Indeed, look at the power of heaven and earth, it also condensed into flying dragons, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. What a strong Dragon Dao aura. Could it have something to do with the Dragon Clan? Countless exclamations sounded. They even saw some dragon shadows through the space barrier. Things related to the Dragon Clan must be treasures. Countless martial artists were excited. In a mountain range in the distance, there was a figure looking up at the sky. Looking at the new mysterious place, his face was full of shock. This was the Dragon Realm, he was really shocked. This person was none other than the patriarch of the Monster Dragon Clan. The Monster Dragon Clan had been defeated by Lin Xian. The patriarch of the Monster Dragon Clan fled with serious injuries. He fled the Dragon Realm and came to Qingguang City. He recuperated here. He thought that when his strength recovered, he would go back and take revenge. However, it was easy for him to come out, but difficult to go back. When he came, many things on his body were broken. His dragon jade was also broken. Without the dragon jade, he could not sense the existence of the dragon realm. For example, the monster dragon ancient god was so powerful that he had to use the dragon-seeking ruler to return to the dragon realm. Sigh. The patriarch of the monster dragon clan recovered his strength while searching for information about the dragon realm. However, there seemed to be no clues about the dragon realm. He was about to go crazy. Now, the dragon realm had appeared in front of him. What's going on? Is it an illusion? The demonic dragon patriarch went crazy. He looked at it carefully several times and found that it was not an illusion. The dragon realm really appeared. He sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too unbelievable. The dragon realm had always been extremely mysterious. People from the outside world could not find it at all. But now, the dragon realm actually appeared. Was it a blessing or a curse? These people outside would definitely search for the dragon realm. However, he quickly smiled. So what? He could just reap the benefits of the third party. With the help of the outside world, he could return to the dragon realm again. He wanted the White Dragon Clan, Demonic Dragon Clan, and Tyrant Dragon Clan to know what regret was. He must take revenge for this. In Qinguang City, the other warriors were even more anxious than him. Some people had already begun to rush towards the dragon realm. Haha, the dragon realm treasure inside is mine. Boom, the dragon realm emitted an extremely terrifying light, blocking these people. These people were shocked out, their blood and chi surging. Damn it, why can't we go in? There was also an old man who laughed. You're too impatient. Just wait. When this mysterious world completely appears, we can easily go in. These people began to wait patiently. In the crowd, a dark red figure flashed past. He was the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon had rushed over from the Divine Realm after receiving Lin Xian's voice transmission. When he arrived at Qinguang City, he discovered this strange scene. He was also stunned. Was this the Dragon Realm? He could already feel the vast power coming from inside. He was extremely excited. At the same time, he was also worried. According to Lin Xian, he must send a voice transmission to Lin Xian when he arrived and let Lin Xian bring him in. Otherwise, he would not be able to find it at all. But now, the Dragon Realm was in front of him. The Crimson Dragon knew that the matter was urgent. He hurriedly sent a message to Lin Xian. Inside the Dragon Realm. Lin Xian was also stunned when he received the news. He did not believe it either. Lin Xian used the dragon-seeking ruler and left the Dragon Realm. The dragon world was very vast. When Qinguang City appeared, it also appeared in many places. The surrounding crowd also dispersed and stood in different directions. They were prepared to rush in at any time. In one of the valleys, a phantom of the dragon realm descended. There were also many people standing in the valley. This place was rather remote, so there were no land immortals here. This made the people who were waiting very excited. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. This person seemed to have walked out of the void. The surrounding people were all surprised. Who is this person? How did he appear? I don't know. His movement technique is so strange. Why do I feel like he came from the dragon realm? A middle-aged man in armor said. The others were shocked. Could it be an expert from the dragon clan in the dragon world? However, when they discovered that Lin Xian was just a human, they heaved a sigh of relief. That's impossible. The world ahead is clearly the world of the Tao of Dragons. Only people from the dragon race can enter it. It's absolutely impossible for a human to come out of it. Perhaps this kid knows profound spatial power. They heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a cold snort came from behind. Those who have nothing to do with it, get lost. This young master has taken a fancy to this place. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, this young master will send him to hell. When these words were said, some people's faces changed. Arrogant. Someone roared, who's so reckless? That's right. I want to see who dares to tell us to get lost. A few people were unconvinced. However, what answered them were a few terrifying black saber lights. Their bodies were directly split into two halves. Everyone was horrified. Those who spoke earlier were all experts, yet they were easily killed in an instant by someone else. The person who came was definitely very terrifying. They turned their heads and saw a group of figures in black robes walking out. The armor on these people was as black as ink. Even their eyes were black, without any luster. They carried long black sabers on their backs. It was unknown what metal they were made of. People from the Yu clan. Many people exclaimed. That's right. Since you know that I'm from the Yu clan, hurry up and get lost. The leader was a young man. He looked handsome and arrogant. It was as if he didn't care about anything. Yu Feng. It's actually him. The young master of the Yu clan. The surrounding people were even more shocked. This young man was very impressive. He was strong and was a genius. Moreover, the power that he could mobilize was even more terrifying. The Yu clan was also considered a big clan in Qingguang City. No one dared to provoke them. Forget it. We're unlucky. Hurry up and get lost. The others shook their heads and sighed. They didn't dare to go against the Mo clan. There were also some young people who walked over and said, "Greetings, young master Yu. We're willing to follow you, young master. Please give us a chance." "Very well, I can give you a chance." Yu Feng smiled. "As long as you submit to me, I'll bring you into the mysterious world ahead." "Thank you, young master." The surrounding people were very excited. The corners of Yu Feng's mouth curled up. He looked around and everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to go against him. At this moment, he frowned because he realized that there was another person in front who didn't seem to care at all. Who was this kid? He actually dared to ignore him, he didn't know what was good for him. The other people also noticed. They saw that the other party was just a young man. Moreover, his cultivation wasn't very strong. Immediately, they shook their heads and sighed. Stupid kid. Maybe he came from some mountain and doesn't know young master Yu Feng's identity at all. "Kid, this is the young master of the Yu clan. Hurry up and kneel down." The guard in front shouted coldly. This person was naturally Lin Xian. After he received the message from the Crimson Dragon, he left the dragon world and came outside. After arriving, he realized that there were indeed many people gathered outside. Moreover, these people could see the existence of the dragon world. It seemed that things were a little troublesome. At this moment, he heard the cold shout of the Yu clan's guard in front. He frowned slightly. "I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight and I'll spare you this time. This is not a place where you can come." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people were stunned. Was this guy threatening young master Yu? In front, Yu Feng's face darkened. He was so angry that he laughed. There was really someone who didn't know what was good for him. This is the first time I've seen such a daring person. "Don't worry, kid. I won't kill you. I'll capture you and torture you." As soon as he finished speaking, one of his large hands reached out to grab the people in front of him. This hand was like a demonic beast. Black chi filled the sky. What terrifying power! Feeling the aura of this palm, the surrounding people exclaimed in shock. As expected of the young master of the Yu family, he was indeed strong, far surpassing those of the same level. Even the older generation figures were no match for him. Those martial artists of the Yu family also laughed. Their young master used an absolute art the moment he attacked. This pitch-black palm had once instantly killed several experts of the same level. This kid in front of them wasn't very strong, so he would definitely die. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian also slapped out with a palm. Boom, the two palms collided in the sky, and then the black palm instantly shattered. As if the dark clouds were torn apart, the sun shone down from the sky. A scream sounded. Yu Feng flew out, and his palm was completely shattered. He fell to the ground, and his face was extremely ugly. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The world was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone could hear their own heartbeats. What did they see? Young Master Yu Feng was actually defeated. And he was defeated in one move, damn it. Charge! Yu Feng also roared. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. The person in front of him should be a top genius. However, so what? He had brought enough people with him this time. With a command, the 8 guards behind him rushed into the sky. These weren't ordinary guards, they were all experts of their families. The sharp swords in the hands of the 8 people shattered the void, cut across the vast land, and directly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian still slapped out with a palm. The 8 sharp swords were shattered. Heaven and earth returned to normal, and the cracks disappeared. As for the 8 people, it was as if they were struck by lightning, and they turned into blood mist. Until death, they couldn't believe that they were actually killed in one move. In the valley, all the martial artists knelt on the ground. This was an unparalleled expert. Yufeng was also scared silly. This person's strength had completely surpassed him, and he was an existence that he looked up to. The next moment, his body trembled. He saw that the other party was actually looking at him. That gaze was deep and cold, as if he was a high and mighty god. Yufeng was terrified. What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I'm the young master of the Yu family. Our Yu family is very famous in Qinguang City. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Yu family? Never heard of it. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Soul search. Yufeng couldn't resist the Rinnegan. His soul was torn apart and he was in an incomparably miserable state. Not long after, Lin Xian withdrew his gaze and frowned. It seemed that this time, all the experts in Qinguang City knew about the news of the Dragon Realm. The land immortals all rushed over. Lin Xian shot out a flame that landed on Yufeng's body. He said coldly. Go back and tell your Yu clan. Anyone who dared to step into the Dragon Realm would be reduced to ashes. Without another word, Yufeng turned around and fled. But in his heart, he was roaring madly. Brat, just you wait. My Yu family will definitely not let this matter rest. He had to gather all the experts of the Yu clan and kill the other party. In the valley, the other people were also stunned. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. This brat was too confident, right? Could he really contend with the Yu family? What kind of joke was this? Lin Xian coldly snorted. 3 seconds, disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. As soon as these words came out, the other people in the valley fled crazily. In the blink of an eye, the valley quieted down. Only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian sent a message to the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon quickly flew over. After the two met, the Crimson Dragon said. He heard that the immortal of Qinguang City had awakened. Perhaps it was related to the immortal. Let's wait and see. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that the Dragon Realm was not easy to bully. There was more than one land immortal inside. At present, there were 4. Including him, there were 5. Moreover, the Dragon Realm still had hidden forces that could not be underestimated. On the other side, Yu Yin fled into the distance. There was a forest there. In the forest, there was a black lake. The people living in the lake were the Yu clan. This was their resting place. At this moment, Yu Yin flew back with injuries all over his body. Big brother, save me. Third uncle, help me. He roared crazily. At the bottom of the lake, the experts of the Yu clan opened their eyes one after another. What was going on? Who dared to harm them? When they saw the injuries on Yu Yin's body, they were immediately furious. Who hurt you? A tall man walked over. His name was Yu Shan. He was Yu Feng's brother. There was also a middle-aged man with a mustache and short hair. His eyes were long and narrow, and there was a scar on his face. He was Yu Feng's third uncle. Other than that, the other experts of the Yu clan were also furious. No matter who it was, they would have to pay the price. Yu Feng told them what happened. After hearing it, the people of the Yu clan were completely furious. He was too arrogant. Brother, don't be afraid. I'll get rid of the flame in your body first. When the time comes, I'll take you to take revenge. I'll make that kid kneel in front of you and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Yu Shan walked over. His eyes were shining with a piercing cold light. On his body, countless black saber lights appeared and turned into black snakes. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws between heaven and earth. A vast amount of power descended upon them. It enveloped Yufeng. With a boom, a ball of flame appeared on Yufeng's body. This flame was only the size of a fist, and it was pulsating. As soon as it appeared, it flew forward with an extremely terrifying aura. Not good. Yushan's expression changed drastically. He resisted with all his strength. The black light in his hand turned into a huge shield. However, it was useless. In an instant, his shield turned into ashes. Yushan was terrified. He turned around and wanted to escape. However, when the divine flame landed on his body, he instantly turned into a bloody mist. In the next moment, he died. It was the same for Mo Feng. His body also split apart and turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, 2 geniuses of the Yu clan died just like that. Those who were close to them also had their bodies shattered and turned into bloody mists. In the blink of an eye, a few more experts of the Yu clan died. The others retreated to the back as if they had gone crazy. A terrifying great Tao of water appeared on their bodies to defend. Everyone was extremely terrified. What kind of flame was this? It could easily kill them. Damn it, they had kicked an iron plate. This person must have come from an immortal sect or a divine palace. Only a sect of earth immortals could have such a terrifying genius. In the next moment, they all knelt on the ground. Spare us, we won't dare to do it again. Hearing these people begging for mercy, the divine flame slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. The people of the Yu clan heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. Hurry back to the clan. The mysterious world ahead was not something they could go to. They were too weak. Please, the living fossil of the clan, make your move. On the other side. In the valley, Lin Xian condensed the information he knew into a scroll and sent it back to the Dragon Realm. Dragon Realm. After the Earth Immortals learned about it, their expressions changed drastically. What? Had the Dragon Realm been discovered? Those people were about to come in, hurry up and defend. The Dragon World moved quickly. Some experts who were in seclusion were awakened by them. All kinds of formations appeared in the sky. Lin Xian even sent the Crimson Dragon into the Dragon World. The White Dragon clan leader and the others listened to the Crimson Dragon and set up the formations. The Crimson Dragon's powerful formation skills shocked the White Dragon clan leader and the others. Not only was Lin Xian powerful, but his friends were also terrifying to the extreme. That was great. With such a powerful formation, they would definitely be able to resist the experts outside. In the Dragon World, there was an inconspicuous mountain range. There was a cave dwelling in it. It was left behind by the Great Void Dragon clan. However, no one had ever discovered it. It was too ordinary and did not have any power. However, there was another world in the cave dwelling. This stone diagram was actually an incomparably vast world. In this world, Underworld Child was cultivating rapidly. On the other side was Emotion. His soul was absorbing all sorts of natural treasures and was recovering rapidly. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to shatter the 9 heavens. Buzz. Suddenly, countless mountain ranges in the Great Void started to shake violently. Among them, there were 9 mountains that emitted terrifying sounds of dragons and tigers. Mysterious runes appeared on their bodies. These were divine dragon runes. They were extremely terrifying. Once they appeared, they covered the world and shone brightly. Underworld Child opened his eyes immediately. What was this? He was stunned. On the other side, the Great Void Dragon Emotion was also stunned. These were 9 dragon veins. Moreover, they were extraordinary dragon veins. These 9 dragon veins were really special. There were 9 different divine dragon runes on them. Each of them was extremely precious. Emotion had wanted to wait for his soul to recover before opening the 9 dragon veins. However, he did not expect them to shine on their own. Damn it, what was going on? He did not open them. Who was it? He looked at the valley in the distance. Was it the Chaos Divine Dragon? Previously, a fragment of a chaos weapon had flown over by itself. Now, could it be that the Divine Dragon runes had also flown over? However, after careful observation, he realized that it was not the Chaos Divine Dragon. Who else could it be? There were only 3 people in this world. He, underworld child, and dragon bone. Other than that, was there anyone else here? At this moment, even the incomparably powerful Motion was somewhat terrified. What he didn't know was that the place that opened the 9 dragon veins wasn't the space he was in, but the depths of Qinguang City. Under the ground of Qinguang City, there was an extremely ancient hall. Inside the hall, it was pitch black. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. Moreover, there was no movement, only the sound of breathing. Clearly, there was someone here. Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning flashed in the black hall, piercing through the 9 heavens. A figure appeared, but soon, the lightning disappeared. It turned out that the silhouette had opened his eyes. The light that blossomed from his eyes turned into lightning. In the darkness, only a pair of eyes appeared. These eyes were deep and ancient, as if they had experienced countless years. At the same time, another voice sounded, "You're finally awake. The endless years have consumed too much of my strength." He needed to recover properly. "I remember that the great void divine dragon tribe left behind many treasures here. It was time to activate it." A hint of a smile appeared in this pair of eyes. In the next moment, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, turning into a picture. This picture was like a palm. It formed a mysterious handprint and imprinted in the void. In the next moment, this rune palm disappeared. At the same time, in the world of the great void divine dragon, countless dragon veins shook. Among them, 9 dragon veins shot into the sky. They seemed to have turned into sword radiance, tearing the world apart. Boom! Boom, boom! They broke through the world of the great void divine dragon and came to the dragon world. They floated in the void, forming 9 mountains. Each mountain had a different rune power. The 9 mountains stood between the heavens and the earth. Damn it, these are the treasures of the great void divine dragon tribe. No one else can have them. Motion went crazy. His soul blossomed with light. He charged into the great void world without caring about anything else. Then, he activated an ancient altar. On the ancient altar, there were 9 dragon claws, emitting a mysterious light. At this moment, the dragon claws emitted light. They seemed to have turned into eternal light, flying to the heavens and the earth. This terrifying power stunned the people of the dragon world. Countless dragon clan warriors knelt on the ground. Even the 4 land elders of the dragon clan were shocked. They trembled. Then, they knelt on one knee. They had no choice. This power made them submit. If they did not kneel, their bodies would shatter. What kind of existence was this? How could it make a land immortal kneel on one knee? At this moment, everyone was scared silly. The 4 ancestors exclaimed, "The power of the great void divine dragon. The great void divine dragon is our ancestor. Only the power of our ancestor can make us submit." The crimson dragon was also shocked. He looked into the distance, the dragon blood in his body roaring. Then, a dragon head appeared behind him. The pair of dragon horns on the dragon head turned into a dragon knife, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. Roar! The dragon head let out an earth-shattering sound. The dragon knife destroyed everything and enveloped the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon suddenly felt less pressure. The white dragon clan leader and the others were dumbfounded. What's going on? Does the other party also have the divine dragon bloodline? It's too unbelievable. The dragon claws on the ancient altar flew up and grabbed the 9 mountains in the sky, trying to take it back. In the depths of Qinguang City, a cold snort came from the dark hall. "Great void divine dragon clan, you have not awakened yet. Don't fight with me." Boom! The mysterious runes in his eyes became even more terrifying. They formed the heavenly rune hand and rose to the 9 mountains. 2 vast forces were clashing in the dragon realm. One was the great void 9 dragon claws, the other was the heavenly rune hand. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. Finally, with a boom, 4 of the 9 mountains fell down. They returned to the world of the great void divine dragon. The remaining 5 mountains were still floating in the void. A loud voice sounded between heaven and earth. Not only did the people of the dragon world hear it, but everyone in Qinguang City also heard it. "Go and bring back the power of the 9 mountains. I will reward you handsomely." As soon as this voice sounded, countless people submitted again. Countless warriors in Qingguang City also knelt on the ground. Even those land immortals were suppressed. They were shocked. Is this the voice of an immortal? Heavens, this is the command of an immortal. Go to the dragon world and bring back the 5 mountains. At this moment, the eyes of countless people in Qingguang City turned red. They looked at the dragon world in front of them, at the Pentatier mountain floating in the sky. They took a deep breath. They had to get the Pentatier mountain, hurry up and charge. These people rushed over crazily. In the dragon world, the great void divine dragon, Motian, also roared crazily. People of the dragon race, listen up, block for me. I am the great void divine dragon, and I order you as your ancestor. Attack. The people of the dragon world were in an uproar. Was the great void divine dragon really still alive? The tyrant dragon race leader, white dragon race ancestor, and the other land immortals were also shocked. They had been looking for him for so long. They couldn't find him. They didn't expect to finally know where he was. The power in the Pentatier mountain is the treasure of the dragon world. We can't let anyone else get it. The people of the dragon world quickly attacked, and array formations appeared between heaven and earth. The defense of the dragon world quickly became stronger. Boom, an earth-shattering roar sounded as if 2 worlds were colliding. The power continued to spread between heaven and earth. The people of Qingguang City were blocked, but they didn't give up. Instead, they continued to attack. Ask the people of the Qin sect to help. They were array masters, and they had to get them out. The Qin sect had been severely injured before, and Master Qin had disappeared, so the Qin sect had been keeping a low profile recently. This time, they didn't come out. The people of the other sects and families didn't care about this. They personally went to the Qin sect and asked the array masters of the Qin sect to help. In the valley, Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. The immortal's order seemed to be troublesome. He was ready to return to the dragon world. At this moment, a few figures came from the valley. These people were wearing battle robes and carrying long sabers on their backs. The aura on their bodies kept shaking. Obviously, these people had been through a big battle. Junior sister, I told you to throw this guy out. Why do we have to protect him? For him, we have already offended the lightning snake race. Do you know which sect is behind the lightning snake race? It's not something we can resist. A tall and strong man kept talking. Beside him was a woman with white hair. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens, and was very beautiful. Her name was Xiaoxue. Beside her, there was a young man. Her face was extremely pale. There was fear in his eyes. The child was dressed in cloth. His name was Little Blue. Xiaoxue said, Xiaoqing is too pitiful. We can't leave him alone. Didn't Master teach us? The purpose of cultivation was to protect others. The tall man, young Master Wild Thunder, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His master meant to protect the people around him, not those unrelated to him. We don't even know him, so why should we protect him? Little Snow shook her head and said, Who said I don't know him? I only know that he's called Little Blue. You can't escape. At this moment, a shadowy voice sounded from outside the valley. When this voice rang out, the surrounding ice continued to spread. Oh no, they're here. The expressions of Little Snow and the others changed. Quickly enter the valley. They quickly rushed in. Soon, the people behind also followed in and blocked the exit of the valley. These people had snake scales on their bodies, and terrifying blue lightning filled the air. These thunderbolts not only had a destructive aura, but they also had an icy power. They were from the Thunder Snake clan, a kind of exotic beast with terrifying strength. More than 10 Thunder Snake clan powerhouses walked in, and the leader was called Layli. He sneered. Obediently hand over Little Blue, and I can spare your lives. Impossible. Little Snow shook her head. He looked at the tall man beside him and said, Senior brother, think of a way. Young Master Wild Sword sighed. He walked out and said, Everyone, we are from the Wild Sword sect. Give us some face. We'll take him away. Next time, we'll personally go to the Thunder Snake clan. Thank you. Lin Xian didn't plan to pay attention to what happened in the valley. He wanted to return to the dragon world. But he glanced in front of him, and suddenly he was stunned. He saw the young man named Little Blue, and he immediately narrowed his eyes. He sensed an unusual aura from the other party. And it was an aura that he was very familiar with. This aura came from the depths of his bloodline. Ordinary people couldn't feel it at all. But Lin Xian could feel it in an instant. From the looks of it, the Lightning Snake clan was most likely here for the other party's bloodline. Since Lin Xian already knew Little Blue's identity, he couldn't ignore it. In front, the Thunder Snake clan laughed after hearing this. So it was the Wild Sword sect. It was indeed a good sect. But so what, your Wild Sword sect didn't have the right to talk about face in front of us. Do you know what kind of existence stands behind our Thunder Snake clan? It's an existence that your Wild Sword sect can't afford to offend. If you leave obediently now, I can spare you this time. Otherwise, I'll let you go to hell together. When he heard this, young Master Wild Sword's face turned ugly. Was the other party ignoring them? Damn it. However, when he thought of the terrifying sect behind him, he didn't dare to say anything. He said to Little Snow, "Junior sister, let's not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, we'll all be in danger." No. Little Snow shook her head. If you don't interfere, I must interfere to the end. If that's the case, then don't blame us. The Thunder Snake clan walked out with a cold smile. In their hands, there was a terrifying flash of lightning and an icy cold aura. A battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of the valley." When they heard this, the surrounding people were stunned. Who was so reckless? The members of the Lightning Snake clan also looked forward. "Oh, there's another one. Kid. Are you challenging us?" These people looked forward with disdain. "Kneel on the ground and raise your arms. I'll give you a quick death." Layli laughed coldly. The Wild Sword sect's people were also stunned. Young Master Wild Sword shook his head and sighed. Little Snow exclaimed, "Hurry up and leave. This has nothing to do with you. Don't die for nothing." Lin Xian laughed. "This is my valley. I can allow you to stay here, but these snakes have to get out." "What did you say? How dare you say we're snakes? You're courting death." The Thunder Snake clan's people were completely enraged. A figure rushed over in an instant. The terrifying icy cold aura on his body shattered the void. The lightning sword in his hand viciously slashed towards Lin Xian. "Go to hell." When they saw this scene, the Wild Sword sect's people shook their heads and sighed. Little Snow cried out in alarm. He wanted to help, but he was stopped by the Wild Blade Prince. "We can't offend the Thunder Snake clan anymore. Otherwise, we're really dead." Lin Xian snorted coldly in the face of such an attack. "Get lost." With a flick of his finger, a terrifying flame flew out. The ice in the sky shattered instantly. The lightning snake that rushed over was struck by the lightning. In the next moment, it was torn into a bloody mist. It did not even have time to scream before it died. "What, was it that terrifying?" the surrounding people exclaimed in shock. Even the Wild Sword Prince was stunned. He did not expect this kid to be an expert. Soon, he sneered. "So what? Could he be stronger than the Thunder Snake clan? You dare to kill him?" Layli was completely mad. "You want to die? Go." He waved his hand and the Radium Snake clan members behind him rushed forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You are the ones who want to die." He flicked his finger again, and another flame flew out in an instant. The golden light swept across with a scorching aura. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. The Thunder Snake clan members were instantly turned into ashes. How could it be? His opponent was an expert and the flame in his hand was so terrifying. Layli knew how terrifying his opponent was and did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. "Since you are here, don't leave." The 3 true flames of Samadhi attacked again. The warriors around Layli fell one after another. How could they be a match for the 3 true fire? In the blink of an eye, only Layli was left. Layli's body was also shattered. Even if he was a super great emperor, he could not withstand it. "No, you can't kill me. I am from the Thunder God clan. You can't offend us." Let me go and I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, all of you will die. The Wild Sword Prince also said, you can't kill him. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. Kid, enough is enough. Lin Xian smiled. In this world, no one can order me around. Also, is the Thunder Snake clan powerful? In my opinion, you are just a group of snakes. With that, his true Samadhi fire descended and killed Lei Li. In the blink of an eye, all the thunder snakes in the valley were dead. You really did kill him, Wild Thunder young master roared madly, you're killing us. Lin Xian glanced at him and said coldly, what does it have to do with you? Go quickly, don't stay with this idiot. Frenzied Saber young master only wanted to escape now. With the Lightning Snake clan's methods, they would definitely be able to find out. At that time, they would be in danger. That was because their auras were present in the valley. They couldn't tell what was going on at all. Although it wasn't them who did it, they would definitely be hunted down. Xiaoxue walked over and said, thank you for your help, young master. We are very grateful. Mad Saber young master was furious. You're thanking him? Do you know what he did? He had killed the entire Lightning Snake clan and killed Lei Li. Do you think the Lei clan will let this go? When the time comes, we won't be able to withstand the wrath of the lightning. Lin Xian ignored the frenzied blade young master and looked at Xiaoxue. He said, you're welcome, it was nothing. Finished talking, he looked at Xiaoqing again and said with a smile, looks like your bloodline hasn't awakened yet. Do you need my help? Thank you, big brother. When Xiaoqing looked at Lin Xian, she was no longer as nervous as before. This made the frenzied saber young master even more furious. Along the way, Xiaoqing had been giving him a poker face. Now, she was smiling at Lin Xian. Damn it, were these people ignoring him? He was going crazy with anger. After all, he was the peerless genius of the frenzied saber sect. Big brother, you're a good person. Can you help Sister Xiaoxue and the others? Can you help us fight against the Lightning Snake clan? Lin Xian smiled and patted her little head and said, don't worry, no problem. You guys can stay in the valley. The Lightning Snake clan was nothing to be afraid of. Nothing to be afraid of? How arrogant. This time, not only was the frenzied saber young master angry, even the other frenzied saber sect martial artists felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. On the other side, there were countless figures in a sea of thunder. These were all from the Lightning Snake clan. Crack, 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 crack. At this time, more than a dozen soul jades and pendants on an old man's body instantly shattered and broke in half. They were shocked. Lei Li and the others were dead. Damn it, what was going on? Someone dared to attack them. Another man walked over and frowned. Could it be that other than us, there are others looking for Xiaoqing? Did someone know Xiaoqing's identity? No, we can't let others take her away. This is the mission given to us by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. We must catch Xiaoqing. If we catch Xiaoqing, we can be the first to enter the dragon world. Then, we can seize the opportunity. If we fall behind, we'll be in trouble. This time, entering the dragon world was an immortal's order. If they could satisfy the immortal, then they could definitely soar into the sky. In the future, they could do whatever they wanted in Qingguang City. Therefore, this Xiaoqing must be caught. I'll go personally. This time, the middle-aged man personally led the team. The middle-aged man was called Sixth Uncle Lei. With a wave of his hand, he led dozens of Lightning Snake clan powerhouses and quickly chased after Xiaoqing. An eye of frost appeared in his hand and quickly searched for the aura. It was in the valley ahead. Hurry. No matter who was in the valley. They definitely wouldn't let them go. In the valley, Wild Sword young master was furious. He said, Junior sister, hurry up and leave. If we stay any longer, we'll be stopped. By then, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Lin Xian said lightly, it's okay. Stay here. No matter who comes, I'll protect you. No matter who it is. Okay, I believe you, Lin Gongzi. Snowy said. Wild Sword young master was furious. Did she not believe him? He was her senior brother. Idiot woman. Wild Sword young master roared, I'm going to leave. Who's going with me? After the others heard this, they also walked over and said, Junior sister Snowy, you're too stupid. Do you really believe this guy? He can't fight at all. We're willing to leave with senior brother Wildsword. Junior sister, this is your last chance. Come with us. However, Snowy shook her head. Wildsword young master snorted. Go. He waved his hand and the group rose into the air and was about to leave. However, at this moment, the entire valley began to shake violently with a loud boom. Endless frost appeared in the sky, the ground, and the surroundings of the valley. It was completely frozen. Not good. When the people of the Wildsword sect saw this scene, their faces changed. This was the icy aura of the Thunder Snake clan. The masters of the Thunder Snake clan were here. Damn it, it's all your fault. We can't leave. Thunder Snake young master stared at little Qing and Lin Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. He didn't have much killing intent towards Snowy. He was just jealous and crazy. Snowy looked like a fairy. He had been chasing after her, but he didn't succeed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed by Snowy's side for so long. Now, it was really troublesome. Whoever killed the Thunder Snake clan, come out yourself. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. A cold voice came from outside the valley. Then, dozens of figures walked out. The aura of these people was extremely terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Layli and the others. Not good. Xiao Shue's face changed as she became nervous. Xiao Qing's eyes were filled with fear. She grabbed Lin Xian's clothes and said, Big brother, I'm scared. Lin Xian patted her and said, Don't be afraid. He sent a stream of energy into Xiao Qing's body. Only then did Xiao Qing relax. The Mad Blade young master stepped aside and said, This matter has nothing to do with the Mad Blade sect. This kid did it. If you want to find trouble with him. Hearing this, Xiao Shui was furious. Senior brother, how can you do this? Lin Gongzi helped us. We should join forces with Lin Gongzi to fight against them. Junior sister, don't be silly. Join forces? Even if we have twice as many people, we can't win. And even if we win, so what? The sect behind the Thunder Snake clan is not something we can fight against. In front, sixth Uncle Lei stared at Lin Xian. So it's you. Then it's easy. Kid, are you going to surrender or let us cripple you, take you away and torture you to death? Choose one. Lin Xian looked calm. He glanced at these people and sneered, You people are not qualified for me to fight. You should have an elder here. Ask him to come out and kneel in front of me. Hearing this, everyone in the valley was stunned. Crazy Blade young master and others were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. This was a complete fallout with the Lightning Snake clan. Sixth Uncle Lei and the rest were dumbfounded. What did he say? Ask their elders to kneel and apologize? No one dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Damn it, what did you say? Sixth Uncle Lei roared. He felt like he was in an illusion. Are you deaf? Then I'll say it again. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Ask your elders to kneel and apologize to calm my anger. Otherwise, you're dead. You're asking for death. Sixth Uncle Lei heard it clearly this time. It wasn't an illusion, but the other party was really that arrogant. Do it. Cripple him. I want him to know what it means to live a life worse than death. Behind him, dozens of experts from the Thunder Snake clan were brimming with killing intent as they prepared to take action. However, at this moment, an old voice came from outside the valley, I'll come in person. I want to see who it is. You actually dare to make me kneel? As soon as this voice came out, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void couldn't withstand it at all. Wild Saber young master and the others were covered in ice. This was too terrifying. This was an elder of the Lightning Serpent clan. He was at least a demigod, right? It was too terrifying. It was not something they could contend against. It's over. This kid is definitely going to die. It would be difficult for them to escape. Their eyes were filled with despair. The people of the Thunder Snake clan laughed. Great, the elder is here. He's dead for sure. Elder, it's this brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Actually, you don't have to do it yourself. Sixth Uncle Lei pointed at Lin Xian in front of him and said, I can make him suffer a life worse than death. Elder Lei Lai narrowed his eyes and looked forward. A young super great emperor with some strength. But in front of him, it was not enough. Such a person, what was his reliance? How dare he be arrogant in front of him? He said lightly, Brat, which family are you from? Tell me your name. In his opinion, the other party's reliance might be a powerful family. He had to ask clearly. Lin Xian laughed. So, you're their elder. Get over here. Kneel down. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed. A terrifying reincarnation power flew out. However, this power was only targeted at Elder Lei Lai. The others couldn't sense it at all. With Lin Xian's means, he could definitely control the soul power accurately. Elder Lei Lai was angry at first. This guy is really reckless. No matter who he is, he's going to die. He's going to die. However, when he saw Lin Xian's eyes, his soul shook. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. He was desperate. He found that this gaze could make him hover between life and death. What kind of eyes were these? It was a gaze above him. He had only seen this kind of gaze on a land immortal. This meant that the other party was a land immortal. They were actually challenging a land immortal. They were courting death. Even 100 lives weren't enough. One had to know that gods were not to be challenged. Young master, please spare my life. In the next moment, he knelt on the ground with a plop and began to beg for mercy. The people in the valley were instantly stunned. They widened their eyes and froze. Sixth Uncle Lei and the rest of the Thunder Snake clan were sneering. They wanted to see the other party die with their own eyes. However, what awaited them was another scene. The elder in their eyes was an extremely powerful demigod. At this moment, he actually knelt down. This made them feel as if they were struck by lightning. How was this possible? Could it be that their elder was afraid of the other party? Then who was the other party? The other party was clearly just a super great emperor. Although he was a genius, there was nothing to be afraid of. They could easily slap such a person to death. Why? Elder, why are you kneeling down? Why are you afraid of him? We are not afraid of anyone. Elder, don't scare us. The people of the Thunder Snake clan roared crazily. On the other side, young Master Quan Dao and the others were also stunned. When they saw this scene before, they all thought that Lin Xian would definitely die. It was even possible that they would be in fatal danger. However, things had changed drastically. The elder of the Thunder Snake clan actually knelt down. What kind of magic did this kid have? Little Snow was also stunned. Lin Gongzi was so strong. Little Qing clapped her hands and laughed, Big brother, you're so powerful. Damned brat, what kind of method did you use? How dare you plot against our elder? I'll fight you. Sixth Uncle Lei and the others roared and were about to rush towards Lin Xian. Stop, do you want to die? Kneel down and apologize to the young master. Elder Lei Lai roared crazily. If they fought, they would definitely die. Elder, why? Sixth Uncle Lei and the others didn't understand. However, what answered them was a few slaps. Elder Lei Lai took action and directly knocked them to the ground. Don't ask, you'll be scared to death if you ask. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile at the sight. Who was the one who said that he would make my life worse than death? Elder Lei Lai was sweating profusely. He shook his head crazily. Young master, we were wrong. We were just joking with you. We deserve to die. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. Do you still need me to teach you? Do you want to do it yourself or do you want me to do it for you? Lin Xian stared at the other party. Elder Lei Lai's body trembled as fear appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll do it myself. He stood up and knocked Sixth Uncle Lei and the other people of the Thunder Snake clan to the ground. He broke their bones and smashed their faces. For a moment, miserable sounds came from the valley. Looking at the scene in front of them, Wild Saber Young Master and the others were scared silly. Who would have thought that the Lightning Snake clan would be so strong and look down on everything? But now, they were like stray dogs, extremely miserable. Elder Leilai looked at Lin Xian and asked respectfully, "Young master, is that enough?" Lin Xian said, "You seem to have forgotten someone. Why didn't you do it yourself?" Hearing this, Elder Leilai's pupils constricted. An expression that was even uglier than crying appeared. "What, you can't bear to do it? If that's the case, then I'll do it myself." Lin Xian stared at the other party. That soul pressure appeared once again. Leilai almost fainted from fright. The other party's slap could turn him into ashes. He said, "There's no need for young master to do such a small thing. I'll do it myself." With that, he began to slap his own face. He was very ruthless. With one slap, his face was instantly smashed. The demigod's blood fell, piercing through heaven and earth. The eyes of Wild Saber young master and the others almost fell out. What did they see? An incomparably terrifying elder was actually slapping his own face. Just because of Lin Xian's words. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying Lin Xian was. Wild Saber young master was even trembling. He was so scared that he knelt on the ground. Because previously, he had mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian, completely not putting Lin Xian in his eyes. If Lin Xian said something, he would be turned into ashes. "Spare me." Wild Saber young master begged for a knife and quickly fainted. Lin Xian ignored Wild Saber young master and stared at the Lightning Snake clan. He asked indifferently. "You should know Little Qing's identity, right?" Hearing this, Elder Leilai's pupils dilated. His body trembled. Could it be that the other party knew too? He couldn't believe it. This was a secret. However, thinking of Lin Xian's terrifying strength, it shouldn't be a problem for the other party to know Little Qing's secret. Elder Leilai was so scared that cold sweat kept dripping down. Lin Xian coldly snorted, "I don't care if it's your Lightning Snake clan or an even more terrifying clan. Go back and tell them. Get rid of that thought. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Get lost." Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, Elder Leilai and the others were immediately sent flying. They landed outside the valley. Let's go. Elder Leilai turned around and fled. The Lightning Serpent clan could not make the decision on this matter. They had to report it to the Heaven Desolate Palace. Did he leave? When the people of the Wild Blade sect saw this scene, they couldn't believe it. They felt as if they were dreaming. Snowy heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." Little Qing, on the other hand, cheered, "Big Brother is so powerful." "I knew it. Those bad guys are definitely no match for Big Brother." Lin Xian looked at Little Green and Little Snow and said, "Stay by my side. I'll take you to the Dragon World later." Hearing this, Little Snow was stunned. To be honest, although the Dragon World was right in front of them, so many experts attacked together, but they couldn't break it. Could they go in? "Don't worry, it won't be a problem," Lin Xian said. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked around. He wanted to see how many experts would go this time. He looked at the Wild Blade young master who had fainted. With a flick of his finger, an aura fell on the Wild Blade young master. Immediately, the Wild Blade young master woke up. What happened? His mind was still a little blank. When he saw Lin Xian, his body trembled and he knelt on the ground again. "Spare me." He was really scared out of his wits. Was Lin Xian going to make a move on him? He looked at Xiao Shui and said, "Junior sister, help me. I beg this young master. I was really wrong." He kept kowtowing. Lin Xian said coldly, "Answer my questions properly and I can let you live. Young master, if you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you everything I know." "Very good." Lin Xian said, "What is the power behind the Thunder Snake clan? Why are you so afraid? Also, this time, how many top sects and earth immortals will come? Tell me all." The Wild Blade young master didn't dare to hide anything. He said, "The Thunder Snake clan is actually on par with our Wild Blade sect. What we are afraid of is the power behind them, which is the Heaven Wasteland Palace. It's an extremely terrifying immortal sect. There are earth immortals, and more than one. Other than the Heaven Wasteland Palace, there is also the Scarlet Blood clan. the Shura Sword Clan and the Moon Demon Mansion. They were all immortal sects. There are Earth immortals in the family, but we don't know the specific ones. That realm is too far away for us. It is an existence that we look up to. Lin Xian remembered the names of these 4 families and sects in his heart. At the same time, he asked, what is the relationship between the Moon Demon Mansion and the Yu family? The Yu family that young master is talking about should be a branch of the Moon Demon Mansion. The Moon Demon Mansion has a total of 8 branches. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. Xiao Shui was a little worried. Young master, why don't we leave this place? If we enter the dragon world, we will definitely be discovered by those sects and families. Especially the Heaven Wasteland Palace, their target seems to be Xiaoqing. After saying that, he was puzzled. He didn't know what secret Xiaoqing had. Not only him, the Wild Blade young master and the others were also puzzled. Even Xiaoqing was at a loss. She said with grievance, I don't know what kind of power I have, but they are all targeting me. Lin Xian laughed, little guy, your power is really extraordinary. Moreover, if they want to enter the dragon world, you are also a key. That's why they attacked you. But don't worry, I am here, you are safe. I will bring you home. Lin Xian turned and looked at the dragon world. There was a pentalayer mountain in the sky. He wondered what secret it held. Lin Xian felt that those immortal sects should know. So, he was waiting. He wanted to see if anyone really didn't know what was good for them and wouldn't listen to his warning and come again. On the other side, Elder Lei Lai quickly led the Thunder Snake clan's people back. After he returned, he told them what had happened. The Thunder Snake clan was shocked. Did they kick an iron plate? They couldn't handle this matter. They could only report it to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were furious. Trash. They severely punished the Thunder Snake clan. At the same time, they also sent a person to the valley. He wanted to see if there was any other way to get Xiaoqing. On the second day, another person came to the valley. When this person came, the people of the Wild Blade sect were all stunned. There was actually someone who didn't know what was good for them, they wanted to intercept him. However, Lin Xian said, let him in. Yes. The Wild Blade young master brought his men and retreated to the side. They stared at that person warily. There was only one person. A woman. She was as beautiful as a daffodil. This woman was dressed in white and had a faint smile on her face. She looked calm and didn't put the Mad Blade sect in her eyes at all. Mad Blade young master and the others were furious. Was he being ignored again? They were furious. However, when he saw that the white-clothed woman's sleeve had a desolate palace drawn on it, his pupils abruptly shrank. He even took 2 steps back in fear. She was from the Heaven Wasteland Hall. That was an immortal sect. The others also felt their scalps go numb and they all became nervous. Would Lin Xian be able to handle it? This was 10 times more terrifying than Elder Lei Lai and the others. I'm Ye Fei. Greetings. Greetings, young master. Lin Xian sat there boldly. His gaze was like a sharp sword aura as he stared at Ye Fei. Mad Blade young master and the others were scared silly because they had heard of this person's name. Ye Fei, an outstanding genius of the Heaven Wasteland Hall, a proud daughter of heaven. Regardless of her identity and status, she was terrifying. With a wave of her hand, countless geniuses would be turned into ashes. No one dared to be arrogant in front of her, and no one even dared to look at her directly. There were a few reckless geniuses who relied on their strength to be arrogant. In the end, Ye Fei dug out their eyes with one move. Since then, no one dared to be arrogant in front of Ye Fei. But Lin Xian dared. Ye Fei wasn't angry because from the information given by the Lightning Snake clan, this young man in front of him was absolutely terrifying. It could even be said that he was unfathomable. Moreover, it was very likely that he was a peerless genius from the various worlds outside Qingguang City. How should I address you, young master? Lin Xian smiled, tell me your identity and origin first. Ye Fei was stunned. The other party didn't know him, that was unbelievable. He smiled and told him his identity. Then, he carefully stared at Lin Xian, trying to see the change in his expression. But he found that Lin Xian didn't have any expression at all, only an O. This made Ye Fei feel a little frustrated. No one had ever had such an expression after hearing his identity. This meant that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it, this brat. Ye Fei also felt a trace of anger in her heart. However, he didn't show it. Instead, the smile on his face grew wider. He said, "How should I address you, young master? I am the Mad God." Hearing this, Ye Fei was stunned. Young Master Frenzied Saber and the others also had their pupils constricted. Mad God, this name was too unusual. Only Earth Immortals would dare to use this name. Lin Xian was too arrogant. Ye Fei was equally stunned. Could it be that you're a living fossil of the Wild Blade sect? The other party called himself the Mad God and was with the Mad Blade sect. It was very likely that he was of very ancient existence. This Mad Blade sect seemed to have an extraordinary background. You think too much, I have nothing to do with the Wild Blade sect. Lin Xian said, "Tell me why you're here." Young Master Crazed God, you might be strong, but you might not know much about Qingguang City. This is a mortal city. It has immortal existences. Other than immortal existences, the number and power of Qingguang's land immortals are beyond your imagination. It's far from what you can see in the outside world. And now, it's an important time to seize the Dragon Realm. I think, young Master Crazed God, you don't need to make more enemies. Joining forces is the best way. Oh, you want to join forces with me? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Ye Fei smiled. Of course. Give little Qing to me. In return, we will give young master a generous amount of cultivation resources. At the same time, young master can also become an honorary elder of our Heaven Wasteland Palace. At that time, we will enter the Dragon Realm together and look for the treasures of the Dragon Clan. Hearing this, little Qing, little Shui, and the others were nervous. They didn't know how Lin Xian would answer. Lin Xian said indifferently, "Dream on. It seems that you haven't given up. Do you know the consequences of not giving up?" Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Suddenly, the world darkened as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. It made one's scalp tingle. How terrifying. Frenzied Sword and the others were shocked. The other party's aura could completely crush them. Ye Fei also took a cold breath. It seemed that this person was indeed strong. However, he was really angry. His voice became sharp. I know that young Master Crazed God is strong, but the strength of our Heaven Wasteland Palace is beyond your imagination. There is more than one Earth Immortal in our Heaven Wasteland Palace. No one has ever dared to be an enemy of our Heaven Wasteland Palace. Our Heaven Desolate Palace has already given you a lot of face by inviting you. You have to know what's good for you. Then, he changed the topic. As long as you hand over little Qing, the other cultivation resources are negotiable. You can even cultivate some of the Heaven Wasteland Palace's secret techniques. These words made Frenzied Sword and the others' eyes turn red. The Heaven Desolate Palace had been passed down since ancient times. Their ultimate techniques were absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Even an Earth Immortal would be tempted. However, Lin Xian sneered. Don't take out the trash of your Heaven Wasteland Palace. I don't care about them. I said, give up this idea. I won't hand little Qing over to anyone. If you stop now, I can let bygones be bygones. If you continue, don't blame me for being rude. Ye Fei was also angry. He suddenly stood up and said coldly. Rude? Humph, I'd like to see how rude you are. What, do you dare to attack the Heaven Wasteland Palace? Not just attack. If you want to die, I don't mind destroying you. Lin Xian's voice was extremely cold. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the 9 heavens. At this moment, countless people were stunned. Destroy the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Who dared to say such a thing? Ye Fei was so angry that his body trembled. How arrogant. How arrogant. Okay, then I'll see how you destroy the Heaven Wasteland Palace. He turned around angrily and was about to leave. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Hold it. Ye Fei stopped in front. He was delighted. Humph, kid, do you regret it? This time I don't have such good conditions for you. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just bragging. He didn't dare to fight against the Heaven Wasteland Palace at all. Lin Xian said coldly, you think too much. I'm just telling you what the price of being arrogant in front of me is. You should know what happened to the Lightning Snake clan. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it myself? Hearing this, Ye Fei was furious. He naturally knew what happened to Elder Lei Lai, sixth Uncle Lei, and the others. Their faces were completely smashed. Moreover, many of their bones were broken. It could be said that they were in a sorry state. In his opinion, the people of the Lightning Snake clan were crawling snakes. They didn't deserve to be experts at all. Because experts wouldn't be slapped in the face like this. However, he didn't expect to face such a situation now. Ye Fei was furious. He said in exasperation. What do you mean? Do you want to fight with the Heaven Desolate Palace? Lin Xian didn't answer, but his actions explained everything. Taking a step forward, Lin Xian slapped Ye Fei's face. Ye Fei was stunned, his face immediately swollen. It wasn't over. After the first slap, Lin Xian continued to slap him, giving him 10 consecutive slaps. On the 10th slap, Ye Fei was knocked to the ground. His face was broken, and he let out a miserable cry. You dare to hit me, you dare to hit my face, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. He was really mad. Since he was young, he had always been high and mighty. No one had ever dared to make a move on him, let alone hit his face. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Hearing that the other party still dared to threaten him, Lin Xian coldly snorted, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. His gaze turned into a soul sword and directly pierced over. Buzz, Ye Fei's soul shook, as if it was about to be destroyed. No, he let out a desperate cry. At the moment of crisis, a rune in his mind suddenly shattered and disappeared with him. The void split open, leaving only a few drops of blood on the ground. Did he run away? Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that Ye Fei had a life-saving method left behind by an earth immortal in his body. Young master, let's hurry up and leave. The Heaven Desolate Palace will definitely take revenge. The Mad Saber young master and the others were so scared that their bodies trembled. Lin Xian said with a smile. I don't care about the Heaven Desolate Palace. However, it was time to leave. He had to return to the Dragon World. With a flash, Lin Xian brought Xiao Shui and Xiao Qing into the Dragon World. As for the Mad Saber young master and the others, they could only stay in the valley. They looked at Lin Xian's disappearing figure with envy. They really wanted to go in. The Mad Saber young master said. It was good enough to be alive. They quickly left. The Heaven Desolate Palace. This was an existence akin to an immortal sect. It was high and mighty, and no one dared to provoke it. However, at that moment, a figure descended from the sky above Heaven Wasteland Hall. It was Ye Fei. After Ye Fei arrived, she cried and said, Elder, avenge me. When the people from the Heaven Wasteland Palace saw Ye Fei's shattered face, they were instantly enraged. She was the goddess in their hearts. He had actually been slapped in the face. Unforgivable. Who was it, courting death? I must catch him and make him suffer a fate worse than death, angry voices could be heard. They went out and searched like crazy. When they arrived at the valley, they discovered that Lin Xian and the others had already disappeared. Damn it. Ye Fei was so angry that she stomped her feet. It was fine. Since he had taken little Qing away, it meant that he had entered the Dragon Realm. Once we break through the defenses of the Dragon Realm, we will be able to meet him. I will let him know the consequences of offending the Heaven Desolate Hall. A desolate aura appeared in the old man's eyes. Next, the divine palaces, immortal sects, and land immortals attacked with all their might. With the help of the Qin sect, the array formation of the Dragon Realm was quickly broken. Dragon Realm. Countless experts of the dragon race looked at the scene outside, and their faces turned ugly. Oh no, the array formation was being broken. At this rate, they would be able to enter in less than a month. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also ugly. Damn it, although our array formation is exquisite, they have too many people. There is more than one land immortal. We can't hold on at all. You'd better think of other ways. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. The other dragon race experts were going crazy. Could it be that the other party was going to enter? At this moment, a light flashed and Lin Xian's figure appeared in the White Dragon race. Great. When they saw him, the White Dragon Patriarch and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Gongzi, you're finally back. They hurriedly went up to welcome him. Lin Gongzi, quickly think of a way to stop them, Lin Xian said. They couldn't stop them. It was a matter of time. They would be able to enter sooner or later. The White Dragon Patriarch and the others were in despair. Could it be that their dragon vein was really going to be taken away by these people? Lin Xian said. What exactly was the Pentatire Mountain? Do you know? The White Dragon Patriarch and the others shook their heads. Lin Xian found the White Dragon Patriarch, the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch, and the others. These were land immortals. They should know. However, these land immortals were at their wits' end. They said that they weren't sure either. However, they were sure that this was the power of the Great Void Dragon race. Moreover, we heard the orders of the Great Void Dragon race. They told us to guard this Pentatire Mountain no matter what the cost. Lin Xian was surprised. Great Void Dragon. It was that guy. He recalled the giant dragon that he had sent flying with a single slash of his sword. He shook his head and said, that guy is not as kind as you think. If you protect him with all your might, he probably won't care about your lives. I think you might as well join forces and obtain the power of the Pentatire Mountain. However, the White Dragon Patriarch, the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch, and the others shook their heads. They didn't dare. Lin Xian sighed. These people didn't dare, but he did. However, he didn't make a move immediately. He was waiting. When the people outside came in, he would be able to make a move. A month later, the array formation of the Dragon Realm shattered, and the people outside rushed in. What a terrifying power of the Tao of Dragon! So many treasures. After these martial artists entered, they were extremely excited. They wanted to snatch them crazily. However, at this moment, the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch, the White Dragon Patriarch, and the other 3 land immortals rushed out. They stood in 4 directions. Powerful divine flames swept out in all directions. Instantly, the faces of those who came in turned pale. Oh no, this dragon realm was so powerful that it had 4 land immortals. Retreat, don't resist. Let's ask our land immortals to make a move. For a moment, they shouted one after another. Buzz. An old man in a white robe appeared in the sky. The aura of this old man was very desolate. Wherever he passed, all life was destroyed. He was like the god of death, extremely terrifying. Countless people exclaimed. This was the land immortal of the Heaven Desolate Hall. The god of desolation. On the other side, a monstrous sea of blood spread out, covering the sky and earth. The aura of blood made everyone's scalp go numb. They were about to faint. A figure walked out of the sea of blood. It was a middle-aged woman. Her entire body was blood red. She stood there like a blood god. She was the land immortal of the Crimson Blood clan. The Blood Sword Immortal. In the sky, a moon fell. The moonlight carried a black aura. It was a kind of demonic aura. A demonic shadow seemed to appear in the moonlight. This was the land immortal of the Moon Demon Mansion, the Moon Demon Immortal. There was also a sky that looked like the opening of Azura Hell. Endless sword chi danced as if it was splitting the sky and earth. The biting cold sword chi made everyone feel terrified. Despair. This was the land immortal of the Azura Sword clan. Azura Sword Immortal. On the side of Qingguang City, 4 land immortals instantly appeared. They fought against the 4 ancestors of the Dragon clan. Divine flames and immortal chi spread between heaven and earth. The terrifying power seemed to sweep across the entire world. Do you think we don't have any land immortals? A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. The people of Dragon Realm had extremely ugly expressions. The leader of the Tyrant Dragon tribe walked out and said, since you're here, you can fight for the 5th heaven. But you're not allowed to snatch the other things of Dragon Realm. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Even if we have to risk our lives, we'll chase you out. The god of desolation snorted coldly, "Are you threatening us?" The desolate aura on his body continued to spread, and a great battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, the countless dragon veins in Dragon Realm began to shake violently. They let out a terrifying roar. Thousands of mountains and rivers were shaking, and countless dragon roars shot into the sky. This scene was extremely terrifying. The warriors of Qinguang City felt their blood boil, and their faces were filled with shock. Damn it. What happened? This world was actually so terrifying. Boom, the dragon roar quickly disappeared, but the people of Qinguang City were trembling. Even the Earth Immortals' expressions were extremely unsightly. Not long after, a second dragon roar sounded again. The sky fell and the earth cracked, as if countless dragon veins had turned into divine dragons and were about to be resurrected. At this moment, Dragon Realm seemed to have come to life. The powerful power of the Tao of Dragon continued to spread. The people of Dragon Realm were all excited. That's great. Ancestor bless me. Their eyes bloomed with piercing cold intent. This scene was very shocking, and even Lin Xian was surprised. This Dragon Realm was indeed extraordinary. This was a world left behind by the Great Void Divine Dragon. The Great Void Divine Dragon was a true Divine Dragon clan, and their foundation was extremely terrifying. Perhaps there were many secrets buried in this world. On the opposite side, Sword Immortal Shura, Blood Sword Immortal, Moon Demon Immortal, and the others had ugly expressions. They frowned slightly. The Land Immortals discussed for a while, and then they decided to seize the power of the fifth mountain first. After all, this was an immortal's order. As for the rest, they would talk about it after obtaining the fifth mountain. Okay, we promise you. Our goal is only the fifth mountain, and we won't touch the other treasures of Dragon Realm. Sword Immortal Shura said. His voice carried an endless sharp aura, and it could easily shatter heaven and earth. Hearing this, the Tyrant Dragon tribe leader and the others breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Things aren't that bad after all. But at this time, the God of Desolation continued, we only promised you that we wouldn't take the initiative to attack your treasures. However, if you dare to stop us and fight with us for the power of the Pentalevel Mountain, then don't blame us for being rude. No one can stop us, their eyes shone with a terrifying light. Alright, then let's agree that we'll only fight for the sake of Mount Pendatir. Those who are participating in the Fivefold Mountain, you can attack as you wish. Those dragon dancers who are not participating are not allowed to make a move. The two sides reached an agreement. Next, the people from Qinguang City set off for Mount Wufeng. The people from the Dragon Clan also began to set off. With the four old ancestors taking the lead, the dragons gathered one after another. They formed a terrifying group and flew toward Mount Pendatir. Lin Xian naturally followed the White Dragon Clan's team. Soon, they stopped and looked ahead. The members of the Dragon Clan were also surprised. This place was too inconspicuous. It was very ordinary. They had investigated this place before, but they didn't find anything. Who would have thought that this was actually a cave dwelling of the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe? It was really too surprising. In front, Mount Pendatir stood there, and the aura released from it was extremely terrifying. Each mountain was like a giant dragon that flew into the sky. There was a vast, ancient, and terrifying mysterious aura on it. Moreover, the power on Mount Pendatir was different. When Lin Xian arrived, he was shocked. He felt that the power on Mount Pendatir was similar to the dragon seal in his hand. In fact, the runes on Mount Pendatir were similar to the runes on the dragon seal in his hand. However, there were still some differences. He asked telepathically. DeLong, what's going on? What does Mount Pendatir have to do with the dragon seal? DeLong replied telepathically. It should be the same kind of power, but with different understandings. The one in your hand was made into a dragon seal, and the Mount Pendatir in front should be related to swords. I can feel that their swords are extremely cold. Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. He had already felt the power of the divine dragon runes on the dragon seal. It was very strange. He didn't expect Mount Pendatir to have similar power. Since that was the case, he definitely wouldn't miss it. He had to get the power of Mount Pendatir. Not only him, but the Tyrant Dragon tribe leader, the White Dragon tribe leader, and the others also took a deep breath. They also felt the power similar to the dragon's seal. They were all excited. Mount Pendatir stood there, and the aura on it was extremely terrifying. It wasn't easy to get close, and even an Earth immortal would find it difficult. They had to walk over slowly. Let's move. Qingguang City and the Divine Dragon tribe were clearly separated. They divided into two groups and walked forward. They wanted to step on the sky and ascend to Mount Pendatir. Rumbling sounds were heard, and divine power was vast, and immortal qi danced in the air. Both sides used their methods again. Among them, the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the Azura Sword tribe, the Moon Demon tribe, and the Crimson Blood tribe were the strongest. The other ancient martial art practitioners were all attached to these four forces. On the Heaven Wasteland Palace's side, there was a woman in white. She danced in the wind and was extremely ethereal. Many people looked at each other with envy and admiration in their eyes. She was a goddess in their eyes. The woman in white was Yafei. Yafei's previously shattered face had recovered, but his face was somewhat gloomy. There was a fire of anger in his eyes. He didn't give anyone a good look, and even began to search non-stop. According to their elders, that brat must have brought little Qing here as well. It didn't take long for him to find them. It was that kid. He exclaimed and pointed in a direction. Ancestor, it was him. He was the one who attacked me before, and he was the one who took little Qing away. Ancestor, you must avenge me. Hearing this, the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace immediately stopped and turned their heads to look. The others were also puzzled. What was going on? Did someone offend Yafei? How was that possible? Who was so reckless? They were also very curious and turned their heads to look. Soon, they found a person among the dragon tribe, a young man who looked like a human. Was it this kid? Kid, you dared to plot against Yafei? You're courting death. Kneel on the ground and wait for death. How dare you offend the Heaven Wasteland Palace? Even if you have 10,000 lives, it won't be enough. Angry roars were heard, and murderous intent soared into the sky. There was even a handsome man who directly rushed down. He was Yafei's pursuer, and he wanted to kill him with his own hands. The armored man had a ferocious look on his face as he sped towards Lin Xian. He charged over. He was a top genius of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. At this moment, he used the hand of Heaven Wasteland and slapped towards Lin Xian. There was a loud boom. The void shattered. Everyone was shocked. This palm was really too terrifying. No one could resist it. Lin Xian looked calm and there was even a trace of disdain in his eyes. He did not dodge at all. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Xian was already scared out of his wits and did not know how to dodge at all. The man in armor sneered. How dare you injure my goddess? I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Boom, the hand of Heaven Wasteland fell even faster. When it came close to Lin Xian smiled. He looked up at the sky. An extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. It instantly split everything apart. Heaven and earth were split in half. Not only that, the man in armor screamed as his body split open and his blood stained the sky. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was stunned. The people of Qingguang City could not believe it. The people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace opened their eyes wide. How could it be? The one who attacked was a top genius of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. But now, he could not even block a glance. How terrifying was the other party? Ah, the man in armor on the opposite side roared crazily. A jade pendant appeared in his broken body. The jade pendant emitted a mysterious light and drew a palm to protect his soul. However, he was still seriously injured. Moreover, the jade pendant was full of cracks and was about to fall into pieces. Who are you? The man in armor roared crazily. I am the mad god, a cold voice sounded. Everyone was shocked. The man in armor felt his scalp go numb. The mad god, an earth immortal, he could not imagine that the young man in front of him was an earth immortal. Even the other people of Qingguang City were shocked. They felt that the other party was only a mid-stage supreme emperor. Such a person. How could he have the combat strength of an earth immortal? It was too unbelievable. Could this young man be a living fossil of some sect? An old monster? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian sneered. Gods cannot be challenged. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a ray of sword qi enveloped the armored man. Block for me. The armored man madly activated the jade pendant. However, it was useless. Under this sword, it was shattered into pieces. If you want little Qing, you'll have to ask my permission first. Lin Xian took a step forward and roared at the sky. Sword qi swept out from his body. 3,000 sword qis transformed into divine dragons that danced between heaven and earth. At this moment, the heavens and earth shattered as the void tore apart. That horrifying power was akin to the resurrection of an unparalleled heavenly god. The surrounding people were so frightened by this aura that they kept retreating. The weaker ones were so scared that they knelt on the ground. The pupils of the god of desolation in the heaven desolate palace also shrank. His expression was extremely ugly. On the other side, the blood sword deity and the earth deity of the Shura sword clan looked very serious. They could feel the sword qi on Lin Xian's body, as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. It actually made them feel threatened. Damn it, how is this possible? This young man's sword Dao is so powerful. The heaven desolate palace submitted. With a roar, the cold sword qi charged forward. The people of the heaven desolate palace were beaten until they kept vomiting blood. No, elder, save us. Even Ye Fei's face was pale. His body was also torn apart by the sword qi. He was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. He didn't expect that the man he provoked would be so terrifying. He was an earth deity, he was almost scared to death. The god of desolation snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Endless desolate aura formed a shield between heaven and earth. With a clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The god of desolation's arms shook, but he still blocked the sword qi that filled the sky. He said coldly, "Young man, you've gone too far. So what if you have the combat strength of an earth deity? You're not the only earth deity here, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." "Is that so? But in my opinion, you're just SOSO. You're courting death." Lin Xian's words completely infuriated the god of desolation. "Today, this old man will have a good taste of what kind of strength you have." After saying that, he slapped out with his palm. It was the same heaven desolate palm, but it was executed by an earth deity. It was more than 100 times stronger than the armored man from before. The large palm carried the vitality to destroy everything as it charged towards Lin Xian. Before the palm arrived, the surrounding people felt that their vitality had already disappeared. Not good, quickly retreat. The people of the White Dragon clan retreated crazily. As for Little Snow, Little Qing, and the others, their faces were extremely pale. Lin Xian waved his hand and released sword qi that enveloped these people. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked at the palm in the sky. He said coldly, "Your strength is not bad, stronger than that ant from before, but in front of me, it's nothing." After saying that, Lin Xian punched out. The true Samadhi fire flew into the sky with the power of extreme yang. Boom. The fist and palm collided, shaking heaven and earth. The true Samadhi fire swept through everything. The aura of desolation was reduced to ashes. Damn it. The god of desolation was completely furious. He didn't expect that the other party could block his ultimate skill with just the strength of his physique. Damn it, heaven desolate seal, his palm formed a seal. The power of this seal was even more terrifying than the heaven desolate palm. He didn't believe that he couldn't do anything to the other party this time. Boom, a monstrous aura swept down. Lin Xian's fist was like a dragon. His fist seemed to have turned into a fire dragon that danced between heaven and earth. With a boom, the heaven desolate palace was sent flying. The god of desolation was also forced back, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. His arm was reduced to ashes. The power of that divine fire was not something he could withstand. He was extremely shocked. How was this possible? He was actually suppressed. The other party's divine fire was actually a fatal threat to him. Damn it, what kind of divine fire was this? Kneel down. Submit. Lin Xian sneered. "I said that you are not my opponent at all. It's useless to continue fighting." Lin Xian wasn't wrong. Yi Futian's strength had surpassed his opponent's. However, the god of desolation couldn't accept it. He was a land immortal. He was the heaven desolate palace, a godlike existence. He had never been underestimated by anyone, and he wouldn't allow anyone to underestimate him. In the next moment, he roared and attacked again. However, it was really useless. Lin Xian was able to suppress the other party with just the 9 yang divine dragon body. In the end, Lin Xian transformed into 3 suns that contained the power of 3 divine dragons. They directly sent the god of desolation flying. The people of the white dragon race cheered when they saw this scene. Lin Gongzi was mighty. Ha 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 ha, you want to compete with Lin Gongzi with just you? The difference is too great. Lin Gongzi is one of the rulers of our dragon world. It's not something you can imagine. Hurry up and kneel down and submit. Lin Xian also shook his head and sighed. You're too weak. The desolation god went completely crazy. Damn it. The desolation god power on his body kept spreading. He could destroy heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. But he was still no match. His injuries were getting worse and worse. In the end, his body was torn apart by Lin Xian's 9 sons. A lot of his god blood was destroyed. The desolation god was so scared that he quickly fled. He fled far away and recovered his body. But his face became pale and his aura dropped a lot. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you, Spear of Desolation, the desolation god roared. The god power on his body kept condensing. The aura of desolation quickly spread and formed a spear. When the spear appeared, a terrifying aura danced in the air. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Even the other Earth Immortals' expressions changed. The white dragon ancestor said, "Young master, be careful." The spear of desolation quickly stabbed over. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Nothing could stop it. This attack was too terrifying. This was the desolation god's ultimate skill. And it was a desperate attack. Ordinary Earth Immortals didn't dare to block it. Lin Xian still didn't dodge. This made the Moon Demon Immortal and the others frown. This kid was too arrogant. He didn't even dodge. Could it be that he thought that he could withstand it? What a joke. Ordinary early stage god level 3 couldn't withstand it. Unless it was a middle stage god level 3. But this kid shouldn't have such ability. Kid, go to hell, the desolation god sneered. The other party dared to be arrogant. He would let the other party go to hell in despair. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the 9 yang divine dragon body to the extreme. The 3 true fire spread between heaven and earth and then turned into 9 suns. They kept spinning around him. Inside the 9 suns, there were 9 divine dragon phantoms. 9 yang divine dragon fist. With a roar, he swung his fist. The 9 suns flew together with the phantoms of the divine dragon, illuminating heaven and earth. At this moment, the scorching aura seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Boom. A vast amount of energy flew out. The power of the immortals erupted as well. Earth-shattering noises rang out. It was as if an army of soldiers was clashing against each other. The dazzling light made everyone unable to open their eyes. The land immortals also exclaimed, "He blocked it?" The moon demon immortal did not dare to believe it. Sword immortal Shura frowned as well. Earlier, he had sensed a powerful sword will emanating from Lin Xian. He thought that the other party was a peerless swordsman. But now, Lin Xian didn't use any sword techniques at all. He blocked it with just his physique. Did this mean that the other party had not used his full strength? He didn't quite believe it. The god of desolation was even more shocked. How was this possible? This was a desperate strike. Moreover, he had used the unique skill of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. This attack of his was comparable to that of a middle-stage divine third-stage cultivator. How could the other party have the strength to block it? However, his opponent had managed to block it. Lin Xian looked ahead and sneered. "Is this your strongest power?" He was pitifully weak. "Your strength can't do anything to me. I'll let you see my strength." 9 suns into 1. With an angry roar, the 9 suns quickly merged into his fist. With a punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The spear of desolation instantly shattered. The god of desolation felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was pierced through, and his internal organs disappeared. This attack had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Divine blood fell, piercing through heaven and earth. The dragon world shook violently. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Whether it was the people of Qinguang City or the warriors of the dragon world, they were all scared silly. Lin Gongzi was actually so powerful. To be honest, they knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but only a few land immortals had seen Lin Xian in action. The other dragon race geniuses had never seen him before. After seeing him, they were shocked. Lin Xian stepped in the air like the sun god. He stared at the other party and said, "You've repeatedly caused trouble for me and even dared to try to kill me. I don't think you need to live anymore." He raised his fist again. The god of desolation's expression changed drastically. "Quick, help me stop him." The people of the Heaven Desolate Palace wanted to make a move. However, they couldn't even block Lin Xian's aura. They kept retreating. At this moment, someone made a move. A ray of moonlight, like a demonic blade, cut through heaven and earth and blocked Lin Xian's path. A cold voice sounded, "Enough, kid." On the other side, a sea of blood surged into the sky and spread in all directions. The Blood Jian sword also walked out. He sneered, "Your physique is so powerful. I think your divine blood should contain endless power. If I devour it, it should be able to greatly increase my strength." He stared at Lin Xian, and his eyes instantly turned red. On the other side, Sword Immortal Shura also walked out. He said, "I can feel that you have a powerful sword intent in your body. You should be a peerless swordsman. Take out your sword and fight with me." "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, do you think I'm alone? All of us from Qinguang City have joined forces." The god of desolation quickly recovered his body and laughed proudly again. With 4 Earth Immortals joining forces, no matter how strong the opponent was, it would be difficult for him to survive. "Compete in numbers?" Lin Xian laughed. "Everyone, fight with me." Lin Xian looked at the people of the dragon clan behind him. The White Dragon Patriarch flew out. The Tyrant Dragon Patriarch, the Demon Dragon Patriarch and the Thunder Dragon Patriarch also snorted coldly. They came to Lin Xian's side, and the powerful aura of the Dragon Dao bloomed from their bodies. It swept across heaven and earth. "Do you think there's no one in the dragon world?" The people of the dragon world heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the dragon world's patriarchs joined forces, and they had one more person than the opponent. This time, they would definitely be able to suppress the opponent. The people of Qinguang City had extremely ugly expressions. The situation was not good. 4 against 5, they were once again at a disadvantage. "Dragon Clan, do you really want to fall out with me?" The god of desolation roared crazily. The Tyrant Dragon Patriarch snorted coldly. "You came to our dragon world and stole our patriarch's treasure. We've already fallen out with you." Between heaven and earth, the aura of the divine fire and immortal chi continued to spread. The others frantically retreated. A battle between immortals was about to begin. The god of desolation roared. He originally wanted to use some of his trump cards when he entered the 5-layer mountain, but now it seemed that he had to use them in advance. With a roar, his palms kept forming seals, and a desolate canyon appeared behind him. A palm reached out from the canyon. It was an extremely pale palm, with the aura of death. The palm was covered with runes, and there was an eye in the center of the palm. A desolate eye that was extremely mysterious. This desolate eye shot out a ray of light, and instantly disappeared into the void. "You still need to summon me? Can't you deal with it yourself? Stupid brother." Another icy voice echoed between the heavens and earth. The void shattered, and a figure appeared in the sky. Everyone's expression changed when they felt this aura. "Oh no, there's an Earth Immortal." And judging from the desolate aura, he seemed to be from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The god of desolation said, "Big brother, we met a mysterious kid who can fight across several realms. And he can command the dragon realm, so we can only summon you." "Really? I want to see if there's such an amazing genius in the world." This figure was wearing an ancient robe and holding a skeleton staff in his hand. Wherever he passed, everything under his feet withered and turned into a land of death. Everyone's scalp went numb. The people from the Heaven Wasteland Palace all knelt down. Greetings, Grand Desolation Ancestor. Damn it, the people from the Dragon Realm had ugly expressions. They didn't expect the Heaven Wasteland Palace's foundation to be so deep that they even had an Earth Immortal. And this Earth Immortal's strength was actually at the mid-stage of the God Realm. It was too unbelievable. This made the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch and the others extremely nervous. Even Lin Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that Qingguang City's foundation was beyond imagination. Kid, you're so arrogant. Let's see how you'll die this time. Ye Fei and the others sneered. They wanted to see him go to hell with their own eyes. It's just one more. We can deal with it. Lin Xian said coldly. One more? Are you sure? At this moment, the Blood Sword Immortal sneered. The sea of blood behind him suddenly turned into 3 blood-colored sword chi and flew into the sky. The next moment, a huge blood-colored vortex appeared in the sky like a formation. 2 figures appeared in the formation. 2 blurry figures. The aura above them surpassed everything. It was an Earth Immortal. Impossible, an Earth Immortal was about to descend. The people from the Dragon Realm went crazy. Even the Devil Dragon Patriarch, the Thunder Dragon Patriarch, and the others' expressions changed. Damn it, they wanted to attack. But it was too late. The 2 blurry figures had already arrived in the vortex in the sky. Their real bodies had already crossed over. Did they feel the extraordinary bloodline? Super God blood? I really look forward to it. One of them was an old man while the other was a young man. Both of them were Earth Immortals. Especially when that young man appeared, all the members of the Scarlet Blood clan knelt down to worship him. Greetings, Patriarch. This young man was actually the Patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan. The other party's aura was also at the middle stage of Immortal 3. Blood Sword Celestial pointed at Lin Xian and said, this kid should have some secrets. His bloodline is definitely extraordinary. Swallow him. He took a step forward, and the sea of blood around him continued to spread. The 2 figures in the sky also stretched out their hands and grabbed at him. These 2 palms could devour the bloodlines of others. Those from the Dragon clan felt as if their blood was about to fly out of their bodies. Not good, they retreated like crazy. The other Earth Immortals roared, how dare you! The dragon claws on their bodies continued to erupt with power, turning into illusions of huge dragons that circled around them. The Crimson Dragon formed a seal with its palms, forming a terrifying defensive formation. At the same time, he said, Kid, be careful. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was enveloped by the 2 blood-colored palms. In the next moment, he roared, Scram. The flames on his body continued to spread, instantly forming a flame giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The flame giant stretched out its hands like 2 huge dragons. There was the power of an immortal on it, constantly spreading out. With a boom, the 2 collided, and the void was instantly torn apart. He can actually block it. The surrounding people were stunned. This is impossible, right? 2 Earth Immortals can't do anything to each other? How terrifying is this guy? They all went crazy. The Scarlet Blood clan's patriarch's pupils constricted. What a mysterious power. It feels like immortal chi and also like divine fire. This guy really has a secret. Let's attack together. When the Blood Sword Celestial heard this, he also walked out. The 3 Earth Immortals of the Scarlet Blood clan stared at Lin Xian. On the other side, the Great Desolation Ancestor and the God of Desolation also stared at Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian could be said to be in extreme danger. The Tyrant Dragon clan's patriarch and the others also walked up. However, they were at a disadvantage. Their numbers were completely suppressed. The other party had twice as many people as them. How could they fight? If they really fought, they would probably be seriously injured in an instant. Kid, I want you to kneel in front of me. The God of Desolation's expression was ferocious. The Scarlet Blood Immortal smiled and said, kneel obediently and I'll give you a quick death. Your bloodline is for us to use. Not good, Little Snow's face turned pale. Little Qing was so scared that she cried, Big brother, run. The tyrant dragon clan's patriarch and the others transmitted their voices. Lin Gongzi, you can't fight them head-on. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together as well. These celestial sects and divine palaces were truly beyond his expectations. He could leave alone, but the others would be in trouble. In the next moment, he used his rinnegan and stared at Mount Pentagate in the distant sky. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Boom, he roared towards the sky. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying dragon's roar came from his body, shaking heaven and earth. The entire dragon realm shook violently. The people of Qingyuan City were stunned. This kid is actually from the Dragon Clan? It's really beyond my expectations. The Scarlet Blood Immortal's eyes bloomed with a cold light. I must have this bloodline. The God of Desolation also roared, so what if you're from the Dragon Clan? All the Earth Immortals of the Dragon Clan combined can't compare to us. You will die without a doubt. However, Lin Xian didn't make a move. He only released the terrifying dragon's roar. The tyrant dragon clan's patriarch and the others were stunned at first, but when they felt the changes in the dragon realm, they also roared towards the sky. The tyrant dragon's roar, the thunder dragon's roar, the white dragon's roar, and the demonic dragon's roar. Several furious roars shook the heavens and earth. They weren't the only ones. At this moment, all the dragon clan members roared. The dragon realm seemed to be boiling. Endless dragon Dao power swept out. The terrifying dragon's roar destroyed all directions. How could the young disciples of Qingyuan City resist? Blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and their bodies were shattered. Several Earth Immortals snorted. The divine fire on their bodies and immortal chi linked together, like a sky curtain, blocking the aura. It's useless. Even if the entire Dragon Clan joins forces, they're still not our match. The Great Desolation's patriarch stood in the 9th heaven, looking down as if he was looking at ants. The Moon Demon Immortal frowned. In the next moment, he said, no, they seem to be summoning something? Countless dragon roars resounded, and the 5-fold mountain in the sky began to shake violently. A terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragon emanated from within. Moon Demon Immortal exclaimed, damn it, they're summoning the power of the 5-fold mountain. Stop them. The power of the 5-fold mountain was extremely terrifying. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the immense pressure. One could imagine the power of the 5-fold mountain was absolutely unimaginable. Boom. Moon Demon Immortal and the other Earth Immortals of Qingyuan City quickly attacked. They wanted to stop the other party from summoning this power. Tyrant Dragon Tribe Leader exclaimed, no, Lin Gongzi, you're still a bit off. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He looked at the Crimson Dragon and said, Ruzalong, use your divine dragon bloodline. Roar, the Crimson Dragon roared towards the sky, transforming into a divine dragon that danced between heaven and earth. His bloodline continued to erupt. Although the Crimson Dragon's cultivation was not that of an Earth Immortal, his bloodline was extremely terrifying. He was a 5-clawed divine dragon. At the sight of this scene, the surrounding members of the dragon race exclaimed in surprise, what a powerful bloodline. They felt a wave of terror. The light from the 5-fold mountain in the sky became even more terrifying. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a blood-red light flew out from the forehead of each dragon tribe member. That was their Tao of Dragon bloodline. It pierced through heaven and earth, like huge dragons dancing between heaven and earth. They all flew towards the 5-fold mountain. Moon Demon Immortal, Azura Sword Immortal, and the others wanted to attack, but the power of the 5-fold mountain was like 100,000 mountains pressing down on them. It caused their bodies to shake violently. God of Desolation roared, everyone, attack with all your strength and destroy this brat first. He discovered that Lin Xian's Tao of Dragon power was the most terrifying. Just a bit off. The Crimson Dragon also gritted his teeth. Lin Xian frowned slightly, then looked at Little Qing. He said, Little one, it's up to you. Little Qing was completely stunned, Big brother, I can't do it. I'm very weak. Little Snow added, Little Qing hasn't started cultivating yet, right? Lin Xian said, Little Qing's bloodline is beyond your imagination. At the next moment, he pointed his finger at Little Qing's glabella, and the dragon blood in his body appeared. Wake up. This voice was like the voice of a god. It rang out from the depths of Xiaoqing's bloodline. Boom! Little Qing's eyes burst with a bright light. Dragon scales began to appear on his body. Boom! Endless light enveloped his body. In the next moment, there was a loud bang as the light split open, and a figure flew out from within. This figure was an azure dragon, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The power from its body permeated the air, making people unable to raise their heads. The members of the dragon clan were stunned. An azure dragon, a 5-clawed azure dragon, they were really too shocked. He didn't expect little Qing's bloodline to be so terrifying. Even the ancestral patriarch of the White Dragon clan and the leader of the Tyrant Dragon clan were only 4-clawed dragons. This had nothing to do with cultivation, but with their bloodline. 5-clawed giant dragons would generally appear in the Divine Dragon clan. They didn't expect little Qing to also be a 5-clawed giant dragon. In addition to little Qing's bloodline, the 5-clawed mountain finally let out a rumbling sound. He slowly descended from the sky. Heaven and earth were crushed in an instant. An aura swept out in all directions like 100,000 feet of seawater. Dodge quickly. At this moment, the people of Qinguang City didn't dare to attack anymore. They dodged and defended one after another. The people of the Dragon clan surrounded the dragon blood and the power of the Tao of Dragons. Although they were under pressure, they were more relaxed than Qinguang City. The thunderous sound continued for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Everyone turned their gazes to the front. They discovered that the 5-clawed mountain had fallen from the sky. They could get closer. Charge quickly. The Moon Demon Immortal exclaimed. Compared to Lin Xian, he felt that the power of the 5-clawed mountain was more important. So he led the people of the Moon Demon residence and charged over. When the other clans and sects saw this scene, they snorted coldly. The God of Desolation said, "Kid, you're very lucky. I'll let you live for a while. When we get the power of the 5-clawed mountain, it'll be the time of your death. Let's go." The God of Desolation and the others quickly charged forward. Let's go too. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the people of the Dragon clan forward. When they reached the front, they stopped. This time, the 5-clawed mountain had changed. When they got closer, they still felt a trace of threat. They didn't dare to act rashly. When they arrived, a cold voice came from the front. This power originally belonged to the Great Void Dragon clan. I don't know who wants to seize this power, but I can only say that you're dreaming. When this voice came out, heaven and earth shattered. At the same time, this voice contained a powerful killing intent. It was clear that this person was very angry. The others couldn't tell, but Lin Xian could. This was the voice of the Great Void Dragon. Over at Qinguang City's side, the God of Desolation walked out and said, "Senior of the Dragon clan, I respectfully call you senior. This time, we came on the orders of the Immortal. As for the identity of the Immortal, I think you can understand. So don't resist. If you offend the Immortal, you have to understand the consequences." Although the words were respectful, there was a trace of threat in them. Emotion heard and roared madly. He stomped his feet in the world of the Great Void Dragon. He roared, "Immortal. So that's how it is. So what? Although he's awakened, has he recovered his power? If he's really at the peak, why would he need to send you? He would have just taken it. Now that he sent you, it means that he doesn't have any extra power. Also, you're underestimating the Great Void Dragon clan too much. The Divine Dragon clan is the God clan. Our power is beyond your imagination." Power? Haha. The Blood Sword Immortal walked out and laughed disdainfully. Are you talking about the Dragon clan? Although they're also Earth Immortals, they're completely behind us in terms of numbers. You want to stop us with just them? Dream on. Hearing this, the Tyrant Dragon clan leader and the others gritted their teeth. Damn it, how dare they look down on us? Ancestor, don't worry. We'll stop them even if we have to risk our lives. Humph, a bunch of trash. How dare you call yourself the descendants of the Great Void Dragon clan? You've embarrassed yourselves. Emotion sneered, we don't need you this time. The power of Mount Pendatir isn't something you can imagine. You'll know when you go in. Don't need us? The tyrant dragon clan leader and the others were stunned. They were very disappointed. It was as if they were being scolded by their elders. But they couldn't refute because they couldn't stop these people. At the same time, they were curious. What kind of power was inside Mount Pendatir? Could it stop so many Earth Immortals in Qingguang City? The fivefold mountain is the treasure of our divine void dragon clan. If you want to get the treasure inside, you have to enter. Only one person can enter at a time. Although the treasure is good, whether you can come out alive will depend on your ability. As Mo Tian's voice fell, the fivefold mountain gradually changed. The distance between each level became larger. They separated from each other. Each mountain seemed to have a staircase that spread out. Only one person can enter at a time? In other words, it was useless to join forces. Was it useless to have more people, White Dragon Patriarch and the other side in relief? As expected of the Divine Dragon clan, this method was indeed powerful. Blood Sword Immortal snorted. You think it's only one person just because you say so? We don't believe it. Everyone, let's attack together. The Earth Immortals nodded. They didn't care about the rules. They soared into the sky. The power of divine fire and immortal chi completely exploded. These powers combined were enough to destroy everything. They attacked together towards the fivefold mountain. Not good. Tyrant Dragon Patriarch and the others' expressions changed. They wanted to attack. However, Lin Xian said, wait and see. Since the Divine Dragon clan is so confident, they must have a trump card that we don't know. Just wait and see. The fivefold mountain shook violently. Then, countless sword chi flew out. These sword chi formed a sword sea. When they fell, each sword could cut through everything. With so many sword chi, the Earth Immortals were beaten until they kept shaking. Their faces were full of shock. The sword chi's power was beyond imagination. Moreover, the power was different from each other. They couldn't resist at all. It didn't take long for them to be pushed back. Stupid. Do you really think you can fight against the Divine Dragon clan? Ridiculous. Mo Tian's voice was filled with disdain. Then, the voice disappeared and never appeared again. In Mo Tian's opinion, these people were just SOSO. He didn't have to worry at all. As long as they weren't true immortals, they couldn't take away the power of the fivefold mountain. Damn it, they're so strong. The god of desolation gritted his teeth and roared. Moon Demon Immortal and the others also had serious expressions. Sword Immortal Shura was so excited that his body trembled. Such powerful sword chi. I must go in and get the power inside. In the Pendatir mountain, there was an extremely powerful sword Dao power that drove him crazy. On the other side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He also wanted this power. However, he was not in a hurry to make a move. In his opinion, it would not be easy to obtain this power. It could even be said to be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Moon Demon Mansion, the Heaven Desolate Palace, and the others, other than bringing their own disciples, they also brought a group of followers and affiliated clans and sections. Among them was a gray-haired old man. He smiled and said, "Senior, let me scout ahead." After saying that, he rushed over like a bolt of lightning. This fellow was a subordinate of the Moon Demon Mansion, a super great emperor. Furthermore, he cultivated the power of lightning, which was why his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he charged towards one of the mountains. He had gone to the first mountain. The gray-haired old man arrived at the first layer of heaven. He stepped on the stone steps and entered inside. The people outside were all nervous. They didn't know if this guy could succeed. Lin Xian and the others were curious. What kind of power did the first mountain possess? At this moment, the boundless aura in the first mountain danced and condensed into a treasure sword. It landed in front of the gray-haired old man. This treasure sword seemed to be made of divine metal. It was unusually sharp and could be said to be a peerless weapon. Seeing this scene, the gray-haired old man was extremely careful. After living for tens of thousands of years, he still had experience. Hence, he was extremely careful. He used his soul to check everything. After confirming that there was no problem, he picked up the sword. With a light wave, the void was split open and endless cracks appeared. The gray-haired old man even used his own palm to test it. His palm was easily cut open. This was too unbelievable. One should know that he was also a super great emperor. Furthermore, he was in the late stage of a super great emperor. His defense was terrifying. Ordinary extreme weapons could not break through his defense at all. Only a true divine artifact would be able to split his body open so easily. Although this treasure sword was not a divine weapon, it had surpassed ordinary extreme weapons. It was one of the best. This was great. He did not expect to be the first to enter to receive such a reward. The gray-haired old man quickly formed a soul imprint and imprinted it on the treasure sword. In the next moment, the treasure sword seemed to have become his arm. The gray-haired old man felt that he could become one with the sword at any time. Ha 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 ha. The gray-haired old man laughed out loud. How could he not be happy to receive such a treasure as soon as he entered? When the people outside saw this scene, they were so envious that their eyes turned red. Damn it. This old man is too cunning. He was the first to enter. I should have known that the first to enter would receive a reward. The young disciples of the Sword clan were extremely envious. Someone said. Humph. So what if he got it? When the time comes, we will make him hand it over. Otherwise, we will not let him off. The gray-haired old man continued to walk in with the treasure sword in his hand. He smiled and said, "Let me see if there are any other treasures in here." The fifth mountain was so mysterious. It was definitely not as simple as a treasure sword. There must be some kind of super powerful energy in here. This mountain was extremely huge and vast. The gray-haired old man was very fast. He kept searching like lightning. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the top of the mountain. It was also a sword, but it was sharper and more terrifying. It was a purple longsword. Purple chi came from the east. It was extremely mysterious. When the old man saw this scene, he exclaimed in surprise. He felt that the sword at the top of the mountain was even more terrifying than the one in his hand. He rushed over without hesitation. He must get it. It was a real divine weapon. Perhaps he would not be afraid of the land immortals. Buzz. He became one with the sword. He turned into a stream of light and flew to the top of the mountain. However, when he was 100 meters away from the top of the mountain, the purple longsword in front of him suddenly shook. Buzz. The gray-haired old man's body split open. Ah! The gray-haired old man screamed miserably. He retreated in fear. At this moment, the treasure sword that he had subdued earlier suddenly turned around and slashed at him. His body was pierced through with a single sword strike. The treasure sword exploded with endless sword intent and turned the gray-haired old man into a mist of blood. The old man screamed and turned into ashes. The treasure sword in the sky fell. Was he killed? He was killed in one strike. A late-stage transcendent emperor expert died so easily? When the people outside saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. There is something wrong with that treasure sword. Who is it that attacked secretly? Trash, let me do it. A disciple from the Sword tribe. He dashed over quickly. As members of the Sword tribe, they were born to be swordsmen. How could they not be excited when they saw a treasure sword? Therefore, they could not wait any longer. Be careful. Sword Immortal reminded them. After all, this was a genius from their tribe. It would be bad if he died. Don't worry, old ancestor, I am confident. The disciple that went out. His name was Fan. At such a young age, his cultivation and strength had already surpassed the gray-haired old man. He could be said to be a top-notch genius. He quickly arrived at the first heaven. The treasured sword from before once again flew towards Fan, wanting to land in his hands. However, Fan dodged it with a sway of his body. After seeing what happened to the old man, how could he still dare to use this sword, he sneered. Trying to trick me with such a small trick. What a joke. He did not care about it at all and dashed towards the peak of the mountain. At the same time, a long sword flew out from his back. Extreme weapon, heavenly mortal sword. It was his 10,000th birthday. Sword Immortal gave it to him personally. It had been with him for 8,000 years. This sword was definitely one of the top weapons in the extreme weapon category. After 8,000 years of wearing it, he had already merged with the heavenly mortal sword. The moment the heavenly mortal sword was out, a biting cold sword intent spread out in all directions. The sword slashed towards the peak of the mountain. Boom, the power of this sword was enough to destroy everything. The people at the foot of the mountain exclaimed in shock. So strong. It seemed like this Xiao Bufan intended to end this battle quickly. When Xiao Bufan was 100 meters away from the peak of the mountain, the purple sword in front of him shook slightly again. Xiao Bufan was ready to face a great enemy. He unleashed an endless amount of sword chi, forming a light screen around him. Although he was young, he had plenty of battle experience. However, something unexpected happened. The heavenly mortal sword in his hand suddenly turned around and pierced through his throat. Xiao Bufan was stunned. His eyes were wide open and almost popped out. He could not figure out why the heavenly mortal sword in his hand would suddenly attack him. This was impossible. With another strike, the space between his eyebrows was split open. His soul was destroyed. He fell from the sky. Boom, the mountain below shook violently. Dust filled the air, and the void cracked. Clang. The heavenly mortal sword fell to the side as if it had turned into scrap metal. This scene stunned the people outside. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. No one dared to believe it. That was impossible. The members of the Shura Sword clan roared madly. Damn it, how did this happen? It was an instant kill. One of their top geniuses died just like that. Moreover, he had died without knowing why. It would be fine if Mo Wuji was killed by his divine sword, but Mo Wuji was killed by his heavenly mortal sword. What was going on? Had his weapon betrayed him? However, a weapon was just a tool. Even if an extreme Dao weapon had a weapon spirit, it wouldn't dare to betray its master. Have you ever seen an extreme grade weapon that dares to attack its master? Isn't it afraid of being beaten to death? Furthermore, even if it was a sneak attack, it couldn't have become so sharp. For a time, countless people were in an uproar. In Qingguang City, the top divine palaces and immortal sects were all stunned. The Earth Immortals furrowed their brows tightly, and Sword Immortal Shura's expression was extremely unsightly. This heavenly mortal sword was personally given to Mo Wuji by him. This sword was forged by him, so there shouldn't be any problems with it. But now, it had appeared. No matter how they thought about it, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. Sword Immortal Shura sneered. You Sword Clan geniuses can't even control your own weapon, how laughable. What did you say? The members of the Shura Sword Clan were furious. Sword Immortal Shura's expression darkened. Watch your words, or my sword won't let you off. What, are you afraid of me? Sword Immortal Shura sneered. He wasn't afraid at all. His Crimson Blood clan had sent 3 Earth Immortals. Currently, he was the strongest one. They weren't afraid of anything. Damn it. Sword Immortal Shura sneered. He retracted his gaze. Let's figure out what's going on in the first level of heaven. It's not a big deal, just that the 2 people who went in were too weak. If my Crimson Blood clan went in, there wouldn't be any problems. Go ahead. Sword Immortal Shura pointed at a man beside him and said. The man walked out. He wore blood-colored battle armor and had short hair. His eyes were huge, and they were filled with killing intent. He didn't even have eyebrows. His name was Vhumad. He was very famous in the Blood clan. The surrounding people were shocked. It seemed that the Blood clan had sent an expert right away. Vhumad didn't have any weapon, so he went to the first level of heaven alone. Soon, he arrived at the mountain. After entering, he didn't move immediately. Instead, he looked at the 2 corpses in front of him. These were 2 late-stage transcendent emperors. Their bloodlines were terrifying. Vhumad waved his sleeves, turning them into 2 seas of blood that enveloped the 2 corpses. In the next moment, he started to devour the bloodline power in their bodies. Damn it, how dare you! The members of the Shura Sword clan roared crazily. Their eyes turned red. Their geniuses had fallen, and their bloodlines were being devoured by others. They were furious. The members of the Heaven Desolate Palace and the Moon Demon Palace frowned. Now that they were in an alliance, wasn't it a little inappropriate? There was nothing wrong with it. The blood sword immortal smiled. Since they were in an alliance, they should help each other. The two dead guys couldn't be wasted. Their bloodlines could make the disciples of the Crimson Blood clan even stronger. By then, the chances of success would be higher. In the end, we're all here for the Immortals' order. I'm doing this for the sake of completing the mission. I think you'll understand. Damn it, how dare you threaten me with the Immortals' order? The Sure Sword Immortal was furious. In front of him, Vhumad sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the energy. 2 blood-red runes appeared on his back. They grew bigger and bigger until they turned into 2 blood-red wings. One of the wings had a grayish-white aura, and the other was surrounded by sword chi. Obviously, the wings contained the elders and Xiao Bufan's power. When the members of the dragon clan saw this, they were shocked. What a terrifying technique. In such a short time, he was able to turn the opponent's power into his own. How terrifying. When Linshan saw this, he narrowed his eyes. He didn't care about Vhumad's technique. In his opinion, it was useless in the face of absolute power. However, the power displayed by the first-level heaven surprised him. He felt that it was familiar. Linshan realized that the power of the first level should be the ability to control weapons. This meant that it was similar to the power of the dragon seal in his hand. This was the power of the soldier rune. One had to be careful of weapons or they would be at a great disadvantage. Vhumad devoured the blood of 2 experts and a pair of blood-red wings appeared on his back. His power increased greatly. He roared to the sky and flapped his blood-red wings, charging towards the top of the mountain. He waved his hand and a blood-red hand appeared in front of him, grabbing at the purple divine sword. The purple divine sword shook again and the 2 pairs of wings on Vhumad's back suddenly flew up and landed on Vhumad's body. Vhumad screamed as his body was shattered. He could not believe that he was killed by the wings. Did he die again? Countless people outside began to cry out. The people of the Crimson Blood tribe looked terrible. Sword Immortal Shura laughed. It seemed that the Crimson Blood tribe was not that strong. Damn it, what was going on? The Blood Sword Immortal's face turned ugly. The people of the White Dragon tribe exclaimed. This power was similar. They looked at Linshan. Linshan nodded. That's right, it's just as you guessed. You can try the second-level heaven. The mystery of the first-level heaven had caused the deaths of several experts on Qinguang City's side. For a moment, they did not dare to go forward. Because they still did not understand what was going on. They did not take action but the White Dragon tribe did. This time, the White Dragon tribe leader took action personally. He looked at the second-level heaven and bowed deeply. The White Dragon tribe leader came to challenge. Motian snorted but did not stop him. In his opinion, whether it was Qinguang City or the Dragon tribe, they would not succeed. Other than the Divine Void Dragon tribe, no one else could get the power of the 5th-level mountain. The White Dragon tribe leader walked towards the 2nd-level mountain. Everyone was nervous again. The 1st-level mountain was already so mysterious. They wondered what the 2nd-level mountain was like. When the White Dragon tribe leader entered, a figure appeared in the 2nd-level mountain. It was a dragon. It was a handsome young man in a white robe with dragon horns on his forehead. He stood there with blue light in his eyes. He stared at the White Dragon clan leader with a smile on his face. Make your move. Use your strongest attack. Hearing this, the surrounding people were all stunned. The White Dragon clan leader's eyes narrowed. He had not expected the 2nd-level mountain to be filled with experts from the dragon tribe. Could it be that every single one of the 5 mountains had a guardian? The first mountain was a peerless divine sword. On the 2nd mountain were the geniuses of the dragon clan. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and said, "Excuse me." The White Dragon clan chief's figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the dragon-horned man. He struck out with his palm. White Dragon Cloud Palm. This palm strike was ethereal and contained an astonishing amount of power. Boom, whether it was the speed, strength, or angle of this palm strike, it was perfect. After all, the White Dragon Patriarch was very powerful. With a loud bang, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The dragon-horned man did not dodge. Did I hit him? The people of the White Dragon clan were excited. The faces of the people of Qinguang City also became extremely ugly. Damn it, the second-level mountain looked much simpler than the first-level mountain. If they had known earlier, they would have challenged the second-level mountain. They gritted their teeth and their eyes were red. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan and looked at the second-level mountain. The next moment, he raised his eyebrows. No, look. He pointed to the front. The people around were stunned. Could it be that there was an accident? That's impossible. With the strength of the White Dragon clan leader, even if the other party did not die, he would be severely injured. They were all very puzzled and looked forward. Soon, they saw the scene in front of him. It turned out that the dragon-horned man was standing there. Half of his body had disappeared. It was obvious that he was severely injured. However, in the next second, his shattered body recovered at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. The dragon-horned man turned his head and looked at the White Dragon clan leader. He shook his head and said, "Is this your strength? It's not enough. You're too weak. You can't defeat me at all." The White Dragon clan leader's expression changed. In the next moment, he shouted coldly and attacked forcefully. In an instant, tens of thousands of palm shadows landed on the dragon-horned man's body. The dragon-horned man did not dodge and all the attacks hit him. His body was covered with cracks. However, in the next second, his broken body instantly recovered to its original state. Once, twice, thrice. No matter what method the White Dragon clan leader used, even if he broke the dragon-horned man's body, the dragon-horned man recovered in the next moment. This made countless people despair. What kind of recovery speed was this? Was he immortal? Although when one reached the Great Emperor realm, they were known to be immortal. However, there was no one who was truly undying and indestructible. Even Earth immortals were in danger of dying when besieged by several powerhouses of the same level. For example, Lin Xian had killed several Earth immortals. As for immortal, was he truly immortal? However, no one knew about it. At least for now, they were not truly immortal in their realm. However, the dragon-horned man in front of them seemed to be immortal. No matter what kind of serious injury he suffered, he could recover in an instant. Even if he ate immortal pills, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly. Moreover, how many immortal pills did he have to eat? After 2,000 times, the White Dragon clan leader stopped. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He had used up a lot of his strength. Because every time, he had used all his strength. He had really collapsed now. Because he realized that the dragon-horned man in front of him was the same as when they first met. He stood there calmly with a smile on his face. The other party said indifferently, "Please continue." When the White Dragon clan leader heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The others also sighed. They felt a deep sense of frustration. Even if they had countless divine abilities, what could they do in the face of such an immortal existence? It was as if their fists were hitting the sea. Although they could hit the sea was still very weak. However, the sea was boundless and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. "I admit defeat." The White Dragon clan leader sighed. If he continued to fight, his strength would be exhausted. Moreover, he would be even more frustrated. So he turned around and left. Although he had failed, after the White Dragon clan leader came out, he said that this kind of recovery power was a bit like the dragon seal of the Tyrant Dragon clan. Lin Xian nodded after hearing this. The symbol of wholeness. Of course, the dragon-horned man's use of the symbol of wholeness surpassed everything. It far surpassed the Tyrant Dragon clan. The people of the Tyrant Dragon clan were extremely excited. The symbol of wholeness, it was the power they had always controlled. However, they only controlled a part of it. They couldn't be like the other party. No matter how serious their injuries were, they could recover in an instant. However, there was an opportunity now. They could spar with the dragon-horned man. Perhaps they could comprehend more of the power of the symbol of wholeness. The people of the Tyrant Dragon tribe were very excited. The leader of the Tyrant Dragon tribe said, "You can try it now." Long Badian walked out and said, "I'm going to try it." Seeing another member of the dragon tribe walk out, the people of Qinguang City all sneered. They really didn't give up. Even we can't crack it, let alone you. It's useless even if you're from the dragon tribe. They looked disdainful. Long Badian didn't care at all. He took a deep breath and walked toward the second-level mountain. Long Badian was the top genius of the tyrant dragon tribe, the most powerful of the younger generation in the dragon realm. Moreover, Long Badian had begun to comprehend the talisman of all a long time ago. In an instant, Long Badian arrived at the second-level mountain. The dragon-horned man appeared in front of him again. He looked at Long Badian and said, "Show me all your strength." Boom, Long Badian roared at the sky. His body kept growing as if he had turned into a tyrant dragon. His fist was like a peerless divine mountain as it blasted forward. In an instant, the entire mountain range shook violently. The void above kept shattering. This attack was so powerful that it made the people of Qinguang City pale. This genius of the dragon tribe was too extraordinary. His future was limitless. The dragon tribe did have many geniuses. Facing such a terrifying attack, the dragon-horned man still didn't dodge. He let the fist hit him. In the next moment, some cracks appeared on his body and spread out. But soon, under the mysterious power, these cracks instantly healed. Long Badian's fist was also knocked back. The dragon-horned man said, "No, it's not enough. It's too weak." Long Badian roared and used the tyrant dragon divine fist. His fists kept swinging out. In an instant, thousands of fists shot forward like meteors. They enveloped the dragon-horned man. The dragon-horned man didn't dodge at all. Instead, he kept using the power of the talisman of all. Some mysterious sword chi appeared on his body, and these sword chi shone brightly. Wherever it passed, the cracks on his body quickly healed. Seeing this, Long Badian's eyes widened. An extremely terrifying light burst out of his eyes. He stared at the sword energy. This was the power of the talisman of all, and it was much more terrifying than what he could control. Therefore, he quickly comprehended it. He was not attacking. The people of Qinguang City were stunned. What was this brat doing? Could it be that he had given up? But if he was inside, wouldn't that be a waste of time? "Brat, get the hell out here," the experts of Heaven Desolate Hall roared crazily. The dragon overlord didn't care at all, which made them go crazy with anger. "Despicable brat, I'll show you who's boss," they were brimming with killing intent. Gradually, the man with the dragon horn on the second mountain frowned. "Are you trying to sense my power?" Humph. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeves, and an earth-shattering power instantly flew out. This power was simply too powerful, causing countless people to feel fear and despair. The dragon-horned man from the second-level mountain was actually going to make a move. This was out of their expectations. The dragon overlord couldn't dodge at all and was hit by this attack. He was sent flying. His body was covered with cracks, and his internal organs were severely injured. It almost took his life. Seeing this, the people of the tyrant dragon tribe exclaimed, "Oh no, young master." They were extremely nervous. Would he be killed in an instant? The other members of the dragon tribe also looked solemn. The people of Qinguang City laughed out loud. "What a stupid thing. You've angered the guardian. It's best if you're killed in an instant. Let's see how arrogant the dragon pearl can be." They were smug. Boom, the dragon overlord landed at the foot of the mountain and vomited blood. His face was extremely unsightly. When the people of Qinguang City saw this, they shook their heads and sighed. "He's not dead?" The people of Heaven Desolate Hall said. "He was seriously injured and almost dead." The dragon overlord immediately used the power of the talisman of all. There were some mysterious runes on his body. These runes were very blurry, but as soon as they appeared, the cracks on the dragon overlord's body quickly healed. This stunned the people of Qinguang City. This was impossible. Damn it, how could this brat have such a strong recovery ability? Are all the treasures of the dragon tribe on him? Their eyes turned red with envy. The dragon overlord roared and rushed over again, charging at the dragon-horned man. Not long after, he was sent flying again, and there were more cracks on his body. He continued to use the talisman of all to recover. Once, twice, thrice. He was still at a disadvantage, but his talisman of all was getting stronger and stronger, and his recovery speed was also getting faster and faster. In the end, the Earth Immortals of Qinguang City also noticed the situation. The Scarlet Blood Patriarch said, "No, there's something wrong with him." The Great Desolation Patriarch's eyes also emitted a cold light. He said, "Don't you think the recovery speed of this young man is very similar to that of the Dragon-Horned Man?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of Qinguang City changed. What, could it be that he had already obtained this kind of power? Although they had only gone to the second mountain, they also understood that the second mountain had incomparably mysterious power. The first mountain seemed to be able to control weapons. The second mountain was the power of rapid recovery. These two powers were extremely coveted by even the Earth Immortals. Now, the Dragon Overlord displayed the power of rapid recovery. Could it be that the other party had already obtained the power of the second mountain? They couldn't believe it. Even the Earth Immortals were filled with murderous intent. "It's about time, come back," the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch hurriedly said. After hearing this, the Dragon Overlord tried again, and then he came back. As soon as he came back, the experts of the Dragon Clan hurriedly rushed up to protect him. Then, the Tyrant Dragon Clan sent 2 elders, one after the other. These 2 elders were also able to recover from their injuries. After a great battle, they also had a new understanding of the word all, and their recovery speed was faster than before. Damn it, this is impossible. The Moon Demon Immortal was somewhat stunned at this moment. Could it be that the power of the second mountain could be obtained limitlessly? No, they also prepared to take action. An elder from the Moon Demon Mansion rushed in, and was slapped to the point of hovering between life and death. The Heaven Wasteland Palace sent an expert, but he directly died inside. The people of Qinguang City went crazy. Damn it, why didn't their experts get this kind of recovery power when they went in? Why could the Dragon Clan? When the people of the Dragon Realm saw this scene, they all sneered. "Stupid idiot, you want to compete with us? After all, this is the Dragon Realm, and we are the masters here. Get out!" The geniuses of the Dragon Clan all sneered. Courting death. The Earth Immortals of Qinguang City were trembling with anger. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, aren't you going? This kind of power is very mysterious." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "No hurry, let's wait first." Although the recovery speed of Long Badian and the others was faster, Lin Xian felt that they still hadn't obtained the power of the second mountain. Currently, the Land Immortal had yet to make a move, so Lin Xian was also waiting. He was waiting, but the others couldn't wait any longer. Even the White Dragon Clan was preparing to send people. Bai Feifei was preparing to go. He was preparing to challenge the other mountains. This was because the White Dragon Clan had also mastered a type of divine dragon rune. Line rune. If they could find it, they might be able to increase their speed after a battle. Seeing that Bai Feifei was about to go, Qin Guangqing's people finally couldn't hold it in anymore. "Damn Dragon Clan, tell us the secret. How can you have such power?" Ye Fei roared crazily. The experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace stared at the Dragon Clan. "It had nothing to do with you, you can comprehend it yourselves." The White Dragon Clan snorted coldly. Naturally, they couldn't tell anyone about this secret. "If you don't want to say it? Then don't blame us for being impolite." The people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Moon Demon Mansion were all filled with killing intent. They had to get this secret. Neither side gave in. The pressure between heaven and earth instantly became terrifying. Countless large cracks shattered and spread. "Feifei, hurry up," the White Dragon Patriarch said in a low voice. Bai Feifei's body swayed when he heard this. However, he was stopped by a ray of moonlight. No one could enter if they didn't tell the secret, the people of the Moon Demon Mansion shouted coldly. Courting death. The people of the White Dragon Clan were furious. They instantly rushed out. The two collided with each other. There was a boom. The White Dragon Clan elder retreated. One of his arms had been cut off. "Trash like you want to pass in front of me?" "Ridiculous," the Moon Demon Mansion expert snorted coldly. A full moon scimitar appeared in his hand, carrying a black devil chi. It seemed to be able to temporarily destroy everything between heaven and earth. Bai Feifei stopped in midair. His expression became incomparably ugly. He felt a sense of fatal danger. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke. He said, "Go forward boldly. Let's see who dares to stop you." Bai Feifei was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly rushed over. Courting death, the expert in the sky snorted coldly. The full moon scimitar in his hand slashed down again. Lin Xian pointed out a finger. His finger drew a fire dragon. It danced between heaven and earth, shattering the moonlight that filled the sky. Then, the moon was torn to pieces. The powerful man turned into a mist of blood. Was he dead? Damn it! The people from the Moon Demon Palace roared. The Moon Demon Immortal's expression changed as well. You have to pay the price. He swung his arm down viciously from the sky. The speed was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed towards Lin Xian. There was a black moonlight on his arm, like a peerless demonic blade. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the three true flames quickly spread in front of him and formed a flaming shield. With a boom, the palm slammed into the divine fire shield, exploding with a shocking force. The shield shook violently, but it did not shatter. The palm was blasted back. How could this be? Did he block it? The people of Qinguang City were stunned. Especially those from the Moon Demon Palace, they did not dare to believe it. Their land immortals couldn't do anything to a young man, Lin Xian said coldly. You don't have the qualifications to be so impudent in front of me. Whoever dares to block Fei Fei, I'll kill him. The Moon Demon Immortal retracted his palm, his expression extremely ugly. Just a casual flame from the other party had such power, the other party's strength was beyond his imagination. But so what? He was thoroughly enraged. In the next moment, he raised his hand again. A black moon appeared behind him. This black moon was a little like Lin Xian's moon through clouds. But if one sensed it carefully, the aura was different. The black moon shone down, condensing into a demonic blade in the Moon Demon Immortal's hand. With a gong, the blade slashed down once again. The Moon Demon Immortal's full-strength attack this time was several times stronger than before. Was he serious? When the people of the Scarlet Blood Tribe and the Shura Sword Tribe saw this scene, their lips curled into a smile. Let's see how this kid will block it this time. Moon Demon Slash, the black blade light bloomed between heaven and earth. A monstrous baleful aura gushed out. A vast amount of energy danced in the air. At this moment, even the faces of the White Dragon Ancestor and the others changed. The power of this attack was truly too great. Lin Xian's expression was calm. There was even a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Let me show you what the power of the moon is. The Yin-Yang sword danced. A black sword quickly condensed. Moon through clouds. Boom, the sky split open. Another pitch-black moon appeared between heaven and earth. This moon was completely condensed from sword chi, bringing with it an icy cold aura. He charged forward. Everywhere he passed, endless sword chi swept out. The void could not withstand it at all, shattering continuously. With a boom, the two collided. The people of the Moon Demon Palace laughed coldly. What an idiotic kid. If you had used that terrifying flame, you might have been able to block it. But you dare to compete with the power of the moon with the old ancestor? You don't know what's good for you. The old ancestor's moon has been cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. How can it be what you think it is? The inheritance of our Moon Demon Palace comes from the incomparably mysterious moon. Stupid thing, go to hell. They laughed coldly. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of the Moon Demon Immortal's mouth. His opponent's battle experience was really too lacking. That was just his current thought. In the next moment, his thoughts changed. Because the black moon condensed from sword chi tore apart his blade light in an instant. With an even more terrifying speed, it rushed towards him. How could this be? The Moon Demon Immortal's pupils shrank. Before he could react, the black moon had already arrived in front of him. Damn it, block it. The Moon Demon Immortal was shocked. Did he underestimate his opponent? In a hurry, he quickly summoned the moon above his head to block in front of him. With a boom, the two black moons collided again. An earth-shattering aura appeared. Countless blade lights filled the air. Vast sword chi danced in the air. It was a collision of two moons and a showdown of blade lights and sword shadows. The black aura swallowed everything. The two figures disappeared. The rest of the people were forced to retreat from the impact. What's going on? Was the moon demon palm instantly shattered? The people of the Heaven Desolate Palace could not believe it. The people of the Shura Sword clan also exclaimed. Sword Chi. An extremely powerful Sword Chi. This kid is indeed a peerless swordsman. Old ancestor. The experts of the Moon Demon Palace were even more shocked. Their old ancestor's ultimate move was broken? Would he be in danger now? Impossible. What kind of strength did the old ancestor have? When it came to the power of the moon, the old ancestor had never lost. No matter how strong that kid was, he was no match for him. Yes, that's right. It must be like that. The people of the Moon Demon Palace were shouting non-stop. They seemed to be very confident, but in fact, they were panicking. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 At this moment, a shattering sound could be heard, followed by a figure flying out. Who was it? Qingguang City and Dragon World's people all looked up. They were all extremely nervous. This battle was extremely important to them. If Lin Xian was defeated, it would be difficult for Dragon World to enter the fifth layer mountain. It must be that kid. The Moon Demon Palace's elders all sneered. That's right, those young disciples all laughed. However, their laughter only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. Because they realized that the one who flew out was their ancestor, Moon Demon Immortal. Moon Demon Immortal was in a sorry state, one of his arms was broken, and the bones in his body were shattered. Black demon blood continued to fall, piercing through heaven and earth. This was impossible. The Moon Demon Palace's elders all went crazy. Their Earth Immortal was injured. Furthermore, he was injured in the battle of the moon energy. Oh heavens, how could this be? Illusion. The Heaven Desolate Palace's people roared. The Scarlet Blood clan's pupils also shrunk. The Shura Sword clan's people looked up to the sky, and in the next moment, they realized that a figure had appeared in the sky. It was a young figure, standing there, incomparably mysterious. Black sword chi revolved around his body. He was like a young sword god, looking down below. At this moment, everyone's soul trembled. What kind of gaze was that? It could make them submit in an instant. This young man was too terrifying. The Earth Immortals of Qingguang City's pupils shrunk. They felt a trace of threat from this young man. In the past, this would definitely be a joke, but now, this feeling of threat made their hearts beat wildly. This kid cannot be left alive. They must find a way to eliminate him, or else he will be a huge problem in the future. I said you can't stop me, you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Xian said coldly. Below, Moon Demon Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood. He almost fainted from anger. You're courting death. I'll kill you, he roared and wanted to attack. But at this moment, the Great Desolation's ancestor flew over and stopped him. Now is not the time for a duel, let them go in first, wait for us to investigate the power of the other fifth layer mountains, then we'll make our move. If he wanted to kill this kid, he would have to wait until the end of the mission. A cold killing intent surfaced in the eyes of the Grand Desolation ancestor. Since the other party had become the enemy of the Heaven Wasteland Hall, he would not let the other party leave alive. Okay. The Moon Demon Immortal nodded. Then she would let him live a little longer. After saying that, he retreated and began to heal his injuries. The other Earth Immortals didn't stop them either. Lin Xian said in a clear voice. Fly, 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 and continue forward. Bai Feifei also felt like she was dreaming after hearing this. He was too strong. He had suppressed countless experts by himself. He was truly a godlike existence. Feifei headed toward the third-level mountain. A dreamlike woman appeared on the third-level mountain. This woman was floating in the void. Everyone had only seen her at the beginning. After that, they could no longer see her. Even an Earth Immortal could only see a trace of a shadow. This showed that the other party's speed was extremely fast. The power of the third heaven was speed. Bai Feifei was naturally not a match for him. He did not even see anything clearly before he was sent flying back. The difference was too great. Let me do it, the White Dragon Patriarch sighed. He was ready to take action himself. It couldn't be helped. The third mountain was different from the second mountain. In the second mountain, the other party stood still and they could attack at will. But the third mountain was different. In the third mountain, the dragon girl's speed was really too fast. Those below the earth immortal level couldn't even see her. How could they fight against her? Was the patriarch going to take action himself? The people of the White Dragon clan were excited. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Finally, an earth immortal took action himself. He could also clearly see the true power of the pentalayer mountain. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His rinnegan emitted a mysterious light. He had an idea in his heart. He wanted to obtain all the power of the fifth mountain. With a flash, the White Dragon Patriarch arrived at the third heaven. Then, the immortal chi on his body continued to spread. This was the cloud immortal chi. The White Dragon Patriarch instantly turned into a cloud of mist and rushed forward. His figure disappeared in an instant. The White Dragon clan was originally a dragon clan with ethereal movement techniques. Coupled with the powerful immortal chi of an earth immortal, the White Dragon Patriarch's speed was extremely fast. Even the Moon Demon Immortal, the god of desolation, and the others cried out in surprise. This speed also shocked them. Buzz. In an instant, the White Dragon Patriarch arrived in front of the dragon girl and slammed out his dragon claws. He hit the other party. However, this was only an afterimage. The dragon girl's speed was even faster. There seemed to be a rune under her feet that turned into sword chi and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he arrived behind the White Dragon Patriarch and struck out with his palm. His palm drew a heavenly seal and fell from the sky. With a boom, the White Dragon Patriarch dodged but was still forced back. His entire body crashed into the mountain. He was dizzy and cracks were all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the White Dragon Patriarch was injured. The people outside exclaimed when they saw this scene. The White Dragon Patriarch and the others were extremely nervous. Their patriarch was no match for him. The other Earth Immortals also had extremely solemn expressions. They were speculating if they could withstand this palm if they went in. Other than the Earth Immortals in the middle stage of God Level 3, the other Earth Immortals shook their heads. They probably couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. What a fast speed. Kid, can you dodge it? The Crimson Dragon looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I can't dodge it, but I have a way to block it. The White Dragon Patriarch walked out of the ruins and floated in the void again. His expression was extremely solemn. So strong. As expected of the power of the Great Void Dragon clan. I'm very happy to be able to fight with such a top-notch expert. I'm very lucky. After saying that, he roared angrily and charged over again. His speed was extremely fast. This time, not only did he use the power of the Line Rune, but he also used the White Dragon clan's unique movement technique to the extreme. On the third mountain, only the rumbling sound could be heard. As for the figure, it was impossible to see. Those below the Earth Immortal level were dumbfounded. The Earth Immortals were also covered in cold sweat. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was invincible. When one's speed reached the extreme, it was already invincible. When you fought with the enemy, you couldn't even keep up with the enemy's speed. How could you injure the enemy? The two people fighting in front were both top-notch speed experts. Boom. Another earth-shattering voice was heard. Then, a figure retreated like a bolt of lightning. In front of him, a figure retreated. It was the White Dragon Patriarch. Seeing this scene, countless people sighed. Was it still not enough? Even an Earth Immortal was defeated, everyone felt a trace of despair. The White Dragon Patriarch's face was also extremely pale. He sighed, I lost. With that, he turned around and left. Although he was injured and failed, this battle had benefited him a lot. Thinking about it, after he recovered, his speed would increase again. The White Dragon Patriarch failed. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit stiff. For a short time, no one made a move. Those below the Earth Immortal level were all desperate. They had no hope at all. Even the Earth Immortals frowned and thought in their hearts. At this moment, someone snorted, let me. The Blood Sword Immortal walked out. The blood-colored sword energy on his body kept spreading. He stared ahead. Now, he knew most of the power of the first three mountains. One could control weapons, one could recover quickly, and one had terrifying speed. The Blood Sword Immortal thought for a moment and decided to challenge the second mountain. Because the Red Blood clan could absorb other people's bloodline. The person on the second mountain stood there motionlessly and let the challenger attack. This was the best for the Blood Sword Immortal. He could directly use sword energy to injure the opponent and then absorb the opponent's bloodline. Perhaps he could even obtain the opponent's rapid recovery power. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face. His body flashed and he rushed to the second mountain. Was someone challenging again? When the others saw this scene, they all exclaimed. The people of the Dragon Clan were surprised. It's him, they looked at the Crimson Blood clan. They remembered that the people of this clan could absorb other people's bloodline and turn it into their own power. In a short period of time, their strength could be greatly increased. And this time, it was the Earth Immortal himself. The power of devouring bloodline would be even more terrifying, right? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He could already guess what the other party wanted to do. He didn't stop him. Because he felt that the mystery of the fifth mountain was still beyond the other party's imagination. Even if the other party had the blood sword and could devour bloodline, he might not be able to obtain that mysterious power. Let's wait and see. After the Blood Sword Immortal rushed in, he stared ahead and said, "Do you dare to stand there? Let me attack freely." He was truly afraid that the other party would attack him as soon as they arrived. If that happened, his plan would not be able to be carried out. The dragon-horned man in front was expressionless. He still said the same thing, "Please use your full strength." "All right, as you wish." The Blood Sword Immortal was so excited that he was about to jump up and down. He attacked with all his might. As long as his blood sword hit the other party, he would be able to absorb the other party's power. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying blood-red sword chi appeared on his body. Every single one of them carried a monstrous blood aura. Even though they were so far away, everyone's chi and blood were shaking violently. One could only imagine how terrifying the blood sword was. Countless people looked ahead with a trace of fear in their eyes. The faces of those from the Dragon Clan also changed. Was he trying to absorb the power of the dragon-horned man? I can't let him have his way. These people became nervous. The Blood Sword Immortal moved. He was very fast. Although he wasn't as fast as the dragon girl of the third-level mountain, he was still terrifyingly fast. Everyone only saw a flash of purple light appear like lightning. The next moment, a thunderous sound rang out. The sword had already hit the dragon-horned man. It hit him. The Crimson Blood clan was overjoyed. As for the others, they all became nervous. Even Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with the light of reincarnation. He, too, stared intently at the front. The dragon-horned man's body shattered, hacked apart by this sword. Even his white bones could be seen. Absorb. The Blood Sword Immortal roared crazily. The blood-red sword chi started to absorb the other party's bloodline. Sensing this change, the dragon-horned man snorted coldly and slapped out with his palm. His palm was like a dragon's claw, shattering the void. With mountain-toppling power, he charged toward the Blood Sword Immortal. Did he counterattack so quickly? The Blood Sword Immortal's expression was also serious. His body flashed as he quickly dodged. He put away the blood-red sword chi and it flew back into his body. The next moment, he laughed proudly. It's too late to attack now. I've already obtained your bloodline, and I can quickly recover my strength. Ha 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 ha. He looked up at the sky and laughed proudly. The Crimson Blood clan had this ability. Was this even possible? When the others saw this, they exclaimed in surprise. They didn't need to defeat the other party to obtain this power. The Crimson Blood clan's talent was too terrifying. They were extremely envious. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also a bit ugly. Not good. This way, no one would be able to suppress the Crimson Blood clan. The other party only needed to continuously challenge and injure the level 5 people to obtain power. The dragon-horned man's expression also darkened. You're stealing power again? The next moment, he shouted coldly and slapped out again. This time, the mountains and rivers shook and the sky was about to collapse. The others' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect the dragon-horned man's power to be so terrifying. They kept retreating in fear. The second mountain shook violently as if it was about to boil. Sensing this, the Crimson Sword deity's expression also changed. He should have dodged and fled, but he didn't. He started to block. "Let me experience how miraculous this rapid recovery is," he roared angrily. Sword chi danced in the air and formed a mountain in front of him. Endless sword light fell from it. A rumbling sound rang out. The peerless palm landed on the blood-colored mountain, making a sky-shaking sound. The sky shattered and turned into nothingness. No one could see anything. Someone exclaimed, "Is the Crimson Sword deity killed?" Even the Crimson Blood clan was a bit nervous. At this moment, they exclaimed, "Look, a figure retreated." It was the Crimson Sword deity. The Crimson Sword deity was covered in blood, and there were many cracks on his body. He was severely injured. There was nothing he could do. The power of this palm was too strong. The Blood Sword Immortal yelled, "Recover." He had already obtained this rapid recovery power. Now, he was about to witness this power. The others also widened their eyes and looked carefully. However, they were all stunned. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a few seconds, the Crimson Sword deity's injuries still hadn't recovered. What was going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. The Crimson Sword deity's expression also turned ugly. "Impossible. I devoured his bloodline. I should have obtained his power. Why can't I recover?" At this moment, he was going crazy. End of chapter 6786. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.